Chapter 1. If you give me yours, I shall have mine. In the primordial world, beneath the towering Mount Bujo, within the Panga Hall, an immense pool of blood surged with a tumultuous blend of sanguine and malevolent energies. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the void, diligently absorbing the power emanating from the blood pool. Suddenly, a myriad of malevolent forces retreated, cascading down into the pool. As his indistinct silhouette gradually unveiled its true form, it revealed an extraordinarily handsome visage, with deep, soulful eyes and a physique sculpted like bronze, exuding an undeniable masculinity. At last, I have refined a drop of ancestral witch blood. A look of joy spread across Wu Tian's face. He observed that, unlike the other witches, his aura of malevolence was restrained. His demeanor lacked the ferocity and volatility typical of his kin, yet he was undeniably a true witch, indeed the 13th ancestral witch. Originally a denizen of a later age, Wu Tian had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Being abruptly transported to the primordial realm through sheer happenstance, it is widely known that the mud truck serves as the deity governing transmigration. When Wu Tian regained consciousness, having just emerged from the colossal cocoon within the Panga Hall, he found himself surrounded by the 12 ancestral witches, each gazing at him with curiosity and anticipation. Simultaneously, a surge of information manifested within Wu Tian's consciousness. He quickly grasped his predicament. He had become the younger brother of the 12 ancestral witches, a figure that had not existed in the grand scheme of things. The 13th ancestral witch. Which clan? The 13th ancestral witch? A flicker of alarm ignited within Wu Tian. In the impending calamity of witches and demons, the ancestral witches were destined to perish, their kin suffering mutual annihilation, and the witch clan would ultimately reseed from the stage of the primordial world now, as the 13th ancestral witch. Did it not face a similar fate as the ancestral witches? System, brother, Wu Tian hastily called out in his mind. It mattered not that he had become an ancestral, which as long as he could summon the system to assist him, a beginner's gift package filled with Pangus essence would surely propel him to greatness. Alas, the thought struck him as somewhat absurd. Yet, disregarding such musings, he called out repeatedly, only to reluctantly acknowledge after examining his own body. He possessed no system. Am I to rely solely on myself? After a moment of despondence, Wu Tian resigned himself to reality, seeking solace within. What of having no system? What the witch clan? This was the genuine lineage of Pangu. Historically, the ancestral witches were known for their brute force and reckless abandon, lacking any semblance of strategy, which had led to their catastrophic downfall. Yet, the circumstances were different now. With Wu Tian, who understood the grand design of the heavenly path, merely providing guidance to the ancestral witches at critical junctures could alter the fate of the witch clan. Wu Tian recognized that the war between witches and demons was entirely orchestrated by the heavenly path. Even during the initial skirmishes, when the powers of the two factions were imbalanced, Hong Jun intervened to delay the conflict, ensuring a balance of strength that would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. But if, during the final battle of witches and demons, I could persuade the ancestral witches to retreat into the underworld, relinquishing the primordial realm to Di Jun and his kin, would the heavenly saints then allow Di Jun to unify the primordial world, or would they be compelled to intervene? The thought ignited a spark in Wu Tian's mind. If he could force the heavenly saints into a conflict with the demon clan, a spectacle of epic proportions would ensue. Of course, persuading the ancestral witches would not be an easy feat. Each was notoriously headstrong and obstinate, their minds as unyielding as the stones upon Mount Bujo. However, it mattered little if all else failed. He could simply accompany the ancestral witch Hutu into the underworld. Could he not? Though I lack a system, I have the ancestral witch Hutu, the embodiment of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the overseer of the underworld, which is far preferable to any system. With this thought, Wu Tian felt invigorated. He increasingly appreciated his identity as long as he could survive and cultivate steadily. At the very least, he could enjoy a carefree existence in the underworld, not to mention securing a position as the Emperor of Fengdu would be a modest aspiration. When the time of the canonization calamity arrived, should the opportunity arise, returning to the underworld with vigor would not be impossible. As Wu Tian contemplated his future prospects, his expressions shifted, drawing the attention of the ancestral witches. A robust voice resonated. This old 13 seems suspicious. Wu Tian's reverie was abruptly interrupted. Startled, he opened his eyes to regard the speaking ancestral witch, only to hear the fiery presence remark, "Why does he appear so foolish?" Wu Tian was momentarily speechless. How could he be deemed foolish? He had only just emerged, needing time to grasp the essence of his bloodline and ponder his past and present. He quickly rose. "Wu Tian greets my esteemed brothers. I pay my respects to Sister Xianming and Sister Hutu." His gaze swept across the towering figures of the ancestral witches, swiftly landing on Xianming and Hutu, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Having witnessed the splendor of many in his past life, none could compare to the two ancestral witches before him. They were primordial goddesses, stronger beings gravitating toward perfection. Wu Tian found no need for elaborate praise. His highest commendation resided in a simple thought: worth it. With Xianming and Hutu as ancestral witches, my presence in the witch clan is already justified. Before he could linger on the site any longer, Xianming cast a sharp glare his way, her gaze as piercing as ice, prompting Wu Tian to hastily avert his eyes. At that moment, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong let out a long sigh of relief, as if shedding a weight of concern, and laughed heartily. He fears Sister Xianming. Ha! It seems his mind is intact. Wu Tian was left speechless. Was this truly a standard for discernment? Anyone would be taken aback by Xuanming's frosty gaze. Even a fool would falter under its intensity. Just then, the eldest of the ancestral witches, Di Jiang, stepped forward, scrutinizing Wu Tian before inquiring, "Wu Tian, what is your law? Where is your true form as an ancestral witch?" The ancestral witches were inherently endowed with the power to command laws, a privilege granted to those of Pangus bloodline, such as Di Jiang with his mastery over spatial laws and Zhu Jiuyin with time. For practitioners within the primordial realm, achieving such mastery was a lifelong pursuit, while for the ancestral witches, it was as natural as breathing. As the 13th ancestral witch born after Hutu, Wu Tian was expected to wield a law and possess his own true form as an ancestral witch. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed there was a slight issue with him, perhaps due to the influence of his later life soul, or perhaps because the grand scheme of things had never accounted for the existence of this 13th ancestral witch. Wu Tian's body was indeed formidable, brimming with vitality, yet it felt utterly devoid of any law's power. Upon realizing the situation, the ancestral witches exchanged glances, and Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin extended their divine senses, delving into Wu Tian's body for a thorough examination. After a brief moment, the ancestral witches resigned themselves to the reality. After a moment of contemplation, Di Jiang, donning a determined yet somewhat regretful expression, remarked, "I understand Wu Tian's late emergence and insufficient origin have resulted in his inherent deficiency. Hence, he has not naturally grasped the power of law." Wu Tian's brow furrowed in discontent. How could he be deemed deficient? "If you all give me yours, would I not possess it?" Surely, if each of the ancestral witches bestowed upon him a few drops of their essence, he could not only gather 12 distinct laws, but also become the epitome of normalcy. A thought crossed his mind. The ancestral witches bore flaws, while he was the one who was truly complete. Swiftly shifting his gaze, Wu Tian responded with a smile. "My esteemed brother, you are mistaken. Although I may lack the innate mastery of a law, possessing merely a formidable physique, perhaps this is precisely the design of our father Pangu, intended for me to embody your laws." A glint of brilliance sparkled in Wu Tian's eyes. It is widely acknowledged that when the children of the gourd come together, they could transform into the gourd warrior. If he could refine the essence of all the ancestral witches, would he not become a miniature Pangu? Chapter 2. The ancestors of the witch clan. The ancestors stood in stunned silence, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate the source of their unease. Most notably, Wu Tian shamelessly invoked the name of the Pangu father god, rendering the ancestors incapable of formulating any rebuttal. "The Pangu father god is supremely exalted," Di Jiang murmured softly. "It seems there may be some merit to his words." At that moment, the ancestor of Earth, Hutu, stepped forward, gazing at Wu Tian with a smile that held an inscrutable significance. She addressed him, saying, "Very well. Allow me to test you first. Let us see if you can refine my essence blood and master some of my law's power." Upon finishing her words, she struck her chest, and a drop of dark red essence blood erupted from her heart, swiftly merging into Wu Tian's body. Wu Tian barely had time to react before a formidable surge of power exploded within him. Boom! His blood energy reverberated, and he quickly closed his eyes, seating himself within the blood pool of the Panga Hall as his own blood energy began to circulate spontaneously. "Sister, what is this?" Dijang, the ancestor of space, expressed his astonishment. However, Ho-Tu's gaze remained fixed on Wu Tian, sensing an unusual quality in him that piqued her curiosity. Deciding to conduct a direct experiment, she chuckled softly in response to Dijang's inquiry. "It is merely a drop of essence blood. Even if it fails, he is still one of us. But if it truly is as Wu Tian claims..." At that moment, Ho-Tu turned her gaze back, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Dijang's expression shifted, and he too was filled with a sense of expectation, murmuring, "Indeed, if what Wu Tian said were true, would it not mean that the Witch clan could give rise to an ancestor who wielded the 12 laws? Would Wu Tian then become the true heir of the Pangu father god?" The ancestors were descendants of Pangu, each controlling but a single law's power. However, due to the taint of malevolent energy from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, they could not cultivate their primordial spirits, leaving them incomplete. They utilized the 12 heavenly gods' great array to fuse their law powers, summoning the true form of Pangu, which constituted their most formidable attack. If Wu Tian could indeed embody the 12 laws as he claimed, would he not be capable of cultivating the true form of Pangu himself? Instantly, the ancestors gathered around Wu Tian, their eyes fixated upon him, eager to assist in his refinement. Unbeknownst to Wu Tian, he was overwhelmed by the surge of Ho-Tu's essence blood, becoming immersed in the transformation of his own blood energy. Memories began to surface within his veins, leaving him astounded. 9 turns primordial art? Yet, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed his surprise. As the 13th ancestor of the Witch clan, inheriting the techniques of the great Pangu was only natural. He quickly set aside all thoughts and began to channel the 9 turns primordial art as it emerged in his mind. Swish! The blood radiance surrounding Wu Tian intensified. The essence blood of Ho-Tu, once volatile, began to calm as it was refined through the 9 turns primordial art, flowing smoothly within his body, gradually merging into his physical form. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Wu Tian tirelessly operated the technique, continuously refining the essence blood of Ho-Tu's day. The ancestors showed no signs of fatigue, their expressions filled with rapt attention. Soon, the vital energies and malevolent essence within the blood were completely refined, integrating into Wu Tian's being, rendering his physique increasingly robust, each fiber of flesh shimmering with divine light. The power of the law was also distilled, giving rise to a wondrous sensation within Wu Tian's heart, a chaotic amalgamation that felt almost instinctive, etching itself into his very essence. Under the cleansing influence of the earth law, a faint imprint gradually appeared upon Wu Tian's soul, representing the innate law of Ho-Tu's day. His spirit grew ever more radiant. Time passed unmeasured until Wu Tian's aura slowly stabilized. Having thoroughly refined the drop of ancestor essence blood, he finally ceased his cultivation, opening his eyes. He was taken aback by the intense stares directed at him. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" he inquired, bemused. At that moment, the 12 ancestors gazed at him with fervent eyes. Even the previously stern Xianming was filled with astonishment, making Wu Tian feel quite uncomfortable, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Then, the ancestor of fire, Zhu Rong, incredulously remarked, "You really did it?" It was known that the law powers of the ancestors were inherently conflicting. For instance, Di Jiang, as the ancestor of space, could not refine the essence blood of the time ancestor, Zhu Jiuyin. At most, he could extract its malevolent essence and vital energy, but comprehending the law's power was utterly impossible. Yet, they watched in awe as Wu Tian refined the essence blood of Ho-Tu, his aura subtly shifting to resemble that of Earth. Clearly, He had truly embraced the law of hope, too. Before Zhu Rong could utter another word, Di Jiang interrupted him with a swift motion, directing his radiant gaze towards Wu Tian, asking, "How do you feel now?" Wu Tian took a moment to assess, responding, "I feel quite well. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a few more drops of essence blood." After refining that single drop, Wu Tian felt overwhelmingly invigorated. Yet paradoxically, an insatiable yearning arose within him, as if his very flesh craved more. A revelation dawned upon him. As the methods of utilizing the earth law materialized in his mind, he sensed he had indeed grasped a semblance of the superficial earth law. The ancestors were momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Di Jiang expressed his exuberance, proclaiming, "Excellent! Wonderful!" Seeing this, Hope too pondered for a moment, then raised her hand, preparing to extract another drop of essence blood for Wu Tian to refine, only to be halted by Di Jiang. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhu Jiuyin and then addressed the ancestor of metal directly, saying, "Rusho, provide Wu Tian with a drop of your essence blood, and let us see if he can refine it as well." Di Jiang refrained from requesting more from Ho Tuesday. Having already confirmed Wu Tian's ability to refine her essence blood and embrace the power of the earth law, he was now eager to ascertain whether he could also assimilate other laws, or if, like the other ancestors, he was limited to a single law's power. Wu Tian had initially possessed no mastery over any law. Could he truly transcend this limitation? A tempest of excitement surged within Di Jiang, prompting him to name another ancestor to provide blood. Rusho, the ancestor of metal from the west, inherently wielded the laws of metal. And as earth gives rise to metal within the five elements, it seemed fitting that after Wu Tian had refined the essence blood of earth, he should now receive the essence blood of the metal ancestor. Without uttering a word, Rusho nodded silently, extracting a drop of his radiant essence blood and presenting it before Wu Tian. This drop sparkled like golden essence, exuding an intensely sharp aura. Before it even reached Wu Tian's hands, Wu Tian experienced a stinging sensation from the aura, his own blood essence circulating to resist the sharpness emanating from the blood essence. He stood there, stunned, looking at the eagerly gazing ancestral gods, unsure of what to say. He had merely spoken casually. In Wu Tian's view, the power of the laws he controlled was invaluable, the most crucial possession of each ancestral god, almost equivalent to the three pure ones opening heaven imprints. If he were to transmigrate as a subordinate of the three pure ones, could he obtain the opening heaven imprints from them? The grand pure one might give it, but the supreme pure one and the original pure one were uncertain. Yet, the ancestral gods believed him. Hudu was the first to give Wu Tian a drop of blood essence, and now, Rushu was about to give him a second drop. In an instant, a thought arose in Wu Tian's mind. The ancestral gods are surprisingly benevolent. Chapter 3. The 13 ancestors of witchcraft do not dawdle. Hurry up. The ancestors were growing increasingly anxious. Wu Tian nodded, ultimately saying nothing. He directly absorbed the blood essence of the golden ancestor into his body, fervently operating the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong to begin the process of refinement. Time passed, though how long it was, he could not tell. When Wu Tian awakened once more and opened his eyes, he beheld the ancestors, each brimming with joy, their excitement palpable. Zhu Rong and the others erupted into a cacophony of howls and roars, causing a buzzing sensation in Wu Tian's head. What is this? Am I now the hope for the entire village? No, for all the ancestors? Wu Tian mused. Dijang barst into earti lauter. Ah, excellent. Truly wonderful. Panga's legacy shall continue. With that, he approached Wu Tian, eagerly patting him on the shoulder. Wu Tian, who had just risen, nearly stumbled back under the force of the slap. Di Jiang then turned and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wu Tian, addressing the others with a commanding voice. Everyone, cease your actions. Each of you, shed a drop of your essence blood for Wu Tian, so he may refine it to the utmost. Naturally, the ancestors had no objections. The atmosphere within the Pangu Hall grew intensely charged, as various laws clashed with one another. Soon, 10 drops of ancestor blood, each shimmering with distinct divine light, appeared before Wu Tian. Ho Tu and Ru Shou had already contributed. There was no need for further offerings at this moment. Wu Tian gazed at the 10 drops of ancestor blood, feeling a surge of emotion. He then looked towards the ancestors, reflecting once more, the Witch clan. It truly is a remarkable lineage. The ancestors were indeed fierce and unrefined, yet they bore no malice. They did not even consider whether allowing Wu Tian to refine their laws might bring them harm. Wu Tian barely had time to utter a few words of persuasion before they readily surrendered all 12 drops of ancestor blood. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Tian solemnly clasped his hands together, addressing the ancestors. "Thank you, dear brothers and sisters." Before he could finish slap, Di Jiang struck him again. The force of the blow nearly sent Wu Tian reeling, and he expressed his dissatisfaction. "It is merely a drop of essence blood. Is such courtesy truly necessary?" Wu Tian gasped, feeling a wave of numbness in his shoulder. Di Jiang's slap had sent his blood surging. He looked at Di Jiang in bewilderment, realizing that in the Witch clan, even politeness could be a fault. The ancestors still had much to learn in this regard. Their blows lacked any sense of moderation. Seeing Wu Tian grimace, the ancestors burst into laughter, with Zhu Rong exclaiming, "Little brother, you should hastily refine this essence blood. Once you have mastered it, we shall seize dominion over the vast wilderness." The ancestors nodded in agreement. Indeed, this world, created by our father god Pangu, is meant for us to govern. Even Di Jiang concurred. Wu Tian, however, could only laugh bitterly within. The ancestors had recently emerged, and they were already dreaming of conquering the wilderness. Were they even aware of the current circumstances outside? With a sudden thought, he smiled and spoke. "Brothers, I have a suggestion that may not be appropriate." Di Jiang and the others turned to him. Wu Tian quickly elaborated. "As the younger brother, my strength is still lacking. Refining these 10 drops of essence blood will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Instead, it would be more advantageous for you, esteemed brothers and sisters, to traverse the wilderness under the banner of the 12 ancestors. After all, there are 13 of us. It poses no issue." The ancestors regarded him with puzzled expressions. Wu Tian continued to explain, "Consider this. If everyone in the wilderness acknowledges the 12 ancestors, and suddenly I, the 13th ancestor, emerge out of nowhere, would that not be quite amusing? Would it not surprise them?" In the midst of the prevailing circumstances, Ho Tu, lamenting the suffering of souls between heaven and earth, transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation and established the underworld. Consequently, the 12 ancestors became incomplete, leading to a mutual destruction with the Yao clan. But what if, at this moment, the Witch clan were to unveil another ancestor, thereby restoring the full power of the 12 heavenly gods' great formation? Most importantly, Wu Tian believed it prudent to bide his time, to remain within the Witch clan, diligently refining the ancestor blood, and then seize opportunities in the wilderness with foresight. Once he grew stronger, he could venture forth, experience the wonders he had yet to witness, and perhaps alter the tragic fate of the ancestors. Would that not be splendid? To conquer the wilderness? Wu Tian glanced at the ancestors again, considering their volatile tempers and stubbornness that rivaled even the indomitable Buzhou mountain. Did they truly possess the capability to govern? To outmaneuver the heavenly Tao? To outwit Hongjun and the saints of heaven? The ancestors remained oblivious to Wu Tian's true thoughts, yet as they pondered his words, their expressions grew increasingly animated, soon casting him peculiar glances. Surprise? More like shock, it seemed. The ancestors' faces seemed to convey, "Who would have thought this sharp-eyed fellow harbors such cunning? You are quite mischievous." Nevertheless, the ancestors also felt a spark of anticipation, eager to witness the reactions of others in due time. Di Jiang decisively declared, "Very well. We shall heed your counsel. You indeed require time to refine this essence blood. I suspect that, as you progress, the conflicting laws will demand even more time. Once you have assimilated the 12 laws and achieved great strength, that shall be the moment you, the 13th ancestor, make your name known." Di Jiang's gaze towards Wu Tian grew increasingly approving. The younger brother possesses quite the imagination. Among the ancestors, his wisdom nearly rivals my own. In the subsequent days, the ancestors busied themselves at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, hunting ferocious beasts and absorbing the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to bolster their strength. While Wu Tian devoted himself entirely to the refinement of the ancestor blood, it was the era of Long Han. The principal factions were the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, with Hong Jun and Luo Ho at odds, each vying for fortune and striving to ascend to greater heights. During moments of respite from his training, Wu Tian joined the ancestors on one occasion. The spectacle was terrifying. A mere 12 individuals had conjured a battle sound akin to 1,000 armies, their fervor seemingly reckless. The wilderness was fraught with peril. No, it would be wiser to return and continue refining the essence blood, etching the power of the ancestors' laws into his being. Until he had completely refined these 12 drops, he would resolutely remain hidden. Wu Tian quickly returned, resuming his refinement of the ancestor blood. Even in the interludes of training, he only ventured outside the Panga Hall to the foot of Buzhou Mountain, deliberately avoiding the tumultuous battleground of the three clans. The oppressive aura of Pangu atop Buzhou Mountain was still formidable, providing ample reassurance against the turmoil of conflict. Within the Panga Hall, Wu Tian reminisced about his journey to the wilderness and his experiences as an ancestor, unable to suppress a gentle smile, growing ever more content with his current state. To remain in the Panga Hall, refining the ancestor blood, would not only enhance his own strength but also allow him to converse with Ho-Tu, fostering camaraderie and strengthening bonds. Was this not splendid? At that moment, suddenly, a voice echoed, "Wu Tian, come and spar with me. Let me see if you have regressed recently." Wu Tian couldn't help but shiver slightly. Turning his head, he beheld two stunning figures standing side by side. One, an ice-cold beauty, was the primordial witch of Xianming, while the other, the primordial witch of Ho-Tu, wore a warm and inviting smile. It was the primordial witch of Xianming who had called out, "Is it really necessary?" Wu Tian replied with a bitter smile, recalling that they had just practiced not long ago. He couldn't tell if it was because she had remembered the way he had looked at her that day, but now, seizing upon his moment of respite, she sought to train him once more. However, for Wu Tian, it was hardly a training session. It felt more like a travesty. After several bouts, Wu Tian had come to a realization. This woman's heart was even colder than her Xianming principles. Chapter 4. Have you really cultivated your primordial spirit? Upon witnessing Wu Tian's inaction, the Xianming ancestor witch's brows furrowed in discontent. The atmosphere within the Pangu Palace seemed to be laden with frost, as Xianming declared sternly, "Enough of the idle chatter. If you do not come to me, I shall come to you." Wu Tian cast a pleading glance towards the Ho-Tu ancestor witch, yet found her face adorned with a bright smile, showing no inclination to assist. With a resigned sigh, Wu Tian thought, "What else can I do? I must face this challenge head-on." Among the 12 ancestor witches, Xianming was indeed formidable, both in strength and temperament, and facing Wu Tian at this moment was a task far too easy for him. Moreover, he had the audacity to justify his actions. How could the growth of the witch clan lack the crucible of battle? You claim to dislike fighting fierce beasts? Fear not. I shall personally return to the Pangu Palace to aid you. Bang, bang, bang. The clash was nothing short of ferocious. It was only when Wu Tian was on the brink of exhaustion that Xianming finally ceased his assault, and silence enveloped the Pangu Palace. Wu Tian sank back down, his body racked with pain. His muscles and bones bore not only the marks of brute force, but also the corrosive effects of Xuanming's laws. However, as Xianming had stated, after enduring such pressure, Wu Tian's vital energy surged with greater vigor, and the speed of his 9 revolutions primordial skill escalated dramatically. Dense blood fiendish energy surged forth from the blood pool, ravenously consumed by Wu Tian's form. After a while, Wu Tian fully recovered, appearing revitalized. With his physical strength surpassing that of before, his mastery over the laws he had refined deepened as well. Observing this, Xianming, with a cold demeanor, slightly raised his chin and inquired, "Well, did I not tell you? You must practice more." Wu Tian could hardly dispute this. It seemed the witch clan possessed a unique feedback mechanism, thriving under extreme duress. So long as they did not perish, they would grow even stronger. However, he was no masochist. A gradual approach to cultivation would suffice. Why endure such torment? Wu Tian smiled and nodded, but inwardly he grumbled, resolutely deciding that once he had completely refined the 12 drops of ancestor witch blood, amalgamating all the powers of the laws, he would seek Xianming out for a spar. The humiliation of today would be repaid. If I do not best you, can I still consider myself a man? Xuanming's eyes narrowed as he asked, "What are you thinking?" Wu Tian quickly denied, "Nothing at all." Observing the interaction between the two, Hutu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. "You too." She then turned to Wu Tan, saying, "Do not blame Sister Xianming. She means well for you. While refining blood essence is indeed crucial, honing your combat awareness is equally vital." Wu Tian could only smile and nod, "I understand." Then addressing Xianming, he added, "I certainly appreciate Sister Xuanming's intentions, but if only your strikes could be a touch lighter." Xianming shot him a glance, clearly unwilling to acquiesce to his request. Wu Tian wished to say more, but was suddenly interrupted by Hutu's cheerful proclamation, "Wu Tian, I have cultivated my primordial spirit." Wu Tian's eyes widened in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Cultivated a primordial spirit? The magnitude of this revelation astonished him beyond compare, surpassing even the moment Hutu had shared her news of impending motherhood. Really? Wu Tian couldn't help but inquire again. This was the very outcome he had sought to promote. Although Wu Tian seldom ventured into battle alongside the ancestor witches, he had remained active, aiming to construct the persona of an intellectual strategist for the witch clan. With such a persona, he could strategize while the ancestor witches executed his plans. It was said that strategists need not engage in the fray themselves. This allowed Wu Tian to cultivate in peace, ensuring that at pivotal moments, his words would command the ancestor witches' attention, thereby gradually altering the fate of the witch clan. Thus, he frequently offered small suggestions. Noticing the ancestor witches' indifference towards slaying fierce beasts and the merits acquired from absorbing the malevolent energies of the world, Wu Tian boldly suggested, "Why not allocate all the merits to Sister Hutu? With such support, she might very well cultivate her primordial spirit." It is worth noting that all beings in the primordial realm possess souls, and through relentless cultivation in pursuit of the Tao, their souls ascend. From the soul to the divine soul, and ultimately to the true spirit. Once the divine soul bears the imprint of the laws, it achieves an indestructible true spirit. Even in death, if the true spirit escapes, it may reincarnate and re-emerge in the world. However, the ancestor witches were different. They inherently wielded the power of laws. Their physical forms robust, yet their dense malevolent energies clashed with the innate purity required to cultivate a primordial spirit. Thus, they were incapable of such cultivation, their divine souls tightly bound to their mortal vessels. This posed a grave disadvantage. Should their physical forms be severed, their true spirits could not detach and would be lost along with their bodies, merging into the primordial realm. Yet, if they could cultivate a primordial spirit, the scenario would shift. Under the protection of the primordial spirit, the true spirit could escape. There would be no need for reincarnation. One could simply abandon the physical form and cultivate through the primordial spirit. In the grand scheme, Hutu was the only ancestor which capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. However, due to the limitations of her corporeal form, upon embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation, she ultimately became the Lady of Equanimity, with the belief that she would never return to her former witch form. But if Hutu were to cultivate her primordial spirit ahead of time, and elevate it to an even higher realm, could that not alter her fate? Would the Lady of Equanimity remain, alongside a genuine Hutu ancestor witch? Wu Tian was uncertain, yet he wished to explore this possibility. After Wu Tian's suggestion, Emperor Jiang pondered briefly before agreeing to let all the ancestor witches contribute their merits to Hutu. "Let's give it a try," he mused. What if this young man was indeed onto something? However, the others held little hope, and even Wu Tian himself harbored doubts, believing that Hutu might only have a chance after delivering her teachings at the Zixiao Palace. Raising the notion at this moment was merely an attempt to lay a foundation for Hutu ancestor witch. To his astonishment, It truly succeeded. Whoosh! A radiant golden light of merits enveloped Hutu, suppressing her malevolent energy. Then, under the embrace of this golden light, a 3-inch primordial spirit manifested above her head, vivid and lifelike, mirroring Hutu perfectly, sitting cross-legged amidst the golden radiance. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Tian was utterly convinced, his heart swelling with immense joy. With Hutu having cultivated her primordial spirit ahead of time, regardless of future developments, one thing Wu Tian was certain of: Hutu had become an even more formidable ally. Wu Tian's mind raced, and he quickly asked, "Have you informed your brothers?" Hutu nodded with a light-hearted smile. Just then, several loud voices erupted, reverberating within the Panga Palace, leaving Wu Tian feeling almost deafened. "Sister Hutu, you have truly cultivated your primordial spirit." In the next moment, a flurry of figures rushed in. The ancestor witches gathered once more, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld the primordial spirit hovering above Hutu's head. After observing for a while, Di Jiang revealed a confident smile, exuding an air of complete control, and with a light chuckle, he remarked, "I understand now. Among our ancestral shaman, aside from Wu Tian, it is Hutu who has recently emerged, possessing the lightest malevolent aura. With such abundant merits to support her, the influence of the malevolent energy can be effectively countered, allowing for the cultivation of her primordial spirit." Wu Tian nodded slightly, as he too had come to a realization. Had he delayed his suggestion, waiting for Hutu's strength to grow, with her physical body becoming more formidable and her malevolent energy more pronounced, it would have been far more challenging than it is now. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a sudden slap echoed as Di Jiang's hand landed once more on Wu Tian's shoulder, instantly scattering all of Wu Tian's contemplations. "Wu Tian, this time I owe it all to you." Di Jiang's gaze burned with intensity. "You, my friend, are truly impressive. You possess remarkable qualities." Chapter 5. I have another idea. After a moment of reflection, Emperor Jiang was met with a chorus of praises from the other ancestral witches. Among them, Zhu Rong eagerly pushed forward, craning his neck to address Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, what do you think of my abilities?" His eyes twinkled with anticipation. "I too aspire to progress. I wish to cultivate my primordial spirit." Wu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to speak candidly or with more delicacy. The reason for the success of the Earth Mother which lay in the fact that, even without Wu Tian's guidance, she was the sole ancestral which capable of manifesting a primordial spirit. Wu Tian's intervention merely expedited her progress, coinciding with the fact that the Earth Mother had only recently come into existence and had not yet embarked on the reckless endeavor of refining the malevolent energies of the world. Naturally, as the 13th ancestral witch, who appeared later than the Earth Mother, Wu Tian was confident in his own potential to cultivate a primordial spirit. Unlike the other ancestral witches, all the malevolent energies that entered his being were transformed through the ancestral techniques he inherited, under the refinement of the 9 transformations of primordial energy into the most fundamental powers, seamlessly merging with his physical form. This unique process rendered Wu Tian distinctly different from the other ancestral witches. He lacked the overwhelming aura of malevolent energy that surrounded them. Could it be that the 9 transformations of primordial energy I practiced diverges from that of the other ancestral witches? Wu Tian pondered this notion. However, upon consulting with the Earth Mother Witch, he discovered that their methods were fundamentally the same, leading him to conclude that his situation was somewhat exceptional. Although he had yet to cultivate a primordial spirit, he diligently operated the 9 transformations of primordial energy, continuously refining the ancestral witch's essence. Wu Tian surmised that perhaps he would only manifest his primordial spirit once he had completely refined the essence, achieving a state of physical perfection. Just as Wu Tian was preparing to express his thoughts, a hand emerged from the crowd, abruptly pulling Zhu Rong back. The Gong Gong Witch laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Stop causing trouble. Do you think you are akin to the Earth Mother, hoping to cultivate a primordial spirit?" Zhu Rong was immediately incensed, launching into a heated argument with Gong Gong. "Get out of my way. Emperor Zhang's patience wore thin, and with a resounding clap, he invoked the laws of space, banishing both combatants from the Panga Hall. With a fierce glare directed at the other ancestral witches who were enjoying the spectacle, he promptly expelled them as well. Now, only 5 remained in the hall: Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Xian Ming, the Earth Mother, and the encircled Wu Tian. As the Earth Mother, which successfully cultivated her primordial spirit, Emperor Jiang increasingly recognized Wu Tian's extraordinary potential within the entire witch lineage. His intellect was likely second only to his own. Curiosity piqued, Emperor Jiang inquired, "Since the Earth Mother has cultivated her primordial spirit, what about you?" Wu Tian exuded an ethereal lightness, even devoid of the protection of merits. He shared his thoughts with a smile. "Let me refine this essence first. When the 12 laws are complete, and I achieve perfection within myself, my primordial spirit shall naturally arise." Emperor Jiang nodded thoughtfully, then asked Wu Tian about his cultivation progress. Wu Tian recounted in detail, revealing that he had refined 5 drops of ancestral witch essence, adhering to the cyclical principles of the 5 elements. Satisfied, Emperor Jiang exchanged glances with Zhu Jiuyin before cheerfully suggesting, "My brother and I possess unique laws. Should you encounter any challenges during your refinement, feel free to seek us out for guidance." After sharing these sentiments, Emperor Jiang added with a smile, "There are only 13 of us ancestral witches. I am considering activating the blood pool to nurture more of our kin. What do you think?" Having ventured into the world and witnessed the vast might of the 3 clans, with their countless members, the ancestral witches felt a strong aspiration to replicate their success. Since they had emerged from the blood pool of Panga Hall, they sought to employ the same method to spawn more members of their lineage. Now, with Wu Tian's growing significance in their eyes, particularly after the Earth Mother Witch's achievement, they were eager to seek his counsel, not necessarily to follow his advice, but merely to gather his insights. Wu Tian nodded in agreement. This idea was indeed reasonable. Historically, the ancestral witches had adopted such practices, as their physical limitations included not only the inability to cultivate primordial spirits, but also difficulties in procreation. What alternative was there to nurturing through the blood pool? That wouldn't be good. Wu Tian thought to himself, alarmed. His expression shifted, and he couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Xian Ming and the Earth Mother, only to be met with a fierce glare from Xian Ming. There was no recourse. Validation would have to wait for another occasion. Suppressing his thoughts, Wu Tian turned to Emperor Jiang, stating, "I believe it is a feasible plan. However, the blood pool is not inexhaustible and will eventually be depleted. Thus, while my brothers are out hunting fierce beasts, it would be prudent to bring their carcasses back to replenish the blood pool. Moreover," Wu Tian continued, "even as our kin increase, we need not rush into conflict with the 3 clans. We can develop steadily at the foot of Mount Buzhou. This is the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe. The 3 clans are the protagonists of this calamity. Even if the ancestral witches were to emerge, we would be no match for them. Instead of entangling ourselves in causality, it would be more beneficial to hunt fierce beasts and absorb the malevolent energies of the world, accumulating some merit. After the downfall of the 3 clans, it will be the perfect time for the witch lineage to flourish. Build high walls, store ample grain, and take your time to claim power. This is wisdom known to anyone from later generations." Upon finishing his thoughts, Wu Tian noticed Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin nodding slightly, while Xian Ming and the Earth Mother remained silent, their keen gazes fixed upon him. Observing Wu Tian's confident demeanor as he spoke eloquently, both were unable to suppress their nods, seemingly quite satisfied. Exchanging glances, Emperor Jiang broke the silence, suddenly asking, "Which of the 3 clans do you believe will emerge victorious? Who will ultimately dominate the Honghuang?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Tian shook his head decisively. "None of them. None among the 3 clans can claim dominion over Honghuang. They will all meet a tragic end. The ultimate victor must be Hong Jun." Emperor Jiang's gaze shot up, astonishment evident in his eyes as he murmured, "Hong Jun." Wu Tian nodded once more, deliberately articulating these assertions before Emperor Jiang with unwavering certainty, intending to leave a profound impression on him and the others. In the future, as these predictions unfold, Emperor Jiang and the others will be utterly convinced by Wu Tian's astute assessments of the overarching trends of Hong Wang, granting Wu Tian greater influence within the witch lineage. In critical moments, it is essential that the ancestral witches heed his words. Therefore, Wu Tian continued with a smile, just watch. The developments to come will unfold precisely as I have outlined. The conflicts among the three clans are merely instigated by Luo, Hu from behind the scenes. The true conflict lies between Luo, Hu, and Hongjun, but he will undoubtedly be no match for Hongjun. Emperor Jiang nodded slightly, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Yet he committed Wu Tian's words to memory, preparing to verify their accuracy in due time. Even if Wu Tian were mistaken, it would bear no consequence. However, should events transpire as he predicted, it would be monumental. With this in mind, Emperor Jiang regarded Wu Tian with a curious expression. Sensing that the others had grasped his intentions, Wu Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, his demeanor becoming more relaxed. There was no rush. In due time, they would come to appreciate the prowess of their 13th ancestral witch. Then, the conversation continued. Wu Tian's smile shifted, appearing somewhat sly in the eyes of the ancestral shamans. He continued to speak to Di Jiang and the others. I have another idea. In addition to slaying the ferocious beasts and gradually advancing our own strength, we could also position ourselves behind the three clans. While they engage in battle at the forefront, we can follow closely and tidy up the battlefield. Chapter 6. Purifying the Wilderness. The responsibility of the Wu clan. A few individuals were left speechless after listening. After a brief moment of contemplation, the ancestral shaman, Xianming, furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. Are you suggesting that we go to the battlefield of the three clans to collect their bodies? To the ancestral shamans, scavenging like vultures for corpses was quite beneath their dignity, and they were naturally reluctant. However, Wu Tian gazed at them and countered, what is wrong with collecting the bodies? The remains of the three clans are valuable resources. Their blood can be poured into the blood pool to enhance its power, and their flesh can provide sustenance for future generations or be forged into divine weapons. He paused for a moment before adding, moreover, the battlefield is filled with malevolent energy. If we could disperse that malevolence, surely great merits would descend upon us. The ancestral shamans were about to voice their objections, but found themselves speechless by Wu Tian's words. With a righteous expression, he continued, we are descendants of Pangu. It is our duty to preserve the world left by our Father God. The battlefield of the three clans is fraught with peril. Must we not take action to address it? To maintain the world is a responsibility of the Wu clan. Even Hongjun would have no objections. At this point, everyone fell silent, and Di Jiang, after a moment's thought, turned to Wu Tian and said, very well, I shall heed your counsel once more. He then stood up alongside Zhu Jiuyin to prepare, intending to inform the other ancestral shamans and activate the blood pool to begin nurturing the Wu clan. Xianming and Hutu remained behind. Hutu's eyes flickered with thought, still immersed in Wu Tian's speculation. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, do you truly believe the three clans will meet such an end? The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are currently at their zenith. Even the proud ancestral shamans must tread carefully around them. Yet, you assert such a conclusion. Her curiosity was piqued by Wu Tian's bold assertion. Wu Tian chuckled softly, saying, Sister Hutu, just watch. The three clans will not only face a dismal conclusion, but will ultimately withdraw from the wilderness. By that time, you shall understand. Hutu, deep in thought, contemplated his words. Just then, Wu Tian's gaze shifted, a smile gracing his lips as he added, Sister Hutu, if my predictions prove correct, could you assist me with a small favor? His gaze flitted between Xianming and Hutu before settling on Hutu. She smiled in response. Speak your wish. What do you desire? Even if your predictions are incorrect, I would still thank you for helping me cultivate my primordial spirit. Wu Tian quickly replied, Sister Hutu, you flatter me. Your ability to cultivate a primordial spirit is primarily due to the merits bestowed upon you by our brothers. It is this abundance of merit that shields you from malevolent energies. Hutu did not refute him, clearly recognizing Wu Tian's crucial role in her success. Without his insights, who could have fathomed such possibilities? Wu Tian continued with a smile. The assistance I seek hinges on the accuracy of my predictions. If I am indeed correct, when the ancestral dragon retreats from the wilderness, I will be grateful if you could procure some of its blood for me. The two women exchanged surprised glances, and after a moment, Hutun nodded with a smile. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly fetch it for you. Wu Tian's heart soared with delight. When Di Jiang mentioned nurturing their kin through the blood pool, he realized a pressing concern. As an ancestral shaman himself, he was aware of the Wu clan's reproductive challenges. He pondered whether he might share the same plight. In his previous life, he had not married. He could not let the lineage die out in this life. He wished to meet more primordial goddesses, and this opportunity in the wilderness was too precious to squander. Preparation was paramount. The ancestral dragon, a being born from Pangu's essence, possessed immense strength and was remarkably potent in propagation, an ideal progenitor. However, Wu Tian harbored some reservations regarding the ancestral dragon's apparent lack of selectiveness. It was said that one of its offspring, Paleo, had a mother who was a mere frog. Wu Tian pondered whether refining the ancestral dragon's blood could mend the deficiencies inherent in the bodies of the ancestral shamans and avert potential issues. He had prepared his explanation in case Xianming and Hutu inquired further, intending to state that he wished to study the ancestral dragon's blood to see if it could resolve the Wu clan's reproductive challenges. Yet, the two women did not press for details and readily acquiesced. They then rose to bid farewell to Wu Tian, with Xianming stating blandly, "Focus on your cultivation here. I shall return to seek you out." With that, they exited the Panga Hall. Wu Tian sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head slightly before resuming his meditation by the blood pool. By now, he had successfully refined 5 drops of ancestral shaman blood, belonging to Hutu, Rushi, Gonggong, Zhurong, and Jimong. Although each drop contained but a small measure of law power, the process of refinement and amalgamation yielded remarkable reactions. The 5 forms of law energy intertwined, perpetually transforming the power within Wu Tian's body into law energy, deepening the imprints of the laws upon his soul. Which drop should he refine next? Wu Tian pondered, ultimately deciding the blood of Xianming. Refining Xuanming's blood would deepen his understanding of Xuanming's laws, allowing him to better navigate future battles. Time flowed swiftly during cultivation. The ancestral shamans took Wu Tian's advice to heart, acting as diligent caretakers. Wherever the 3 clans had fought, the ancestral shamans were present, rushing to the scene as soon as the battle concluded to collect the corpses, cleanse the battlefield, and absorb the malevolent energies. The entire process was seamless. The once chaotic battlefield transformed under their care, the malevolence dissipating, becoming a place conducive to the life and proliferation of the beings of the wilderness. Naturally, merits descended upon them, which the ancestral shamans, as usual, offered to Hutu. This situation left the 3 clans both enraged and bewildered. What were these beings up to? Where had they come from? Snatching away their kin's corpses and yet receiving merit in return. Once the ancestral dragon and others learned of the shaman's origins, they could only smile wryly. The descendants of Pangu, who cultivated themselves from the malevolent energies of the world, were practically born to be the natural custodians of the wilderness. Let it be, they thought. These beings were formidable in their own right. Their ability to dispel malevolence was recognized by the heavens. With formidable adversaries looming, it was best not to provoke them. They advised their kin to be vigilant and avoid leaving corpses on the battlefield. Even Hongjun noted the Wu clan's activities. With the heavenly laws not yet fully manifested and Hongjun himself not having attained sainthood, he was unable to discern the underlying causes and effects. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 7 once again, you were right. Fortunately, the ancestral witches are not foolish. Although they possess a fiery temper, they understand that this is not the time for reckless actions, as they have already incurred the disdain of the 3 tribes. Minor skirmishes may occur, yet a true war has not erupted. The ancestral witches have more pressing matters at hand to diligently develop their kin. With countless corpses cast into the blood pool, its power has significantly multiplied, and under the urging of the ancestral witches, a continuous stream of which lineage emerges from the blood pool. At this critical juncture, Wu Tian certainly does not intend to miss out. However, as he observes his kin crawling out of the blood pool, he cannot shake off the feeling of surrealism. Among the initial witch lineage, there are several familiar figures to Wu Tian, such as Qiyu, Xingqian, Quafu, and Hui. These are the formidable middle-tier forces of the witch tribe, powerful witches. Only these great witches are aware of Wu Tian's identity, knowing that the figure perpetually training by the blood pool is indeed their 13th ancestral witch. Wu Tian. We are preparing to assign our kin according to their respective laws, allowing each to cultivate independently, which would be beneficial for their growth. What are your thoughts? Once the witch lineage has increased, the ancestral witches approached Wu Tian. Di Jiang, with a broad smile, remarked, "We have also deliberated, and you are ultimately capable of embodying the laws of us all. Therefore, among these kin, you need not be constrained by the laws. Choose whichever you wish." Wu Tian pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head in refusal. "Never mind, I shall forego it. Even if I were to refine all 12 laws, it would merely serve as an introduction, requiring an extensive period for accumulation. What amusement lies in leading a throng of witches? These fellows are perpetually raucous, bursting with energy. I have no desire to exert my mind on them. What could be more delightful than clinging to Sister Hutu's leg? She is simply enchanting." With this thought, Wu Tian turned his gaze towards the ancestral witch Hutu. "Sister Hutu, how about we collaborate?" The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback before erupting in excited exclamations. Having traversed the world for so long, their experiences had broadened. While they were indifferent to matters between men and women, they were not oblivious. The ancestral dragon was practically a living textbook. Suddenly, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong flitted between the two, her heart racing as she mused, no wonder Sister Hutu provided her essence without hesitation before. And Wu Tian has always been supportive of her, allowing us to bestow all our merits upon her. It turns out they have developed an affinity. She slapped her forehead, a look of regret washing over her. Addressing Di Jiang, she proposed, "Brother, we should facilitate the union between Wu Tian and Sister Hutu. Perhaps it could lead to the proliferation of our witch lineage." Wu Tian mused to himself, "Do you think I am the ancestral dragon? To rely solely on two individuals to produce sufficient kin, especially when the witch lineage lacks reproductive capacity, is utterly implausible." Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly witnessed the ancestral witch Zhu Rong flying out. Bang! She collided with the wall of the Panga Hall, slowly sliding down. Hutu bore a look of embarrassment and anger, revealing her own fierce side. As if that were not enough, why did the ancestral witch Xianming also take action? Observing the exchange of glances between the two, even Di Jiang stifled a laugh, finding it inappropriate to comment further. Wu Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. If they were to assault Zhu Rong, it would be one thing, as he is indeed tough-skinned, but would they also target me? Thankfully, Hutu quickly regained her gentle demeanor, nodded at Wu Tian and smiled. "Good. From now on, we shall jointly oversee the Hutu tribe." Currently, the witch lineage had not yet been formally established. Wu Tian kept this concern in mind, but refrained from mentioning it. Firstly, the kin were still insufficient. Secondly, the war among the three tribes had not concluded. Announcing the establishment of the witch tribe now would be too conspicuous. There is a risk of attracting the hostility of the three tribes. He planned to discuss this matter with Di Jiang after the first sermon at the Zixiao Palace, preferring to develop quietly for the time being. As time passed, the duration Wu Tian spent refining each drop of essence blood increased. Thankfully, time holds no sway over cultivation. He immersed himself in his practice, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. After refining 10 drops of essence blood, only the essence blood of the ancestral witches Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin remained. These two, as the ancestral witches of space and time, respectively, held the most formidable power among the 12 ancestral witches. Their laws are also the most challenging. At that moment, Wu Tian was roused from his lengthy meditation by the ancestral witches. Before he could gather his thoughts, the ancestral witch Di Jiang exclaimed with delight, "Wu Tian, you were right. The three tribes have sworn an oath to the heavens and voluntarily retreated from the primordial realm. Wu Tian was taken aback. So soon? Just then, Hutu approached with a smile, extending her palm, revealing 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood. She cheerfully declared, "Here is the ancestral dragon essence blood you desired." There was a glimmer of admiration in Hutu's eyes. However, reflecting on the process of acquiring the essence blood, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and shot Wu Tian a reproachful glance. The ancestral dragon had solemnly sworn an oath, filled with sorrow, while she and Xianming had merely waited at the sidelines, anticipating the ancestral dragon to relinquish his body to extract the essence blood. Much like vultures awaiting a carcass, Wu Tian hurriedly accepted the ancestral dragon essence blood, beaming as he thanked the ancestral witch Hutu. At that moment, Di Jiang could no longer contain his excitement, asking Wu Tian, "How did you deduce this?" Wu Tian recalled the time when the 3 tribes were at the height of their power. Di Jiang had been skeptical then, but today it had come to fruition. Wu Tian chuckled, fully aware that his predictions stemmed from an understanding of the prevailing trends. However, he could not voice this. Instead, he merely nodded, smilingly stating, "Of course, it was deduced using my intellect." Seeing the ancestral witches still wearing skeptical expressions, Wu Tian jested, "Brothers, do you think it's possible that my lack of innate control over the laws is because I have mastered the law of wisdom? The power that nurtured me has all gone into enhancing my intellect? So, I must surely be the wisdom ancestral witch." At this, murmurs arose among the ancestral witches. Really? Is there truly a law of wisdom? Di Jiang, taken aback, turned and smacked the mouth of the witch who spoke, somewhat irritated, saying, "He's spouting nonsense. What wisdom ancestral witch? Among the witch tribe, I am undoubtedly the wisest. If there were truly a wisdom ancestral witch, it should be me." However, not long after, just as Wu Tian was on the verge of refining the essence blood of the ancestral, which Di Jiang, and comprehending the law of space within it, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Di Jiang and others. Upon awakening from his meditation, Di Jiang solemnly stated, "Wu Tian, you were right once more. Hong Jun has triumphed." Wu Tian broke into laughter. "Now do you believe it?" Di Jiang nodded vigorously. "Once or twice may be coincidence, but if you keep predicting significant events accurately, it can only mean one thing. Wu Tian possesses a clear vision of the overarching trends and harbors great wisdom." After a moment of silence, Di Jiang directly declared, "I believe it. I am beginning to suspect that you may indeed be the wisdom ancestral witch." Chapterocho, no pament. No count the wise ancestral shaman was clearly speaking nonsense. Nevertheless, witnessing the ancestral shamans being somewhat swayed by him brought joy to Wu Tian, for it signified that in the future, his words would be met with greater reverence by the shamans. However, he could not afford to be complacent. Just because the shamans acknowledged him did not imply they would heed his counsel. Once their fervor ignited, they would act without consideration. Had they not seen Gong directly topple Mount Buzhou? One must not regard the ancestral shamans with ordinary logic. Although Di Jiang appeared composed now, he could easily become consumed by passion at any moment. Wu Tian could only strive to influence them. Di Jiang let out a soft sigh, his expression tinged with melancholy, leaving Wu Tian somewhat perplexed. What could be troubling him? He glanced at Hutu, seeking her silent counsel. Hutu burst into laughter, addressing the assembly. "What else could it be? My brother has always considered himself the wisest among our witch tribe, and now you have stolen his thunder." Di Jiang felt a tinge of embarrassment and shot a glare at Hutu's day. He would have reacted differently had it been Zhu Rong or another brother. They would have certainly received a slap. As for Xianming and Hutu, a mere glare would suffice. He then seized Wu Tian's arm, eyes gleaming with anticipation, inquiring, "Speak quickly. What else have you not revealed to us?" Wu Tian pondered for a moment. At this juncture, when the situation teetered on uncertainty, there seemed little opportunity for intervention. Should he speak of Hong Jun's teachings? Or perhaps preemptively share wisdom before Hong Jun had the chance? But what could the ancestral shamans impart? The technique of 9 turns Yuan Gong for refining the body? Or perhaps their comprehension of the power of laws? The 9 turns Yuan Gong was certainly out of the question, as it was a technique bequeathed by Pangu, and the shamans would be reluctant to share with others. Moreover, The threshold for mastering this technique was exceedingly high. Not every being could aspire to learn it. As for insights into the laws, it would likely be challenging for the shamans to articulate. To them, manipulating the laws was as natural as breathing. To explain the cause and effect would be somewhat of a burden. Ultimately, Wu Tian concluded, with Hong Jun's victory bolstered by the fortune of fate, he will undoubtedly advance further. Once he achieves success, he will surely share his teachings. This is not an insignificant opportunity. Dijiang appeared to ponder this. Zhu Rong, however, protested, "What opportunity is that? Our ancestral shamans possess their own methods for cultivating, refining our bodies, and deepening our grasp of the laws. We shall reach enlightenment one day without needing to listen to him. Why should we owe him anything?" The other shamans nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement. Wu Tian could only smile wryly. Zhu Rong was brimming with confidence, convinced of his destined enlightenment, yet he remained oblivious to the formidable challenge posed by the laws, which was nearly insurmountable. In the vast expanse between heaven and earth, countless laws exist. The more fundamental the law, the more potent it is. Whether one seeks enlightenment through a singular law or an interweaving of multiple laws, traversing one's own path presents vastly different levels of difficulty. Take Zhu Rong as an example. If he aims to master the entire law of fire in the wilderness, the challenge is monumental. Would Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao permit it? Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Tian. Could it be that the heavenly Tao schemes against the shamans, leading to their demise and the return of the power of laws to the cosmos? If one were to master all the laws, how could the heavenly Tao achieve completeness? How could a sage govern the wilderness? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he glanced at Ho Tu, who appeared contemplative. He felt a flicker of satisfaction. After all, she was the only one capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. As for Xianming, he seemed to be more influenced by Wu Tian and did not openly dissent, but instead watched Wu Tian with curiosity, seemingly awaiting his persuasion. There was no alternative. He had to convince them using logic and reasoning that the ancestral shamans could comprehend. In the grand scheme, when Hong Jun delivered his teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, only Xianming and Ho Tu attended, while the others dismissed it entirely. Wu Tian spoke softly. If Hong Jun delivers his teachings, it is undoubtedly influenced by his own desires. However, it is primarily the demands of the heavenly Tao that compel him. He is, in essence, obligated to guide the cultivation of the wilderness. He then turned to the vociferous Zhu Rong with a smile, asking, "Brother Zhu Rong, under such circumstances, if you were to attend Hong Jun's teachings, would you feel indebted to him?" Zhu Rong's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course not. Why should we feel indebted? This world was opened by our Father God. What is wrong with listening to him speak for a moment?" Wu Tian spread his hands in response. "Then that settles it. If you do not feel indebted, then all is well." Though he did not articulate it directly, it bore a striking resemblance to the saying, "No payment, no count." Of course, the matter of karmic ties was not so simple. Yet, Wu Tian's reasoning could persuade the shamans, and such a grand occasion warranted their attendance. While he had been focused solely on cultivation and had avoided significant matters, he was nonetheless curious about the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. He yearned to witness whether the seats within represented the opportunities of sages and the essence of primordial purple energy. As Wu Tian contemplated, the ancestral shamans hesitated momentarily, murmuring. Indeed, it seemed his words held some merit. Observing the shamans on the verge of being swayed, Wu Tian lost interest in further debate and cheerfully grasped Dijiang's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Dijiang, I was just about to grasp your insights on the laws of space when you interrupted me. You must compensate me. You are not to leave until you demonstrate it thoroughly." Since they intended to attend the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the teachings, he needed to ensure he completely refined the essence of all the ancestral shaman's blood beforehand to bolster his confidence. Thus, he needed Dijiang's assistance. And then there was Zhu Jiuyin. Dijiang paused, then smiled at Wu Tian, saying, "Very well. As brothers, we can easily arrange that." Noticing Wu Tian glance at Zhu Jiuyin, he turned to him, declaring, "You must stay as well. We shall assist him. And once he comprehends both the laws of space and time, Wu Tian will have achieved mastery over the 12 laws. I am eager to witness the transformations that will unfold when all 12 laws converge. From the beginning until now, Wu Tian had refined no less than 10 drops of ancestral shaman blood. However, the power of laws contained within was still minimal, leaving only an imprint upon his spirit, each law remaining incomplete. Because of this, while Wu Tian wielded numerous powers of laws, none were sufficiently potent. In reality, his strength lagged far behind that of the ancestral shamans, which is why they felt little trepidation as they voraciously consumed the malevolent energies of the world, continuously augmenting their own power. Yet, Di Jiang and the others had observed the transformations within Wu Tian, regardless of how much malevolent energy he consumed. His essence remained distinctly different. He was devoid of the ancestral shaman's brutality and ferocity, as if he were impervious to taint from the malevolent forces. Perhaps, he mused, this is the true essence of our Father God's blood. Di Jiang pondered quietly to himself, eagerly anticipating the transformation that would unfold within Wu Tian after he ultimately embraced the 12 laws. Chapter 9. The birth of the primordial spirit and the cosmic measuring ruler of the time since Hongjun began his teachings remains uncertain. Wu Tian, filled with urgency, pondered the consequences of not having fully refined all the essence blood before Hongjun commenced his discourse. Consequently, the once leisurely and carefree Wu Tian seized the opportunity to enlist the aid of Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin, fervently urging them to assist in the refinement of the ancestral witch's essence blood, thus enabling him to perceive and comprehend the profound laws within. With little time for respite, the pace of refinement surged forward with their help, leaving both Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin bemused by Wu Tian's newfound fervor. What could have stirred such urgency? Was it the realization of the gap in strength compared to his brothers that spurred him to strive fervently? Emperor Jiang mused, nodding in approval. Indeed, as an ancestral witch, a competitive spirit was essential. One must challenge the heavens, the earth, and even the void itself without yielding to anyone. That was the essence of being an ancestral witch. Even Emperor Jiang, having been swayed by Wu Tian's intellect, found himself thinking, I am the elder brother. My wisdom is not necessarily inferior to that of Wu Tian. Previously, Wu Tian's demeanor had seemed overly gentle for an ancestral witch, but now, both Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin felt invigorated, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to his training. As their focus deepened, not only did Wu Tian's strength continue to grow, but the ancestral witch's essence blood was also swiftly refined. Another advantage emerged. The Xianming ancestral, which could not seize the opportunity to strike while Wu Tian rested. Time passed, and Wu Tian first refined Emperor Jiang's essence blood, marking his soul with the imprint of the law of space. Next came Zhu Jiyin's essence blood. The comprehension of the law of time proved to be even more arduous than that of space. Fortunately, Zhu Juyin continuously demonstrated his divine powers, allowing Wu Tian to grasp the nuances with great care, aided by his own extraordinary experiences. After an extensive period, Wu Tian finally succeeded in refining it completely, adding an enigmatic imprint to his soul. In that moment, as the 12 laws converged within him, all the forces of the laws surged forth as if triggered by an unseen catalyst, causing a tumultuous uproar within his being. Wu Tian's vital energy swelled and roiled, his aura becoming chaotic. It even disturbed the primordial energy within the Panga Hall, inciting a massive wave of blood from the blood pool. The other ancestral witches sensed the anomaly within the Panga Hall and hurried towards Wu Tian's location. Before their feet touched the ground, the Hoodoo ancestral, which anxiously inquired, Brother, what has happened to Wu Tian? Gazing at Wu Tian, they saw him with tightly closed eyes, a pained expression adorning his face, surrounded by patches of various colored mysterious light, as if the laws were at odds. The laws are in conflict, Zhu Juyin stated gravely. Yet he previously refined other laws with no issue. The Hoodoo ancestral, which grew increasingly anxious, though the Xianming ancestral, which remained silent. His furrowed brow and unwavering gaze upon Wu Tian revealed his own inner turmoil. At that moment, Emperor Jiang burst into the scene. After surveying Wu Tian, he swiftly commanded Zhu Jiuyin, "Let's act together." They needed to suppress this conflict. Zhu Jiuyin nodded in agreement. In an instant, both revealed their true ancestral witch forms, their overwhelming malevolence radiating outward, and each unleashed a powerful force imbued with profound significance towards Wu Tian. With a flash of mysterious light, Wu Tian's chaotic energy began to settle. Emperor Jiang then remarked, "Wu Tian's physical power far surpasses the law's strength within the essence blood you provided. However, once our laws have been refined by him, the conflict will intensify. His physical strength cannot quell it alone, hence this predicament." Understanding the issue led to potential solutions. They could either amplify Wu Tian's physical form or assist him in resolving the conflict between the laws. Maintaining his ancestral witch form, Emperor Jiang hovered in contemplation. Though the Hutu witch was impatient, she refrained from interrupting. After a brief moment, Emperor Jiang chuckled, "Ha, I have long been prepared. The 12 heavens divine array. Let us impart this formation to him, enabling him to control the law's power within him." The 12 heavens divine array, a formidable formation passed down through the ancestral witch's bloodline, could harness the strength of 12 ancestral witches to summon the true form of Pangu. As the 13th ancestral witch, Wu Tian had not inherited this formation, lacking any law's power. However, long ago, even when Wu Tian claimed his ability to bear all 12 ancestral witches' laws, Emperor Jiang had contemplated this formation. Today it proved invaluable. With Emperor Jiang's pronouncement, the ancestral witches wasted no time, each channeling a beam of mysterious light towards Wu Tian's forehead, flooding his consciousness with a torrent of information. Emperor Jiang continued, "Wu Tian, your second brother, and I will suppress the tumult in your body. Swiftly comprehend this formation to unify and control the 12 laws." Wu Tian, with eyes still shut, gave a barely perceptible nod and hurriedly delved into understanding the 12 heavens divine array. Soon enough, the fluctuations in Wu Tian's aura transformed. Observing this, the ancestral witches breathed a sigh of relief, and Emperor Jiang proudly raised his head, casting a satisfied glance at the others, as if to say, "See, no matter how wise Wu Tian may be, he still relies on me for this moment." Hutu and Xianming exchanged exasperated glances, immediately grasping each other's thoughts. If you were aware of the utility of the 12 heavens divine array, why not have shared it with Wu Tian sooner? If only it had been given to him earlier, this perilous moment could have been avoided. Emperor Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of it or that he was unwilling. He had simply overlooked it. After a while, the discordant energy enveloping Wu Tian gradually dissipated. No longer a stark contrast of mysterious light, as the 12 laws began to integrate into his being. Within him, the 9 transformations of original energy surged, gradually forming an intricate array. The 12 powers of law were drawn into this force, slowly merging, while the law imprints upon his soul deepened, creating a sensation of interweaving layers that rendered Wu Tian's soul increasingly resplendent. In that instant, a wondrous feeling blossomed within Wu Tian. The law was perfected, and his physical form strengthened. The primordial spirit was self-generating. It seemed he was on the verge of cultivating his primordial spirit. As his physical form grew robust, something innate began to awaken at that moment. The Panga Hall trembled suddenly. From the vast depths of the cosmos, a violet light surged forth, resembling a heavy violet rainbow, descending upon Wu Tian's head. The cosmic measuring ruler, Emperor Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 10. The unification of laws and the true form of Pangu within the primordial chaos. The Hongmeng measuring ruler had seldom made an appearance, remaining concealed within the Pangu palace of the Witch clan, shrouded in obscurity. The world knew little of its existence. However, there existed a treasure closely related to the Hongmeng measuring ruler, well known among the denizens of the primordial realm, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Both treasures were innate embodiments of virtue, yet while the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda emphasized defense as the foremost defensive treasure of innate virtue, the Hongmeng measuring ruler was revered as the premier offensive treasure of innate virtue. One served to defend, while the other served to attack, each with its own strengths, possessing the characteristic of killing without entanglement in karma. As the Hongmeng measuring ruler descended, it penetrated the body of Wu Tian, unleashing a brilliant golden light of virtue that illuminated his newly reborn primordial spirit. Wu Tian was taken aback, never expecting such a treasure to exist within the Panga Palace, drawn out by his own aura. However, there was no time for contemplation. The ancestral witches had just imparted the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation to him. Wu Tian utilized this formation, embodying the 12 laws as the 12 ancestral witches, to circulate the grand array within his being, temporarily alleviating the conflicts among the laws. Yet, he ultimately lacked a core, a central existence capable of stabilizing the formation. When the ancestral witches arranged the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, they relied on the Pangu Palace to suppress it. The Pangu Palace, forged from the heart of the great Pangu himself, was naturally qualified for this task. However, the Pangu Palace belonged to the ancestral witches collectively, and Wu Tian could not refine it into his own body. At that moment, as the Hongmeng measuring ruler descended and radiated its powers within his primordial spirit, it seamlessly took the place of the Pangu Palace within the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, instantly stabilizing the array. In the next moment, the forces of the 12 laws were activated, and the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, which had nearly come to a halt, surged back into motion. With the Hongmeng measuring ruler as the core of the formation, it operated continuously, channeling Wu Tian's strength towards the Hongmeng measuring ruler, refining the innate prohibitions one after another. The more it refined, the denser the golden light of virtue emanating from the Hongmeng measuring ruler became, revealing an increasingly formidable power that amplified the suppressive force over the grand array. Under the stimulation of this force, the grand array operated with increasing speed, creating a delicate balance between the two, continuously transforming towards the ultimate state. Simultaneously, outside Wu Tian's body, as the grand array continued to operate and the forces of the laws revolved, his aura began to shift. Perhaps due to the insufficient law power contained within a drop of ancestral witch's essence blood, Wu Tian could not reveal the true form of the ancestral witch. However, behind him, wondrous phenomena began to manifest. The first phenomenon featured 6 legs and 4 wings. Formless and chaotic, it resembled a vast yellow pouch, tinged with a fiery red hue. This was the true form of Emperor Jiang, an ancestral witch. The second phenomenon depicted a human head on a dragon's body, radiant in crimson, with eyes shimmering with the essence of the law of time. This represented the true form of Zhu Jiuyin, another ancestral witch. As the grand array continued to operate, further phenomena emerged, surrounding Wu Tian's body, resembling a long gray rainbow steeped in malevolence. Once all the ancestral witch forms appeared, a sudden flash of gray light erupted. The immense Pangu Palace trembled. Though termed a palace, it was vast and contained an entire world suffused with boundless blood and malevolence. As this tremor resonated, a deluge of blood and malevolence surged forth. Above Wu Tian's head, it transformed into a colossal, tangible funnel, continually infusing this blood and malevolence. In the adjacent boundless blood pool, tumultuous waves erupted due to this upheaval, as countless strands of crimson surged like ribbons towards Wu Tian's body. The ancestral witches watched this scene with rapt attention. Even the usually boisterous Zhu Rong stood agape, frozen in astonishment, seemingly rendered speechless. After a considerable time, as the torrential power inundated him, the 12 ethereal apparitions surrounding Wu Tian suddenly converged towards the center, colliding in an instant. A thunderous roar echoed as a transformation unfolded. The ancestral witches collectively took a step back, their faces reflecting profound shock, mingled with intense joy. Logically, the convergence of the 12 ethereal figures should have resulted in a denser, clearer manifestation. However, upon collision, they transformed into an almost imperceptible shadow. Yet the aura was undeniably real. Panga's true form, Zhu Rong finally could not contain his exclamation. As his voice fell, the ethereal figure instantly dissipated, akin to a fleeting glimpse. In the next moment, Emperor Jiang struck out, sending Zhu Rong flying, glaring at him with fury. As if to say, "Do you know more than the rest? Why shout so loudly? Look what you've done. You've startled Wu Tian, the ancestral witches, who had also intended to shout, swallowed their astonishment, forcing themselves to contain their elation. After warning the ancestral witches not to disturb Wu Tian's cultivation, Emperor Jiang turned his gaze back towards Wu Tian. Although the faint ethereal figure had vanished, he felt a profound certainty within. The essence of Pangu's true form was indeed present. In that fleeting moment, he even felt an involuntary urge to prostrate himself, a primal impulse to worship the Father God. Pangu's true form. Wu Tian had truly cultivated the essence of Pangu's true form. Emperor Jiang's thoughts surged, murmuring within his heart. In truth, they should have been mentally prepared. The earlier refinement of the 12 drops of ancestral witch's essence blood bestowed upon Wu Tian was imbued with anticipation. Yet, when this day finally arrived, Emperor Jiang still felt an overwhelming impact. This was Pangu's true form. It took the combined efforts of all 12 ancestral witches, utilizing the 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation to connect their powers, to summon Pangu's true form. And even then, it could only exist for a fleeting moment. Yet Wu Tian, relying solely on his own strength, was able to cultivate the essence of Pangu's true form. Indeed, the ethereal figure had been faint, but Emperor Jiang understood that existence and strength were two distinct concepts. The recent event indicated that Wu Tian had already attained this essence. All that remained was to cultivate and strengthen, until one day it would be fully realized. In the instant the ethereal figure vanished, the blood and malevolence within the Pangu palace dissipated, swiftly returning to tranquility. After absorbing such a vast amount of malevolence, Wu Tian's aura still bore no trace of the ancestral witch's ferocity. His physical form radiated a latent brilliance, each muscle robust and harmonious, resembling a divine creation of heaven and earth. Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Not only was there a transformation in his physical form, but Wu Tian's soul also underwent a profound metamorphosis. The law imprints originally inscribed upon Wu Tian's soul fused entirely, coalescing into a grayish shadow, vaguely resembling a humanoid figure. As the gray shadow became engraved, Wu Tian's soul blossomed with brilliance, imbued with an essence of indestructibility. Chapter 11. Enhanced Strength. Challenging Xianming. Furthermore, the Hongming measuring ruler, which had suddenly emerged, was swiftly refined by Wu Tian under the scouring of the grand formation within his body, imprinting Wu Tian's mark upon the treasure. Of the 49 innate restrictions within, 24 were refined in one go, seizing the opportunity presented. Originally, only 12 had been refined, but with the appearance of the Pangu true body's phantom, 12 more innate restrictions were rapidly subdued. Wu Tian lamented inwardly, alas, if the aura of this Pangu true body were a bit stronger, wouldn't I have been able to completely refine the Hongming measuring ruler in one fell swoop? Yet such was not to be. After all, the power of the laws contained within the 12 drops of ancestral, which essence blood was limited. It was already exceedingly rare for them to merge within Wu Tian and transform into the Pangu true body. After a while, Wu Tian organized his power, ceased cultivation, and abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze shone with a brilliant light, piercing through the misty, baleful aura within the Pangu hall like a bolt of lightning. Wu Tian descended from mid-air, landing lightly on the ground. The ancestral witches were overjoyed and immediately surrounded Wu Tian. Dijiang hastily stepped forward and inquired, Wu Tian, have you truly cultivated the Pangu true body? Despite having witnessed it with their own eyes, the ancestral witches still needed Wu Tian's confirmation to ease their minds. Wu Tian chuckled, yes and no. The ancestral witches' expressions shifted from joy to bewilderment. Zhu Rong ancestral witch lamented, oh dear, Wu Tian, please explain clearly. Your elder brother nearly slapped me to death for disturbing your cultivation. If something is amiss with you, I'm doomed. Wu Tian burst into laughter and, after a moment of contemplation, began to explain to Di Jiang and the others. He had not truly cultivated the Panga true body. Such a formidable existence could only be summoned by the 12 ancestral witches working together to form a grand formation. How could Wu Tian refine it with just 12 drops of essence blood? If that were the case, the Panga true body would be far too commonplace. However, Wu Tian continued, I have indeed obtained the true meaning of the Panga true body, inscribed within my soul, transforming it into a divine ability. Wu Tian's physical strength was considerable, but it paled in comparison to the Panga true body. However, with this new divine ability, he could burn his essence blood and manifest the Panga true body for a brief period, similar to the ancestral witches manifesting their ancestral witch true bodies. The ancestral witches were at their strongest when manifesting their true bodies, aligning themselves with the laws of heaven and earth. Wu Tian initially lacked a natural law, an ancestral witch true body, but now he possessed one, the true Pangu true body. Of course, the duration and power of the Pangu true body's manifestation were dependent on Wu Tian's own strength. The stronger he became, the greater the power he could unleash. If his physical body was not strong enough, forcibly activating it could easily deplete his blood essence and energy. Regardless, Wu Tian now possessed a powerful trump card. Upon hearing Wu Tian's explanation, the ancestral witch's worries vanished, replaced by elation. Haha, I knew you could do it. Wu Tian, you are indeed the true inheritor of Father God Pangu, Di Jiang ancestral, which exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Wu Tian chuckled and surveyed the crowd, cupping his hands and saying, I am grateful to all of you for gifting me the ancestral witch essence blood and imparting the 12 divine astral grand formation. Without you, I would not be where I am today. Di Jiang ancestral, which waved dismissively. What is a drop of essence blood? The most important thing is you. If you didn't have the aptitude, even 10 or 100 drops of essence blood would be useless. By the way, Di Jiang inquired with curiosity, how is your strength now? A confident smile graced Wu Tian's face. After this cultivation, he had generated a nascent soul, refined the Hongmeng measuring ruler, fused 12 types of law power, and obtained the divine ability of the Panga true body. He felt an explosive surge of power throughout his body, yearning to engage in countless battles to win it all. Upon hearing Di Jiang's question, Wu Tian's mind raced. With such a significant improvement, could he still be no match for Xianming? As a proud man, how could Wu Tian tolerate being pinned down by a Xianming ancestral witch time and time again? Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to turn the tables and take control. He turned to Di Jiang and said with a chuckle, you'll know my strength with one glance. Then he looked towards Xianming ancestral witch, a hint of provocation in his eyes, and said with a smile, Sister Xianming, would you be willing to spar with your little brother again? Xianming ancestral, which raised an eyebrow. A faint smile appeared on her usually icy face as she said calmly to Wu Tian, it seems you have indeed improved significantly this time. You actually dare to provoke me. As her words faded, her figure flashed. Bang! She directly collided with Wu Tian, sending him flying into the air. Instantly, an intensely frigid aura permeated the Panga Hall. Xianming ancestral, which transformed into countless overlapping figures, circling Wu Tian's body like a wisp of smoke. A barrage of strikes merged into a continuous thunder, shaking the void. The ancestral witches, momentarily stunned, erupted into hearty laughter. Zhu Rong ancestral, which exclaimed, wow. Xianming is smiling. Wu Tian is in trouble now. Enduring the relentless bombardment, Wu Tian was momentarily dazed. Fortunately, the 12 divine astral grand formation within his body spontaneously activated, mobilizing all its power to resist the attacks. After regaining his senses, Wu Tian cursed inwardly. No martial ethics. He was speechless. He had only just issued the challenge when she directly attacked. Couldn't she have given him a moment to prepare? However, Wu Tian knew that the ancestral witches had no concept of martial ethics. Winning was all that mattered. Therefore, Wu Tian merely grumbled inwardly and began to ponder a way to break the situation. Being beaten up by Xianming ancestral, which, as before, was one thing. but at least few people had witnessed it. Now, however, he had initiated the challenge, wanting to take advantage of his enhanced strength to subdue Xian Ming ancestral witch and thoroughly diminish her prestige. Moreover, all the ancestral witches were watching. Wu Tian was even more determined to regain his masculine pride. Fortunately, Xian Ming ancestral witch was not fighting to the death. Although her attacks were heavy, she was testing Wu Tian's strength. After enduring a wave of attacks, Wu Tian finally had an opportunity to retaliate. Without hesitation, Wu Tian unleashed his newly acquired divine ability. Panga True Body. Chapter 12. Unmasked with a soft exclamation, a sudden flash of gray light enveloped Wu Tian, signifying a shift in his aura. The ethereal essence of the primordial Pangu re-emerged within the Panga Hall, resonating outward in all directions. The once elusive figure of the Xianming ancestor, which was now compelled by this overwhelming force, reappearing in the void and retreating hastily, her cold visage reflecting astonishment, mingled with a hint of delight. At this moment, Wu Tian's form appeared unchanged, yet it seemed to be shrouded in a delicate phantom, with every inch of his flesh radiating a soft, celestial glow. Boom! Wu Tian launched a powerful punch toward the Xianming ancestor witch. This seemingly straightforward strike bore an intricate rhythm that shattered the layers of icy blades before her, disrupting countless Xianming laws. The ancestor witch swiftly crossed her arms before her chest. Bang! In an instant, she was struck with tremendous force, though she desperately summoned her own strength. The Xianming laws were rendered ineffective under the dominance of the Pangu essence, unable to unleash their full potential. Reluctantly, Xianming braced herself with her physical form. Yet the sheer magnitude of the impact caused her arms to ache, and the countless bone spurs that erupted from her body shattered as she retreated further back, struggling to dissipate the force, leaving her own laws in disarray. Xianming looked up in surprise. After the strike, Wu Tian did not pursue her. Instead, he stood confidently in the void, hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of serene satisfaction. "Sister Xianming, do you now recognize my prowess?" he said with a light-hearted tone. At this juncture, the gray light had vanished, and the essence of Panga dissipated, as though the preceding scene had been but an illusion. The ancestor witches were equally astonished, yet there lingered an air of inevitability. Having mastered the divine prowess of the primordial Pangu, was it not expected that Wu Tian could suppress the Xianming ancestor witch? Wu Tian then chuckled lightly, addressing Xianming, "Sister Xianming, I understand your prior training was for my benefit. Thus, today, I shall merely deliver one punch, allowing you to save face. Let us conclude our contest here." Upon finishing, he slightly raised his head to gaze at Xianming, who appeared momentarily stunned before narrowing her brows, scrutinizing Wu Tian with a look of intrigue. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. "Ha!" Xianming let out a cold laugh, accompanied by the light chuckle of Hutu. Wu Tian's heart sank with alarm. "This is not good. I've been seen through." Indeed, after her slight scoff, Xianming, wearing a bemused smile, addressed Wu Tian. "There is no need for you to show me such courtesy. Come again. Have you not always wished to overpower me? Today, with your newfound strength, I shall grant you this opportunity." Initially taken aback by Wu Tian's celestial prowess, Xuanming's sharp gaze soon caught the subtle flush on Wu Tian's face and the slight disarray in his aura. In that moment, she comprehended the truth. The primordial Pangu essence was exhausting. Though Wu Tian's strength surged, he could only sustain it for a brief period. She found amusement mixed with annoyance. This fellow was attempting to maintain an inflated fade to deceive her. "Come again." With a light command, Xianming surged toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian's demeanor shifted instantly. The calm facade he wore shattered, and he cried out as he retreated, "Wait, you must hear me out." As Xianming had surmised, the consumption of the primordial Pangu essence was indeed excessive, though it was not limited to a single use. Continuing to forcefully summon it risked undermining his foundation. Just that brief moment of invocation had left Wu Tian feeling as if his vital essence was ablaze. Thus, he had only unleashed one punch, promptly halting the contest. There was no need to recklessly endanger his roots and origins. He sought to outwit Xianming, but she was unyielding, having seen through his ruse. her expression a mixture of indignation and annoyance. She paid no heed to Wu Tian's explanations, intensifying her assault instead. In an instant, the Panga Hall echoed with the sounds of Wu Tian's flesh colliding against Xuanming's fists, interspersed with his cries of pain. The ancestor witches exchanged glances. Imperceptive figures like Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hutu quickly discerned Wu Tian's ploy, laughing heartily as they witnessed the two embroiled in their skirmish. To them, this level of combat seemed no more than playful banter among kin. Zhu Rong chuckled. I see now. Your primordial Pangu essence lacks endurance. Wu Tian, taken aback by this remark, felt a pang of embarrassment. What do they mean by lack of endurance? Men could hardly bear such insinuations. He was tempted to expend more energy to demonstrate his capabilities, yet he refrained. Instead, he called out to Xianming, if you do not cease this, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, he summoned the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, which emanated an infinite golden glow, intertwined with a faint purple hue, exuding an air of the extraordinary. Although it was an offensive artifact, it bore no trace of malevolence. This is the primordial treasure of innate virtue. Its power is formidable. Should I unleash it fully and cause you harm, do not blame me. Wu Tian hastily declared. Naturally, Xianming merely snorted in response. Even as she recognized the exceptional nature of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, she exhibited no sign of retreat or fear. Fortunately, at that moment, Di Jiang interjected, enough. Let us all cease hostilities. Though Xianming possessed a reclusive disposition, she still heeded her elder brother's words, promptly withdrawing from their clash, bringing their confrontation to an end. As they descended, Xianming regained her usual composure, a cold smile gracing her features, while Wu Tian bore the marks of battle, hastily channeling his vital essence to heal his wounds. The ancestor witches observed him with amusement. At this juncture, the ever-perturbing Zhu Rong remarked, Brother Wu Tian, we were concerned about your aloof nature, your disinterest in conflict, as you often secluded yourself in the Panga Hall for cultivation. You appeared less like a member of the witch clan, yet you surprised us all by daring to challenge Xianming. I am truly impressed. With that, he raised his thumb in admiration, having adopted this gesture from Wu Tian himself. Wu Tian shot a glare at the mischievous ancestor witch, a bit embarrassed that he had believed his newfound strength could bring Xianming to her knees, only to be soundly thrashed instead. Yet, it seemed the ancestor witches were unfazed. As ancestor witches, they were expected to continuously challenge the strong. If one dared only to strike at the weak, what sort of ancestor witch would they be? Wu Tian's challenge to Xianming only endeared him further to them. Chapter 13. The Improvement of the 12 Capitals' Divine Array. This is indeed our ancestral shaman. One must possess the courage to fight and strive. Di Jiang and the others looked at Wu Tian with relief, and even Xianming, the ancestral shaman, exhibited a hint of admiration in his typically cold gaze. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, it was always Xianming taking the initiative. This was the first time Wu Tian had done so. Upon meeting the gazes of the ancestral shamans, Wu Tian felt a surge of confidence, and the earlier sense of awkwardness dissipated. He once again cast a provocative glance at Xianming, eliciting a cold snort from him. Laughter erupted among the crowd, filling the Panga Hall with a joyous atmosphere. At that moment, Di Jiang spoke loudly. There is no rush. In the future, once your true Panga form is fully realized, not only can you defeat your elder sister Xianming, but even your second brother and I will not be impossible to overcome. Di Jiang held Wu Tian in high regard. With the emergence of the true Panga form, he had begun to view Wu Tian as the genuine heir of the Panga deity, or rather, the flawless descendant of Pangu. He even pondered, if we had not been tainted by malevolent energy, would we have originally been like Wu Tian, possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique and a self-generated primordial spirit, combined with the innate mastery of the laws. Even when establishing the 12 Capitals' divine array, one need not fear the backlash of malevolent energy. Would this not render the primordial world a domain solely for the shaman tribe? Alas! Fortunately, Di Jiang mused internally, reflecting on the presence of Wu Tian among their ranks. After witnessing the battle between Wu Tian and Xian Ming, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged hushed words. Deliberating thoroughly, they promptly resolved to ensure Wu Tian's steady growth until he could wield the true Pangu form unhindered, thus becoming the shaman tribe's most formidable trump card. Di Jiang then addressed Wu Tian, saying, Wu Tian, the consumption of the true Pangu form is immense. Only when my siblings and I set up the 12 Capitals Divine Array can we summon it for a brief moment. Although you are under the protection of Father Pangu and have acquired this divine ability, you must not use it recklessly. Wu Tian nodded earnestly. Thank you for your concern, brother. I understand. Otherwise, I would not have merely unleashed a single punch before withdrawing. He was indeed more prudent than the ancestral shamans and would never misuse the true Pangu form. However, Wu Tian did not anticipate that Di Jiang would be even more concerned about this than he had imagined. Di Jiang looked at him with utmost seriousness and said, unless it is a matter of life and death, I hope you do not use it, or even let others know that you possess this divine ability. Wu Tian blinked in surprise. Huh? Does brother mean? Di Jiang then playfully punched him on the shoulder and chuckled. Did you not say that there are 13 ancestral shamans? Conceal this power and give our enemies a surprise. We are not fools. We naturally understand your intentions. Since that is the case, let us conceal it thoroughly, even the true Pangu form. Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Di Jiang. After a moment of confusion among the other ancestral shamans, they too were swayed by Di Jiang's words, displaying expressions of agreement. Wu Tian was naturally delighted by this. In fact, he had long thought of this plan, and before he could voice it, Di Jiang had already proposed it. The ancestral shaman's straightforward approach was indeed refreshing. But Wu Tian noticed that under his influence, they had shown remarkable improvement. Di Jiang's ability to conceive such an idea exceeded Wu Tian's expectations, filling him with immense joy. If the ancestral shamans could continue in this manner, engaging their minds and strategizing, would there be a future where the shaman and demon tribes would engage in mutually destructive warfare? If I were to retreat to the underworld, biding my time for resurgence, would the ancestral shamans agree? Hope surged within Wu Tian. He immediately flattered. Brother indeed possesses great wisdom. Di Jiang's face lit up with joy, and he could not help but lift his chin slightly as he nodded at Wu Tian. Of course. Do you think I am merely a decorative elder brother? While Di Jiang acknowledged Wu Tian's wisdom, he had always believed himself to be no less capable. His temperament, influenced by malevolent energy, was somewhat explosive. At times, he would act rashly, too lazy to think deeply. I'm not devoid of intellect. I simply choose to be lazy on many occasions. This was quite reasonable and aligned well with the nature of the shaman tribe. Wu Tian chuckled again. At this moment, Di Jiang turned serious and addressed the other ancestral shamans. Did you hear my words? Keep today's South events close to your hearts. In the future, do not speak carelessly about Wu Tian. He then directed a particularly stern gaze at Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong appeared speechless. What do you want from me? I am impatient by nature, but I am not foolish. Di Jiang then snorted lightly, momentarily trusting Zhu Rong's assurance. He turned back to Wu Tian and said, Wu Tian, do not rush. Currently, the true Pangu form can only be used for a brief moment, but as long as you continue to strengthen yourself, there will come a day when you can summon it at will. Wu Tian vigorously nodded. Rest assured, what brother says is profoundly wise. I shall certainly adhere to it. He subtly flattered Di Jiang. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian addressed Di Jiang again. Brother, previously, you transmitted the 12 Capitals Divine Array to me to reconcile the conflicts among the laws. During my recent cultivation, I gained some insights. Suddenly, I conceived an idea. With this session of training, Wu Tian had developed a profound understanding of the 12 Capitals Divine Array, its strengths, and its weaknesses. Instantly, an idea took shape. Observing Di Jiang's rare attentiveness, he decided to seize the moment and propose modifications to the 12 Capitals Divine Array. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang was taken aback. Oh, this lad has an idea? Recalling Wu Tian's previous suggestion to bestow all merits upon Ho Tu, resulting in her attaining a primordial spirit, Di Jiang felt a spark of anticipation. After exchanging glances with Zhu Jiuyin, he declared, "Speak freely." Wu Tian tidied up his thoughts briefly and then looked at everyone. Smiling as he began, "I have come to understand the 12 Capitals' divine array. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to integrate the powers of the 12 ancestral shamans to summon the true Panga form. However, its drawback is that once the array operates, the laws intermingle and clash, leading to a formidable backlash of malevolent energy against you, my brothers. Thus, this array cannot be sustained for long." Previously, Wu Tian had encountered this issue. However, he was fortunate enough to attract the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler from the Panga Hall, which fell into his primordial spirit to suppress the backlash. Moreover, with the array's power, he quickly refined the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang pondered and asked, "Could we not suppress the array with the Panga Hall? Is there no stronger treasure in the primordial world than the Panga Hall?" Chapter 14. The Witch Clan's Moral Coercion Array. Wu Tian suddenly burst into laughter. The Panga Hall, naturally, posed no issues. As the treasured embodiment of the heart of the great god Pangu, it would later evolve into the 6 paths of reincarnation hall of the goddess of equanimity. Thus the might of the Panga Hall was beyond doubt. However, Wu Tian's thoughts were on a different matter. He smiled and inquired, "Is it possible to augment the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array with an additional entity to bear the backlash, such as Mount Buzhou?" In the original grand scheme, when Gong Gong furiously struck Mount Buzhou, leading to its shattering and his own demise, the Witch Clan was burdened with immense karmic repercussions. Wu Tian certainly wished to avert such a fate. He, too, was of the Witch Clan and a primordial ancestor at that. If Mount Buzhou were to fall, even if he managed to evade the calamity of the Witch and Demon War and sought refuge in the underworld, he would still bear the most significant share of that karma. How could he accept such a burden? Yet, while minor circumstances may be altered, the grand scheme is immutable. Wu Tian was uncertain whether the collapse of Mount Buzhou fell within the overarching fate of Heaven's Way. Thus he deemed it prudent to prepare in advance and evade the potential infinite karma that might ensue. If the collapse of Mount Buzhou was inevitable, he could not allow it to occur at the hands of the Witch Clan. What if someone else bore that karma instead? Binding Mount Buzhou to the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array would be akin to the Earthbook array of the primordial ancestor Jin Yuanzi. Breaking this array would shake Mount Buzhou itself. Would anyone dare to recklessly act against the primordial ancestors thereafter? Wu Tian pondered silently. He promptly shared his thoughts with the ancestors. This, Di Jiang and others were rendered speechless. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Mount Buzhou is the manifestation of the spine of our father god Pangu. How could we use it as a shield? Di Jiang felt a stirring within, but also sensed the misalignment of such an idea. The primordial ancestors were caught in a web of conflicting emotions, each displaying peculiar expressions. On one hand, they recognized it as a viable solution. On the other, they questioned whether it might be seen as an affront to Father Pangu. Observing this, Wu Tian sighed in resignation. Come now, the Panga Hall is also a manifestation of Pangu's heart, yet no one has raised any objections. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke. Wu Tian, Mount Buzhou is the pillar of the primordial world. Its significance cannot be overstated. Should any misfortune befall it, the realm established by our Father God would undoubtedly tremble. We must exercise utmost caution. In the hearts of the primordial ancestors, this realm was a creation of Father Pangu, and as his bloodline, they bore the responsibility to protect it, hence Zhu Jiuyin's fervent statement. And furthermore, Mount Buzhou stands firm and cannot be moved. It would be quite inconvenient for the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array. Wu Tian nodded slightly at this. Indeed, one cannot simply drag Mount Buzhou wherever they go. The ancestors could not transport it either. In the countless battles to come, it would be impractical to always bring the opponent near Mount Buzhou, waiting for the ancestors to be ready before engaging. As his thoughts shifted, Wu Tian quickly devised a compromise. He smiled and stated, "What you say is entirely correct. However, I do not intend for my brothers to fix the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array to Mount Buzhou. It should primarily be based at the Panga Hall to suppress the array, only to connect with Mount Buzhou in times of urgent crisis." Wu Tian raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at each ancestor, speaking with serene conviction. If there comes a day when the Witch clan faces annihilation, then even if Mount Buzhou were to collapse, what of it? Would a primordial realm devoid of the Witch clan still be one we strive to protect? Zhu Jiuyin fell silent, taken aback by Wu Tian's words. Indeed, if this realm could not accommodate the Witch clan, then where would they go? At that moment, the ancestral which Zhu Rong interjected. How can that be? We are the bloodline of Pangu. The world established by our father must surely be governed by us. How could it possibly exclude us? The other ancestors were momentarily stunned and soon began to vociferate their agreement, donning expressions of deep conviction. Seeing the ancestors' proud demeanor, Wu Tian could not help but smile wryly, internally muttering, I knew it. The ancestors are exceedingly proud. How could they accept such a notion from Wu Tian? Fortunately, not all the ancestors were averse to contemplation. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and others who were more thoughtful did not share Zhu Rong's exuberance, instead furrowing their brows in contemplation. Clearly, Wu Tian's words had resonated with them, while Di Jiang believed such a day to be improbable. What if it were to occur? After all, Wu Tian had been correct about every matter thus far. If this day were to come, how would they, the primordial ancestors, navigate their existence? Ultimately, Di Jiang slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he turned to Wu Tian. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. We will consider how to link the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array with Mount Buzhou. It shall not be used routinely, but serve as another trump card for our Witch clan. Wu Tian was filled with joy. He was unaware of Di Jiang's inner thoughts, but the mere fact that his proposal was accepted brought him great delight, achieving his objective. He quickly nodded, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Di Jiang. Thank you for your trust, brother. Wu Tian had never intended to directly alter the primordial ancestors. There are two endeavors in this world that are most arduous. One involves extracting money from another's pocket to fill one's own. The other consists of instilling one's thoughts into another's mind. The latter is far more challenging than the former. Thus, he sought to subtly influence the ancestors through small matters, preparing in advance even if he could not fully persuade them. With Di Jiang's agreement, Wu Tian felt reassured that he would not simply be speaking in vain. The primordial ancestors were indeed reliable in this regard. Consequently, the Witch clan would possess their own moral coercion array. Zhen Yuanzi, holding the Earth Book, roamed freely in the primordial realm, for none dared to breach the Earth Book's barrier. Would the Witch clan also encounter a turning point? Even if they did not, when the final battle between the Witch and Demon clans arrived, the ancestors could divert the karmic repercussions of Mount Buzhou's shattering. At that time, regardless of whether the aggressors were from the Demon clan or the Saints, they would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. After this discourse, Di Jiang bid farewell to the ancestors with a smile. Say, you should solidify your own cultivation. Do not fret over this matter. It shall rest upon our shoulders. I will soon confer with your brothers on how to modify the array. With that, he departed with the ancestors. However, Xianming and Ho Tu remained behind, standing in place. Once the others had left, Ancestor Ho Tu, with a hint of concern, asked Wu Tian, do you seem rather pessimistic about the future of the Witch clan? Ancestor Ho Tu, the sole one among the 12 ancestors to have birthed a primordial spirit, possessed an astute mind and a deeper understanding of the celestial mechanisms. She had already sensed something from Wu Tian's actions, whether through her own cultivation of the primordial spirit or the recent modifications to the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array. It appeared as if he was preparing for some eventuality. Chapter 15. A candid exchange with Hutu. Hutu's pronouncement elicited a surprised glance from the Xianming ancestral witch. Being scrutinized by two innate goddesses created immense pressure for Wu Tian, and he began to contemplate whether to divulge some information. After careful deliberation, Wu Tian ultimately decided to be forthright with Hutu and Xianming, revealing a glimpse of the future cosmic landscape in an open and honest exchange, particularly with Hutu, the cornerstone of Wu Tian's plans. The more Hutu approved, the smoother Wu Tian's schemes would unfold, leading to greater gains and more significant changes during the upcoming Lich tribulations. Therefore, Wu Tian initiated the conversation. Sister Hutu, What are your thoughts on the future development of our witch clan? Hutu furrowed her brow, playfully tapping Wu Tian's arm and smiling. I asked you first. Why are you questioning me instead? Speak quickly, and don't try to avoid the question. She turned to Xianming, embraced her arm, and continued with an even brighter smile. If you keep prevaricating, I'll have Sister Xianming teach you a lesson. Xianming rolled her eyes, as if to say, why don't you do it yourself? You're worried about Wu Tian's lack of combat experience. Yet you always ask me to step in and play the villain while you play the good cop. The two began to playfully bicker, creating a delightful scene. Wu Tian watched intently, and only after being urged by Hutu again did he finally speak. After the Dragon Han calamity, the world is filled with intense, baleful aura due to the great battle, and our witch clan cultivates by tempering our bodies with this aura. Therefore, the witch clan should flourish next. Xianming and Hutu became serious and nodded slightly in agreement. However, Wu Tian's tone shifted as he continued. But can the witch clan remain prosperous forever? After posing the question, Wu Tian decisively shook his head and sighed softly. As the saying goes, extreme prosperity leads to decline. Nothing remains prosperous forever. Weren't the Dragon, Han, and Qilin clans the same? They were born to eliminate the primordial beasts, rising from weakness to strength, and flourishing immensely, but they ultimately met a tragic end. Xianming frowned. It's different. We are descendants of Pangu, and this primordial world was created by our Father God. Our prosperity is only natural. Xuanming's thoughts represented almost all of the witch clan, which was why Wu Tian hadn't taken the initiative to discuss this with Di Jiang and the others. Had Hutu not asked, he wouldn't have even mentioned it. But since he had started, he would be thorough, leaving a lasting impression on Xianming and Hutu, regardless of whether he could persuade them. Immediately, Wu Tian smiled and countered. What's different? Most things in this primordial world are transformed from Father God Panga's body. We are born from his essence and blood. But other creatures also have their origins. For example, Zulong was transformed from Father God Panga's kidney essence, yet he still met a tragic end. After the opening of the primordial world, tribulations arise periodically. First, there was the opening heaven tribulation, then the Dragon Han calamity. Each tribulation sees the rise and fall of protagonists. How can we be sure that the witch clan is any different? The Xianming ancestral witch wanted to retort, but Hutu tugged at her arm, and she could only let out a cold snort, suppressing her dissatisfaction. Hutu, however, wore a solemn expression, clearly taking Wu Tian's words to heart. After pondering for a moment, she sighed softly, alas. It's hard for you to consider the witch clan's future so far ahead. Then, she curiously asked, since that's the case, why don't you mention this to your brothers? Wu Tian replied helplessly, I want to, but our witch clan doesn't have many members yet, and we're just starting to develop. If I were to say that the witch clan would decline in the future, how could my brothers accept that? He then pointed towards Xianming. Look, she'd probably be even more agitated than Sister Xianming. Being used as an example by Wu Tian made Xianming feel like she was about to explode. She immediately lunged towards Wu Tian, but Hutu managed to grab her, holding her back tightly. Hutu looked somewhat speechless. That's true. My brothers are about to embark on great endeavors. If you were to tell them this, they would definitely be unhappy. Hutu said, her eyes filled with contemplation, clearly taking Wu Tian's words to heart, and a ripple arose within her. A moment later, Hutu smiled and said, it's fine to say this in front of us, but don't mention it to your brothers. Although there are precedents, as long as our siblings are united, we might be able to break the shackles and keep the witch clan prosperous forever. Wu Tian understood Hutu's meaning and nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Hutu turned back and whispered a few words to Xianming. Although the Xianming ancestral, which looked conflicted, she quickly nodded in agreement. The three moved past the matter, and Hutu immediately changed the topic, started to inquire about Wu Tian's cultivation, saying with a smile, do you still need ancestral witch blood essence? She even looked as if she was about to provide Wu Tian with more Hutu blood essence. Wu Tian had to quickly wave his hands. No need, no need. Refining 1 drop of your blood essence as a guide is enough. How can I keep using your blood essence for cultivation? That's not appropriate. The ancestral witch's blood essence contains the power of the laws they control. The more blood essence you give, the more your own strength is affected. If not, the ancestral witches would have used their own blood essence to cultivate great witches like crazy, right? But in reality, they didn't. Ancestral witch blood essence is very precious to the entire witch clan, and not many great witches have truly obtained it. On the contrary, Wu Tian himself had already integrated 12 law powers, forming a guide engraved on his soul. He only needed to continuously absorb the primordial aura and refine the power of the laws to grow stronger. Ancestral witch blood essence or other natural treasures containing primordial aura and law power would certainly accelerate cultivation, but they were not essential. After Wu Tian refused with a smile, he changed the subject. However, if the two sisters can help me find various natural treasures containing law power or innate spiritual roots, I would be eternally grateful. The witch clan doesn't care about these things. They were even indifferent to innate magical treasures, such as the previous Hongmeng measuring ruler. The ancestral witches were only surprised for a moment and didn't ask any further questions. This request wasn't excessive. Hutu smiled upon hearing this. All right, I will help you keep an eye out. Not only will Xianming and I pay attention, but I will also talk to my brothers about it. Chapter 16. Refining the blood of the ancestral dragon to strengthen the kidneys once Xianming and Hutu departed. Wu Tian let out a sigh, gazing wistfully toward the direction of the Pangu Palace for a moment before resuming his meditative posture. After enduring in the Pangu Palace for such an extended period, he had finally made significant progress in his strength. Initially, he had yearned to venture outside and witness the marvels of the primordial world, yet ultimately chose to maintain his composure. Patience is key. What lay ahead was Hongjuan's teachings. At that moment, he would naturally encounter numerous figures from the primordial realm. He then settled down by the blood pool, continuing his cultivation. Before Wu Tian cultivated his primordial spirit, he did not dwell on his realm. The distinctions within the Wu clan were exceedingly straightforward. Ancestor Wu, Great Wu, and Little Wu, simple and unadorned. As the 13th ancestor Wu, Wu Tian was weaker than the other ancestors. However, his physical prowess was at least at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. At this juncture, he began to integrate the powers of 12 laws, advancing his 9 transformations of primordial energy to the 6th transformation. With his physical body strengthened, the primordial spirit began to manifest, prompting Wu Tian to ponder. According to the cultivation of the primordial spirit, do I now belong to the realm of Tai, golden immortal? Even though Hongjun had yet to commence his teachings and had not fully elucidated the cultivation realms of the primordial world, Wu Tian was acutely aware of the requirements. A great Luo golden immortal embodies the fullness of the 5 qi, with 3 flowers blooming atop the head. The fullness of the 5 qi refers to the innate 5 elemental energies within the 5 viscera, symbolizing the practitioner's complete mastery of the 5 elemental laws inscribed upon their spirit. In the future, when Hongjun establishes the Xianmen and imparts the path of immortality, most cultivators will follow this route, rooted in the innate 5 elements. Thus, the term immortal also reflects the notion of transcending the 3 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. However, Wu Tian's situation was somewhat incongruous. He possessed 12 laws of power. Consequently, the concept of having the 5 qi in fullness and 3 flowers blooming atop his head held no relevance for him. Moreover, after the fusion of the 12 laws, a chaotic imprint emerged inscribed upon his spirit, clearly indicating an incomplete state. In fact, Wu Tian felt that he had yet to attain even a fraction of completeness. Thus, while his physical form was of great Luo golden immortal strength, his primordial spirit's mastery of the laws was merely at the Tai golden immortal level. If that is the case, if the path of immortality required the refinement and inscription of the 5 elemental laws to achieve the great Luo golden immortal realm, then to elevate my primordial spirit, I must master 12 laws? This realization led him to ponder the daunting difficulty that lay ahead, far surpassing that of others. Undoubtedly, if he ultimately achieved completeness, his strength would exceed that of his peers at the same level, especially considering the enhancement from his physical prowess. That is quite favorable. Were it not for this, What right would I have to assert my desire to attain enlightenment through strength? Surely, I cannot follow Hong Jun down the path of the three corpses, can I? After mulling over these thoughts for a while, Wu Tian resolved not to overthink it. Soon enough, Hong Jun would commence his teachings, and his uncertainties would find resolution. He then steadied his internal energy. Swish! 3 beams of blood light flashed, shimmering with a treasure-like glow as the ancestral dragon's blood descended before him. Within the dense, heavy blood, the laws of wood and water flowed, soaring like a diminutive true dragon amidst the crimson hue. When Hong Jun began his teachings, the primordial world would irrevocably enter the era of the Wu and Yao. Countless supreme beings would emerge, akin to mushrooms after rainfall, with waves of conflict arising incessantly. Wu Tian needed to swiftly elevate his strength. Refining the blood of the ancestral dragon was the optimal choice. As 3 droplets of ancestral dragon blood merged into his body, the power within erupted instantaneously. A torrent of blood energy surged, nearly bursting forth from Wu Tian's physical form. The 9 transformations of primordial energy activated, channeling the strength of Wu Tian's body toward the explosive blood energy, incessantly dividing and washing it, assimilating it into every fiber of his being. The laws of water and wood from the 3 droplets of blood began to merge seamlessly after the initial eruption. These 2 forces clashed violently within Wu Tian, as if attempting to break through his corporeal form and return to the primordial realm. Should one observe Wu Tian at that moment, they would witness 2 forces clashing upon his physique, yet being suppressed by the overwhelming crimson essence. As the 9 transformations of primordial energy circulated, these 2 forces were continuously refined, gradually assimilating into Wu Tian's being at an accelerating pace. At that moment, 2 fainter shadows emerge around the mark representing Pangu's true form upon Wu Tian's spirit, vaguely resembling the true forms of the ancestor Wu, Gong Gong and Zhu Meng. Does refining a specific law of power evoke corresponding ancestral shadows? Wu Tian pondered, realizing that Gong Gong, who controlled the water law, and Zhu Meng, the eastern wood ancestor, corresponded precisely with the innate water and wood laws present in the ancestral dragon blood. However, if that were the case, would it not disrupt the balance of the laws? Wu Tian immediately felt a twinge of concern. The conflict among laws was the most formidable challenge faced by the ancestors. Wu Tian had narrowly resolved this through the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation and the Hongming measuring ruler. Yet now, with only 2 laws, how could he stimulate the formation? Just as this worry arose, Wu Tian was astonished to see the representations of Gong Gong and Zhu Meng flickering. Surrounding these 2 shadows, other ancestral forms began to materialize, evidently a result of the mutual transformation among the laws. The laws rotated, giving rise to life and extinguishing existence. Once the innate wood and water laws within the ancestral dragon blood were entirely refined, 12 shadows emerged once more around the Pango mark. Compared to the initial shadows of Gong Gong and Zhu Meng, these were significantly dimmer, yet their essences intertwined, exuding an unfathomable sense of balance. With a flash, the Pango mark illuminated, and the 12 ancestral shadows vanished. Nevertheless, the ashen mark expanded considerably, becoming much clearer, now resembling a vague human form. Wu Tian's heart stirred, and he experienced a moment of enlightenment. His inscription of the laws had progressed further. Previously, when he invoked the divine powers of Pangu's true form, he felt as though he might expend his blood essence with every punch. Now he sensed he could unleash at least 3 punches. Ancestral Dragon, oh, Ancestral Dragon, you serve little purpose. Wu Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He then began to investigate the changes within his physical form. Upon sensing the alterations in his kidneys, which subtly surpassed the other 4 organs in robustness, he nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. The kidneys generate essence and are vital for reproduction. Previously, Wu Tian had worried that he might share the same deficiencies as the ancestors, rendering him incapable of siring offspring. Hence, He had enlisted the help of Xianming and Hutu to acquire the ancestral dragon blood. Now, with this transformation, he found solace and nodded in contentment. He was eager to verify the results without delay. Chapter 17. Those fated shall come to listen to the teachings, however, upon reflection. Wu Tian promptly shook his head. Never mind. I should first focus on enhancing my strength. Despite his considerable progress, he felt it was still insufficient compared to his two elder ancestral witch sisters. The last thing he desired was to incur their wrath and face their formidable power. In stark contrast to Wu Tian's hesitance, the ancestral witches exhibited no such reservations. They relentlessly absorbed the malevolent energies of the world, refining their bodies and devouring the essence of ferocious beasts. As their physical forms were tempered, their mastery of the laws of the universe simultaneously strengthened. Wu Tian estimated that most of the ancestral witches had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while the two most powerful, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, were likely on the verge of breaking into the primordial golden immortal stage. At this juncture, Hongjun had yet to deliver his teachings, and the concepts of saints and quasi-saints were still absent. Beyond the great Luo golden immortal realm lay the primordial golden immortal realm. The ancestral witches, possessing innate cultivation methods embedded within their bloodlines and an inherent mastery of a particular law, faced no significant obstacles prior to ascending to the primordial great Luo golden immortal stage. This was also why Wu Tian had previously mentioned that the ancestral witches showed little interest in Hongjun's teachings. The witch tribe indeed enjoyed a unique advantage. Their natural ability to command a law could easily ignite envy among the other inhabitants of the Hongwang realm. After refining the essence of the ancestral dragon and inscribing its laws upon their souls, even Wu Tian could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He still had to continuously engrave the laws, and given the current circumstances, he was uncertain how many rare materials imbued with law power he would need to expend. The ancestral witches, however, followed a methodical approach. Once their physical forms grew stronger, mastering the laws would become as effortless as eating and drinking. Sigh. Wu Tian mused inwardly, contemplating the balance of gains and losses. While Wu Tian was engaged in his training, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin were huddled together, their expressions grave and brows furrowed, displaying a palpable sense of concern. After a long silence, Dijiang finally spoke. Second brother, what do you think of Wu Tian's words? Zhu Jiuyin understood that Dijiang was not referring to altering the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, but rather to Wu Tian's assertion. Could there come a day when the Honghuang realm cannot accommodate the witch tribe? This was not mere alarmism. Though the ancestral witches were steeped in malevolent energy and oblivious to the heavenly decrees as primordial deities and the most formidable space and time witches, they were certainly not fools. Initially, they had not given it much thought, but after Wu Tian's remarks, their minds were inevitably stirred. Wu Tian had already demonstrated an extraordinary foresight that surpassed even the ancestral witches. When the three tribes were at their zenith, he boldly proclaimed their inevitable defeat, declaring that Hongjun would emerge as the ultimate victor. At the time, the ancestral witches had not scoffed, but remained skeptical. How could that be? The three tribes were immensely powerful, nearly dominating the Hongwang realm. Surely, at least one of them would emerge victorious. Not all face a dismal fate. Yet when the outcome unfolded, the ancestral witches could only gaze in astonishment as the three tribes met such a tragic end. In a final act to preserve their kin's fortune, the leaders of the three tribes sacrificed themselves, pledging to protect the Hongwang realm. After a soft sigh, Zhu Jiuyin spoke solemnly. I too wish to believe. We, the witch tribe, are the true descendants of Pangu, absorbing the world's malevolent energy to stabilize the Hongwang realm. How could such a day ever come? However, Zhu Jiuyin continued, though Wu Tian may appear idle, he is the most astute among us ancestral witches, possessing a keen understanding of fate. Perhaps it stems from his late emergence and minimal exposure to malevolent energy. He never speaks without reason. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Jiuyin added, yet there's no need for concern. Given that Wu Tian has alerted us about modifying the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, we shall heed his advice and proceed accordingly. After all, there is little to lose. If what he says holds true, our witch tribe would gain a formidable trump card. The usually reticent Zhu Jiuyin found himself unusually loquacious in the presence of Di Jiang. He then raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. Moreover, once we advance further in our cultivation, we can jointly harness the laws of space and time to explore the ends of time, thus revealing the changes of the future. Di Jiang's brow furrowed even deeper. If they were to peer into the river of time, as Zhu Jiuyin suggested, they might not discern much, but they would undoubtedly face significant repercussions. Nevertheless, Di Jiang did not voice any objections. After a moment of silence, he responded gravely, "Very well." Zhu Jiuyin nodded slightly. Observing Di Jiang's solemn demeanor, he smiled, his tone turning lighter. "Brother, we need not be so troubled. After all, we are descendants of the Pangu Father God, and as long as the world exists, our fortunes will endure. In the Hongwang realm, strength reigns supreme. As long as we cultivate our own power, what is there to fear?" Zhu Jiuyin's gaze shifted. "Furthermore, we have Wu Tian, unlike us ancestral witches. He directly embodies the power of 12 laws and has issued such a warning to us. Perhaps he is the way out that our Father God has arranged for our witch tribe." Di Jiang blinked, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, yes, our Father God will surely protect us." After this exchange, the ancestral witches' worries dissipated swiftly, and they moved on to contemplate the matters concerning the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation. The nature of the witch tribe was such that their concerns came and went swiftly. Before they could reach any conclusions, a resounding voice suddenly echoed throughout the heavens. Hong Jun's calm proclamation, amplified by the heavenly Tao, reached the ears of every practitioner in the Hongwang realm. "I am Hong Jun, and I have now attained sainthood. 3,000 years hence, I shall impart teachings in the Zixiao Palace. Those fated shall come to listen." Upon hearing this voice, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin sprang to their feet, gazing towards the heavens beyond the Hongwang realm, sensing a distant connection to the location of the Zixiao Palace. Di Jiang's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Indeed, Hong Jun is about to deliver his teachings." Wu Tian was right after all. Exchanging solemn glances, they recalled their previous conversation, both reflecting a sense of seriousness, yet neither broached the topic again. Moments later, Zhu Jiuyin declared, "Let us go. We must gather the ancestral witches and seek out Wu Tian." In reality, there was no need for them to send word, as the other ancestral witches had also heard Hong Jun's announcement. Witnessing Wu Tian's predictions come to fruition, the ancestral witches were left in utter astonishment and immediately rushed back to the Panga Hall. Chapter 18. Preparations before departure. The voice of Hong Jun reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. Yet it did not permeate the Panga Hall. This artifact, formed from the heart of Pangu, possessed the power to shield the heavenly secrets, preventing even the essence of the heavenly Tao from penetrating its confines. Thus, when Wu Tian awakened from his cultivation, gazing at the ancestral witches surrounding him and hearing Emperor Jiang speak of Hong Jun's teachings, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Has it already begun? Exchanging glances with Zhu Jiuyin, Emperor Jiang nodded slightly. "Indeed, you were correct." A strange glimmer flickered in Emperor Jiang's eyes as he regarded Wu Tian with increasing depth, silently resolving to place greater emphasis on the significance of the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation. Wu Tian, however, remained oblivious to Emperor Jiang's gaze. To him, even a slight change in Emperor Jiang's demeanor would be a welcome development. Having confirmed the matter, Wu Tian hastily rose. "What are we waiting for? Let's depart swiftly." His urgency was palpable. Lingering would only hinder their quest to locate the Zixiao Palace amidst the chaos before others could. He had no desire for the primordial purple energy, nor did he aspire to become a sage of the heavenly Tao. Yet, this did not preclude him from seeking a position that represented the opportunity of a sage. After all, what he did not need could be traded with others. At the very least, it could disrupt Hongjun's plans and provide some amusement. It was said that a seat represented a primordial purple energy. if the Witch clan were to seize it? Would Hongjun truly bestow the primordial purple energy upon the ancestral witches? The mere thought ignited Wu Tian's anticipation. However, the ancestral witches were less enthusiastic. Having been persuaded by Wu Tian earlier, they had no intention of abstaining from the journey, yet they struggled to comprehend his anxious disposition. They regarded Wu Tian with puzzled expressions, and the ancestral witch Gong Gong curiously inquired, "We still have 3,000 years. Why depart now?" Everyone's eyes turned toward Wu Tian with curiosity. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were no exception, their eyes glimmering with intrigue, while Ho Tu appeared deep in thought. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, understanding their perspective but unable to convey his urgency. He then focused on Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, if he could persuade the leaders. The opinions of the other ancestral witches would be inconsequential. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian stated, "I have previously mentioned, Hongjuan's teachings are not solely dictated by his own will. They are fundamentally entwined with the demands of the heavenly Tao. Consequently, this session of teachings will undoubtedly present great opportunities. With so many participants, it is a matter of first come, first served." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He was indifferent to the heavenly Tao and held no expectations for opportunities, as the Witch clan had no need for artifacts. They only revered Pangu, their father. Yet Wu Tian possessed a peculiar knack. Everything he spoke of seemed to unfold as foretold, leaving Emperor Jiang with little choice but to deliberate carefully. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin interjected with a smile. "Do not rush. We must make arrangements for our brethren. A journey of 3,000 years is no small matter, and we do not yet know how long the teachings at Zhixiao Palace will last." Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded, smiling. "I was indeed too hasty." Zhu Jiuyin, perceiving Wu Tian's thoughts, continued with a grin, "Elder brother governs the laws of space, while I govern the laws of time. Together, we shall undoubtedly surpass all others in our haste." Wu Tian considered this and found the reasoning sound. The urgency on his face dissipated immediately. At that moment, Emperor Jiang also smiled and declared, "Then it is settled. Gather the great witches and instruct them, and we shall swiftly venture beyond the wilderness into the chaos in search of the Zhixiao Palace." With that, he cast a glance at the others. Seeing their leaders in agreement, the ancestral witches nodded slightly, promptly relaying the orders to their respective great witches. Soon, the great witches hastened to the Panga Hall. Wu Tian was familiar with these great witches, having witnessed their emergence firsthand while refining the essence of the ancestral witches beside the blood pool. The great witches, aware of Wu Tian's identity, were informed by Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches to maintain secrecy regarding Wu Tian's status outside. When the great witches arrived, they bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We greet the esteemed ancestral witches." Emperor Jiang gestured for them to rise and explained their intention to attend the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, urging the great witches to safeguard their kin. After listening, the leader, Qi Yu, assured, "Rest assured, ancestral witches, we vow to protect our kin with our lives." The other great witches nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute, as though they would rather perish than allow harm to befall the Witch clan. Emperor Jiang praised their determination, giving Qi Yu a hearty pat on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly the sons of the Witch clan." Wu Tian contemplated speaking, perhaps about the wisdom of safeguarding both land and kin, but ultimately refrained, knowing the nature of the Witch clan would not allow them to grasp such sentiments. Moreover, as the teachings began, all the powerful beings of the vast wilderness would likely flock to the Zhixiao Palace, alleviating any concerns regarding the safety of the great witches. Finally, Wu Tian smiled and declared, "After we depart, the Panga Hall shall remain here. Should you encounter formidable adversaries, return to the Panga Hall and await our return. When we come back, we will reclaim our honor." The great witches accepted this notion, each clasping their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, ancestral witch Wu Tian." After concluding this matter, the great witches dispersed. Wu Tian then summoned Jiufeng and Ho Yi, bringing them before him. He had always maintained a close relationship with Xianming and Ho Tu, co-managing the Ho Tu tribe. As Jiufeng and Ho Yi practiced the laws of Xianming and Ho Tu, respectively, Wu Tian instructed them. While you're active at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, keep an eye out for a 7-colored gourd vine. If you discover it, ensure its safety and inform me upon my return. Wu Tian suddenly recalled the primordial gourd vine, a rare spiritual root that had appeared during the teachings, with its gourds not yet fully matured, only to be divided among those who encountered it, even the vines becoming the tools of creation in Yua's hands. Naturally, he wished to secure it in advance. However, he could not recall precisely when the primordial gourd vine would emerge after the teachings. Its current existence remained uncertain. Thus, he could only request the two to be vigilant. If they could locate it, that would be ideal. If not, he planned to explore Buzhou Mountain himself after attending the teachings at Zixiao Palace. Should he still be unable to find it, there would be no recourse. In the vast wilderness, fortune and opportunities were paramount. Wu Tian could only keep a close watch on the Sanqing and hope for a fortunate encounter. Jiufeng and Ho Yi listened attentively, solemnly clasping their hands and responding in unison. We will faithfully obey the orders of ancestral witch. Wu Tian smiled and nodded, amused by their earnestness and determination to achieve their goal, before adding, ultimately, this matter hinges upon opportunity. If it cannot be found, there is no need to force it. You need not bear any guilt. I have other means at my disposal. Chapter 19. Journey to Chaos. Jiufeng and Ho Yi nodded, their hearts suddenly lightening. They had indeed harbored some concerns about how to explain to Wu Tian, the ancestral shaman, if they were unable to locate the item. However, Wu Tian's words had alleviated their worries, prompting both to exchange glances. Wu Tian truly was amicable. Among all the great shamans, Wu Tian was considered a peculiar ancestral shaman, preferring to remain in the Panga Hall for meditation, always exuding a warm demeanor. He was nothing like the other ancestral shamans, who often displayed volatility. Even Hutu, the most tempered among the 12 ancestral shamans, possessed a volatile side. Yet, Wu Tian had never lost his temper with them. A realization dawned upon the two. It seemed to be the first time Wu Tian had assigned them a task. They immediately steeled their resolve, vowing to find a 7-colored gourd vine for Wu Tian. As Jiufeng and Ho Yi departed, Hutu inquired with curiosity, Wu Tian, is this primordial gourd vine truly significant? Wu Tian nodded, smiling as he replied, it is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Each gourd possesses its own mystical essence, but most importantly, this gourd vine pertains to a great opportunity. He spoke of the opportunity to create humanity, a matter Wu Tian was determined to be involved in, with the primordial gourd vine serving as his point of intervention. Hutu pondered his words. She had grown accustomed to Wu Tian's revelations and did not dwell on how he came to know so much. Perhaps each ancestral shaman had their unique talents. Or perhaps Wu Tian excelled in perceiving the grand trends of the heavenly way and various opportunities. Then Hutu chuckled, if they cannot find it, once the teachings conclude, I shall assist you in your search. At that moment, Xianming looked over, her unspoken intentions evident in her gaze. She too wished to be part of this endeavor. Wu Tian felt touched and bowed respectfully to the 2 ancestral shamans. Thank you, dear sisters. After this exchange, Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans made arrangements within the Panga Hall, and once everything was settled, they approached Wu Tian. Di Jiang smiled and said, let us go. We shall also attend the teachings at the Zixiao Palace. Instantly, spatial laws activated, enveloping the many ancestral shamans and propelling them forth from the Panga Hall. In the next moment, as if space itself had shifted, Wu Tian found himself outside the Panga Hall, soaring into the void towards the fiercest winds of the 9 heavens. Di Jiang's words were no exaggeration. His spatial law was indeed rapid for travel. The scenery shifted swiftly, akin to the folding of space, and in mere blinks, they ascended to the 9 heavens. At this juncture, Zhu Jiuyin also made a move. The combined force of their laws enveloped the isolated space surrounding Di Jiang, emanating a soft glow that fiercely countered the savage winds of the 9 heavens, which were otherwise relentless in the void. Di Jiang chuckled lightly, sing. Hong Jun mentioned that those with fate could come to hear the teachings, but I believe it requires strength the nine heavens winds are formidable, and only those above the golden immortal level can traverse them. Yet, he speaks of fate, enticing those who overestimate themselves to gamble with their lives. Dijang chuckled again, unable to restrain himself. While Wu Tian was pondering this, he suddenly noticed a figure being battered by the nine heavens winds, their form eroding, helplessly plummeting towards the vast land of Honghuang. He couldn't help but shake his head. Dijang's words were blunt, but resonated with the truth of Honghuang. Opportunities and treasures belong to those with virtue, but isn't it ultimately about whose strength prevails? Some say Honghuang is not merely about conflict, but about human relationships. Yet, it is only after one possesses the ability to engage in conflict that others will consider playing the game of relationships with you. Fortunately, with the 12 ancestral shamans present, those who dared to fight and strive would pave the way, allowing Wu Tian to navigate the intricacies of relationships in peace. Reflecting on this, Wu Tian gazed at the ancestral shamans. Noticing Wu Tian's expression, Dijiang found it somewhat curious but did not dwell on it, instead cheerfully urging, "Wu Tian, now is the moment for you to grasp this opportunity as I and your second brother wield our powers. Why delay?" Unlike the other ancestral shamans who each possessed their own primordial laws, Wu Tian had developed his primordial spirit and bore the weight of 12 laws. In the face of Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin's unreserved actions, Wu Tian expressed his gratitude and settled cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the ancestral shamans. He gradually closed his eyes. In the next instant, his primordial spirit emerged from the crown of his head. The perceptive power of his spirit spread outward, reaching towards the laws wielded by Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, and soon boundless insights began to arise within him. The imprints of the spatial and temporal laws manifested. As before, the ethereal forms of Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin appeared within Wu Tian's soul, flickering before other 10 laws began to flourish. Hutu's gaze shifted, a gentle smile gracing her features. Since we are at leisure, why not lend Wu Tian a helping hand? Without waiting for the other ancestral shamans to respond, a heavy earthen glow illuminated Hutu's form, and her laws radiated outward, strengthening the protective barrier surrounding them. Soon after, Xianming followed suit and invoked her own laws, prompting an ancestral shaman to laugh heartily. Let us hasten our efforts. Otherwise, this fellow might think only the 2 sisters care for him, while we brothers remain stingy. In an instant, an array of law powers coalesced. Layered upon the spatial and temporal laws, the original luminous glow transformed into a chaotic hue. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin regarded the multitude with exasperation. For without the guiding 12 capital heavenly gods formation, the clash of such myriad laws intensified, imposing immense pressure upon them. Just then, a flash of golden light erupted from Wu Tian's primordial spirit as the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi soared forth, hovering above his head and rotating gently, exuding the aura of a treasure of merit. This immediately quelled the conflicts among the various laws. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the ancestral shamans were not exerting their full strength. They merely wished to allow Wu Tian to experience their laws. With this shift, the engravings of the 12 laws within Wu Tian's soul rapidly increased, and the ethereal forms of the 12 ancestral shamans grew ever brighter. The ancestral shamans quickly broke through the chaotic membrane, emerging from the realms of Honghuang and delving into the boundless expanse of chaos. Chapter 20. Hongjun, what went wrong? In the midst of chaos, where no paths exist, there is neither time nor space, nor any laws of the myriad Tao. The radiant presence of the ancestor witches resembles a small world, shattering countless chaotic currents. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, guided by an instinctive feeling, traverse through the vast chaos. Time is indeterminate. Suddenly, Dijiang's voice resonates in Wu Tian's ears. We've arrived. Wu Tian awakens abruptly, emerging from his prolonged meditation. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, nourished by numerous laws, Wu Tian's soul experiences another elevation in the engraving of the laws. A brief assessment reveals that this enhancement surpasses even the potency of the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood he had refined. with the engraving of the laws reaching at least 20%. After all, it is the collective effort of the 12 ancestor witches. Such an opportunity would be unattainable in the vast wilderness. It is not that the ancestor witches are unwilling, but rather that they can hardly contain their impatience. Calming their own laws, their primordial spirits retreat into the spiritual platform, while the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi also merges within the primordial spirit, suppressing Wu Tian's fate. Slowly, Wu Tian opens his eyes. Is this the Zixiao Palace? He gazes in astonishment at the scene before him. In the boundless chaos, which was once filled with erratic currents, a vast expanse of emptiness now unfolds, a semblance of a world. The Zixiao Palace stands solitary at its center, remarkably simple, yet emanating a soft, precious light, as boundless Tao rhythm flows from within, producing countless wondrous phenomena. Under the weight of this grandeur, the chaotic energies are held at bay. As Wu Tian surveys his surroundings, he sees no other figures, and the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace remain firmly closed, suggesting that no one has yet arrived. At this moment, Di Jiang speaks with a hint of pride. What do you think? I told you we would arrive ahead of everyone else, without delaying your plans. Wu Tian nods with a smile, preparing to commend Di Jiang, when suddenly, 3 figures burst forth from the side of the chaos, unhesitatingly heading towards the Zixiao Palace. Among these 3 figures, one appears as an elder, another as a middle-aged man, and the last is a handsome, striking youth. A spark of recognition ignites within Wu Tian. Aren't these the 3 pure ones, Tai Ching, Yuan Shi, and Tang Tian? Although he had not previously encountered them, he had been in contact with the 3 pure ones during the skirmishes with fierce beasts when Di Jiang and the others had taken advantage of the 3 clans. His gaze sharpens, and he exclaims, "The 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones are indeed the true lineage of Pangu, yet unlike the ancestor witches, who are born from Pangu's essence and carry a heavy aura of slaughter. The 3 pure ones are 3 fractions of Pangu's primordial spirit. Logically, there should be some connection, but in their previous encounters, the 12 ancestor witches and the 3 pure ones had mutual disdain for each other. The 3 pure ones find the 12 ancestor witches too coarse, overwhelmed by their murderous aura and prone to violence. Conversely, the 12 ancestor witches regard the 3 pure ones as pretentious, unable to comprehend why they would look down upon them. Now, witnessing the arrival of the 3 pure ones, Di Jiang's competitive spirit ignites. He softly calls to Zhu Jiuyin, and the spatial and temporal laws surrounding the ancestor witches surge forth, accelerating their pace, as they strive to reach the Zixiao Palace before the 3 pure ones. Tai Ching, Yuan Shi, and Tang Tian also noticed the figures of the ancestor witches. Their curiosity piqued. These 12 ancestor witches, so proud and arrogant, have come to listen to Hongjuan's teachings? Their gazes shift, landing upon Wu Tian, who is encircled by the ancestor witches, and curiosity flickers in their eyes. Who is this person? Could he also be of the witch clan? Despite the overwhelming spatial and temporal laws obscuring Wu Tian's situation, it is evident that he differs from the ancestor witches. Thoughts swirl within. Yet the speed of the 3 pure ones remains unimpeded as they move swiftly towards the grand entrance of the Zixiao Palace. Upon entering the suppressive range of the Zixiao Palace, the chaotic energies surrounding them dissipate instantaneously. The 3 pure ones quickly notice the transformation. In the chaos, where all paths are absent, any action consumes their essence without external replenishment. Yet, to their astonishment, this place resembles the primordial world. It appears as if the power of the primordial heavenly Tao extends here, creating a small world amidst the chaos. With the influx of external vital energy, the 3 pure ones accelerate even further. With a swift motion, they draw closer to the Zixiao Palace. However, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin experience a stark contrast. Upon entering the aura of the Zixiao Palace, their previously rapid pace suddenly slows. The ancestor witches become mired as if trapped in a quagmire. The nearer they approach the Zixiao Palace, the more sluggish their speed becomes. What is happening? Wu Tian is taken aback, pondering the direction of the Zixiao Palace. What is going on? The teachings have yet to commence. and Hong Jun is already employing his stratagem. Wu Tian's mind is filled with astonishment as he watches the three pure ones vanish into the Zixiao Palace. Not only that, but two additional figures, a man and a woman, also surge forth from the chaos, surpassing the positions of the ancestor witches. These two are none other than the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua. Just like the three pure ones, upon entering the area enveloped by the aura of the Zixiao Palace, the oppressive chaos dissipates instantly, and their speed increases even more. Observing the successive figures disappearing, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin frown, their faces contorted with rage, their expressions suggesting an imminent eruption. How could they not realize they were being targeted? That old man Hong Jun, Di Jiang can hardly contain his frustration. Though he does not care for the opportunities Wu Tian has mentioned, having boasted in front of his younger brother, only to be thwarted at the last moment, is a source of immense dissatisfaction. Wu Tian quickly interjects, "Brother, do not be hasty. Let's first enter the Zixiao Palace." This Zixiao Palace suppresses the chaos and is intrinsically linked to the heavenly Tao. Its power permeates this space. Strictly speaking, this is Hongjun's domain. Creating a commotion here may not yield favorable results. Wu Tian aims to dissuade the ancestor witches, but he has not left empty-handed. He has gleaned a crucial insight. The seating arrangement in the Zixiao Palace is problematic. It is not solely dependent on fortune, but rather orchestrated by Hong Jun. Were it not for this, why would Hong Jun discreetly intervene to block the ancestor witches from entering prematurely? If he allowed them to enter first, not just 6 seats, they could fill them all with another 6. The notion that the mats represent opportunities for sanctification would become absurd. In the depths of the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun gazes intently at the unfolding scene outside, his heart filled with astonishment. He cannot comprehend how the reality deviates from the heavenly mechanisms. All 12 ancestor witches have arrived, and they have come so early. After his sanctification, the heavenly mechanisms had clearly indicated that only Xianyuan and Hutu would come to listen to the teachings. What on earth went awry? Hong Jun's mind is engulfed in confusion. Chapter 21. He should thank us. Hong Jun had only recently attained the status of sage. He was not yet the Tao ancestor who would later merge with the Tao, and his control over the grand design of heavenly Tao was still quite limited. Thus, when the ancestor witches manifested prematurely, he was filled with confusion and began to doubt whether he had made some miscalculation in his predictions. It cannot be, he thought. He had repeatedly divined the heavenly secrets, and each time it had been the same. Left with no other choice, Hong Jun was compelled to take action. He summoned the powers of heavenly Tao to suppress the speed of the ancestor witches, delaying their arrival at the Purple Cloud's palace, allowing the Sanqing, Fuxi, and Yuhua to enter ahead. He understood that this was not ideal. Given the temperament of the ancestor witches, should they become unruly, it would be difficult to manage the situation. The impending calamity held great fortune for the witch clan, and he could not simply eliminate the ancestor witches. Yet, could he stand by and watch as they entered the Purple Cloud's palace first, seizing all the seats and ruining his plans? Hong Jun shook his head imperceptibly. The Sanqing were the true descendants of Pangu, embodying the essence of Pangu's spirit. In other words, they were the progeny of fortune in this primordial world, possessing immense luck. Regardless, Hong Jun was determined to take them under his wing. Only then could he consolidate the formidable fortune of the Sanqing within himself, aiding his ascent to higher realms. Yuhua was similarly significant. Although her fortune did not match that of the Sanqing, she would have her own grand opportunities in the future, imbued with boundless luck. And Hong Jun naturally could not abandon her. Weighing his options, Hong Jun acted without hesitation. He cast a wary glance toward the ancestor witches, yet to his astonishment, after a moment of anger, they suppressed their emotions. What was happening? Hong Jun wondered. When did the ancestor witches exhibit such good temper? His confusion deepened. The likes of Emperor Jiang and others did not erupt in fury on the spot, thanks to Wu Tian's persuasion. Nevertheless, Emperor Jiang found it hard to contain his wrath. Rather than curse Hong Jun again, he declared loudly, "Brothers, let us act." Instantly, the aura of the ancestor witches surged forth. An overwhelming force emanated from them. The power of the laws surged, entirely different from when they had previously released it for Wu Tian's comprehension. Earlier, the ancestor witches had controlled their energy, ensuring that the conflicts between the laws remained as soft and gentle as possible. Now, however, they were fierce beyond measure. Boom! The light surrounding the ancestor witches suddenly flared, colliding with the power emanating from the Purple Cloud's palace. Instantly, the surrounding laws were thrown into chaos, and the ancestor witches swiftly broke free from their constraints, racing toward the Purple Cloud's palace. Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to persuade the ancestor witches to suppress their anger and refrain from exploding in Hongjuan's domain. Had they truly fought, he knew not how Hongjun would respond. Would he use the ancestor witches as a means to intimidate others, to strike fear into those who had come to listen to the Tao? As for the positions within the Purple Cloud's palace, well, securing two would suffice. At the very least, just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw figures swiftly pass by the ancestor witches. Two were none other than Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, while a solitary figure exuded an air of defiance. It was Kunpeng. As Xinyuanzi and Hongyun passed, they turned to nod at the ancestor witches, their faces radiating warmth and kindness. The two brothers were always like this, gentle in nature and friendly toward others. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun murmured to themselves. Upon entering this realm, they felt a sense of returning to the primordial world, their magical powers flowing more smoothly than before. Yet, why did the ancestor witches appear so peculiar? Little did they know, the ancestor witches were under the suppression of the Purple Cloud's palace, while they themselves bore the intentional enhancement of Hongjun. Thus, they appeared somewhat unusual. As these three figures vanished, Wu Tian was left speechless, his heart seething with anger. What the hell? How brazen could one be? Clearly, he had brought the ancestor witches here first. Yet Hongjun played such petty tricks at the last moment before they reached the Purple Cloud's palace. What happened to the dignified demeanor of the Tao ancestor? In Wu Tian's mind, even if Hongjun had ulterior motives and intervened, it should have been done with subtlety and grace, not in such an overt manner. Such crude actions were beneath him. In truth, Hongjun himself felt quite speechless. He had meticulously calculated everything, yet he never anticipated that the ancestor witches would arrive together and be the first to enter the Purple Cloud's palace, instantly disrupting his plans. At this moment, should he fail to intervene and block the witch clan, it would be even more troublesome to regain control over his original arrangements. Naturally, he could not afford to be concerned about maintaining composure. What had happened to the ancestor witches? Was there some unforeseen variable? Hongjuan's gaze shifted, naturally landing on the ancestor witches, but he discerned nothing. Wu Tian possessed a legitimate identity, coupled with the suppression of his aura by the treasured artifact. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler, it concealed Wu Tian's fortune from even Hongjuan's keen perception. As the ancestor witches entered the Purple Cloud's palace, the Sanqing had already seated themselves on the foremost cushions. Contrary to Wu Tian's expectations, there were 7 cushions within the Purple Cloud's palace, with the first 3 naturally occupied by the Sanqing. Behind them sat Fuxi and Yuhua. The brother and sister were well aware that the foremost cushions likely held great fortune. Yet Fuxi, possessing great wisdom, contemplated briefly and abandoned the idea of claiming one for himself. Instead, he chose to sit behind Yuhua. If there were truly great opportunities, countless individuals would vie for them. Outside were the 12 ancestor witches, and innumerable powerful beings would follow. Given the strength of the brother and sister, they feared they could only secure one position. It would be better for him to protect her from behind. Fuxi quietly communicated with Yuhua. Thus, they only occupied one seat. Following them, Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, and Kunpeng took the 5th and 6th seats. Strangely, Xinyuanzi, like Fuxi, chose to sit behind Hongyun, not claiming the 7th seat. Lady Hutu, you have cultivated your primordial spirit. You should take a seat. Wu Tian gently pushed Hutu forward. The ancestor witches had no objections, yet Hutu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude as she gazed at Wu Tian. Her expression seemed to convey, "Do you not also possess a primordial spirit? Why do you not sit?" Hutu was well aware that Wu Tian had rushed to the Purple Cloud's palace earlier precisely because the foremost seats represented great fortune. Did this mean he was relinquishing the opportunity for himself? Wu Tian merely smiled, guiding Hutu to the seventh cushion, then turned to the ancestor witches and said, "Let's sit behind here." As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, causing a long row of jade stone cushions to materialize on the ground. Yet, Emperor Jiang still felt a surge of anger. He was deeply dissatisfied, had it not been for Hongjuan's interference, given that they had arrived first. All 7 seats should have belonged to the Witch clan. How could they have only claimed one? Before he could voice his grievances, Wu Tian discreetly communicated with the ancestor witches, glancing at the backs of Hongyun and Kuanpeng, and cheerfully said, "Brothers, do not be anxious. Soon, Hongyun will relinquish his seat to us. Moreover, he will have to express his gratitude to our Witch clan, as he owes us a significant debt of fate." Do you believe it? Chapter 22. Cultivating relationships. The attention of the ancestral shamans was suddenly captivated, even momentarily disregarding their previous ire. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? To relinquish such a significant fortune as a representative, and yet still express gratitude? The ancestors gazed towards Hongyun with peculiar expressions, as if questioning his sanity. However, Wu Tian understood that Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi, widely acknowledged as the kind-hearted among the primordial beings, were certainly not foolish. Setting aside Hongyun for the moment, Zhen Yuanzi, the future progenitor of the Earth Immortals, was one of the 2 entities among the 10 innate spiritual roots capable of transformation, the other being the formidable Yangmei Daxian, who could rival Hongjun. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book, capable of creating moral binding formations such as the Earth Book barrier. Could one truly claim he lacked profound wisdom? Absolutely not. What further affirmed Wu Tian's belief was that Zhen Yuanzi chose not to separate himself from Hongyun to seize the last available seat, instead positioning himself protectively behind Hongyun, reminiscent of Fuxi safeguarding Enhua. Clearly, he recognized the significance of this mat and anticipated the potential for fierce conflict. Hongyun relinquishing his seat might not merely stem from his inherent kindness. Perhaps there were deeper, unavoidable complexities at play. Wu Tian pondered silently. At that moment, numerous gazes converged upon Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun. The ancestral shaman stares were exceedingly direct, immediately instilling a sense of inexplicable pressure in both individuals. Hongyun's expression stiffened slightly, yet he maintained a gentle smile, gradually turning his head to glance at the ancestral shamans, offering a soft chuckle and a slight nod. He quickly redirected his gaze to meet Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, conveying a silent message. "Brother Zhen Yuanzi, what are the ancestors planning? Their stares are unervingly intense. Surely they do not intend to take action?" Zhen Yuanzi appeared somewhat bewildered as well. "I am uncertain. However, we are within the confines of the Zixiao Palace. The ancestral shamans would not dare to disregard even Hongjuan's authority and act recklessly again, would they? Moreover, we have not provoked them in any way." Zhen Yuanzi contemplated for a considerable time. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he turned to the ancestral shamans, his gaze settling on the most amiable among them, Wu Tian. Steadying himself, he inquired with a cheerful demeanor, "This friend seems unfamiliar. May I ask your name?" Wu Tian gestured towards Emperor Jiang and the others. He too felt somewhat speechless under their unabashed scrutiny. How could they regard someone in such a manner? It was evident that Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun were unsettled. Upon noticing this, Emperor Jiang let out a light huff, retracting his somewhat intense gaze, then lowered his head to exchange glances with Zhu Jiuyin, engaging in silent communication while keenly listening to Wu Tian's conversation with Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun. Then, they heard Wu Tian's hearty laughter. "It is quite normal that you have not encountered my friend Zhen Yuanzi before. I seldom traverse the primordial realm. I am Wu Tian of the Witch clan. However, I have long heard of your esteemed names, renowned across the land. I have yearned to meet you both. The ancestral shamans often speak of you as rare exemplars of kindness in the primordial world." Hearing Wu Tian's kind words, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun felt a wave of relief wash over them, their smiles growing more genuine. Nevertheless, the term kind-hearted struck them as somewhat peculiar, almost resembling an insult. Yet, observing Wu Tian's earnest expression, they could only attribute it to their own sensitivities. Zhen Yuanzi humbly shook his head, responding, "You flatter us. My friend, the ancestral shamans have misjudged. My brother and I merely prefer a life of leisure, shunning conflict. How could we truly be considered kind-hearted?" As they spoke in hushed tones, the three pure ones, along with Fushi and Enhua, cast curious glances in their direction, harboring their own questions. They had certainly heard of the 12 ancestral shamans, who had remained hidden during the Dragonhan calamity, but the shamans had directly entered the battlefield, seizing corpses and clearing the field with an air of righteous defiance, much to the astonishment of the primordial beings. Their reputation had spread far and wide. Yet Wu Tian seemed to have emerged from nowhere, leaving no trace in the primordial realm until now. Observing the ancestral shaman's demeanor towards Wu Tian, they were filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Wu Tian introduce himself, the crowd's eyes flickered slightly. "So, he is Wu Tian." They subtly nodded, many concluding in their minds that Wu Tian must be the most capable witch beneath the ancestral shamans, attending the Zixiao Palace for this rare opportunity, which explained why the shamans kept him close. Only Hong Jun remained puzzled. Although he did not reveal himself, the entire Zixiao Palace was his domain, and he overheard Wu Tian and Zhen Yuanzi's exchange. Upon hearing Wu Tian's name, he murmured to himself, "Wu Tian?" His brow furrowed slightly. As the first sage of the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun was decidedly displeased with this name. Why choose such a name, evoking an implicit confrontation, coupled with the witch's actions? He felt increasingly irritable. He did not believe Wu Tian to be an ordinary witch, were it not for the fear of inciting the ancestral shaman's wrath again. Hong Jun would have wished to harness the power of the heavenly Tao to investigate Wu Tian's background thoroughly. Meanwhile, as the thoughts of the crowd swirled, Wu Tian continued to engage enthusiastically with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. He held no ill will towards them. In fact, he found them quite intriguing. As previously mentioned, with the ancestral shamans engaged in conflict, Wu Tian could navigate the intricacies of human relationships, and both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were individuals worth befriending. Naturally, Wu Tian's words were imbued with goodwill. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun also felt inclined to cultivate a friendship, and their dialogue became increasingly fervent. After some time, even Hong Yun could not resist joining their conversation, turning around with a cheerful expression and saying, "Friend Wu Tian, after this lecture concludes, I must visit Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuan's ginseng fruit is exquisite beyond compare, absolutely worth savoring." Zhen Yuanzi, unperturbed by Hong Yun's use of his ginseng fruit as a means of goodwill, merely shot a playful glare at him, then laughed, "Should you decide to come, I shall ensure a warm welcome." At this moment, Wu Tian and Zhen Yuanzi continued their exchange, growing ever more harmonious and animated. Wu Tian boisterously declared, "Ha, then I shall hold you to that. I have long heard tales of the ginseng fruit, and my curiosity has been piqued." As they conversed, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral shamans blinked in surprise. Wasn't the discussion supposed to revolve around the seating arrangement? How had it shifted to ginseng fruit? Just then, a slight sound interrupted their lively dialogue. The laughter of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun froze on their faces, and Wu Tian frowned in response. Yet, before he could react further, the 12 ancestral shamans, with their 24 eyes, turned in unison towards the three pure ones, landing upon the second among them, Yuan Shi Tianzun, each face reflecting a palpable hostility. Chapter 23. A small confrontation with Yuan Shi. What do you mean? Di Jiang showed no mercy towards the heavenly master Yuan Shi. Without waiting for Wu Tian to speak, he directly confronted the heavenly master Yuan Shi. Di Jiang's voice caused Zhen Yuanzi's heart to race, and he couldn't help but smile ruefully. He had just been contemplating how exaggerated the rumors in the wilderness were. How could the Wu clan be so difficult to deal with? Yet, in an instant, he was slapped in the face. However, he felt it inappropriate to say anything. This cold snort from the heavenly master Yuan Shi was not only aimed at Wu Tian, but also at him and Hong Yun. He did not wish to provoke the Sanqing. After all, one could not deny the ancestral shaman their moment to speak, could they? Exchanging glances with Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi noticed the expressions on the faces of the Sanqing, Tian, Yuan Shi, and Tian, all of which were extremely grim, with Yuan Shi's being the most severe. Nevertheless, he refused to back down. Especially at this moment, many individuals were gradually entering the Zixiao Palace, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were utterly shocked and intrigued. In such circumstances, could he remain silent? After a brief pause, the heavenly master Yuan Shi coldly declared, "What do you mean? I would like to inquire what you all mean. Coming to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, yet making such a racket. What sort of behavior is this? Is this how one ought to behave?" Among the Sanqing, Yuan Shi placed the utmost importance on decorum. His character was already manifesting itself, believing that everyone had come to listen and should thus remain quiet in the Zixiao Palace, waiting patiently. What sort of propriety was being displayed with such clamor? As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestral shamans became indignant. The most impatient among them, Zhu Rong, stood up and exclaimed, "What does it matter to you? Is this Zixiao Palace yours?" Zhu Rong's blunt and coarse words caused Yuan Shi's complexion to fluctuate between shades of green and white, and he immediately rose to confront Zhu Rong. At this moment, Tian slightly furrowed his brow and softly said, "Second brother." He gently called out to stop Yuan Shi. Then with a profound gaze, he looked towards the ancestral shamans, ultimately settling his eyes back on Yuan Shi, continuing, "This is, after all, the sanctum of the sages." Though his words were unfinished, the implication was clear. He urged Yuan Shi not to escalate matters with the ancestral shamans. Yuan Shi's gaze flickered, and with a light snort, he turned away from the ancestral shamans. Although Tian had intervened to shield Yuan Shi, his stance was unmistakably aligned with his brother's, subtly indicating that Yuan Shi should not pursue the matter further, which still implied the issue lay with the ancestral shamans. Seeing this, Wu Tian became displeased. The Zixiao Palace was not solely Yuan Shi's domain. Hong Jun had never explicitly stated any restrictions. Why should he act as the enforcer of discipline here? Others wielded mere feathers as commands, yet Yuan Shi had no such authority. However, he chose not to voice such thoughts, but instead looked towards the Sanqing with a light chuckle. "Your anger, dear Yuan Shi, is truly unwarranted. We came here to cultivate friendships, exchange knowledge, and discuss the Tao in the future. This is one of the very purposes of visiting the Zixiao Palace. Is it not rather unseemly for you to constantly accuse others and stir up disputes?" Yuan Shi was immediately rendered speechless by Wu Tian's reasoning. He appeared to be the one lacking in decorum, suspected of instigating discord within the Zixiao Palace. Taiching's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wu Tian, pondering, what is going on? When did the Wu clan become so articulate and clever? Tian, who had initially shared a common animosity, began to contemplate Wu Tian's words, internally murmuring, "It seems they have a point. They are cultivating friendships. Why must you wear a sour face, even if it is with your own brothers? Outsiders certainly would not indulge you." As curiosity grew, Di Zhang's previously furious demeanor transformed into delight, and he excitedly patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. Wu Tian turned back, only to find Di Zhang's admiring gaze, seemingly conveying, "Well said, precisely what I wished to express." Zhu Rong, observing Yuan Shi left speechless, raised an eyebrow in triumph towards him before taking a seat once more. "We, the Wu clan, are the most reasonable." The ancestral shamans were invigorated by Wu Tian's eloquence, wearing expressions of pride. Wu Tian nodded at them, signaling to calm the ancestral shamans. Once Zhu Rong settled down, he turned to face the Sanqing again. Yuan Shi's expression grew increasingly grim. His eyes flickered, as if contemplating how to retort. Wu Tian smiled slightly, adopting a tone of gentle persuasion as he calmly said, "Alas, for the sake of the Pangu Father God, let me advise you one more time. Do not let your identity as a true descendant of Pangu lead you to adopt an air of superiority and arrogance." Yuan Shi was so enraged he nearly coughed blood. How could it be, after the great catastrophe of Long Han, aside from your ancestral shamans, who else in the wilderness is as arrogant? And yet you still have the audacity to speak such words? The others wore peculiar expressions. However, at this moment, everyone possessed a modicum of awareness and refrained from foolishly positioning themselves as targets for both the Wu clan and the Sanqing. Then Wu Tian smiled again and added, "It is only due to the magnanimity of my friends Zhen Yuan and Hong Yun that, otherwise, with your attitude, we would certainly have had an unending dispute." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were suddenly alarmed, exchanging helpless glances with Wu Tian, their eyes pleading, "Wu Tian, please, do not involve us." Alas, I once believed Wu Tian was an anomaly among the Wu clan, but it seems I misjudged. He is certainly no less than the ancestral shamans. Zhen Yuanzi sighed inwardly. The brothers wished to remain uninvolved and carefree. Why would they want to provoke the Sanqing and invite trouble from Yuan Shi? They were outmatched in strength, and even in numbers, they were inferior. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged worried glances towards the Sanqing, revealing their apprehension, clearly fearing that the Sanqing might take notice of them. However, at this moment, the Sanqing's eyes were not on them. Their gazes were fixated on Wu Tian, their expressions profound. Had it not been for Tai Ching extending a hand to pull Yuan Shi back, he might have leaped up in fury. Amid the Sanqing's scrutiny, Wu Tian remained remarkably unperturbed. What is there to fear? Did they truly dare to act against him within the Zhixiao Palace? The ancestral shamans held no such reservations. However, the Sanqing certainly would not. Noticing Di Zhang's intention to rise and shield him, Wu Tian gently shook his head with a smile, then chose to ignore the Sanqing entirely. Wu Tian had always believed in steady progress. Yet in the face of Yuan Shi, he could not help but confront him, leaving him feeling relieved. A sense of clarity washed over him. Indeed, the three exchanged glances and ultimately suppressed the discontent brewing within them. After all, it was Yuan Shi who provoked them first. They had already lost the moral high ground, and a little loss of face was only fitting. Tai Ching quietly conveyed reassurance. Do not act rashly. Do not forget why we are here. Meanwhile, Wu Tian continued conversing with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, but refrained from letting others overhear, opting for soul transmission instead. Wu Tian chuckled softly and said, "Why must you two friends be so alarmed?" Zhen Yuanzi smiled wryly, while Hong Yun appeared somewhat embarrassed. Wu Tian then continued with a smile. "I understand that both of you wish to remain unburdened and avoid entanglements of fate. However, are you aware that fate is not something one can simply evade at will? Take Hong Yun's position as an example." Chapter 24. The Red Cloud offers his seat at this moment. Wu Tian paused slightly, capturing the attention of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, both of whom wore expressions of solemnity. "Wu Tian, do you imply that there's an issue with this seat?" Hong Yun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Wu Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the back, where numerous figures had already gathered in the Zhixiao Palace. The front seats were occupied, and those arriving later had no choice but to sit on the ground or, like the ancestral witches, to produce their own mats. However, the mighty beings, confident in their own identities and powers, directed their penetrating gazes towards those seated in front, their eyes sparkling with ambition. Wu Tian had not encountered these individuals before, yet he quickly recognized their identities through their appearances and demeanor. He mused internally, could this be Di Jun and Tai? The two striking men adorned in golden robes, intricately embroidered with white flame patterns, were encircled by fiery motifs around a sun-star emblem. One exuded a regal aura, undoubtedly the future Di Jun. The other appeared more domineering. A small ancient bell, inscribed with profound patterns, hanging at his waist. Tai Yi, born alongside the Chaos Bell. Both had emerged under the sun's true fire upon the Fusang tree, destined to unify the myriad races of the primordial realm and ultimately establish the demon clan, becoming its sovereigns, the demon emperor and the eastern emperor, respectively. This made them the most significant adversaries of the witch clan, prompting Wu Tian to steal a few more glances at them. Noticing Wu Tian's gaze, Di Jun and Tai Yi simultaneously turned their heads, locking eyes with him. Di Jun smiled lightly and nodded in acknowledgement, while Tai Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Wu Tian returned the nod, then shifted his attention to others in attendance. His gaze fell upon the figure shrouded in a thick aura of blood and filth. The old ancestor of the underworld river, born from the blood sea of the netherworld. The old ancestor was brazen, his eyes darting about, greedily assessing those seated on the mats, his gaze filled with covetousness. He was audacious, believing himself invincible with the blood sea unyielding and the nether river immortal. His cunning made him notorious as the bandit king of the primordial realm. Also present were the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen, born of the primordial yin and yang, along with several other formidable beings whom Wu Tian could not immediately identify. The three pure ones dared not provoke the ancestral witches, who were numerous and powerful. All gazes converged on Yuhua, Hongyun, and Kunpeng. Sensing their covetous stares, Fushi's expression darkened, and he slowly turned to face the crowd, resolved that no one would seize his sister's opportunity unless they tread upon his corpse. Fushi's resolute demeanor caused many gazes to withdraw, focusing intently on Hongyun and Kunpeng. Hongyun was somewhat reassured, as he still had Jin Yuanzi seated behind him. In contrast, Kunpeng was alone. Since entering, he had remained silent, his head bowed, uninterested in the exchanges between Wu Tian and the three pure ones, not even glancing this way. This left Kunpeng under the greatest pressure, visibly trembling with anxiety. At this juncture, Wu Tian turned back to continue conveying his thoughts to Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, chuckling softly in this vast Zixiao palace. With so many gathered to hear the teachings, there are but 7 mats in the front row. Surely, those not lacking in wisdom can deduce that these mats harbor great opportunities? Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had anticipated the envious gazes behind them. Based on this understanding, although they had found seats upon their arrival, they, like Fushi and Yuhua, had only occupied one. However, Jin Yuanzi could not help but smile wryly, pondering that perhaps their reputation as good-natured individuals had spread too widely in the primordial realm, diminishing their intimidating presence. Despite his protective stance, the scrutiny directed at Hongyun's seat was scarcely less than that aimed at Kunpeng. Jin Yuanzi felt that had it not been for the presence of Wu Tian beside them, perhaps others would have already approached to pressure and seized the opportunity. Sighing, both Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun recognized the implications of Wu Tian's words. The karmic ties associated with Hongyun's presence on the mat were now inescapable. They exchanged glances, and Hongyun suggested silently, "Shall we offer this seat to our friend Wu Tian? It would spare us from entangling ourselves in these karmic ties." At this moment, they understood that the seat represented a significant opportunity, yet they remained unaware of the magnitude and importance of this chance. Nor did they know that it was related to the primordial purple energy, a pathway to sanctification. Thus, they were reluctant to incur excessive karmic ties for an unknown opportunity, grasping the wisdom of the saying that a common man is innocent but may suffer for possessing a treasure. Sighing inwardly, Hongyun longed for a simple existence with Jin Yuanzi in the primordial realm, savoring ginseng fruit and discussing profound matters. Nothing more. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Hongyun discreetly transmitted a message to Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, perhaps you should take this seat? Your witch clan is numerous and formidable. I doubt anyone would dare covet it." As he spoke, he began to rise to relinquish the seat. Wu Tian immediately extended his hand, gently using his power to halt him. He was astonished, realizing that his earlier suspicions were correct. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were unwilling to court trouble for an uncertain opportunity. Thus, they had allowed the seat to be claimed by Jin and Juani, not only forfeiting the chance for the primordial purple energy that could lead to sanctification, but also implicating Kunpeng, who would harbor resentment. While it was Jin and Juanti who pressured Kunpeng and Yuan Tian Zun who humiliated him, it was ultimately Hongyun who bore the brunt of Kunpeng's ire. Could he not contend with them? Surely he could not be outmatched by Hongyun. Sighing, Wu Tian advised, "Do not be hasty, my friend. This seat represents an opportunity, consuming your own luck and fortune. The greater the opportunity, the greater the cost in fortune. Since you have already seated yourself, relinquishing it would be ill-advised. One who receives heaven's gifts but does not seize them may face dire consequences." As the first cloud of the heavens, Hongyun was said to bear the essence of Pengu's heart's blood. His own destiny was undoubtedly remarkable, which is why he had secured this seat. However, by relinquishing it, he would be squandering twice the luck necessary for sanctification. Such a loss would be detrimental. Although Hongyun intended to offer the seat, Wu Tian was reluctant to accept, genuinely hoping that Hongyun would fortify his resolve and remained seated. I suggest, Wu Tian continued, you should learn from my witch clan. If anyone dares to pressure you, confront them directly. In the primordial realm, few can slay both of you without suffering significant consequences. After hearing this, Hong Yun fell into silence, while Zhen Yuanzi appeared contemplative. They were not naturally combative, and it was indeed a challenge to instill such resolute thoughts within them. Time passed in silence. The two individuals cast grateful glances at Wu Tian, expressing their heartfelt thanks for his guidance. Di Jiang observed the interaction among the three, and although he could not hear their telepathic exchanges, he noted the earlier movement of Hong Yun attempting to rise, followed by Wu Tian's intervention. It became evident to him what had transpired. His eyes widened in astonishment. Was Hong Yun truly willing to relinquish his seat to Wu Tian? And did he genuinely exhibit such gratitude towards him? However, why did Wu Tian choose to decline? Confounded, Di Jiang discreetly tugged at Wu Tian's arm and silently inquired, Wu Tian, why do you not accept? Chapter 25. A spectacle unfolds at this moment. Di Jiang was utterly convinced by Wu Tian. Hong Yun was truly prepared to yield his seat. His grateful gaze even carried a hint of guilt towards Wu Tian, almost mirroring Wu Tian's earlier words. Naturally, Di Jiang was unaware that the flicker of remorse in Hong Yun's eyes stemmed from the belief that by relinquishing his seat to Wu Tian, it was the Wu clan who would bear the consequences of this act. Hence the expression. This only deepened Di Jiang's confusion. Everything was unfolding as Wu Tian had indicated. Why, when the moment arrived, did Wu Tian refuse to accept Hong Yun's offer? Previously, Wu Tian had been so eager to urge the ancestors to depart, and after encountering such unexpected developments before the Zhixiao Palace, Di Jiang believed Wu Tian's ambition was to secure a seat within the palace. He had been so insistent before, yet now he was pushing the seat away. Wu Tian, what on earth are you doing? Meeting Di Jiang's puzzled gaze, Wu Tian smiled lightly and subtly conveyed, brother, do not rush. Just a little longer. As he had just contemplated, he indeed hoped that Hong Yun could withstand all the pressure and resolutely refuse to yield his seat. In doing so, the grand currents of the Hong Huang would naturally shift, perhaps leading to the emergence of another saint in Hong Yun. As long as the heavenly principles underwent a transformation, it would be a boon for the Wu clan, even if Hong Yun ultimately succumbed to the pressure and wished to yield the seat. Wu Tian could not accept it at that moment. This represented the primordial purple energy. If Wu Tian were to accept it so directly, would Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi harbor resentment after the third sermon? Would they feel that their fears were justified? Therefore, even if Wu Tian intended to claim this position, it could not be at this juncture. Rather, he should wait until Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti arrived, and Hong Yun faced immense pressure before stepping forward to take the seat. This way, even if they later realized the significance of the seat, they would harbor no grievances, and any resentment would likely be directed towards Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti, for Wu Tian would be the one aiding them. But if I were to claim this seat, would Hong Jun truly distribute the primordial purple energy according to the established hierarchy? Doubts began to bubble within Wu Tian. Previously, before the Zhixiao Palace, the ancestors had encountered resistance from the palace's power, making Wu Tian realize that Hong Jun was not the Dao ancestor he had imagined. The seating arrangement in the Zhixiao Palace was not a mere happenstance of celestial mechanics. Rather, it was a covert scheme devised by Hong Jun. If Wu Tian were to seize Hong Yun's seat, it would disrupt Hong Jun's allocation of the primordial purple energy. Would Hong Jun remain indifferent to this? After contemplating for a moment, Wu Tian ultimately smiled with nonchalance. Internally, he mused, it matters not. After all, I never intended to refine the primordial purple energy or sever my 3 corpses to attain sanctity. Even if I do not acquire the primordial purple energy, what of it? It would instead serve to validate certain truths, which would be the greatest gain. Thus, Wu Tian ceased to dwell on his concerns. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Di Jiang, though still harboring doubts, chose not to inquire further. Instead, he nodded with unwavering trust towards Wu Tian. He quietly conveyed to Wu Tian, all right, I, along with our brothers and sisters, have faith in you. Whatever you wish to do, proceed without hesitation. We shall support you from behind. I wish to see if anyone dares to target you." After declaring this, he shot a fierce glare towards the direction of the three clear ones. Locking eyes with Yuan Shi Tian Zun. Stung by this piercing gaze, Yuan Shi Tian Zun frowned. Before he could utter a word, Tai Ching had already whispered into his ear, "The sermon is about to commence. Hold back. Do not complicate matters." Yuan Shi Tian Zun could only endure, suppressing his simmering anger. At this moment, the three clear ones remained exceptionally united and discreet. They had manifested since the beginning of creation. Yet during the tumult of the Long Han catastrophe, they had scarcely appeared. Lurking in Kunlun Mountain, they had patiently awaited their acquisition of the primordial purple energy, only to emerge gradually in the Hongwang after attaining sanctity. Thus, one could truly say that the three clear ones were the epitome of stability. As time elapsed, numerous figures shot forth from the chaos, entering the Zixiao Palace. Yet the palace did not become crowded. The space within seemed to expand automatically, maintaining a sense of spaciousness. Upon entering, everyone's gaze first fell upon the foremost row of 7 individuals. As more eyes focused on them, the pressure intensified, especially for Kun Peng, who felt a prickling discomfort. At this moment, Tai suddenly placed his hand on the chaos bell, quietly communicating with Dijun, "Brother, shall we not take action yet? There are only 7 seats in the first row of the Zixiao Palace. I have observed that these 7 seats radiate profound Taoist essence, undoubtedly presenting great opportunities. Wu Tian and the ancestors have brought their own mats. Yet the disparity is immediately apparent compared to the original 7 mats of the Zixiao Palace." Tai was already somewhat anxious. The more people there were, the more challenging it would be to act. Dijun furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the individuals in the first row before responding quietly. "It is not as simple as you think. The 3 clear ones and the ancestors require no mention. Fu Shi and Nu Hua are formidable as well, not to mention Hong Yan. The ancestors would likely protect him too. Currently, Wu Tian and Hong Yan have yet to speak. However, I witnessed their closeness earlier, which emboldened them to confront Yuan Shi Tianzun, showing no fear of opposing the 3 clear ones. Confronting the 12 ancestors, Dijun felt uncertain. Yet, Tai's gaze fell upon Kun Peng, and he stated directly, "I did not speak of them. This Kun Peng is solitary. Let us strike at him, forcing him to relinquish his seat. As long as we secure 1 seat between us, brothers, it suffices." As he spoke, he could not help but take a step forward. Kun Peng sensed a shift, and in that instant his hair stood on end. He turned to Dijun and Tai, his eyes filled with wariness. Dijun, however, pulled him back. "Enough. The sermon is about to begin. Hong Jun may be observing from the shadows. It would be unwise to instigate any conflict now. If we miss the sermon because of this, would we not lose significantly over a trivial matter?" The 2 golden crows on the sun star, Tai was domineering, while Dijun exhibited greater strategic prowess and leadership qualities, with Tai naturally listening to his elder brother's words. Seeing Dijun's sense, Tai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retreated. Just as he felt a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within, 2 figures suddenly soared into the Zixiao Palace. The Western Jiayin and Zhuan. Upon entering, they quickly scanned the surroundings, exchanging glances before heading straight towards the front, directly targeting Hong Yun and Kun Peng. "Brother, this is not good. These 2 are about to make their move." Tai felt a surge of urgency within, regretting his earlier indecision to act when Dijun had advised against it, allowing Jiayin and Zhuan to seize the opportunity instead. Dijun's eyes narrowed, yet a faint smile appeared on his face. Jane and Zhuan arrived relatively late and did not witness the harmonious interaction between Wu Tian and Hong Yun, nor were they aware of Wu Tian's confrontations with Yuan Shi. Immediately, they communicated with Tai, chuckling lightly, "Do not be hasty. A splendid performance awaits." Chapter 26. What do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Tai instantly comprehended the intent of Emperor Jun. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, turned towards Jane and Zhuan, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. At this moment, Wu Tian also sensed an underlying tension, abruptly turning to face Jean and Junie, a smirk playing on his lips, a blend of amusement and disdain evident in his expression. Junie's steps faltered momentarily. Who is this person? He pondered, bewildered by the expression directed at them. Thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he quickly suppressed them, gritting his teeth as he moved behind Hong Yun and Kuan-pung, his face contorted in an exaggerated display of sorrow and despair. Alas, he lamented, my brother and I have journeyed from the Western realm, traversing treacherous paths. And to our dismay, we arrive at the Zhixiao Palace so late that we find ourselves without a seat. Oh, woe is me. Junie truly had the audacity to shed a few crystalline tears, leaving Wu Tian both astonished and incredulous. Jane stood beside him, echoing the spirit of lamentation. His own visage was already one of profound sorrow, requiring no tears to convey his plight. Others present, upon hearing their complaints, furrowed their brows and cast skeptical glances at Jane and Junie, a chorus of understated scoffs resonating through the air. Oomph. They muttered, is it so that just because you are miserable, you have the right to claim a seat in the Zhixiao Palace? On what grounds? Jane and Junie, being primordial beings from the Western realm, had witnessed the cataclysmic events during the Longhan calamity, when the battle between Hongjun and Luhu shattered the heavens and earth of the West. The renowned sword array of extermination was crafted from the very essence of the Western earth, which had been extracted for the forging of treasures. Given such devastation, the spiritual energy of the West was naturally thin, and life itself was exceedingly scarce, rendering the land desolate. However, what did this have to do with the assembled company in the Zhixiao Palace? They owed nothing to these two brothers. With Juntie's lamentations echoing, waves of disdainful glances were cast in their direction. Indeed, Juntie possessed a resolute heart and an unwavering spirit. One might even say he had an exceedingly thick skin, for even under the scrutiny of numerous disdainful gazes, he maintained his composure, continuing to expound upon the sorrows of the West and the dire straits of their brotherhood. His eyes were fixated upon the figures of Hong Yun and Kuan-pung, his gaze as tangible as steel, instilling within them an unsettling restlessness. As Junie wailed, his stare bore into the backs of Hong Yun and Kuan-pung, a palpable intensity radiating from him, making the two feel increasingly uneasy. Hong Yun could not suppress a sigh of foreboding. Disaster approaches. Yet, recalling Wu Tian's prior counsel, he gritted his teeth and endeavored to ignore Juntie's incessant droning. At that moment, Juntie suddenly unleashed his power, an invisible force surging towards Hong Yun and Kuan-pung, nearly toppling them from their seats. Swish! Both men shimmered with light as they instinctively channeled their own energies to stabilize themselves, with Hong Yun turning to glare at Juntie, his expression darkening, while Kuan-pung bowed his head. Gritting his teeth, his face shadowed with anger. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi also reacted, furrowing his brow alongside Hong Yun as they regarded Juntie, only to find Juntie's countenance filled with a false plea, as if he were innocent of any wrongdoing. I beseech you, fellow Taoists, grant my brother and me this seat. We shall be eternally grateful, and the beings of the Western realm will surely remember your kindness in the future. Juntie spoke softly, his gaze towards Hong Yun unwavering and resolute, embodying a determination that suggested he would not relent until he achieved his aim. Hong Yun inhaled sharply. Hiss! Was Juntie truly so shameless? Just moments ago, he had attacked me, and now he pretended as if nothing had transpired. Such individuals are the most difficult to contend with. A flicker of concern arose within Hong Yun. If he were to firmly refuse, not only would it risk a confrontation between himself and Xinyuanzi against these two, but even preserving his own seat would become a precarious endeavor. Their attention upon him was hardly a favorable circumstance. Suddenly, a sense of regret washed over both Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi. Perhaps they should have insisted on offering the seat to Wu Tian earlier, thereby avoiding this predicament altogether. As they pondered, they instinctively glanced towards Wu Tian. Yet, they hesitated to speak. Suggesting an offer to Wu Tian would mean placing him in a position of confrontation on their behalf. Wu Tian, observing their exchange, felt a stirring within him. The moment had arrived. Although Juntie was puzzled by why Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi directed their gaze towards Wu Tian, he remained unfazed. For he had no impression of Wu Tian. If that were the case, then he surely was no formidable figure. Zhuanti was merely seeking an easy target. He dared not provoke the likes of the three pure ones, nor would he confront Fuxi and Yuhua, especially not with Fuxi's resolute demeanor. Hutu was entirely beyond consideration. Thus, his sights were set solely on Hong Yun and Kunpeng. Despite Hong Yun having Xinyuanzi at his side, Zhuanti was well aware of their characters and was not deterred. With a light chuckle, he began, "If you two Taoists could grant us this favor, my brother, and I shall remember your kindness and owe you a great debt of gratitude." He moved closer to Hong Yun. Suddenly, Wu Tian extended his hand to halt him, calmly stating, "Hold on. You wish to seize the seat of my friend Hong Yun. Have you sought my approval?" The gazes of Jin and Zhuanti shifted sharply towards Wu Tian, their eyes laden with malice. "Who are you?" they demanded. "How dare you meddle in our affairs?" Though they recognized Wu Tian sitting among the ancestral witches, he bore no aura of menace, leading them to underestimate him. In Zhuanti's mind, thoughts flitted about whether to discipline this unexpected intruder, thereby intimidating Hong Yun and the others into yielding their seats. Meanwhile, the other powerful beings who had arrived earlier and recognized Wu Tian's identity wore expressions of amusement, watching Jin and Zhuanti with a sense of schadenfreude. Wu Tian, unfazed by their imposing demeanor, spoke with nonchalance. "My friend Hong Yun has long since relinquished his seat to me. If you wish to claim it, you must first seek my consent." Before he could finish, Zhuanti interrupted him, a cold snort escaping his lips. "What you say is of no consequence. What do you think you are?" Before the seven treasures mysterious tree in his hand could manifest, he was already struck by an overwhelming surge of malevolence, forcing him to take a step back. Emperor Jiang and the others rose in unison. Emperor Jiang cared not for the sanctity of the Zixiao Palace, and without hesitation, he launched a punch towards Zhuanti. Zhu Jiuyin immediately followed suit against Jin, and the other ancestral witches began to stir. A fervent battle aura igniting within the Zixiao Palace, a sensation that quickened the blood. At last, after the two great ancestral witches had made their move, Emperor Zhang's furious voice resonated throughout the Zixiao Palace. "What do you think you are? How dare you bully my witch clan?" Seeking Death. Chapter 27. Zhuan Ti's reluctance, a sudden shock reverberated through the purple cloud palace. All present turned in astonishment towards the ancestral witches, stunned by the audacity of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin to actually take action. There was no hesitation. Their dominance was palpable, and they showed no regard for the sanctity of the purple cloud palace. Upon being struck unexpectedly, Jieyin and Zhuanti felt their powers ripple chaotically, forcing them to retreat a few steps, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they gazed at the ancestral witches. Zhuanti was filled with dread. How dare they strike at me? Even he had previously only dared to subtly exert pressure on Hong Yun and Kunpeng, never openly confronting them. The directness of the ancestral witches took him aback, a blend of anger and uncertainty etched upon his face. Neither Jieyin nor Zhuanti dared to retaliate. The ancestral witches had the audacity to create chaos within the purple cloud palace, seemingly indifferent to the impending discourse. Yet Jieyin and Zhuanti were acutely aware of the ramifications. This was indeed the sacred ground of the saints. How could it be a place for the witch clan's arrogance? Di Jiang stepped forward decisively, advancing towards Jieyin and Zhuanti. The overwhelming aura of menace surged forth, darkening their countenances. At that moment, Wu Tian rose, grasping Di Jiang's arm, and, with a genial smile, addressed Jieyin and Zhuanti. Though his tone was light-hearted, his words struck a chord of alarm in their hearts. "You both speak with reason. The Purple Cloud Palace is a venue for discourse, not a battleground. Very well. I shall remember this cause and effect for today. Once this lecture concludes, my witch clan shall journey to the Western Realm to settle this matter with you." Jieyin and Zhuanti's expressions shifted dramatically. Wu Tian's words drew the attention of others. Initially, they had perceived him as lacking in malice, always wearing a cheerful demeanor. Yet, upon his utterance, the ancestral witch's domineering nature became apparent. Some began to murmur inwardly. The witch clan truly is overbearing. Jun and Tai, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, exchanged knowing glances, amusement glinting in their eyes. Jun seemed to convey, "What do you think? I told you we couldn't strike." His gaze drifted to the innermost depths of the purple cloud palace, where Hong Jun had yet to make an appearance. Jun pondered in disbelief. Could it be that Saint Hong Jun truly remains unconcerned? The ancestral witch's actions within the palace could be interpreted as a slight against him. How could he sit idly by? Deep within the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun observed the unfolding discord with a furrowed brow, his displeasure toward the ancestral witches palpable. Their actions had nearly jeopardized his plans, compelling him to intervene. And now this? What was amiss with the witch clan? Why did they consistently defy the celestial order? Hong Jun was perplexed. According to his designs, Hong Yun should have relinquished his seat to Jie and Zhuan Ti, thus allowing Kuan Peng to be ousted as well. Only then could he bestow the primordial purple energy upon the two, not because he favored them or saw a destined connection, but due to significant karmic ties with the Western realm. The conflict between the Tao and the demons had nearly shattered the West, rendering its spiritual essence sparse and its vitality diminished. To resolve this karmic entanglement, Hong Jun had two options: either personally oversee the Western realm to mend its deficiencies or find someone to bear the weight of that karma. Jie and Zhuan Ti were his chosen candidates. He had resolved that after 3 lectures, he would merge with the Tao, and he could not allow his schemes to unravel before his eyes. Yet, he could not act against the ancestral witches. With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas." Though a saint, he was bound by the celestial order. As the impending calamity loomed during the witch clan's time of prosperity, Hong Jun knew he could not directly disrupt this heavenly trend. After much internal conflict, he finally resolved to take action. Meanwhile, after being threatened by Wu Tian, Jie and Zhuan Ti, under the scrutiny of many in the Purple Cloud Palace, witnessed a tumultuous shift in Zhuan Ti's demeanor. Ultimately, he resolved to bow slightly and declared, "Forgive us, fellow Taoist. My brother and I arrived late and were unaware that fellow Taoist Hong Yun had yielded his seat to you. We approached him rashly to discuss matters. We hope you will show us grace." After speaking, Zhuan Ti bowed in deference towards Wu Tian and the ancestral witches, his unexpectedly soft demeanor leaving the once formidable ancestral witches utterly bewildered. Di Jiang turned to Wu Tian, perplexed. "Wu Tian, what is the meaning of this? Have they lost their minds?" The ancestral witches struck at them, yet they suddenly adopted such a submissive stance. Not only were the ancestral witches taken aback, but the onlookers in the Purple Cloud Palace erupted in a murmur of astonishment. Did Wu Tian's mere threat cause them to relent so easily? Under such scrutiny, Jie and Zhuan Ti remained unflinching, prompting Wu Tian to marvel inwardly, echoing the tales he had heard. He cast a casual glance at Zhuan Ti, nodding slightly, then gestured for the ancestral witches to take their seats. Within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Tian chose not to pursue the matter further, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Yet within, he harbored a deeper wariness towards Jie and Zhuan Ti. According to the natural course of events, these two would eventually ascend to the status of saints, a prospect that did not concern Wu Tian. However, should these saints disregard their moral integrity and shun the constraints of the rules, that would indeed pose a significant headache. After all, how long can one guard against a thief, especially if that thief is of the saintly caliber? Wu Tian's thoughts mirrored those of others such as Tai Qing, Fu Shi, and Di Jun, who regarded Jie and Zhuan Ti with a newfound wariness. Though they were unaware of the grand design, they sensed the potential greatness within these two. Di Jun quietly conveyed, "These two are capable of both retreat and advance. They will undoubtedly achieve great things, securing a place in the primordial realm." Tai, with a naturally domineering disposition, found it difficult to condone Zhuan Ti's actions. While he held unwavering trust in Di Jun, he could not help but interject. In the pursuit of the Tao, one must forge ahead without hesitation. With their character, do you truly believe that a mere threat from Wu Tian would compel Zhuan Ti to bow and apologize? Can this possibly lead to any accomplishments? Di Jun, amused by his younger brother's defiance, shook his head, You do not understand. Sometimes, retreating is a form of advance. Showing weakness is a strategy for concealment. If such words had come from anyone else, there would be little cause for concern. But when uttered by the Witch clan, it was evident they could indeed act decisively to block others in the Western realm without question. Once the discourse concludes, it will be an opportune moment for cultivation. Should they continue to clash with the ancestral witches, even absent the threat to their lives, their cultivation would be hindered. Furthermore, if the Witch clan could obstruct others in the Western realm, could they not do so on the path to the Purple Cloud Palace? By the next discourse, would they still be able to enjoy their time? In this light, while Zhuan Ti's approach may seem somewhat disgraceful, it was in fact the most prudent and secure course of action. To concede before the ancestral witches. There is no shame in it. Chapter 28. Red Cloud gives up his seat after Jean and Junti suffered losses. They dared not provoke further and preferred not to sit beside the ancestral witches. Instead, they moved to sit behind the three pure ones, taking their places behind Taiching and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Taiching's brows twitched slightly, yet he chose to remain silent. Once Jean and Junti had withdrawn, Xinyuanzi, Red Cloud, and even Kunpeng collectively sighed in relief, feeling a significant weight lifted from their shoulders. Red Cloud promptly rose and addressed Wu Tian. "Friend Wu, please take this mat to sit upon." Given that Wu Tian had just defended him, Red Cloud felt it inappropriate to remain seated. Moreover, after the recent events, Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud increasingly sensed the profound karma associated with this mat, which they felt was best left unentangled. As Red Cloud spoke, Xinyuanzi subtly nodded in agreement. Wu Tian, touched yet resolute, declined. "No need. Following this incident, I doubt anyone would dare to trouble you again. Just sit comfortably." He was curious whether, had Red Cloud not relinquished his seat and thus not diminished his own fortune, the subsequent fate of Red Cloud's death and reincarnation as Shunnong would still have transpired. Additionally, Kunpeng still occupied his seat, showing no resentment towards Red Cloud, which made Wu Tian wonder if he would still ambush Red Cloud in the future. However, Red Cloud's stance was adamant. "Absolutely not. You have defended me with this excuse. If I remain seated, it would render your defense hollow and invite scrutiny upon the Witch clan." Ignoring Wu Tian's attempts to dissuade him, Red Cloud stood up and took a seat beside Xinyuanzi, his expression transforming into one of ease, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. With Red Cloud having made his decision, Wu Tian was left with no further objections. He had little interest in the primordial purple energy and did not wish to pursue the path of severing his three corpses. Wu Tian, embodying the 12 ancestral witches' principles, was determined to tread the path of Pangu, proving the Tao through sheer strength. The phrase "proving the Tao through strength" referred not to the principles of strength, but to reaching the pinnacle of one's own power and demonstrating the Tao with unwavering might. Wu Tian pondered that even if he did take a seat, given Hongjuan's previous interference, he might not receive the primordial purple energy as originally intended. The distribution of primordial purple energy was ultimately at Hongjuan's discretion. Contemplating this, Wu Tian turned to Di Jiang, smiling as he said, "Brother, why don't you take a seat?" Di Jiang promptly declined, waving his hand and chuckling, "Never mind. I have no primordial spirit. Even if there are heavenly opportunities, what does it matter?" Had Wu Tian not insisted, they would hardly have bothered visiting the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to Xianming. "Sister Xianming, you should take a seat." Just as Xianming was about to refuse, Di Jiang interjected with a laugh. "I knew it. You, my friend, are closer to Xianming and Hutu. Of course, you would think of them for any good fortune." The first seat occupied by the Witch clan was given to Hutu, and the second to Xianming as well. Xuanming's pale, serene face flushed slightly at Di Jiang's words, and she shot him an annoyed glance before saying, "Am I not without a primordial spirit?" However, Wu Tian disregarded this, exerting an invisible force to draw Xianming toward him as she spoke, firmly pressing her into the seat beside him. "What need is there for so much deliberation? Sister Xianming, please sit comfortably." Feeling the warmth radiating from his shoulders, Xianming quickly redirected her spiritual power, shaking off Wu Tian's hands. Although they had fought countless times and had physical contact before, this time felt entirely different. Wu Tian's hands were unusually warm, evoking a strange sensation. After rebuffing Wu Tian, Xianming did not rise, but instead glanced at Hutu, who observed with a knowing smile. Xianming quickly averted her gaze. If Hutu can sit, why can't I? This position was secured by Wu Tian, and given that she had practiced with him numerous times, assisting him in honing his combat skills, it was only fair that he return the favor. With that thought, Xianming turned back and nodded gently at Wu Tian. The onlookers in the Purple Cloud Palace watched the ancestral witches defer to one another with eyes wide, almost envious. Seats they yearned for seemed to hold little significance to the witch clan. Zhuanti sighed softly, feeling somewhat bemused. If they were so indifferent to the seat, why make a fuss attempting to claim it for me? Red Cloud, having relinquished his seat, was momentarily stunned, sharing a bittersweet glance with Zenyuanzi. He felt a twinge of regret and even pondered whether Wu Tian had come for this seat. However, that thought quickly dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of guilt. With Xianming seated, the final three positions were arranged as Xianming, Kunpeng, and Hutu. Dizhang's piercing gaze fell upon Kunpeng's back. Wu Tian, shall we? As he spoke, Dizhang gestured towards Kunpeng, a faint aura of menace emanating from him, causing Kunpeng to tremble slightly. Wu Tian contemplated momentarily before deciding, forget it. It's unnecessary. He found it somewhat amusing that in the grand scheme of things, Kunpeng was indeed a victim of circumstance. After finally securing a seat, he was usurped by Jian and Zhuanti, who were superior in strength. In his impotent rage, he could only vent his frustration on Red Cloud. Wu Tian's intervention had inadvertently benefited Kunpeng, as the previous discord had left others hesitant to confront him, fearing the ancestral witches would retaliate. Upon hearing this, Dizhang nodded, retracting his focus from Kunpeng, and as he did so, the pressure eased from Kunpeng's shoulders. With a sigh of relief, Kunpeng cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tian, a surge of inexplicable emotion flooding through him. After a prolonged silence, Kunpeng finally spoke, lowly addressing Wu Tian. Today, Kunpeng owes you a favor. This karmic debt shall be repaid in due time. Wu Tian turned to Kunpeng, a smile gracing his features. Today, Kunpeng had indeed accrued significant karma, not solely due to the seat beneath him. In the prior unfolding of events, when he was ousted, Yuanshi Tianzuan had uttered a famous remark. Those who are feathered or born of eggs, adorned with scales and horns, are they worthy to sit among us? Thus humiliating Kunpeng. Now, with the tides turned, Kunpeng had escaped that fate of disgrace. Yet, Wu Tian chose not to elaborate further, merely offering Kunpeng a light nod in acknowledgement. Then, gazing ahead, I silently awaited the arrival of Hongjun, marking the commencement of the sermon. Chapter 29. The arrival of Hongjun and the lecture in the ensuing silence. Wu Tian found himself deep in thought. The matters concerning the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace had transformed significantly for him, with many aspects altered and others remaining unchanged. He did not press for more. Instead, he pondered the current situation. With Jian and Zhuanti denied seats, it was Xianming and Kunpeng who had received them. Surprisingly, Kunpeng bore no ill will toward Hongyun. How would the unfolding events transpire? Would Hongjun truly bestow the primordial purple energy upon Xianming and Kunpeng? Or would he follow the established trend and grant it to Jian and Zhuanti? Anticipation filled Wu Tian's heart. As time slipped away, the number of arrivals at the Purple Cloud Palace dwindled, becoming increasingly sparse. The 3,000-year deadline was fast approaching. Suddenly, Wu Tian felt a tremor within. He abruptly raised his head to the front, where a figure sat with an expression of profound indifference, enveloped in an aura of boundless Tao. Above his head floated a jade-colored disk, from which emanated streams of law-like power, radiating like halos, connecting to the void behind him. Hongjun, Wu Tian exclaimed inwardly. The jade disk was none other than the creation jade plate. He had been completely unaware of Hongjun's arrival, as if he had always been seated there, only now coming to his attention. At that moment, Hongjun's deep gaze met Wu Tian's. Wu Tian felt as though struck by lightning. His spirit jolted, and instinctively, his own magical power began to stir. The primordial measuring ruler also ignited with a golden light within his soul. The marks upon his soul flickered slightly. Wu Tian's fate and fortune were instantly suppressed by the primordial measuring ruler, disrupted by the true essence of Pangu within his spirit. Hongjuan's eyes shifted ever so slightly, and he sighed within, retracting his gaze in an instant. Why did Wu Tian possess such fortuitous luck? How could he be shielded by a treasure of merit? Hongjun felt somewhat speechless. He possessed countless treasures, yet none of them were of the merit grade. This was all a legacy of Pangu, undoubtedly born alongside the true teachings of Pangu, just as he knew that Taiji had the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. He had never coveted such a treasure of merit. Due to the suppression of this treasure of merit, Hongjun found himself unable to achieve his original intent during this fleeting moment. He had planned to explore some mysteries while Wu Tian was distracted, but was now forced to extinguish that thought. He could not be too blatant. After becoming a saint of the Tao, Hongjun realized that while he could harness the power of the Tao, he was bound by even greater constraints. Had it been before, he might have acted recklessly to investigate Wu Tian's secrets, even directly suppressing him with overwhelming force. Now, however, he was obliged to adhere to the rules of the Tao. He was a saint of the Tao, already a part of the Tao's regulations. To act recklessly would be foolishness. As the pressure lifted, Wu Tian furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Hongjun. He understood well that this was no mere unintentional display of saintly pressure, but rather a deliberate investigation by Hongjun. But what of it? At this moment, Hongjun had already averted his gaze, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Wu Tian could only grumble inwardly, concealing all displeasure within. At this juncture, others also noticed Hongjuan's arrival, and a stir swept through the purple cloud palace, followed by a chorus of voices offering their respects. We pay homage to Saint Hongjun. Thank you for imparting your teachings to us. Hongjun replied with a gentle acknowledgement. He appeared indifferent to the ancestral witches, as though he had not seen them at all, sweeping his gaze over the 7 seats before stating blandly, "Let us maintain this seating arrangement henceforth." Everyone promptly acquiesced. Following that, Hongjun turned his attention toward the grand entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, addressing the 2 young attendants. "The time has come. Close the door," he commanded. The 2 exquisitely carved young attendants, one male and one female, bowed respectfully to Hongjun before rising to close the palace doors. Wu Tian observed curiously. In his haste to secure a seat, he had neglected to interact with these 2 attendants, the legendary Hao Yan and Yao Qi. Despite their seemingly unremarkable appearance, being chosen as Hongjuan's attendants must imply they were extraordinary in their own right. In the future, Hao Yan would ascend to the position of Emperor of Heaven, overseeing the heavenly realm, and even the calamity of the canonization was instigated by Hao Yan's complaint. Disciples of the 3 teachings often underestimated Hao Yan, but they forgot that he too had listened to the teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace. In truth, he was a classmate of Taiji and the others. What qualifications did they have to look down upon him? With this thought, Wu Tian could not help but feel a tinge of sarcasm. Yet, upon reflecting on his own status, he ultimately chuckled internally. After all, he was now an ancestral witch. The greater the chaos within the Shinmen, the more advantageous it would be for him. Soon, the grand doors of the Purple Cloud Palace closed, and all eyes turned eagerly toward Hongjun, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the knowledge he would impart. Hongjun did not keep them in suspense. He began with a brief introduction, reiterating the purpose of his lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. I am a saint of the Tao. It is my duty to educate the myriad beings of the wilderness and uphold the operation of the Tao. Therefore, I stand here to impart teachings to you. With that, Hongjuan's aura shifted dramatically. The resonance of the Tao spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud Palace, manifesting countless wondrous phenomena in the void. Wu Tian promptly focused his mind. The next moment, ethereal sounds resonated. My Tao is the Tao of freedom. After becoming a saint of the Tao, should one wish to progress further, in addition to personal cultivation and comprehension, the primary focus would be the contest for fortune and merit, along with their accumulation. Disseminating teachings is the most effective means. Thus, Hong Jun naturally aimed to utilize the opportunity of lecturing at the Purple Cloud Palace to propagate his celestial Tao, hoping to spread it throughout the vast wilderness. The more practitioners of the celestial Tao there were, the greater the support he, as the sovereign of the celestial Tao, would receive. Each practitioner's breakthrough in the celestial Tao would expand the boundaries of Hongjun's celestial teachings, enhancing the power of the celestial Tao. To put it simply, it resembled a company in later generations, where employees strive to create achievements and ascend within the company, ultimately enriching the chairman. Unless one could establish their own enterprise, which would equate to forging one's own path. Alternatively, one could develop their own path based on this foundation, akin to incubating a subsidiary within the company. Though one must relinquish a portion of their shares, they would still retain most of their autonomy. In the future, Taiji would attain sanctity through the Golden Elixir Tao, Yuan Shi through the Talisman's Tao, and Tong Tian through the Array Tao, and it would be just so. According to Hongjun's teachings, the realms within the wilderness were categorized as heavenly immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, with the next tier being the Hunyuan golden immortal and Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. This classification of celestial realms would eventually become the conventional demarcation within the wilderness. The quasi-saint was the Hunyuan golden immortal, while a saint was the Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. However, it is essential to distinguish that a saint must be a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. Yet not all Hunyuan great Luo golden immortals are saints. Only by attaining the Hunyuan path and entrusting one's primordial spirit to the Tao can one achieve the status of a saint, thereby receiving the Tao's blessings, rendering them immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing this, the crowd within the Purple Cloud Palace nodded slightly. I have finally grasped the concept of a sage, each one radiating a luminous glow, compelling one to instantly inquire, how does one attain sainthood? Chapter 30. The conclusion of the first sermon in this discourse. Hongjun commenced from the celestial realm. As he elaborated on the path of immortality, a magnificent spectacle unfolded within the Zixiao Palace. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, while heavenly flowers cascaded downwards. An abundance of spiritual energy converged, and the laws of the universe danced like silken ribbons. The audience was enraptured. Even Wu Tian, who had resolved to pursue the path of the Witch clan through the cultivation of strength, was captivated. The teachings resonated deeply, sparking countless insights within. As Hongjun expounded on the principles of immortal cultivation, Wu Tian validated his own practices in his mind. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong surged with vigor, igniting a profound hunger within his physical form. Even his primordial spirit radiated brilliance, as the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler within him began to rotate, emitting streams of enigmatic golden light. Instantly, a formidable force of absorption emerged, drawing in the vital energies and laws from the Zixiao Palace like a whirlpool funneling countless celestial blooms and golden lotuses. At this moment, Wu Tian was not merely refining his primordial spirit, but was directly cultivating his physical body, soul, and primordial spirit simultaneously under the infinite resonance of the Tao. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong proved to be the most potent of methods, seamlessly integrating all 3 aspects. The spiritual energy was refined by Wu Tian's corporeal form, and the profound power of the laws illuminated the seals upon his soul, rapidly inscribing new insights and deepening his comprehension of the laws. With the enhancement from his soul and body, Wu Tian's primordial spirit burgeoned. Compared to the likes of the 3 pure ones, the commotion caused by Wu Tian's cultivation was relatively subtle, yet it captured Hongjun's attention. His discourse momentarily faltered as he gazed in astonishment at Wu Tian. How is this possible? Was he not of the Witch clan? An air of perplexity enveloped Hongjun as he observed the enigmatic aura surrounding Wu Tian, shrouded in layers of mist that even a sage of heaven could scarcely penetrate. The Witch clan traditionally cultivates the heavy and turbid energies, which typically repels the ethereal essence, the innate spiritual energy. How could Wu Tian's cultivation proceed so smoothly? Was he truly of the Witch clan? As his thoughts raced, Hongjun continued his teachings, casting a glance at Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral witches, whose reactions were precisely as he anticipated. They fidgeted restlessly, as though pricked by thorns beneath them, observing their expressions. Had the doors of the Zixiao Palace not been shut, they might have fled at once. Hongjun nodded slightly. This was indeed the true essence of the Witch clan. Then his gaze shifted to Xianming and Hutu, where a deeper significance flickered in his eyes. While Hutu had manifested her primordial spirit earlier than expected, she ultimately remained within the grand flow of the Tao. However, Xianming was different. Under Wu Tian's remarkable influence, Xianming had secured a seat within the Zixiao Palace, and as Hongjun's teachings commenced, the mat beneath him radiated profound Tao resonance, swiftly suppressing the heavy malevolence within him. Innumerable innate spiritual energies surged into his being, no longer dissipated by the overwhelming malevolence of his corporeal form, but instead, following the intricate pathways of his cultivation, slowly circulated within him. This process continuously consolidated the power of his soul, and the nascent form of his primordial spirit was on the verge of emergence. Alas! Hongjun sighed again, pondering whether this was a shift in the heavenly principles or simply the way things ought to be. He gently closed his eyes once more, resuming his exposition of the carefree, immortal path. Before long, a millennium passed. Upon concluding his discussion on the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, Hongjun calmly proclaimed, "For those who reach the apex of the great Luo golden immortal, understanding their own laws and comprehending their own path will enable them to ascend to the quasi-saint realm." With this, his teachings came to an abrupt halt. The resonant Tao and vital energies that had pervaded the Zixiao Palace gradually dissipated. The audience appeared as though awakening from a dream. They sequentially emerged from their contemplation of the Tao, gazing at Hongjun with expressions of bewilderment. Was this truly the conclusion? What about the quasi-saint? How does one break through to the quasi-saint? Please continue. Before they could voice their inquiries, Hongjun's voice resonated once more. A millennium has passed. This sermon concludes here. The second sermon will occur in 3,000 years, at which time we shall discuss how to achieve quasi-sainthood. After this statement, he cast a final glance at the assembly. Gradually, his figure began to fade away, though the crowd felt niche akin to a monkey scratching. They refrained from pressing further, filled instead with anticipation as they bowed to Hongjun, expressing their gratitude for his teachings. At that moment, two young acolytes rose, and the doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly swung open. Finally, it has come to an end. Ancestor Zhu Rong could not help but rise. Stretching with a yawn, the other attendees glanced at the ancestors with discontented expressions, harboring feelings of indignation. "We yearn for Hongjun to elaborate further, yet you exhibit such indifference?" Had it not been for the fear of retribution, some might have sought to educate the ancestral witches. Zhu Rong's gaze shifted, a hint of disdain crossing his features. "What are you looking at? Is there a problem? Those who come here are all innate deities, each possessing their own path. Why should they listen to this carefree, immortal path and forsake their own foundations?" Wu Tian, in the process of regaining his composure, turned sharply at Zhu Rong's words, his eyes shimmering with surprise. "Oh, Zhu Rong, it seems, has managed to contemplate these matters?" Typically, Zhu Rong is the most impulsive, often receiving the harshest reprimands from Emperor Jiang due to his temperament. Yet, here he was, speaking with some sense. "Perhaps my understanding of my brothers is still inadequate. Originally, within the grand scheme of things, the ancestral witches were not devoid of intellect. However, their divine powers fell short against the preordained destiny, the heavenly principles, and the schemes of the saints. Even when they wished to struggle or resist, what could they achieve? Dijun, Fu Shi, and others, recognized for their exceptional talent and wisdom, had also faced their downfall, had they not?" Just then, Zhu Rong suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. The two from the west have fled." Wu Tian's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as he turned to observe the location where Jin and Junti were cultivating, only to find it empty. Looking towards the doors of the Zixiao Palace, he could see two streaks of golden light shooting into the chaos. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Ugh, they truly do move swiftly. The remaining attendees frowned at this sight, initially displeased with Zhu Rong's outspokenness within the Zixiao Palace, but now they dared not cast reproachful glances. Jin and Zhuanti had avoided confrontation entirely. Who would dare provoke them? Chapter 31. Tremendous gains and enhanced strength. To be frank, Wu Tian had never truly contemplated how to deal with them. After delivering the teachings, confronting the two felt akin to the sentiment of "don't leave" after class. What was the necessity for such an action? Both Jin and Zhuanti possessed considerable fortune. Even if the ancestral witches were to act, it would be impossible to vanquish them. It would be wiser to take note of everything and wait until the karma expanded, to deliver a decisive blow all at once. Even if they did not perish, they would certainly shed some skin. At that moment, Emperor Jiang cast a glance toward the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace and snorted. Do they think they can escape? Could they truly flee? If they wished to teach them a lesson, pursuing them into the Western world would suffice. Would they never return to the Western realm? He then raised an eyebrow at Wu Tian. Shall we go? Were they to settle accounts right now? Emperor Jiang's voice resonated loudly, and those remaining in the Purple Cloud Palace turned pale, with some timid souls immediately lowering their heads and hastily heading outside, fearing the ancestral witches would take note of them. Such grudges, and such a reckless attitude, they simply could not afford to provoke them. Wu Tian sighed in resignation. Let be for now. He decided to jot down their transgressions and grant them a temporary reprieve, intending to settle the score later. Besides, they needed to hurry back to check on their sons. It had been quite a while since they had left. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches grew somewhat anxious. Indeed, they needed to return quickly. They had set out 3,000 years ago to deliver teachings, a process that lasted another 10,000 years. Although they had given numerous instructions before departing, their hearts were still burdened with concern. Thus, they abandoned thoughts of troublemaking and hurried toward the exit. Wu Tian, feeling a sense of urgency himself, recalled that before his departure, he had instructed Jiu Feng and Ho Yi to roam around Mount Buzhou to seek traces of the primordial gourd vine. He was uncertain whether they had succeeded. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yin hurriedly approached Wu Tian, beaming as they spoke. Friend Wu Tian, we are immensely grateful for your assistance earlier, my brother, and I truly appreciate it. Zhen Yuanzi has little else to offer but the rare ginseng fruit. Why not visit my Wuzhuang temple, where we can sit and discuss the Tao while savoring a taste? Given that the ancestral witches had intervened on their behalf, the two felt a significant debt of karma, but were uncertain how to repay it. The only tangible offering they had was indeed the ginseng fruit. They promptly extended their invitation. Wu Tian was also intrigued by the ginseng fruit, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. It blossomed once every 3,000 years, bore fruit after another 3,000 years, and matured in another 3,000, yielding only 30 ginseng fruits in a single cycle. However, he did not agree immediately, instead smiling and replying, perhaps next time. Next time for sure. Emperor Jiang and the others were already eager to return. Wu Tian felt the same, and considering the brief interval between the two teachings, merely 3,000 years, plus the time spent traversing the chaos, he politely declined. After all, the ginseng fruit would not elude him. Even if he waited until after the teachings, it would still suffice. Zhen Yuanzi, hearing their prior words, smiled and said, very well. After all, you all have vast families and enterprises. My brother and I shall keep this karma in mind, and we shall meet again at the next teaching. When you have leisure, we will be ready to welcome you at Wuzhuang Temple. With that, he cupped his hands toward Wu Tian and bid farewell to Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Despite their notoriously difficult temperaments, they were not without discernment and accepted the goodwill of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun with nods of acknowledgement. Once the two departed, Emperor Jiang chuckled. These two are quite decent. Aside from their somewhat gentle disposition, they have no significant faults. Wu Tian nodded in agreement. As for the ancestral witches' disdain for the brothers' gentle nature, it was only because they had yet to be pushed to their limits. Once they were, it would become evident that they were not as meek as they appeared. In the grand scheme of things, Hong Yun had once chosen to self-destruct in a bid to perish alongside Kunping and others, even shattering the primordial purple energy. Was that not a fierce temperament? Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi had forged a connection with the primordial Earth's boundary. Thus, one could only say that the two remained rather naive, still failing to grasp the fundamental operational logic of the primordial realm. Human relationships were one aspect, but that was only built upon a foundation of sufficient strength. Wu Tian then turned his gaze toward the others. At that moment, the three pure ones, Fuxi and Yuan, also rose. Upon noticing Wu Tian's gaze, Yuan sure snorted and turned his face away, while Fuxi and Yuan smiled gently, their eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Nodding at Fuxi and Yuan, Wu Tian spoke, "Brothers, shall we depart as well?" Subsequently, Wu Tian followed behind the ancestral witches toward the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. As they passed by Haotian, Wu Tian paused deliberately to observe the current state of Haotian. Surprised, Haotian still managed to greet Wu Tian with a bow. "I bid farewell to my friend." Wu Tian nodded with a smile, and a sudden mischievous impulse surged within him. He raised his hand and tousled Haotian's hair, messing it up playfully as he chuckled. "Little fellow, do your best. I have high hopes for you." Haotian's face flushed with indignation. He was about to scold Wu Tian for his rudeness when, in the next moment, a flicker of bloodlight flashed in his eyes, and 2 drops of fierce beast essence blood fell before him. Essence blood from a fierce beast of the great Luo golden immortal realm? Haotian quickly looked up, but all he could see was Wu Tian's figure swiftly transforming into a dark light, shooting into the chaos. What a peculiar witch clan, Haotian muttered to himself, shaking his head as he gazed deeper into the Purple Cloud Palace, noticing that Hong Jun did not intervene. A smile emerged in his eyes as he promptly collected the 2 drops of essence blood, even taking a moment to gesture reassuringly toward the Yaoqi opposite him. "Fear not. We shall each take 1 drop." In the chaos, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin maintained a barrier, swiftly traversing the chaos toward the primordial world. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just now, amidst the throng, they had refrained from asking, but now they inquired, "How did you fare during this teaching? Have you made any progress?" The ancestral witches' gazes first settled on Wu Tian before shifting to Xianming and Hetu. Seeing this, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Allow me to speak first. Hongjuan's teachings on the cultivation of the immortal path, though distinct from our own paths, hold immense significance for our cultivation. Each path of cultivation possesses its own mysteries. Yet, the essence remains the same. Through Hongjuan's explanation of the immortal path, Wu Tian reaffirmed this understanding. It involves refining qi, assimilating the primordial energy of the cosmos as one's own strength, then comprehending and inscribing the laws, until the laws are perfected and woven into a Tao. Although Wu Tian's cultivation method diverged from the immortal path, it shared many points of reference. Coupled with the augmentation of heavenly Tao power during the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, the gains were indeed substantial. Initially, having refined the essence blood of the ancestral dragon and received assistance from the ancestral witches in the chaos, Wu Tian's inscription of the laws had reached 20%. After this enlightening experience, the progress of his law inscription doubled, now reaching 40%. His physical strength had ascended to the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while his primordial spirit had attained the early stage of the same realm. After listening, Di Jiang appeared contemplative, silently assessing Wu Tian's current strength. However, Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman, impatiently interjected, "Do not speak of abstract concepts. Realms do not entirely reflect power. Just tell me, with the enhancement of Pangu's true form, how long can you endure now?" Chapter 32. The transformation of Xianming Wu Tian could not help but chuckle. Indeed, in the battles of the primordial chaos, it is not merely a matter of comparing realms. The comprehensive strength encompassing physical form, divine abilities, magical power, and spiritual treasures all play a crucial role in actual combat. Naturally, the most pressing concern for the ancestral witches is the true form of Pangu, which is precisely why Zhurong made such a statement. This sparked curiosity among all present. Wu Tian contemplated inwardly. Perhaps I could last for a moment. Upon his declaration, the eyes of the ancestral witches gleamed with excitement. The progress from merely unleashing a punch with the true form of Pangu to sustaining for a moment under its augmentation represented a significant advancement. They were undoubtedly elated. However, Wu Tian was acutely aware that his current state was merely the shadow of Pangu's true form shrouding him, not a genuine transformation into it. There's still a long way to go. He mused silently. I suppose it will only be when I achieve the status of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian that I can truly embody the existence of Pangu in physical form. There's no need to rush. Steady cultivation is the way forward. At present, Wu Tian held the position of the strategist and intellectual for the Witch clan. At the very least, he still had ample time to cultivate during this calamity. There remained 2 more sermons ahead. Each sermon could engrave 2 portions of the laws. And with 2 more opportunities to glean insights, he could reach at least 80% understanding. This meant that after 3 sermons, Wu Tian would at least attain the late stage of Dayuo Jingxian. Di Jiang also nodded with a smile, appearing quite satisfied. The previously arduous events in the Zixiao Palace were completely forgotten, no longer weighing on his mind. After Wu Tian spoke, everyone turned their attention to Xianming and Hutu. Hutu offered a gentle smile, revealing her own primordial spirit, which astonishingly had already reached the mid-stage of Dayuo Jingxian. Huda looked at Wu Tian, her eyes filled with gratitude, softly stating, Wu Tian is correct. That seed indeed holds opportunities. During the sermon, the power of the heavenly Tao continuously bestowed blessings, suppressing my malevolent energy and facilitating the rapid cultivation of my primordial spirit. At this juncture, everyone suddenly gazed at Xianming. Following Hutu's assertion, could it be that Xianming, under the seat's influence, had also cultivated her primordial spirit? Xianming did not disappoint, slowly nodding. Indeed, I, too, have cultivated my primordial spirit. This revelation filled Wu Tian with immense joy. Really? If this were true, the Witch clan would possess 3 beings who had cultivated their primordial spirits, significantly amplifying their influence. It is not to say that the path of the primordial spirit is superior to that of the ancestral witches refining their physical forms. Rather, the existence of a primordial spirit allows for the comprehension of the heavenly mysteries. Even if the physical body were to perish in the future, one could escape through the primordial spirit. Xuanming's expression turned peculiar. With a thought, she released her primordial spirit from her spiritual platform, allowing it to manifest above her head. She then softly remarked, however, my primordial spirit seems to be in a rather precarious state. Wu Tian quickly focused on Xuanming's primordial spirit, which, the size of 3 inches, bore an uncanny resemblance to her, akin to a diminutive figurine. The only distinction was a hint of ethereal grace. From Wu Tian's perception, this primordial spirit currently possessed only the realm of Jingxian, exuding the aura of Xuanming's laws, while thick malevolent energy surged incessantly around it, gradually eroding the power of the primordial spirit, rendering it somewhat dim. Wu Tian immediately comprehended the dilemma Xianming faced. Unlike Hutu, who had previously accumulated vast merits, transformed into a merit golden wheel surrounding her primordial spirit, thus shielding it from the encroachment of her malevolent energy. Xianming had not. Therefore, upon leaving the meditation mat of the Zixiao Palace, her malevolent energy surged uncontrollably, rapidly consuming her primordial spirit that ought not to have appeared. Di Jiang pondered momentarily, ruminating for a solution. Naturally, he did not wish for Xuanming's efforts to go to waste. He turned to Wu Tian and inquired, what shall we do now? Wu Tian felt a flicker of inspiration within him. An intense golden light burst forth from his physical form. Swish! The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler descended, instantly positioning itself atop Xuanming's primordial spirit, slowly rotating like the hand of a clock, continuously showering it with a radiant golden hue. With this transformation, the once murky malevolent energy surrounding the primordial spirit was immediately repelled, restoring a measure of clarity to Xuanming's primordial spirit, which no longer appeared so languid. However, Xuanming's countenance shifted. This is your treasure. If you give it to me, what will you use? As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to retrieve the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Wu Tian hurriedly grasped Xuanming's icy hand. Do not be hasty. I did not say I would be relinquishing the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to you. This is merely a temporary measure to suppress it, right? It is a rare opportunity to cultivate a primordial spirit. I cannot just stand by and watch it be extinguished. Xuanming's arm struggled momentarily. In truth, her physical strength far surpassed Wu Tian's. Yet at this moment, she did not break free, a hint of blush crossing her cheeks. At that moment, Wu Tian smiled and said, Rest assured, this matter is simple. I will find you a treasure capable of suppressing your primordial spirit. Ideally one that aligns with your own laws. At that time, you can return the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to me. The ancestral witches had already bestowed their blood essence upon him. Wu Tian certainly would not hesitate to lend the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler for a brief period. Ultimately, Xianming nodded slightly. All right. She then discreetly exerted her strength, shaking off Wu Tian's hand, and with a thought, guided her primordial spirit back into her body. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler vanished alongside the primordial spirit. After completing these actions, Xianming regarded Wu Tian with an expression of inscrutable complexity. At this moment, Hutu's gaze flitted between Wu Tian and Xianming, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Sister Xianming truly has an eye for talent. It was not in vain that she worried for you. Xianming shot her a fierce glare. Observing this, the ancestral witches erupted into laughter. Wu Tian, however, remained oblivious to their silent exchange, lost in contemplation, repeatedly musing, which innate spiritual treasure would be most suitable. The witch clan currently possessed very few treasures. It was not due to the ancestral witches' lack of wealth, but rather their indifference towards collecting various treasures. However, it mattered not. As long as there existed an innate treasure fitting for Xianming, the ancestral witches could seize it. He merely needed to provide them with the clues. And surely Di Jiang and the others would act without hesitation. Just then, an idea struck Wu Tian. He recalled how Xianming was revered in later generations, worshipped as the water deity, winter deity, and god of the north due to her inherent laws. With this thought, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Water. The north. It must be the north's Xian Yuan water controlling banner, an innate supreme spiritual treasure, capable of commanding all waters of the world. With formidable protective power, what could be more fitting? Chapter 33. The slumber approaches, bringing pillows according to Wu Tian's knowledge. The northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner should be in the possession of Kunpeng. However, it remains uncertain whether he has acquired this treasure at this time. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Kunpeng possesses relatively few magical artifacts, making him particularly covetous of them. Otherwise, he would not have fled with the river map and Luo book during the infamous scene of the final battle between the Wu and the Lich. Never mind. After all, Kunpeng owes me a favor. If he is willing to have a proper conversation, that would be ideal to conclude our karma with the northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner. If he is unwilling, then there is no other recourse. Wu Tian considers himself a person who aids friends rather than principals. Given how well Xianming has treated him, he naturally stands by her side. Even if it means confronting Kunpeng, he must devise a way to obtain this magical artifact. However, Wu Tian never anticipated that just as he contemplated this, Kunpeng would appear directly before him. As Wu Tian was lost in thought, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiu-yin suddenly changed their expressions. The barrier surrounding them abruptly halted. Di Jiang shouted angrily, "Who goes there? How dare they obstruct the path of the Wu clan?" He was prepared to charge into the chaos, striking at the silhouette before him when Wu Tian, sensing the urgency, quickly pulled Di Jiang back. "Kunpeng?" Wu Tian exclaimed in surprise. The solitary figure clad in black robes could only be Kunpeng. What a coincidence! Wu Tian mused inwardly. It seems thoughts manifest into reality. Previously, when Wu Tian departed from Zhixiao Palace, he had completely overlooked Kunpeng's presence, assuming he had discreetly slipped away after his lecture. Little did he know he had been waiting in the chaos. Wu Tian, feeling a surge of determination, whispered to Di Jiang, "Brother, do not rush. Let me investigate." Di Jiang furrowed his brow, concern evident in his eyes. Wu Tian had grown under their protection and had rarely faced danger. What if Kunpeng were to act violently? Seeing Di Zhang's apprehension, Wu Tian reassured him, "Do not worry. Kunpeng still owes us a favor. He surely does not come seeking trouble." He cast a glance at Xianming, his smile growing ever more radiant. "Sister Xianming, you truly are fortunate. It's as if slumber has arrived, bringing pillows. Your luck is simply unstoppable." With that, he stepped towards the barrier, leaving the ancestral witches in a state of bewilderment. Xianming blinked in confusion. "Me? Fortunate? What does Kunpeng have to do with me?" Wu Tian had not had the chance to share his thoughts with the ancestral witches. And now, with Kunpeng's sudden appearance, they were left perplexed. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. They quickly turned their gazes towards Wu Tian. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin remained exceedingly vigilant, silently vowing that should Kunpeng exhibit any ill intentions, they would act swiftly. The chaos would be his grave. At that moment, Wu Tian had already exited the barrier, stepping into the chaos, radiating a faint yet imposing presence, his body seemingly bathed in divine light. The chaotic energies were instantly pushed aside. Wu Tian then smiled and addressed Kunpeng, "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, have you come seeking something for me?" Kunpeng's expression was solemn, and once Wu Tian appeared, he spoke softly regarding the matter of my previous seat. "I owe you a favor. How does my friend wish to conclude this?" Wu Tian was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Kunpeng known for his reclusive nature, his desire for vengeance, and his greed for magical artifacts? Why had he come seeking to repay a favor? Observing Wu Tian's astonishment, Kunpeng replied coolly, "I, Kunpeng, do not wish to owe anyone favors. It is better to clarify any matters." Wu Tian chuckled at this, yet he refrained from directly mentioning the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Then how does my friend wish to resolve this? Or is there something you can offer us, or do for our Wu clan?" Kunpeng opened his mouth, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. When it came to strength, he could not compare to the 12 ancestral witches. And in terms of magical artifacts, his collection was pitifully sparse, rendering him one of the most impoverished figures in the wilderness. Even the two from the west, who constantly lamented, surpassed him in that regard. Yet, he felt compelled to resolve this matter sooner rather than later, especially given the previously arrogant demeanor of the ancestral witches, which made Kunpeng acutely aware that the trouble involved would be far greater than offending the likes of Jian and Juni. After much contemplation, he decided to remain in the chaos and wait. However, Wu Tian's inquiry left Kunpeng somewhat at a loss for words, even feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, he pondered, would I have to repay this favor? Wu Tian, noticing his hesitation, decided to be straightforward and directly presented his request, smiling as he said, "Very well. I shall not be polite then. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner among the 5 directional flags is in your possession, correct? If you have it, I hope to conclude our karma with this treasure." Kunpeng's eyes suddenly shifted dramatically. A sharp glint flashed within them as he gazed coldly at Wu Tian, prompting the ancestral witches to rise in alarm, glaring at Kunpeng with hostility. Yet Kunpeng appeared oblivious to their presence, his expression fluctuating. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and nodded, revealing a pained expression. Though he felt immense reluctance, he raised his hand and unleashed a strand of black, mysterious light. Whoosh! A dark triangular banner materialized between the two, suffused with an overwhelming aura of Tao, instantly pushing the chaotic energies far away. "Here you go." Kunpeng spoke through clenched teeth. The only magical artifact he could offer, aside from this innate top-grade spirit treasure, was the Kunpeng Palace. Thus, relinquishing this item felt akin to tearing at his very heart. Yet what choice did he have? He did not wish to owe the Wu clan any favors, and he had approached them himself, so he could not lie or refuse. Strangely enough, after producing the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner, despite his lingering reluctance, Kunpeng felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his fortune subtly shifted. What is this situation? After quietly exhaling, Kunpeng found himself perplexed, ultimately attributing it to the resolution of karma and his newfound clarity. He was unaware that Wu Tian had long set his sights on this magical artifact, determined to procure it for Xianming. Should Kunpeng refuse, the ancestral witches would surely seize it by force. Thus, this incident would also serve to avert a catastrophe. Wu Tian gazed at the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, now flying towards him, a small banner of 1 foot in size, its black surface adorned with profound and intricate runes. Upon receiving the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, Wu Tian nodded in satisfaction and addressed Kunpeng. "Thank you. Fellow Taoist, all prior karma have been settled today." Noticing Kunpeng's reluctant gaze, Wu Tian chuckled once more, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked to Kunpeng, "In light of your promptness, I shall reveal that the seat you have preserved is far more precious than this northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Of course," he added, "that also depends on what that individual thinks." With that, he pointed upwards with his finger. The seat represented the primal purple energy of the Hongmeng, a chance for ascension. Now that Kunpeng had safeguarded his seat, he should, in theory, also be granted a strand of primal purple energy. However, Wu Tian could not guarantee. Who knows if Hong Jun might change his mind again? Upon hearing this, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Kunpeng's eyes, and an idea subtly emerged in his heart, instantly giving rise to a surge of ecstasy. The Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner is a preeminent innate spiritual treasure. What could be an opportunity even more precious than this? Kunpeng immediately felt compelled to inquire. Yet Wu Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying it cannot be disclosed. It cannot be disclosed. He then turned and walked towards the ancestor witches. After a brief moment of silence, Kunpeng offered a slight bow to Wu Tian's retreating figure before vanishing into the chaos. Chapter 34. Return to the primordial world as Kunpeng departed. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin joined forces once more. With the surge of the power of laws, the ancestral witches continued their journey through the chaos, heading towards the direction of the primordial realm. Wu Tian, with a smile, handed the northern Xian Yuan water control banner to Xianming, saying, "Sister Xianming, you truly possess remarkable luck." He had only just thought of the most suitable treasure for Xianming, and in an instant, Kunpeng had delivered it right to them. What a coincidence! Wu Tian was astonished. Kunpeng was surprisingly generous. This was entirely different from the Kunpeng he had known. However, it was also quite reasonable. Who could assert that the tales and legends from his past life were infallibly accurate? Take Hong Jun, for instance. The intervention before the Zixiao Palace left Wu Tian utterly perplexed. It was far from the light-hearted manner he had imagined, appearing rather impatient instead. Gazing at the triangular banner before him, Xianming looked up at Wu Tian, her cool demeanor revealing a hint of confusion, which added an unexpected charm to her presence. This was a rare sight for Wu Tian, momentarily leaving him taken aback. He quickly sensed the piercing glare directed at him, prompting him to explain, "This innate supreme spirit treasure is perfectly attuned to you. If you can refine it and suppress it within your primordial spirit, it will resolve the encroachment of malevolent energy." "Hey," Wu Tian continued, "I had just thought of this treasure when Kunpeng appeared before us, offering it so conveniently. That's why I remarked on your good fortune, Sister Xianming." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches rejoiced. Zhurong, with a deep voice, chuckled. "What is there to find strange? We are the true descendants of Pangu, the bloodline of our father god. The fortune of the primordial realm naturally favors us." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, smiling. Seeing the confidence radiating from the ancestral witches, Wu Tian refrained from making any cynical remarks. In truth, during this tribulation, the ancestral witches had indeed experienced remarkable fortune. Prior to the war of witches and demons, everything had gone smoothly for them. Xianming pondered for a moment, but refrained from refusing. Instead, she reached for the northern Xian Yuan water control banner, preparing to return the Hongmeng measuring ruler to Wu Tian. He promptly halted her. "Why the rush? First, refine this treasure," Wu Tian urged. "Without fully refining the northern Xian Yuan water control banner, how can you unleash its complete power to safeguard your hard-earned primordial spirit?" Thus, Wu Tian remained unhurried. At that moment, Hutu chimed in with a smile. "Just listen to him. I can see he is quite clever. Whatever he says, you should follow." Wu Tian turned to Hutu, his expression one of pleasant surprise, and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Hutu." Hutu smiled silently. After this exchange, Xianming no longer insisted on returning the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Instead, she stowed the northern Xian Yuan water control banner and began her refinement. The sooner she refined it, the sooner she could return the treasure. Suddenly, Zhurong spoke up. Wu Tian, are there any more treasures like the northern Xian Yuan water control banner? If we could acquire a few more, could we not cultivate our primordial spirits? Before Wu Tian could respond, Di Jiang shot him a glare and reprimanded. What are you thinking? Only after you cultivate your primordial spirit can this innate treasure exert its true function. Merely possessing it will not suffice, he continued. However, it would indeed be splendid if we could procure another for Sister Hutu. After all, there will come a day when our merits are exhausted. Securing an innate treasure would provide some insurance. Having said this, Di Jiang's gaze grew intense. Wu Tian gathered his thoughts and responded with a smile. There are indeed treasures available. The Northern Xian Yuan water control banner is one of the 5 innate directional banners. There are also the Eastern Bao's Qinglian banner, the Western Sucai Yunjia banner, the Southern Lidi Yin Guang banner, and the Central Wuji Xinghuang banner. If we're to speak of suitability, the Central Wuji Xinghuang banner is the most attuned to Sister Hutu. Zhurong's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Do you know who possesses it? If you do, we should go reclaim it at once. Wu Tian could only smile wryly. In the grand scheme of things, the other 4 innate directional banners were likely in Hongjuan's possession, having been granted to others after his teachings in the Zhixiao Palace. Eventually, they had fallen into the hands of the Taiji sect, with Taiji obtaining the Southern Lidi Yin Guang banner, Yuanshi Tianzuan acquiring the Central Wuji Xinghuang banner, Zhuanti claiming the Eastern Bao's Qinglian banner, and Zhuangmu possessing the Western Sucai Yunjia banner. They should be in the hands of the Saint Hongjun, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Zhurong's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? The ancestral witches erupted into laughter. Di Jiang waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. What are the saints? Once our brothers grow stronger, we should not fear them at all. The ancestral witches held no reverence for Hongjun or the heavenly Tao. They stood tall and proud, worshipping only the father god Pangu. Even upon hearing of Hongjun, they did not immediately surrender. Yet after encountering Hongjun, Hutu recognized his unfathomable power, not wishing to draw formidable foes upon the witch clan. With a smile, she suggested, perhaps it is best to let this go. When the Zhixiao Palace holds its second sermon, and our primordial spirits ascend to the quasi-saint level, we will be untroubled by our own malevolent energy. Why then do we need this banner? Wu Tian nodded slightly in agreement, but he was not entirely giving up. Rather, he contemplated a different idea. It might be challenging to seize it from Hongjun. However, if it fell into the hands of Yuanshi Tianzuan, it would surely be less daunting to reclaim. Previously, in the Zhixiao Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan had nearly clashed with the ancestral witches. So Wu Tian felt no psychological pressure in plotting against him. As for Hutu, he had other thoughts. This Northern Xian Yuan water control banner is indeed an innate supreme spirit treasure. If the 5 elements could be unified, it would surely possess the might of a primal treasure. If they could gather all 5 innate directional banners and allow Xianming, Zhurong, Hutu, Rushou, and Zhu Meng to form a grand formation, wouldn't the witch clan then possess an unparalleled array? Even if the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array were to fall, the remaining ancestral witches could still form a new formation, or perhaps even create a nested array. Yet, the difficulty was indeed considerable. Patience is key. Wu Tian mused quietly, then turned his thoughts away from such matters, smilingly echoing Hutu's words to quell the ancestral witches' aspirations. Now was not the time. There was no need for them to confront Hongjun just yet. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged within the barrier, continuing to comprehend Di Jiang's spatial laws and Zhu Jiuyin's temporal laws. After a considerable duration, the primordial world finally unfolded before them. The ancestral witches swiftly emerged from the chaos, entering the primordial membranes, returning to the realm of the ancients. Wu Tian, filled with excitement, sat up. Having endured the dullness of chaos for so long, he now cherished the resplendent beauty of the primordial world even more. He eagerly gazed towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, his heart brimming with anticipation. Had Jiufeng and the others found the innate gourd vine? Chapter 35. The primordial gourd vine. As the group descended, before they even entered the Panga Hall, Jiufeng hurriedly approached, her face radiating joy. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. After bowing, she quickly turned her gaze towards Wu Tian. Seeing her demeanor, Wu Tian's anticipation surged, his eyes widening as he urgently inquired, "Did you find it?" Jiufeng nodded vigorously, smiling as she replied, "Indeed. As the ancestor had foretold, we discovered the primordial gourd vine at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Currently, Yi and the others are guarding it." Upon seeing the ancestors return, I rushed to report. Wu Tian was instantly elated. Jiufeng then briefly recounted the process of their discovery. After the ancestors had departed for Zhixiao Palace, she and Yi had begun their search. However, Buzhou Mountain was immense, and they had searched for thousands of years without success. Noticing their plight, the other great witches inquired about their endeavor. Jiufeng, realizing that Wu Tian had not instructed her to keep it secret, shared their quest for the primordial gourd vine. The great witches immediately declared, "The matter of Ancestor Wu Tian is our matter as well. We shall lend our strength." Without delay, all the great witches set off together, employing a net-like search at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. After sharing this, Jiufeng cheerfully continued, "Ultimately, it was Kuo Fu who inadvertently discovered a hidden valley, concealed by a primordial formation. Together, we managed to breach a corner of the formation and found the primordial gourd vine." Wu Tian felt a stirring in his heart. Kuo Fu. It was indeed this individual who made the discovery. In later tales, Kuo Fu faced 10 small golden crows and ultimately left behind the legend of chasing the sun, dying and transforming into a peach forest. Only then did Yi shoot down the sun, leading to the climactic battle between the witches and the demons. Contemplating Kuo Fu's future fate, Wu Tian felt that finding the primordial gourd vine was a significant achievement for him, and he could not allow Kuo Fu to suffer a similar fate as before. However, he acknowledged the hard work of Jiufeng and the others. Wu Tian smiled and said, "Well, Kuo Fu has indeed made a great contribution, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Ancestor will remember it." Although Wu Tian wished to reward them immediately, he lamented inwardly, "I am still too impoverished." After a moment of awkwardness, he added, "Let us keep this matter in mind for now, and I shall reward you all later." Jiufeng felt a surge of joy at his words. "Thank you, Ancestor." She was content with Wu Tian's recognition of their hard work and his praise. At this moment, Di Jiang curiously interjected, "The primordial gourd vine?" Di Jiang and Xianyuan were already aware of the vine, but the others were not fully informed. Seeing Wu Tian's delight, their curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Di Jiang's question, Wu Tian briefly explained the origins of the primordial gourd vine, revealing it to be one of the 10 great spiritual roots of primordial times. The ancestors were immediately intrigued, all clamoring, "Let us go, let us go." Wu Tian had no objections and requested Jiufeng to lead the way. The group employed their divine abilities to harness the power of their respective laws, making their way toward the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Before they descended, the ancestors had been gazing down at the seemingly ordinary foothills, searching intently. Once they landed with Jiufeng, they discovered a hidden valley that was indeed concealed beneath the unremarkable terrain. After everyone had landed, Yi, Kuo Fu, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu noticed the ancestors' arrival and rushed forward, bowing, "Greetings, esteemed ancestors." Wu Tian smiled, bidding them to rise, and heartily patted the shoulders of Yi and Kuo Fu, saying, "You have all worked hard." He then turned his gaze toward the valley, which appeared unremarkable at first. Kuo Fu hastily ran forward, kicking at the void ahead, then turned to Wu Tian with a grin, "Ancient ancestor, look again." With Kuo Fu's strike, the scene before them transformed in an instant. A cascade of colorful lights flickered, revealing an invisible, transparent primordial formation, within which lay another space. A lake, brimming with spiritual energy, was revealed, beside which a gourd vine, shimmering with 7 colors, took root, climbing the mountainside, bearing 7 small gourds of varying hues. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the ancestors gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Zhu Rong leaped forward, eager to shatter the unnamed primordial formation, but Di Jiang swiftly pulled him back. "Can you not be so reckless?" After casting a sharp glare, he resumed observing the primordial gourd vine. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Wu Tian. "This primordial gourd vine seems not yet ready to emerge. Only the first 2 gourds are ripe. If we break the formation now, it may adversely affect the growth of the remaining gourds." Wu Tian had also noticed this detail. During the previous grand events, even in the 3rd sermon, the last 2 gourds had not yet matured, let alone now, when he had discovered the primordial gourd vine ahead of time. Pondering for a moment, Wu Tian turned to Di Jiang, asking, "Brother, do you think we could relocate this valley and the formation directly to the Panga Hall? Leaving it here feels precarious." Moreover, there was a crucial point. The 7 gourds not only held great value, but also symbolized the blessing of many children and much fortune. Currently, the Witch tribe faced challenges in reproduction. If we could plant it in the blood pool, might it enhance the tribe's fertility? Wu Tian did not voice this thought outright, but contemplated it internally. Di Jiang nodded in response. "I shall give it a try." Instantly, a surge of fierce energy enveloped the area. The power of spatial laws began to encroach upon the valley, expanding in all directions along the invisible primordial formation. After a brief moment, Di Jiang slowly shook his head. "It is likely unfeasible. In other locations, it might be manageable, but here at Buzhou Mountain, the spatial integrity is formidable. Furthermore, the primordial gourd vine may require the spiritual essence of Buzhou Mountain to mature. If we move it, it could backfire." At this point, Gong Gong boomed. "If that is the case, let us leave it here. The primordial gourd vine has no legs and cannot escape. We can station 2 great witches to guard it. I refuse to believe that anyone would dare to touch the treasures of the Witch tribe." Wu Tian pondered this suggestion and found it reasonable. Ho, Yi, and the other great witches quickly expressed their willingness to stand guard. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. "That works." Indeed, attempting to relocate the primordial gourd vine or directly breaking the formation a harvest, it would be wasteful. It is best to leave it here for the time being. He sought to seize the opportunity rather than wreak havoc in the wilderness. However, it would be prudent to leave a mark on the primordial gourd vine or directly recognize and refine it to prevent any future mishaps or complications. With the 12 ancestors present and having secured such an advantage, Wu Tian was not afraid of confronting the Sanqing, but it would be wiser to ensure stability. He turned to Di Jiang with a smile. "Brother, would you be able to send me inside without disrupting the formation?" Chapter 36. The innate gourd vine acknowledges its master. Di Jiang bellowed with laughter. "Certainly." He promptly invoked his spatial laws, sweeping them towards Wu Tian, who instantly sensed the profound and enigmatic power of spatial transformation. In a mere flash, he found himself within the valley, standing before the innate gourd vine. From afar, Wu Tian hadn't fully grasped the vine's immensity, but now, upon closer inspection, he was struck with awe. The vine's numerous tendrils resembled mighty dragons, vigorous and robust, clinging to the cliff face and nearly obscuring it entirely. Each leaf, emerald green like jade, shimmered with precious light and rustled like the gentle chime of jade pendants in the breeze. 7 gourds hung, suspended, each radiating a distinct light and spiritual essence. The first 2 gourds had already matured. The first, pulsating with a violet glow, contained innate yang energy, originally destined for Tai Ching. However, Tai Ching extracted the yang energy, and the remaining gourd was refined into the purple gold gourd, becoming the treasured vessel for pills and medicines of Tai Ching's benevolent incarnation, the supreme Lord Lao Tzu. The second gourd, ebony in color, harbored innate yin energy, initially intended for Tong Tian. The yin energy was also extracted and gifted to Tai Ching to complete the yin-yang duality, integrating it into his own grand path. Subsequently, Tong Tian fashioned the empty azure gourd into the water fire gourd, a formidable magical artifact. Wu Tian then turned his gaze towards the remaining 5 gourds, each shimmering with the light of the 5 elements. Zhen Yuanzi obtained the verdant wood gourd, later gifting it to Shinnong, the reincarnation of a fragment of Hong Yun's true spirit, transforming it into the Shinong 5 Grains Gourd. Hong Yun acquired the Crimson Fire Gourd, refining it into the 99 Soul Scattering Gourd. The Ochre Earth Gourd fell into the hands of Niuhua, who crafted it into the Demon Summoning Banner, capable of rallying myriad demons. The White Metal Gourd was claimed by Dijuan. During the Lich War, Dijuan used the White Gourd to gather the essence of the fallen Wu warriors, forging it into the renowned Flying Dagger of Immortal Execution, which later passed into the possession of Liu Ye and became a prominent weapon in the investiture of the God Saga. Finally, the Azure Water Gourd was acquired by Yuan Shi, who used it to collect the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, refining it into the celebrated 3 lights divine water. Thus, shouldn't this innate gourd vine be more accurately named the innate yin-yang 5 elements gourd? Wu Tian mused inwardly, considering the fate of these gourds. Even those that hadn't fully matured became renowned magical treasures in the primordial world, a testament to their extraordinary value. But they're all mine now. Wu Tian couldn't help but grin. Even the gourd vine that played a crucial role in the creation of humanity, earning considerable merit for Niuhua, now belonged to Wu Tian. That's right, 9 heavens breathing soil. Recalling the creation of humanity, Wu Tian quickly examined the base of the gourd vine. Legend had it that the 9 heavens breathing soil used by Niuhua in her creation was obtained from the vicinity of the innate gourd vine. Upon careful inspection, Wu Tian discovered a clump of soil shimmering with 9-colored light, exuding an immense earth energy that was constantly being absorbed by the innate gourd vine. With a thought, Wu Tian channeled his power, directing it towards the 9 heavens breathing soil. He extracted a small piece, and, as the legends foretold, the soil rapidly expanded, quickly restoring itself to its original size. However, Wu Tian also noticed that the growth of the 9 heavens breathing soil wasn't spontaneous. It required the absorption of spiritual energy from the surroundings. Concerned about interfering with the maturation of the gourd vine, Wu Tian refrained from collecting more after taking a small piece and began contemplating how to refine the innate gourd vine, at least to imprint his mark upon it. After some deliberation, Wu Tian extended his divine sense towards the innate gourd vine. As if possessing its own sentience, the vine rustled its leaves. The 7 gourds also lit up, instantly unleashing the power of innate yin-yang and the 5 elements to erode Wu Tian's divine sense. Huh, it's rejecting me? Wu Tian was taken aback. He immediately ceased his actions and pondered. After a moment, regardless of whether the innate gourd vine could comprehend his words, he softly spoke. Innate gourd vine, I can tell you that meeting me today is your fortune. How can this world accommodate an existence like you, possessing innate yin-yang and the 5 elements? If we hadn't met today, you would inevitably face the fate of being torn apart. The innate gourd vine seemed to understand. The rustling of its leaves ceased, and the light emanating from them dimmed. The entire vine emanated an aura of sorrow. Among the primordial world's 10 great innate spiritual roots, none had achieved perfection. For instance, Yangmei, the great immortal, was a hollow willow, and Xinyuanzi didn't transform from the ginseng fruit tree itself. Other examples, such as the Fusang tree and the moon laurel, were confined to the sun and moon stars, unable to transform due to their powerful and perfect forms. The innate gourd vine, possessing sentience, seemed to sense its future fate upon hearing Wu Tian's words. Seeing this, Wu Tian chuckled and continued, I am a direct descendant of Pangu, blessed by fortune. Today, we meet by chance. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I will do everything in my power to protect you. What do you say? As he spoke, Wu Tian directly activated the Panga true body. The gray phantom suddenly appeared, instantly merging with his physical form, and the aura of Pangu spread in all directions. The emergence of the Pangu aura caused even Mount Buzhou to resonate faintly. The ancestral witches outside the formation were astonished and turned their gaze towards Wu Tian. What's happening? They had been wondering if the gourd vine could understand Wu Tian's earlier murmurs, and now he was directly using the Panga true body. The Pangu true body flashed and disappeared, and Wu Tian returned to his original demeanor. He merely wanted to prove his identity. not to subdue the innate gourd vine with brute force and suppress it. Subsequently, a scene that delighted Wu Tian unfolded. Countless leaves swayed as if nodding in agreement. He also sensed a surge of goodwill, and then he saw the most tender branch on the most important vine flying towards him like a verdant dragon. Swish! It was about to pierce Wu Tian's arm. Wu Tian didn't react in time, and the 9 revolutions mysterious technique activated, causing his physical body to reflexively repel the branch. Instantly, the innate gourd vine emanated a sense of grievance. Only then did Wu Tian understand its intention. He quickly extended his arm, suppressing the repulsive force of his body, and chuckled, But try again, try again. The innate gourd vine finally pierced through. Wu Tian felt his blood essence flowing away. Looking at the innate gourd vine, he saw that the emerald tendrils were stained with blood, as if blood vessels were growing. Simultaneously, a profound connection formed between him and the innate gourd vine, and Wu Tian clearly sensed the vine's affection. No wonder blood oaths are so popular. They really are useful. Wu Tian retracted his arm, unable to suppress the exclamation in his heart. Chapter 37. Shall we not go? As the crimson hue spread throughout the vine, a flash of brilliance appeared. In the next instant, it vanished, as if it had sunk deep within the primordial gourd vine. The once blood-streaked tendrils and leaves reverted to their original form. Wu Tian's complexion paled suddenly. What? To simply acknowledge a master requires such a vast amount of vitality. Could this fellow be deliberately taking advantage of me? Wu Tian muttered under his breath. Soon, the spirit of the primordial gourd vine began to resonate within his heart, evoking a sense of mutual understanding. The vine expressed its dissatisfaction in a protest. Seeing this, he could only smile wryly. Very well, very well. I was merely speaking casually. Currently, the primordial gourd vine possesses only a rudimentary consciousness, akin to that of a child. It seems that only when the 7 gourds atop it fully mature will its intelligence also mature. In the grand scheme of things, the primordial gourd vine had no chance. It was directly divided among the 3 pure ones and others, with even the vine itself being uprooted and taken away by Nuwa. However, the situation has changed. Discovered in advance by Wu Tian and recognized as its master, with the protection of the Witch clan, it naturally could escape its original fate. Wu Tian could also seize more opportunities through the primordial gourd vine and the gourds upon it. As Wu Tian recognized the vine as his master, a torrent of information surged into his mind, insights regarding the primordial yin-yang and the 5 elements continuously blossoming within, leading to a dizzying sensation. Simultaneously, Wu Tian gained a deeper understanding of the grand formation enveloping the valley. According to the information conveyed by the primordial gourd vine, this formation is named the primordial yin-yang 5 elements formation, with the primordial gourd vine at its core. The formation grows stronger as the gourd vine matures. At this moment, with the primordial gourd vine acknowledging Wu Tian as its master, the formation naturally fell under his control. With a mere thought, swish, the formation began to rotate instantly. 7 colored rays of light flickered on the invisible barrier, with the purple and black hues being the most prominent, while the light, representing the 5 elemental colors, appeared somewhat dimmer. After a brief moment, the formation gradually opened a passage. The ancestors, upon witnessing this, walked into the valley, approaching the extraordinary gourd vine, marveling at its wonders. Wu Tian smiled and said, "The gourd vine has recognized its master. Now, no one can take it away." The ancestors were instantly elated. However, Zhurong ancestor, with wide eyes in disbelief, exclaimed, "It has recognized its master just like that? I saw you merely muttering a few words. Can this gourd vine truly understand?" Countless branches and leaves began to sway, as if expressing their dissatisfaction. Zhurong felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled. At this moment, Wu Tian responded with a smile. "All things possess spirit. I sincerely communicated with it, and it naturally understands and wishes to acknowledge me as its master. Of course, this isn't the sole reason. The primary factor lies in the aura of Pangu that Wu Tian manifested. The primordial gourd vine, growing atop Mount Buzhou, must absorb the spiritual essence of the mountain. In its eyes, Wu Tian is undoubtedly the most authentic heir of Pangu, Hence, it willingly recognizes him as its master. Noticing Emperor Jiang and others curiously examining the 7 small gourds, Wu Tian smiled again and said, I intend to share these 7 gourds with my brothers, but they are not yet fully mature, so we must wait a bit longer. Emperor Jiang immediately waved his hand, rejecting the offer without a second thought, and laughed. That is not what I meant. I'm just curious, marveling at the wonders of creation, that such primordial roots of yin-yang and the 5 elements exist. This gourd vine was found and subdued by you alone. How could we take advantage of you? However, Wu Tian had a different perspective. Once the gourds mature, they will naturally be put to use. He couldn't just let them hang there as mere decorations, could he? Could he alone utilize 7? Of course, he intended to share them with the ancestors to enhance their strength. The stronger the ancestors, the more confident Wu Tian would be, whether it be treasures or anything else. Only by fulfilling their purpose do they hold significance. After saying this, Wu Tian jested. The stronger you all become, the better you can protect me. The ancestors were momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. Since you said so, we shall not be overly modest. Let us await the maturity of these gourds. Moreover, even without the gourds, we will not allow anyone to bully you. Emperor Jiang laughed heartily. The ancestors nodded in agreement. At that moment, Huda looked at Wu Tian with a bright smile, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with mirth, teasingly remarked, Exactly. Except for Sister Xianin, no one can bully you. Xianin immediately became furious, lunging toward Hutu. Wu Tian felt somewhat speechless. He had always thought that Sister Hutu was the most composed and gentle, yet now her words seemed to multiply in peculiarity, as if she had become more lively. Sister Hutu, what do you see? Wu Tian looked at Xianin and Hutu embracing each other, unable to suppress a smile as he raised the 9 heavens soil in his hand, gesturing towards Hutu. The two were momentarily taken aback. Hutu sensed it slightly, her eyes widening in astonishment. Such a dense power of earth. Wu Tian nodded with a smile, directly dividing the 9 heavens soil in half and sending it toward Hutu, simultaneously explaining the mysteries of the 9 heavens soil. Subsequently, Wu Tian continued with a smile. You can inscribe the laws of earth within this object to enhance the strength of your primordial spirit. It will surely yield remarkable results. Huda was indeed compatible with this treasure. Furthermore, since Wu Tian mentioned that the 9 heavens soil could continuously generate and implied a sense of perpetual vitality, she did not deliberately decline and directly accepted it. Seeing this, Xianin seized the opportunity, smirking at Hutu, lightly mocking, now it seems. Wu Tian is quite attentive to you. Anything you can utilize, he sends your way. Hutu accepted the 9 heavens soil, then chuckled. That is only natural. We are co-masters of the Hutu tribe. Wu Tian, feeling disinclined to meddle in the banter of the two, smiled wryly and turned to Emperor Jiang and the others, saying, Brother, I plan to cultivate here. To comprehend the laws of yin-yang and the 5 elements within the primordial gourd vine, you may return to the tribe first. Once the time is right, come to call me to set off together. However, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestors exchanged peculiar glances. Finally, Emperor Jiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. Wu Tian, shall we not attend the teachings afterward? The immortal path spoken of by Hong Jun truly does not pique our interest. Zhurong immediately chimed in. Indeed, we cultivate with the aura of slaughter, the abundance of heavenly power within the purple cloud palace, and the rich spiritual energy instead makes us feel as if we're sitting on pins and needles. Despite being the eldest among the ancestors and usually the decision-maker, Emperor Jiang now bore a smile of flattery, cautiously saying, Wu Tian, how about we skip it? You and Xianin, Hutu can go listen to the teachings. Rest assured, if anyone dares to trouble you, we will block them right at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 38. The plans of the ancestral witches. Wu Tian forced a smile. Even Di Jiang, who usually exuded the authority of an elder brother, displayed a similar demeanor. What more could he say? Moreover, previously at the Zixiao Palace, the ancestral witches had exhibited such a formidable attitude before everyone. It was unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke Wu Tian and his companions. Very well, Wu Tian stated cheerfully. The ancestral witches visibly relaxed, and Di Jiang regained his elder brother's imposing presence, chuckling in agreement. Rest assured, even if we do not attend the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, it does not mean we shall languish. We can still cultivate progress and continue to enhance our mastery over the laws of our existence while refining our physical forms. Di Jiang appeared exceedingly confident. Even the usually reticent Zhu Jiuyin chimed in with a light laugh. Furthermore, while the great powers of the primordial chaos attend the teachings, we can focus on developing our sons, and we must expedite the arrangements for the 12 capital heavenly god formation you previously mentioned. With Wu Tian's performance, the ancestral witches began to take his various proposals more seriously. Binding the Unzao mountain to the 12 capital heavenly god formation had swiftly become a top priority. At this juncture, Wu Tian was suddenly struck by another idea that could be seamlessly integrated with their discussions: the establishment of the witch clan. He promptly spoke up. After Wu Tian finished articulating his thoughts, the ancestral witches looked somewhat perplexed, with Di Jiang furrowing his brows and asking, "Establishing a clan? But we are already the witch clan. Do we really need to establish it anew?" Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Not quite. While we refer to ourselves as the witch clan, and some may indeed acknowledge this, it does not necessarily mean we have the recognition of the entire primordial realm. As the saying goes, without proper names, words lack authority." With this thought, Wu Tian decided to present his argument differently, invoking the great Pangu. He chuckled. "Moreover, with so many sons among us, the witch clan is flourishing and developing. Should we not announce our existence to Father Pangu, granting him satisfaction with his enduring will?" As expected, upon hearing this, the ancestral witches were devoid of any lingering doubt. They all nodded in agreement, with Di Jiang exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, we must proclaim our clan to Father." In the grand scheme of things, despite the witch clan's growth and recognition within the primordial realm, it was only after Di Jun and the others established the demon clan that the ancestral witches took a stand and formally established the witch clan. Wu Tian naturally intended to take the lead. Establishing a clan would yield immense merits, and the residual will of the great Pangu might be stirred, bestowing blessings upon them. Furthermore, if they played with the wording of the clan's oath, they could even touch upon the Grand Tao. For instance, altering heavenly Tao above to Grand Tao above. Given the legacy of the great Pangu, the Grand Tao might indeed manifest, and if they were to earn its favor, the ancestral witches would reap tremendous rewards. Thus, other plans could logically unfold, such as appointing Xianming as the winter god and Zhu Rong as the fire god. The ancestral witches, as primordial deities, differed fundamentally from later deities who fed on incense and will. They were born from the very fabric of heaven and earth. Wu Tian chose not to elaborate on this point. He intended to wait until after the next teaching session to engage in a more detailed discussion with them and refine their plans. With a smile, Wu Tian declared, "Then it is settled. Elders, you may prepare in advance. Once I, along with Xianming and Sister Hutu, return from the Zhixiao Palace, we shall announce our establishment of the witch clan to Father Pangu." Di Jiang and the others nodded in agreement. They then bid farewell to Wu Tian, with both Xianming and Hutu also returning to their tribe to investigate the situation of the witch clan's sons. As they departed, Hutu smiled and said, "Once we handle the matters in our tribe, we shall meet up with you here, and when the time is right, we will set off together." Once the ancestral witches had left, Wu Tian closed the primordial array and began his cultivation within it, immersing his thoughts in the primordial gourd vine, continuously comprehending the principles of yin and yang, and the 5 elements contained within. The power of the laws on the primordial gourd vine seemed to overlap with the laws that Wu Tian carried as an ancestral witch, yet they were not identical. The laws in the primordial realm were rules and characteristics, not merely some singular existence. For instance, the law of fire is about burning and releasing, not simply a fire or a specific type of flame. Thus, the power of the ancestral witch's laws was more extreme, imbued with a profound personal character, as exemplified by Zhu Rong's flames, which were exceptionally fierce and violent, while the laws within the primordial gourd vine were the purest. After continuous contemplation, Wu Tian was surprised to discover that he was indeed absorbing a wealth of nourishment, deepening the imprint of the laws upon his soul. However, the most significant change was not this. Surrounding the faint human figures coalesced from the 12 laws, additional patterns suddenly emerged, forming a circular wreath with a primordial gourd vine. 7 gourds appeared clearly. In the midst of his cultivation, Xianming and Hudu had successfully completed their tribal matters and arrived together, joining Wu Tian in his practice. Time passed, and Wu Tian was awakened by Hutu. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Hutu smiling as she said, "It is almost time. We should set out." This time, having previously embarked 3,000 years ahead, they were now familiar with the route, thus requiring less time. However, traversing the chaos still involved considerable distance, which would take time. Wu Tian nodded slowly, calming his own magical power. Although the physical enhancement from this cultivation was nearly negligible, his spiritual power had grown immensely, finally achieving balance with his physical form, reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo Jingxian. Sigh. Wu Tian could not help but murmur. Hearing this, Hutu chuckled lightly. "You are the last to emerge among us ancestral witches. With the essence of our blood, you have grasped the power of the laws. Achieving this in such a short time is already commendable. Are you still not satisfied?" Wu Tian was not dissatisfied. He merely felt that with the teachings at the Zixiao Palace approaching, the calamity between the witches and demons drew nearer, and he naturally wished to cultivate at a faster pace. Not to mention, among the 3 purities in the 3rd phase, they might have already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Jingxian, awaiting Hongjuan's teachings to comprehend their own grand Tao and attain quasi-sainthood. Wu Tian was naturally unwilling to fall behind. He could not simply be aware of the trends of the heavenly Tao and still be overshadowed by the 3 purities. Could he? However, he refrained from arguing, simply smiling and addressing the 2 ancestral witches. "Let us go. We must not miss the teachings." Both Xianming and Hutu nodded slightly. At the same time, Xianming retrieved the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and returned it to Wu Tian. Then the 2 joined forces to envelop Wu Tian, soaring towards the primordial chaos, heading for the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 39, Second Sermon. First visit to Zixiao Palace. During the initial journey, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exerted themselves, while Wu Tian simply enjoyed the ride, even turning it into an opportunity for cultivation. The second journey mirrored this arrangement. Xianming and Hutu, without a second thought, took on the responsibility of traveling to Zixiao Palace, allowing Wu Tian to remain a cherished younger brother. Being the youngest had its advantages. At least 10 elder brothers and 2 elder sisters doted on him. They shielded him from trouble and ensured he received his fair share of benefits. However, Wu Tian refrained from further cultivation on this occasion, opting instead to converse jovially with Xianming and Ho Tuesday. After stowing away the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Wu Tian inquired with a smile, "Sister Xianming, have you fully refined the Northern Profound Abyss Water Control Flag?" Xianming gave a slight nod, then quietly responded, "Not entirely refined, but I can now use this innate spiritual treasure to ward off baleful energy." As she spoke, a hint of vexation appeared on her face. While the Northern Profound Abyss Water Control Flag could indeed block baleful energy, her powerful physical body hindered the cultivation of her primordial spirit. Even the refinement of her physical body was affected. Naturally, she couldn't recklessly devour baleful energy and temper her flesh like Di Jiang and the others. The stronger her physical body, the more it suppressed her primordial spirit. Wu Tian quickly reassured her, "Don't fret. Observe how patient Sister Hotu is. Once your primordial spirit reaches its zenith, your physical strength will undoubtedly experience a surge of accumulated power." He then urged Xianming to seize every opportunity during the subsequent sermons to enhance her primordial spirit strength. Xianming rolled her eyes at him. "I know. Why does it sound like you're the elder sister? You've already said it once. Do I need you to worry so much?" Despite her words, Xianming was deeply moved. It was simply her nature to be inexpressive or perhaps shy. Just as before, she cared for Wu Tian, yet always ended up beating him half to death. Wu Tian chuckled sheepishly. He then turned his gaze towards Hotu, who said with a smile, The 9 heavens breath soil you gave me has greatly benefited me with its earth element laws. I should be thanking you. Wu Tian hastily waved his hand. Initially, his intention was to strengthen his bonds with the ancestral witches, particularly Ho Tu, to secure a reliable backer and roam freely in the primordial world. However, as he interacted with them, his utilitarian motives gradually dissipated. Now, he genuinely hoped for a better outcome for the ancestral witches to alter their tragic fate. Although the ancestral witches possessed volatile tempers, they never displayed their brutish side to him, their little brother. Instead, they revealed their straightforward and simple nature to Wu Tian. With heartfelt sincerity, how could Wu Tian not be moved? Recalling the original fates of Xian Ming and Ho Tu, Wu Tian couldn't help but say, "Esteemed sisters, rest assured. I will definitely find a way to help you attain enlightenment and ensure you live better lives." Xian Ming and Ho Tu were somewhat surprised. They could sense the sincerity and earnestness in Wu Tian's words, but they didn't understand why he had suddenly said this. After a moment of astonishment, Ho Tu said with a smile, "Indeed, aren't you always clamoring for us to protect you? Once we attain enlightenment, we will certainly protect you well, ensuring that no one in the primordial world can bully you." Wu Tian burst into laughter. With the previous experience, the trio swiftly traversed the vast chaos. Guided by their inner senses, they arrived at the location of Zixiao Palace. The gates of Zixiao Palace were already open. The three quickly entered. Perhaps it was because Wu Tian had given Hao Tian and Yao Qi the blood essence of ferocious beasts after the first sermon. But the two usually solemn young Taoists greeted Wu Tian with smiles as the three entered. They bowed slightly to Wu Tian. Wu Tian responded with a smile as well. Then he headed toward the front of the hall. It was then that Wu Tian realized that the three of them were relatively late, as the front seats were mostly occupied. Only the seats reserved for the ancestral witches remained vacant. The crowd looked at the three with curiosity, their faces displaying obvious confusion. They wondered, why are there only 3 this time? Where are the other ancestral witches? Even after Wu Tian sat down, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun approached him. Hong Yun, full of curiosity, directly asked, "Where are fellow Taoists Di Jiang and the others?" Wu Tian said with a soft chuckle, "My elder brothers have other matters to attend to, so they won't be attending this sermon." What else could he say? Could he say that these underachievers simply didn't want to attend class? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were taken aback, their faces displaying surprise. They seemed to be saying, what could be more important than listening to the Tao? This time, the sermon will cover cultivation in the quasi-sage realm, which is even more important than the last one. However, both of them were tactful. Seeing that Wu Tian didn't seem inclined to elaborate, Hong Yun refrained from asking further. Instead, he said with a smile, "That's true. It's the same as fellow Taoists telling them after listening, there is no need to come." At this moment, Kunping also turned his head from the front row. He forced a smile, which was even more unpleasant than his usual expressionless face. He nodded slightly at Wu Tian, then turned back. Kunpeng's sudden change surprised Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. They scrutinized Kunpeng with curiosity, constantly speculating about what had transpired. Kunpeng's transformation was also noticed by Di Jun and Tai. Di Jun remained composed, his expression unchanged. However, Tai frowned. "Brother, isn't this Kunpeng too ungrateful? We sought him out, wanting to bring him into a great endeavor, but he treated us with such indifference. Yet, he's being so amiable to Wu Tian. He's simply not putting us in his eyes." Tai secretly transmitted his voice to Di Jun, his tone filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Di Jun calmly replied, "Control your anger. This is Zixiao Palace. Focus on listening to the Tao first, and we'll discuss this matter after the sermon." Despite his words, Di Jun's gaze shifted towards Fuxi and Yuhua, and a thought flickered in his mind as he muttered to himself. Before long, the gates of Zixiao Palace closed. As before, Hong Jun's figure appeared before the crowd without anyone noticing. He scanned the crowd, and when he noticed the absence of the ancestral witches, a thought flashed through his mind. They didn't come this time? It's finally back on track. According to the heavenly secrets calculated by Hong Jun, Di Jiang and the others should have skipped the first sermon. Although it was a bit late, it eased his mind. Despite his thoughts, Hong Jun's expression remained unchanged. He He was still indifferent, and his gaze didn't linger on anyone. After surveying the entire Zixiao palace, he said in a low voice, "The second sermon begins." Chapter 40. The insufficient youths shall not conspire. As the words echoed, a profound resonance pervaded the Zixiao palace once more. With celestial phenomena cascading like flowers from the heavens and golden lotuses emerging from the earth, the assembly hastily tuned their ears to listen. During the previous discourse, Hongjun had halted at a pivotal moment, leaving them restless and yearning for the passage of 3,000 years to be but a fleeting instant. Among them were the three pure ones, Fuxi, Niuhua, and the likes of Dijun and Tai Yi, who awakened their unique paths of cultivation upon birth, with many already attaining the status of great Luo Jingxian prior to the teachings. Although the first lecture bore significant insights, what they truly yearned to grasp was how to attain the status of a quasi-saint, how to comprehend the Tao and achieve enlightenment, how to realize the primordial unity and attain sagehood. As Hongjun's narration unfolded, the expressions of the listeners varied. Some experienced epiphanies, while others were overwhelmed with joy. Wu Tian, too, reflected inwardly. Indeed, he had long held certain notions. At this moment, Hongjun's teachings reaffirmed his prior conjectures, and Wu Tian began to faintly understand why the ancestral witches faced their fates within the grand scheme, leading to their demise and return to the cosmos. The myriad paths of cultivation necessarily began with refining qi, absorbing the primordial energies of the universe to forge one's magical power and strengthen oneself. Once one's own realm was sufficiently elevated, one could then perceive the laws and inscribe the principles of the universe. The ancestral witches followed a similar path, albeit starting from a higher vantage point, naturally wielding the power of certain laws from the outset. However, upon ascending to the realm of primordial golden immortal, the cultivation of the witch clan diverged profoundly from the immortal path, akin to a journey in opposite directions. For instance, the immortal path is woven from multiple laws into a singular Tao, while the witch clan pursues a solitary path to the end, striving to achieve Tao through their own laws. It is difficult to ascertain who is right or wrong. Indeed, the path of the ancestral witches may yield greater strength than that of the immortals, yet it is fraught with challenges, almost devoid of opportunities for enlightenment. At least under the heavenly Tao, the ancestral witches cannot achieve perfect enlightenment, as no matter how diligently they cultivate, they can only reach the pinnacle of primordial golden immortal, with no chance to take that final step. The more fundamental the law, the greater its power, yet the harder it is to attain perfection. Take, for example, the spatial law wielded by Di Jiang. How must one cultivate to master all aspects of spatial law? If he were to succeed, the spatial laws of the heavenly Tao would heed only his command, leaving others at a loss. This is also a facet of the heavenly Tao's machinations, especially in the context of the immortal path, where multiple laws intertwine. If the ancestral witches were to completely dominate a particular law, they would be beset by grave dangers. Naturally, there would be fierce opposition to the witch clan. After all, everyone desires to control their own destiny. Alas, this encapsulates the underlying logic of the ancestral witches being ensnared by the heavenly Tao, does it not? If they were to attain enlightenment, who would truly govern the vast primordial world? The subsequent struggles between the demon clan and the witch clan for dominion over the primordial realm are merely surface-level reasons. The death of the ancestral witches would allow their laws and powers to return to the heavenly Tao. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, contemplating, how can this be altered? Soon, after reflecting on numerous legends from later generations, he conceived an idea, and with that, he let go of his entanglements and continued to focus intently on the teachings. As Hongjun elucidated, the listeners in the Zixiao palace gradually polarized. Some, able to keep pace, listened with rapture and clarity, while those of lesser strength wore frowns of despair. Every word spoken by Hongjun reached their ears, yet when strung together, the meaning eluded them, shrouded in unfathomable profundity. Some attempted to forcibly memorize the teachings, hoping to comprehend them later when their strength was sufficient, only to find that their recollections vanished like mirages. Wu Tian, however, grasped the essence. Although he practiced the 9 turns Yuan Gong, the intertwining of the 12 laws of the ancestral witches transformed into the divine powers of Pangu, forming a path to the heavens. By continuously inscribing the laws, he could enhance the manifestation of Pangu. For now, he could only envelop himself in the ethereal shadow of Pangu, empowered by the essence of Pangu. If one day he could transform into the true form of Pangu, unity would be achieved. He did not squander this opportunity for enlightenment. On one hand, he listened to the teachings on quasi-saint cultivation, while on the other, he voraciously absorbed the primordial energy within the Zixiao Palace, inscribing the laws empowered by the heavenly Tao incessantly. The strength of his physical body and primordial spirit surged rapidly, propelling him toward an elevated realm. At that moment, Hongjun, who had seemingly been in a state of slumber, slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the assembly below, his expression imbued with profound depth, despite his celestial rhetoric captivating the audience. Only a scant few were genuinely inclined to transition to the immortal path, particularly those innate deities whom Hongjun had set his sights upon, as they possessed their own paths and exhibited no intention of embracing the immortal way. Take, for instance, the 3 pure ones. They're the manifestations of Pangu's original spirit. Previously, upon encountering the 24-petal creation Green Lotus on Kunlun Mountain, which was incompatible with the heavenly Tao, the 3 were transformed into 3 innate spiritual treasures. Tai Es Whisk, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping Sword, each embodying their respective paths: Elixir Path, Talisman Path, and Sword Path. Already possessing their own Tao, how could they possibly immerse themselves in the immortal path? Why would they allow Hongjun to absorb their fortunes and take advantage of them? Thus, the most powerful Tai Ching, despite being capable of directly ascending to quasi-saint status through the immortal cultivation methods, merely sought to comprehend the subtleties of the immortal path. Having no intention of breaking through to a higher realm, observing Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu, the 3 remained undistracted in their cultivation, leveraging the unique environment of the Zixiao Palace and the resonances of the heavenly Tao to continually strengthen themselves. As for the Witch Clan, Wu Tian had never considered their notorious temperament, especially since Hutu would eventually encounter her own opportunities, making her averse to the immortal path. Hongjun could not help but frown slightly. How could this be? After such extensive efforts, not a single fish had bitten the hook. Was this not a fruitless endeavor? A significant loss? At this juncture, the teachings were nearing their conclusion. The methods for quasi-saint cultivation above the immortal path were soon to be fully expounded. Hongjun's heart finally grew uneasy. While the momentum of the heavenly Tao ensured the immortal path would flourish immensely, his own fortune being abundant and enduring, it was crucial to take proactive measures at this pivotal moment. His gaze shifted toward the Eastern and Western sovereigns, who embodied the innate yin and yang energies, respectively, both of whom were deities cultivating in Penglai Island and West Kunlun. A thought stirred within Hongjun. Instantly, an imperceptible wave emanated, quietly directed toward the Eastern sovereign. As he pondered the teachings of the immortal path, the Eastern sovereign suddenly felt a shift within. With Hongjun elucidating the methods of immortal cultivation, he increasingly sensed the arduous nature of attaining enlightenment through the laws. The innate 5 elements, yin and yang. This embodies the great principles of heaven and earth. Although potent, the path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulty. Why must I stubbornly delve into this conundrum, hesitating on the path of law? With such thoughts, the Eastern sovereign raised his gaze toward Hongjun. The path of immortality lay plainly before him, and with Hongjun, the sage, imparting wisdom, it was indeed unobstructed. Why must I struggle in vain? Once this notion took root, it could no longer be contained. Boom! The Zixiao Palace erupted with commotion. Countless primordial energies converged toward the Eastern sovereign, transforming based on the innate yang energy, as his magical power incessantly shifted according to the methods of the immortal path. The aura of the Eastern sovereign expanded, and in response to the resonance of the innate yin and yang energies, the the magical power of the Western sovereign involuntarily stirred. Completely beyond her control, the Western sovereign could only curse inwardly. The youth is insufficient to conspire. He swiftly composed himself, focusing his mind and drawing upon the myriad insights of the celestial path he had previously contemplated, embarking on the transformation of his entire essence. Chapter 41. The primordial ancestor Hong Jun. Moments later, the ethereal sounds emanating from Hong Jun ceased. His gaze, calm and indifferent, turned towards the Eastern Emperor and the Western Queen Mother, drawing the attention of others who were equally astonished by the sudden shift. Even Wu Tian, who initially perceived nothing unusual due to his past life's memories, found the scene rather natural, recognizing that the Eastern Emperor and the Western Queen Mother were indeed figures of the celestial path, and the most authentic ones at that. After a brief interval, the two concluded their cultivation, their spiritual essence transformed into the aura of immortality, and their powers ascended to the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. According to the Eastern Emperor's intuition, the subsequent phases of cultivation would encounter little resistance. With time and effort, a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm would soon be within reach. A smile graced his face. In contrast, the Western Queen Mother, compelled to transition to the immortal path, wore a less favorable expression. She was acutely aware that while the celestial path appeared straightforward, it was built upon the footprints of others, constraining her within their doctrines, making future grand achievements seem daunting. At that moment, Hong Jun spoke with a serene tone. You two are born from the primordial yin and yang, now embracing the celestial path. You shall be the foremost among all male and female immortals in the world. As his words resonated, the power of the heavenly Tao surged within the purple cloud palace. Being the foremost among immortals also signified a substantial affinity with fortune, further enhanced by the support of the heavenly Tao. Soon, as the heavenly Tao's power enveloped them, both their fortunes soared and their strengths stirred, nearing the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, the events did not cease there. Following the bestowal of their titles, Hong Jun bestowed upon them several treasures. The Eastern Emperor received the most precious gift, a dragon-headed staff, said to have been used by Hong Jun before his enlightenment, symbolizing his status as the foremost male immortal. Meanwhile, the Western Queen Mother received even greater benefits, including a primordial supreme spiritual treasure, the Western Plain Cloud Banner for her protection, and a primordial Ren-water peach tree to stabilize her fortune. Previously harboring some resentment, the Western Queen Mother's discontent dissipated significantly. Together with the Eastern Emperor, they respectfully bowed to Hong Jun, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Saint Hong Jun." The Eastern Emperor's face radiated joy, not only for his own choices, but also for the realization that bearing the title of the foremost male immortal, coupled with the dragon-headed staff, positioned him as a representative of the celestial path in the vast wilderness. Countless thoughts surged within him, and after a brief pause, he declared with a resonant voice, "Rest assured, Saint Hong Jun, we shall diligently cultivate, enlightening the beings of the wilderness with the celestial path, ensuring its prosperity and flourishing fortune." Witnessing this scene, the others were left with varying thoughts. Some, lacking resolve, yearned to step forward themselves, hoping to gain the heavenly Tao's title and the treasures of primordial nature. Others furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. Moments later, as some contemplated action, Emperor Jun suddenly stood, clasping his hands towards Hong Jun, and boldly inquired, "May I ask, Saint Hong Jun, is it true that within the vast wilderness, only the celestial path can lead one to enlightenment and sainthood?" At his words, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Emperor Jun's question echoed the doubts in their hearts. Even without his standing, it was likely others would have voiced similar inquiries. Hong Jun's gaze was profoundly deep, and he replied with a calm demeanor, "Not so. All 3,000 paths can lead to sanctity. It is not confined solely to the celestial path." He continued, "I possess a treasure known as the creation jade plate, which records numerous paths that emerged after the creation of heaven and earth. Those of you with affinity may comprehend it at your own pace." With that, the creation jade plate above Hong Jun's sword radiating an immeasurable brilliance. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as countless paths manifested and dissolved within, revolving in a mesmerizing dance. Then, with a sudden tremor, these imprints of the paths surged towards the purple cloud palace, resembling a starry sky that dazzled the eyes. The seated individuals sprang into action, beams of mysterious light shooting towards the 3,000 paths above them. Their spiritual essence reached out, seeking and comprehending the path that resonated most with them. Wu Tian, too, was no exception. He scarcely had time to scrutinize the Western Queen Mother before focusing his mind upwards. As his spiritual force delved in, he swiftly grasped a shimmering imprint, eagerly unraveling its profound mysteries. The path of the physical body? He mused, sensing a strong resonance with it. Yet, he was taken aback to realize that this imprint was profoundly incomplete. He soon comprehended its essence, only for it to return to the void. That makes sense, he concluded. Although the creation jade plate was a supreme treasure, it was improbable that all 3,000 paths could be fully recorded. Capturing incomplete imprints was already a remarkable feat. Without wasting time, Wu Tian followed the intuitive guidance of his spiritual consciousness, reaching for other imprints. Soon, he sees another path, the path of the world, which involved creating and continuously perfecting and expanding worlds. This path bore similarities to Panga's creation, where he achieved a sudden transformation. But the path of the world required gradual advancement. Wu Tian welcomed the opportunity, diligently embedding the path of the world within his soul. Regardless of whether he pursued this path, it would serve as a substantial foundation for him. After fully grasping this path, he barely had time to make another move before Hongjuan's voice echoed softly. Time is up. The second lecture had concluded. In 3,000 years, I shall deliver the final lecture, imparting the methods of enlightenment and becoming a saint. As his words faded, the creation jade plate, suspended in the void, trembled violently. Countless beams of mysterious light and path imprints vanished instantaneously, returning to Hongjuan's side. The crowd wore expressions of reluctance. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor, seemingly inspired, suddenly voiced a thought, cheerfully proclaiming, Saint Hongjun has enlightened us on the celestial path, and today has selflessly imparted the 3,000 paths. Henceforth, the myriad paths of the wilderness shall emerge from the saints. He shall be the progenitor of all paths. Before others could respond, the Eastern Emperor bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your compassionate heart in teaching and enlightening the beings of the wilderness within the purple cloud palace. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Is he really that sycophantic? They thought. How did Saint Hongjun become Tao Ancestor Hongjun? If all paths indeed originated from him, then calling him Tao Ancestor could be justified. But was that truly the case? Certainly not. Not only were the paths recorded in the creation jade plate incomplete, but many innate deities present had their own paths, which were not derived from Hongjuan's teachings. What then constituted a Tao ancestor? Nevertheless, with the Eastern Emperor's designation echoing in the purple cloud palace, having received the favor of Hongjuan's teachings, the others found themselves compelled to follow suit. They could hardly stand up and declare, Hongjun does not deserve the title of Tao ancestor. After a brief silence, voices finally emerged from the crowd, echoing the Eastern Emperor's sentiments. We thank Tao ancestor Hongjun. Wu Tian and the others remained silent, choosing not to disrupt the moment, their expressions subtly amused as they regarded the assembly. The ancestral shamans inherit from the great Pangu. What connection do they have with Hongjun? Naturally, they do not acknowledge Hongjun as the Tao ancestor. Yet, Hongjun remains indifferent. At this moment, a faint smile graces his face, his thoughts largely absorbed in sensing his own transformation. As the crowd utters the title Tao ancestor, an overwhelming tide of fortune descends, bestowing upon him immense power. The creation jade plate spins rapidly, and the authority of the heavenly Tao increases swiftly. With a gentle chuckle, Hongjun proclaims, no need for excessive courtesy. This is but a natural obligation. Having said this, he nods towards the Eastern King, who feels as though he's been filled with honey, his smile growing ever more radiant. Subsequently, Hongjun exits the stage, declaring the conclusion of his teachings. 3,000 years hence, the Zixiao Palace shall reopen, to elucidate the path to enlightenment and sanctification for you all. Chapter 42. The Distress of Zenyuanzi. Once again, Hongjun played the role of the enigmatic figure, akin to his previous appearance, leaving the gathered listeners at Zixiao Palace in a state of anxious anticipation before vanishing without a trace. The grand doors of Zixiao Palace swung open once more, reminiscent of the last occasion. However, this time marked a significant shift. Hongjun had attained the esteemed title of Dao Ancestor, resulting in a substantial elevation of his authority within the heavenly Dao and an imminent surge in his power. Meanwhile, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu had each acquired their rightful positions within the heavenly Dao, granting them the authority to lead the celestial beings of the realm. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Dong Wanggong as cultivators began to gather around him, showering him with flattering words. Dao Ancestor has conferred upon you this title. It is indeed a cause for celebration that you shall preside over the vast celestial path of Hongwang. Dong Wanggong, known as Wood Prince due to his connection with the primordial tree of 10 innate spiritual roots, received no spiritual root from Hongjun, who instead bestowed a primordial water peach tree upon Shi Wangmu. With so many accolades directed at him, Dong Wanggong felt a swell of pride. Yet he strove to temper his elation, maintaining a humble demeanor as he clasped his hands and smiled. Friends, you flatter me. Now that the Dao Ancestor has granted me this position, I must not remain idle. Upon my return to Punlai, I intend to share the teachings of the celestial path with all beings. If any of you have the time, I welcome you to join me. Instantly, several individuals nodded in agreement. Of course, we shall attend, they exclaimed. We wish to hear your insights on the celestial path, Wood Prince. Dong Wanggong felt increasingly gratified, yet his gaze shifted toward Shi Wangmu, recognizing that as the leaders of the male and female celestial beings, they could not engage in a solitary performance. However, Shi Wangmu had already departed, her figure disappearing from view as she made her way into the chaos beyond. Dao friend Jinmu, Dong Wanggong called out in surprise, only to realize something, swiftly excusing himself to those nearby before rushing after her. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Jun could not suppress a sneer. He withdrew his gaze and scoffed softly. From Dong Wanggong's demeanor, it was evident that his ambition had emerged alongside his newly acquired title of the foremost male celestial being. The foremost male celestial being? Merely a gatekeeper. Shifting his focus to Fushi and Nuwa, Emperor Jun pondered before breaking into a smile and making his way toward them. Meanwhile, Wu Tian's attention also drifted from Shi Wangmu's retreating silhouette to Nuwa. Just as he glanced over, he felt a tap on his arm. Turning, he encountered the strikingly beautiful and cold visage of Xianming, who scrutinized him with an unexpected question. Who is more beautiful, Shi Wangmu or Nuwa? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. How could Xianming, with her frosty demeanor, utter such words? It was almost unfathomable. Sensing Wu Tian's gaze, Xuanming's expression flickered with a hint of panic, followed by a forced calm as she retorted, Did I speak incorrectly? After Hongjun's lecture, I noticed you fixated on Shi Wangmu, only to reluctantly shift your gaze to Nuwa when she left the palace. Wu Tian felt a rush of indignation. What a colossal misunderstanding. His attention on Shi Wangmu was prompted by her recent acquisition of the Western Plains Plain Cloud banner. He had been contemplating how to obtain the Primordial 5 Directions banner. Naturally, he needed to assess the situation. Shi Wangmu was indeed stunning, embodying the allure of primordial deities, each a paragon of perfection, yet distinct in their characteristics. Shi Wangmu's regal elegance and the subtle languor between her brows had captivated Wu Tian's heart. However, that was not the crux of the matter. As for Nuwa, with Emperor Jun approaching her and Fushi, it was time for the four to unite in establishing the demon clan. Wu Tian felt compelled to remain vigilant. Quietly transmitting his thoughts, Xuanming's expression relaxed, and she instinctively inquired, Really? Then she glanced toward Emperor Jun and the others. What shall we do? She had not considered intervening. In their minds, an emerging demon clan posed little threat. Wu Tian regarded the four with determination. Let's return promptly. We must discuss the matter of establishing our clan with my brothers. We cannot allow others to seize the initiative." With that, Wu Tian rose, and Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun quickly approached, seemingly eager to invite Wu Tian to Wuzhuang Temple for discussions over ginseng fruit. Wu Tian, however, had no time to spare. He promptly interjected, "Dao friend Jinyuan, Dao friend Hong Yun. I have a significant matter to attend to with my Wu clan. If you have the time, perhaps you could accompany me for a visit? It would serve as a witness as well." The two were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. Xinyuanzi then smiled and replied, "Of course, we have no objections." With no grand ambitions of their own, they simply wished to enjoy the vastness of Honghuang. And returning to Wuzhuang Temple mattered little to them. Thus, they were eager to accompany Wu Tian. Wu Tian felt a flicker of inspiration and turned his gaze toward Kunpeng. This time, Kunpeng did not make a hasty exit but remained seated, deep in contemplation, as if still absorbing the profound truths gleaned from the creation jade plate. Having established a good rapport with Kunpeng due to the matter of the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, Wu Tian sensed that Kunpeng might not be as unyielding as he had presumed. It would be prudent to extend an invitation. Although Kunpeng was initially aligned with the demon faction, his stance was not firmly established. Perhaps there was an opportunity for alliance. In such a mutually beneficial scenario, the rewards could be doubled. Thus, Wu Tian approached Kunpeng with a smile. Upon hearing Wu Tian's proposal, Kunpeng did not immediately acquiesce but pondered for a moment before forcing a smile. "I shall not accompany you, Dao friend. However, when the day you mention arrives, I will certainly come to offer my congratulations." With that, he stood, nodding slightly to Xianming, Hutu, Xinyuanzi, and Hong Yun before departing toward the exit of Zixiao Palace. As Kunpeng left, Hong Yun let out a relieved sigh. "Phew, this Kunpeng Dao friend seems rather difficult to approach. He appears indifferent to everyone. I always feel a bit off whenever I encounter him. Yet, he treats you with such regard." Hong Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Dao friend Wu Tian, how did you manage that? What transpired between you and Kunpeng?" Wu Tian shrugged off the inquiry, chuckling lightly before explaining, "It's not much. Remember when our brothers confronted the two from the west? Kunpeng felt indebted for retaining his position, and later, he presented the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, seeking to settle that debt. Through this back and forth, we've developed a bit of camaraderie." Having said this, Wu Tian beckoned to those around him, leading them toward the exit of Zixiao Palace. He was eager to return and engage in earnest discussions with Emperor Jiang and the others regarding the establishment of their clan. Xianming and Hutu flanked him, while Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun trailed behind. The two individuals exchanged peculiar glances, their eyes communicating a silent dialogue. "Brother Jinyun, the Kunpeng has delivered the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner to conclude the karmic ties. What course of action should we take? Surely, we cannot remain entirely indifferent." Jinyuan was equally troubled. The Kunpeng had, in a sense, accepted the favor of the Witch clan, and thus, the two brothers stood as the most direct beneficiaries. Wu Tian was merely providing them with an opportunity. Yet, he possessed no surplus of innate spiritual treasures. It would be unthinkable to part with the earthly tome. Chapter 43: The Unrepayable Favor of Wu Tian. Upon exiting the Zixiao Palace, Xianming and Hutu felt a surge in their aura, and immediately, a powerful force of the laws of the universe surged forth. They were instinctively prepared to breach the chaos and escort Wu Tian back. However, Hong Yun, with a playful smile, interjected, "Allow me to take the lead. I am quite swift on the road. Besides, I still owe a debt of gratitude. It would be rather impolite to burden Xianming and Hutu with the effort." Thus, Hong Yun boldly volunteered. Xianming and Hutu ceased their actions, curiously gazing at Hong Yun. Wu Tian was not surprised. Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun had been among the first to arrive during the initial teachings at Zixiao Palace, indicating their remarkable speed. At that moment, Xinyuanzi nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, to be candid, my younger brother Hong Yun is the first red cloud to emerge during the creation of the world. In terms of speed, he ranks among the foremost of the primordial beings." At this juncture, Hong Yun had already conjured a barrier radiating a crimson light, exuding an enigmatic aura. Wu Tian, upon sensing it slightly, couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder Hong Yun truly possesses remarkable fortune. Among the four elements of creation, earth, water, fire, and wind, Hong Yun embodies three of them. With only earth remaining, Xuanyuanzi chimed in with a smile. Allow me to lend you a hand. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful force, the essence of the earth book, imbued with a profound aura of primordial earth and entwined with the essence of primordial wood. Once blended with Hong Yun's power and the elemental forces of water, fire, and wind, the original quintessence of the five elements transformed directly into the four elements. In an instant, the barrier shimmered, and the once crimson hue morphed into a grayish chaos, akin to carving out a small realm within the void, isolating the surrounding chaotic energies entirely. Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder you two brothers share such a bond. It appears you complement each other remarkably well. After sharing a smile, Wu Tian stepped into the gray barrier. Xianming and Hutu, feeling relieved, followed him inside. The five of them then pierced through the chaos, journeying toward the primordial realm. Accompanied by Xuanyuanzi and Hong Yun, Wu Tian found it inappropriate to close his eyes in meditation, so he engaged the two in casual conversation while Xianming and Hutu listened quietly. Having just exited the Zhixiao Palace, their discussion naturally gravitated toward Dongwangong and Zhuangmu. Hong Yun remarked with curiosity, "It seems that Zhuangmu is rather reluctant to transition to the path of immortality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hurriedly departed, disregarding Dongwangong." The others' expressions turned to intrigue. Even Xianming and Hutu were engrossed in the gossip. After discussing the matters concerning Dongwangong and Zhuangmu, Xuanyuanzi sighed softly, alas. The choice made by Dongwangong is not necessarily misguided. The path of the laws is exceedingly arduous, and with the path of immortality readily available, such a decision is quite understandable. The immortal path is founded upon the five elemental laws. Once one attains a perfect balance of the five energies within, they can transcend the five elements, thus earning the title of thief of the five elements. Alternatively, one could transform the yin and yang. For Xuanyuanzi, who possesses the essence of primordial earth and the aura of primordial wood, he is inherently attuned to the five elemental laws, making him exceptionally suited for the path of immortality. However, Xuanyuanzi continued, following another's path ultimately leads to their constraints. I find myself unwilling to accept this reality. He shook his head, lamenting. This sentiment resonates with many who attended the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Thus, the significant reaction to Dongwangong and Zhuangmu's transitions to the immortal path. Even though Hongjun Daozu ultimately revealed the 3,000 great Dao for all to comprehend, how many could truly discern their suitable path? Moreover, these great Dao imprints are fundamentally incomplete. Upon hearing Xuanyuanzi's reflections, Wu Tian felt a stir within him. He was aware that Xuanyuanzi would become the progenitor of the Earth Immortals, having paved the way for that path. Although it remains within the immortal domain, it branches into a unique avenue, establishing a distinct lineage. With this thought, Wu Tian felt no need to withhold his insights. He smiled and said, "My friend, why burden yourself with such worries? The Earth Book you possess is remarkably profound, containing its own great Tao. If you can comprehend it, would it not offer you a chance at enlightenment?" Xuanyuanzi's eyes lit up instantly. Yet that was not all. Wu Tian considered that Xuanyuanzi would one day establish the Earth Immortal realm through the Earth Book. So he decided to share the insights he had gained regarding the Tao of the world. With a flick of his wrist, a swirl of mysterious light emanated from Wu Tian's spiritual core. "This is the Tao of the world I comprehended from the creation jade dish. Perhaps it may assist you. My friend, I encourage you to delve into it earnestly." Xuanyuanzi's face displayed a blend of astonishment and joy. "This," Wu Tian chuckled. "No need for concern. The understanding of the Tao is not diminished by sharing. If my friend gains something from it, merely share a portion with me in return. It is a pity, however, as a member of the Witch clan, my understanding of the great Tao is not particularly strong. So there may be discrepancies in this Tao of the world. Please exercise caution." Xuanyuanzi's expression shifted multiple times. He was both envious of the insights regarding the Tao of the world and felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he still owed Wu Tian a favor for his prior assistance. After a prolonged contemplation, Xuanyuanzi solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Very well. He then boldly accepted the knowledge. A favor that Xuanyuanzi felt he could not repay at this moment would remain etched in his heart. Should my friend ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Wu Tian merely nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Xuanyuanzi no longer held back, directly absorbing the insights of the Tao of the world into himself. His spiritual brilliance enveloped him, and he began to deeply contemplate. After a while, the Earth Book unexpectedly emerged from his being, gently hovering above his head, radiating a soft, earthy glow. Witnessing this, the others refrained from interrupting, maintaining silence. Hongyun also exerted himself to propel his power as a small orb of light pressed through the chaotic energies, illuminating the path toward the primordial realm. Upon breaking through the chaotic membrane and entering the primordial domain, the Earth Book above Xuanyuanzi's head suddenly trembled, retracting its boundless brilliance and sinking back into his being moments later. Xuanyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with unparalleled joy. Meeting the curious looks of the others, he chuckled. I understand now. I have found my path. Following Wu Tian's guidance, he realized that the distinction between a sage and a Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian lies in the fact that a sage's spirit is anchored in the heavenly Tao, allowing them to coexist with it, thus achieving immortality. Conversely, the Earth Book is intrinsically connected to the primordial earth. As long as the primordial realm endures, the Earth Book shall remain intact. Is this not an alternative form of immortality, a unique path to enlightenment? Furthermore, Xuanyuanzi could disseminate this path. If others were willing to pursue it, they too could anchor their spirits and enhance their strength. Although the specifics remain uncertain, Xuanyuanzi has already glimpsed a clear pathway. He bowed deeply to Wu Tian, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance." As he spoke, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Not only had he owed a significant debt, but now, thanks to Wu Tian's enlightenment, he had gained clarity regarding his own path, deepening the bond of causality further. Alas, the debt of gratitude owed to Wu Tian remains unfulfilled. Chapter 44. The grand formation of the land decree, the phrase "great kindness needs no thanks" resonates deeply in the hearts of those who have received profound blessings. In the face of such monumental grace, a few simple words of gratitude seem utterly insignificant. Xuanyuanzi understood this sentiment, so he merely uttered a brief acknowledgement, committing the entire matter to memory with a resolute intention to repay the favor. Seeing Xuanyuanzi enlightened by Wu Tian's guidance, Hongyun felt a twinge of embarrassment but could not suppress her eager gaze directed towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was momentarily speechless. What could he possibly say to Hongyun? Surely, he could not suggest that she should first perish and then reincarnate as the divine Shinnong to attain enlightenment. Could he? Furthermore, the matter of seating the Zhixiao Palace had undergone significant alterations under his influence, leaving the future uncertain regarding Hongyun's path. However, Hongyun had already harnessed 3 of the 4 symbols' powers, with such a solid foundation. She merely needed to gather the final element to complete the 4 symbols' strength and naturally achieve her own enlightenment. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian smilingly advised, "My friend, perhaps you could contemplate ways to complete your own principles. The worldly path I presented to Xuanyuanzi could offer you some insights." Hongyun promptly nodded, suppressing her excitement, and under Wu Tian's guidance, made her way towards the Wu clan at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Suddenly, 2 fierce auras erupted, blocking Hongyun's path. The figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin materialized in the air, glaring down with a thunderous demand. Who goes there? Clearly, they intended to confront Hongyun. Hongyun and Xuanyuanzi swiftly dispersed their powers, causing the energies of the 4 symbols to dissipate, revealing the presence of Wu Tian and his companions. It was only then that Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin halted their advance. "Ah!" Di Jiang exclaimed in recognition, "It is you." After they descended, Di Jiang curiously scrutinized Hongyun, muttering, "I never would have guessed you. with such a gentle disposition, could wield the power of the four symbols. Quite impressive. The intertwining energies of the four symbols had effectively concealed Wu Tian and his companions' auras, thus prompting Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's sudden appearance. Hong Yun was momentarily at a loss for word upon hearing Di Jiang's remarks, unsure whether to laugh or feel otherwise. However, she was aware of the nature of the ancestor witches and bore no ill will. Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Brother." He gestured towards Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. "These two friends are here to pay their respects." Turning to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, he elaborated on their intentions, which he had previously refrained from disclosing within the confines of the Zixiao Palace. To inform the Great Pangu, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual understanding. Yet, it was Zhen Yuanzi, having been the first to devise a moral coercion formation in the wilderness, who swiftly grasped Wu Tian's intentions. He beamed at Wu Tian, their eyes meeting with an unspoken yet profound understanding. Zhen Yuanzi, undeterred, felt a kinship with Wu Tian, who had been concerned about potential threats. Although he and Hong Yun enjoyed a commendable reputation and did not seek conflict, their insufficient strength and overly gentle nature left them vulnerable to being bullied. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi pondered the apparent strength of the Wu clan and their formidable ancestor witches. Why would they entertain such thoughts? Clearly, they were preparing for some eventuality. After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi dispelled his doubts and cheerfully suggested, "Perfect. I have some insights on this path. Why not share the intricacies of my land decree formation for your consideration?" Acknowledging Wu Tian and the Wu clan's kindness towards him and Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi resolved to make this decision, deeming it a way to repay a portion of the karmic debt. Wu Tian was both astonished and delighted. The land decree formation was Zhen Yuanzi's safeguard, a significant secret he was willing to unveil. After much deliberation, Wu Tian accepted this generous offer with a solemn, "Thank you, esteemed Taoist Zhen Yuanzi." Zhen Yuanzi felt satisfied, finally able to assist Wu Tian, alleviating the burden of owing him a favor, lest it affect his Tao heart. Di Jiang and the others were equally pleased, their regard for Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun growing ever warmer. Di Jiang stepped forward and clapped Hong Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be friends of the Wu clan. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke our name." Hong Yun felt a bit overwhelmed by Di Jiang's exuberance, but recognized that she and Zhen Yuanzi had genuinely earned the respect of the ancestor witches, filling her heart with joy and her face with a broad smile. Soon after, the group proceeded to the Pangu Hall, where the other ancestor witches arrived in droves, eager to greet the newcomers. Before Zhen Yuanzi or Hong Yun could say anything, Di Jiang announced loudly, "These are our friends from the Wu clan." The ancestor witches welcomed them with open arms. Wu Tian had intended to offer hospitality, but Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand with a smile, stating, "Let us attend to the matter at hand." He promptly began his exposition. The land decree materialized before him, radiating an earthy glow, its intricate veins and nodes laid bare before the ancestor witches. These veins represented the flow of the wilderness's energy, while the luminous points indicated areas rich in spiritual essence. Zhen Yuanzi spoke with measured clarity. Moreover, after concluding his explanation, although he was unaware of the specific details of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, he provided suggestions based on his deductions. The ancestor witches listened intently, for the endorsement of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation commanded their full attention, rendering them far more engaged than during their previous session in the Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian diligently committed every detail to memory, his mind brimming with insights as the 12 laws of power surged within his soul. At that moment, Hutu discreetly nudged him, sending a quiet message earlier. "I was puzzled by your kindness towards these two. It seems you were indeed well prepared." The land decree formation was undeniably exquisite. After hearing this, Hutu felt she had gained much, deepening her understanding of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. In response, Wu Tian quickly protested, "Sister Hutu, you have completely misunderstood my intentions. I did not approach this with the land decree formation in mind at all. Initially, his aim had been to disrupt the seating arrangements. During his first visit to the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun had intervened, fearing the ancestor witches might gain additional seats. Since that was the case, how could Wu Tian allow Hong Jun to succeed? Naturally, he sought to thwart his plans. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were truly deserving of their reputation as the wilderness's benevolent figures, making their company a pleasure without concerns for future complications. Yet, Wu Tian could not express this openly, leaving Hood as skeptical. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with delight, seemingly pleased with Wu Tian's strategic prowess. Observing her joy, Wu Tian decided against further rebuttals. I merely murmured silently to myself, "Very well. Think as you wish. For as long as the grand formation is swiftly rectified and the boundless mountain is secured, that is all that truly matters." Chapter 45. The fortune of the primal gourd vine. Once Zhen Yunzi finished his discourse, the ancestral witches found themselves greatly enlightened, each adorned with contemplative expressions. Dijiang, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "I understand now. The 12 Capitals' divine array is an ancestral inheritance embedded in their bloodline, a premier formation bestowed by the great Pangu. Altering it is no simple task. During this period, the ancestral witches had not idled away their time. Numerous questions lingered in their minds. However, after drawing inspiration from the Earth Book array, the uncertainties that had previously plagued them began to dissipate. The ancestral witches turned their gazes toward Zhen Yuanzi, their eyes gleaming with intensity, which left both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun somewhat astonished. Zhen Yuanzi cautiously inquired, "Dijiang, is there something amiss?" Dijiang suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, from now on, do not address each other as friends. You are now brothers of the Witch clan. My dear Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun." Upon hearing this, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun erupted into laughter, no longer concerned about who had first taken on a corporeal form, responding joyfully, "Brother Dijiang." They then turned to Wu Tian, calling out, "Brother Wu Tian." Wu Tian was equally elated. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but reflect. Who says the ancestral witches lack intelligence? Brother Dijiang is quite adept at fostering camaraderie. Witnessing this brotherly exchange brought immense joy to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, rendering them almost speechless. In truth, the two were genuinely taken aback. Not because of the ancestral witches' lofty status, though they were indeed of Pangu's true lineage, but because of the ancestral witches' notorious reputation. Known for their foul tempers and inflexibility, they had shown little respect to the Tao ancestor Hong Jun in the past, and were quite insular. Thus, this utterance of brother was truly remarkable. Consequently, Dijiang, unreserved, began discussing the 12 Capitals' divine array and the establishment of the Witch clan with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. The ancestral witches had dropped their pretenses. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, sensing the weight of the internal affairs of the Witch clan, quickly conveyed to Wu Tian, "Brother Wu Tian, we shall refrain from involving ourselves in the clan's matters. Thanks to your earlier insights, I have gained much understanding and wish to solidify my cultivation further. Perhaps I should meditate for a while?" After several insistences from Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, Wu Tian smiled and agreed, "Very well. There exists a suitable location for your cultivation atop Mount Buzhou. Allow me to escort you there." Wu Tian was referring to the valley where the primal gourd vine resided. Though the Pango Hall possessed another dimension, the malevolent aura there was quite dense, as Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun cultivated with a more ethereal essence. This location was more suitable for their practices, as the valley brimmed with spiritual energy and abundant laws of power. Moreover, the roots of the primal gourd vine might inspire Zhen Yuanzi further. Upon hearing Wu Tian's suggestion, the ancestral witches immediately recognized its appropriateness and nodded in agreement with smiles. Wu Tian then guided the two to the valley. Upon their arrival, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were taken aback, gazing curiously at the seemingly vacant expanse before them. It appeared unremarkable. At that moment, Xing Tian emerged from the shadows. "I have met the esteemed ancestral witches." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's eyes brightened, as they had been uncertain of Wu Tian's true identity until now. An ancestral witch? Indeed, Wu Tian was one of them. How else could he refer to Dijiang and the others as brothers? Yet, the next moment, confusion crept back. Wasn't there a total of 12 ancestral witches? What then was Wu Tian's role? Wu Tian, however, paid no mind to their perplexity, unconcerned about his identity being revealed. With a smile, he addressed Xing Tian. "Thank you for your efforts. You need not guard this place any longer. Please return to your tribe." Wu Tian gently patted Xing Tian's shoulder in encouragement, a gesture he had learned from Dijiang. Although he intended to reward these great witches, he had nothing tangible to offer at that moment and could only provide moral support. Nevertheless, Wu Tian had resolved that, given Xing Tian's diligence in guarding the primal gourd vine, he would not allow him to become a fool in the future. Xing Tian, puzzled yet silent, accepted Wu Tian's words with a grin, for it was widely acknowledged that Wu Tian was the cleverest among the ancestral witches, and his actions were surely justified. He promptly agreed. "I shall obey your command, esteemed ancestral witch." With that, Xing Tian departed, leaving only the assurance that should Wu Tian require anything further, he need only call upon him. Once Xing Tian was sent off, Wu Tian, under the astonished gazes of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, lightly gestured toward the void before him. Swish! Suddenly, a cascade of vibrant colors flashed, revealing the grand array that had previously concealed the valley, quietly opening a passageway for the three. "Brother Zhen Yuanzi, Brother Hong Yun, please." Wu Tian gestured courteously. The two immediately stepped into the array, and upon entering, their eyes widened in astonishment. Before them, the valley transformed into a haven of rich spiritual energy, gathering into lakes, with an atmosphere brimming with vitality. This was not entirely unfamiliar to them. They'd encountered their fair share of paradisiacal realms. However, the primal gourd vine ensnared their gazes, leaving them unable to look away. A primal spiritual root, primal yin and yang, the five elements. How could this be possible? Zhen Yuanzi gasped in disbelief. Given his background, he was well-versed in the primal spiritual roots within the wilderness, but had never anticipated the existence of a root that could embody yin, yang, and the five elements. Zhen Yuanzi's own ginseng fruit tree was of the earth element. Zun Ti's Bodhi tree was of the metal element. Even the Fusang tree on the Sunstar represented the fire element. Each of these singular primal laws was already exceedingly rare and formidable. How remarkable was it then to encounter one that encompassed all? Upon witnessing the primal gourd vine resonating with Wu Tian's aura, Zhen Yuanzi immediately comprehended that this spiritual root had acknowledged its master. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Brother Wu Tian, you are indeed fortunate." His envy was palpable. Wu Tian chuckled lightly in response. "Haha, Brother Zhen Yuanzi, do you not also possess a ginseng fruit tree? It too belongs to the top 10 primal spiritual roots. The rarity of the primal gourd vine is beyond dispute. Even the immature gourds within the grand scheme were already immensely powerful, becoming renowned treasures throughout the wilderness, underscoring their might." Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, a wry smile appeared on Zhen Yuanzi's face, as if recalling his own circumstances. However, the origins of these roots in the wilderness were shrouded in secrecy, and Wu Tian refrained from interjecting. At that moment, to Wu Tian's surprise, Zhen Yuanzi let out a soft sigh, gazing at the primal gourd vine with a hint of compassion in his eyes. "Alas, while the primal gourd vine is indeed formidable, dear brother, one must remain cautious. How could the heavenly Tao permit such a flawless entity to exist? It is likely that calamities await in the future, should it fail to endure." As Zhen Yuanzi spoke, he slowly shook his head. It seemed that the primal gourd vine sensed his emotions, causing its numerous leaves to rustle and its tendrils to reach out toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian felt a sudden chill in his heart. Indeed, as Zhen Yuanzi had stated, amidst the original tides of fate, the innate gourd vine had encountered calamity, suffering dismemberment before it had matured. However, the circumstances have now changed. Wu Tian's gaze turned gravely serious. "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Zhen Yuan. I am fully aware that such an innate spiritual root is indeed difficult for the world to accommodate. Yet, since it has already recognized me as its master, I shall certainly protect it with all my might. Should anyone wish to harm this gourd vine, they must first consult with our Wu clan," Wu Tian declared with an air of authority. The two exchanged glances, astonished by Wu Tian's sudden transformation. His previously gentle demeanor had caused them to momentarily forget his lineage within the Wu clan. After a brief silence, Jin Yuanzi suddenly chuckled. I retract my earlier statement. It is not merely that my younger brother is fortunate to have acquired this innate gourd vine, but rather, it is the gourd vine that is fortunate to have encountered you, brother Wu Tian. Chapter 46. The Path Above, with such praise from Jin Yuanzi. Wu Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, his reliance still lay with the valiant 12 ancestors of sorcery. Should one dare to covet my innate gourd vine, they ought to consult my elder brothers and sisters first. The innate gourd vine possesses spirit and was now joyously swaying its countless branches and leaves. Wu Tian smiled and remarked, Brother Jin Yuanzi, you possess considerable knowledge regarding innate spiritual roots. When you have a moment, could you assist me in discovering ways to expedite and enhance the growth of this gourd vine? Jin Yuanzi chuckled and nodded. Of course. Subsequently, Wu Tian imparted the simple technique for controlling the grand formation to the two, leaving them to cultivate there as he made his way back to the Witch clan. Upon returning to the Panga Hall, before he could settle beside the ancestors, Di Jiang cheerfully exclaimed, Wu Tian, you've done well. I was puzzled as to why you suddenly stood up for Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, but it seems there was more to it. Di Jiang misunderstood. Wu Tian could only offer a wry smile. Elder brother, I assure you it was not for those reasons. Yet before he could finish, Di Jiang waved his hand, interrupting him with a hearty laugh. No worries. I know your intentions are for the benefit of our Witch clan, and these two brothers are indeed of good character. We genuinely wish to befriend them at that moment. Zhu Rong interjected, laughing heartily. I forgot to mention to them that in the Hong Wong. Then he not tread so cautiously with our Witch clan backing them. What is there to fear? The ancestors all erupted into laughter. It appeared that the weak image of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had firmly taken root in the ancestors' minds, a perception that would not change anytime soon. Wu Tian could only murmur to himself, they know not even honest folks can unleash their fury, and when they do, it is truly terrifying. Just then, Di Jiang clapped Zhu Rong on the shoulder, silencing the ancestors' raucous chatter, and his expression turned solemn as he addressed Wu Tian. With the reference of the Earth Book Grand Formation, the issues regarding the modifications to the 12 capital heavenly gods formation have been largely resolved. Wu Tian Di Jiang inquired, when do we commence the alterations? Should it be before we proclaim to the Father God and establish the Witch clan? Or, as he spoke, a heavy crimson light flickered from his fingertip, transmitting the latest updates of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to Wu Tian. After a brief examination, Wu Tian grasped the changes therein and quietly suggested, let us wait until we proclaim to the Father God. Perhaps we can awaken the remnants of his will residing in Mount Buzhou, which would assist us in perfecting this formation. The ancestors nodded in agreement. A moment later, Wu Tian hesitated and broached another matter. Esteemed brothers, I have another matter to discuss with you. Curiosity sparked among the group. Do speak without reservation. They urged. What thoughts do you have? Can we not trust you? Wu Tian smiled and declared, as descendants of the Father God Pangu, we are the innate sacred beings of this realm, endowed with the primal control of the laws. It is our duty to assume certain responsibilities for this world. Upon finishing his statement, the ancestors exchanged glances, with Di Jiang asking with intrigue, to become gods? Indeed, Wu Tian affirmed, in the upcoming tribulation, it shall be a time of prosperity for our Witch clan. Since we cultivate the essence of malevolence, we continuously cleanse the chaos within the Hong Wong, bringing clarity to the world. Yet, the essence of malevolence cannot last forever. When that time comes, will the Hong Wong still require our presence? We must imbue our existence with greater significance, ensuring that the realm continues to need us. He further elaborated, recalling the second sermon of Hong Jun, where he recognized that the ancestors, due to their mastery over the laws, were ensnared by the heavenly Tao, and that the intent was to reclaim that power to perfect itself. However, what if the ancestors were to voluntarily become deities of certain laws, aiding in their operation, thus rendering the Hong Huang even more complete? Finally, apart from Xianming, Ho Tu, and Wu Tian himself, the other 10 ancestors had yet to cultivate their primordial spirits. Their souls were firmly bound to their physical forms upon the loss of their bodies. They would simply merge with the cosmos. Wu Tian hoped that through this endeavor, he could leave a lasting mark for the ancestors within the world, providing him a chance to summon them back, even in the most dire of outcomes. These reasons were not suitable for Wu Tian to disclose, remaining locked within his heart. Thus, the ancestors expressed mixed opinions regarding Wu Tian's earlier remarks. Zhu Rong, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "How is that possible? We are the bloodline of the Father God. The very fabric of this world was woven by him. How could it possibly exclude us before he could finish?" Zhu Jioyin, with a stern countenance, barked, "Silence." Zhu Jioyin rarely spoke, often leaving the discussions to Di Jiang. Yet, having heard Wu Tian's words, he felt a profound stirring within. Wu Tian's sense of crisis had not emerged for the first time, and Zhu Jioyin was acutely aware of this. Could it be, he pondered, does the Witch clan truly face such a fate? The thought weighed heavily on him, prompting a desire to utilize his power over the laws to peer into the river of time and discern the future of the Witch clan. However, at this critical juncture, he had yet to transcend to the level of a primordial golden immortal, leaving him no choice but to keep these thoughts to himself while resolving to proclaim to the Father God, establish the Witch clan. Once he achieved the status of a primordial golden immortal, he vowed to join forces with his elder brother to investigate and alleviate his growing concerns. At this moment, the ancestors fell silent, their curiosity directed towards Zhu Jioyin, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Zhu Rong appeared both aggrieved and fearful. After a brief pause, Zhu Jioyin regained his composure, casting a glance at the ancestors, then sharing a knowing look with Di Jiang. Following this, Di Jiang cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "Very well, Wu Tian, rest assured, we trust you and shall proceed as you suggest." He then turned to the other ancestors, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and prepare." Seeing their leaders had spoken, the ancestors wasted no time in responding with enthusiasm. Zhu Rong muttered under his breath, "I never said I wouldn't listen." With their plans established, the ancestors moved swiftly. They understood that Wu Tian, Xinming, and Ho Tu still had to attend the third sermon in the Zixiao Palace and could not afford to delay their learning. Moreover, given the gravity of this matter for the Witch clan, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the task. In the meantime, Wu Tian refrained from further cultivation, returning with Ho Tu to handle affairs in the Ho Tu tribe, while continuously discussing details with Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Time passed swiftly, and finally, the day arrived. Wu Tian and the ancestors did not invite others, only Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuanpeng, who had agreed to witness the event at Mount Buzhou. The ancestors stood before the Panga Hall, facing the direction of Mount Buzhou, with countless members of the Witch clan behind them. Suddenly, the aura of the 12 ancestors surged into the heavens, transforming into 12 colossal pillars of malevolent energy that pierced through the expanse of the Hong Wang. With a resounding boom, the 12 capital celestial demon formation emerged. At the heart of this formation stood Wu Tian, wielding the primordial treasure, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, his aura surging ever higher. The 12 capital celestial demon formation, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the Panga Hall, and Mount Buzhou suddenly resonated with one another. As the profound breath of Pangu awakened from Mount Buzhou, the primal world trembled violently. What schemes were the Witch clan concocting? Countless mighty practitioners were stirred, hastily directing their gazes towards this location, each one engulfed in profound astonishment. At that moment, the voice of Emperor Jiang reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The great Tao is supreme. The Father God Pangu is exalted. May the primal world bear witness, and may the heavenly Tao testify. Today, the bloodline of the Father God Pangu seeks to inherit his divine will. Chapter 47. Pangu bestows blessings. The great Tao favors upon hearing the words of Di Jiang. The astonishment among the myriad beings of the primordial world intensified. They began to murmur once more, "What on earth does the Witch clan intend? The great Tao is above? Do you think you are worthy of it?" Many powerful beings felt a twinge of disdain in their hearts regarding Di Jiang's proclamation. Moreover, they noticed that in their declaration to heaven and earth, There was no mention of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, and the heavenly Tao was merely a witness. Many furrowed their brows. They understood that the witch clan only revered the father god Pangu. However, to act in such a manner, it was rather dismissive of both the Tao ancestor Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao, was it not? In a moment, countless cultivators soared from their sanctuaries, standing in the void, gazing towards the foot of Buzhou Mountain, where the Grand 12 capital heavenly gods formation was rising. Even the Tao ancestor Hong Jun appeared, seated high in the 9 heavens, his gaze indifferent as he looked toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain, surrounded by boundless powers of the heavenly Tao. Dezhang's voice persisted. Today, in acknowledgement of the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, we are willing to operate the laws to perfect the primordial world. To protect Buzhou Mountain and govern the primordial world is our solemn duty. Therefore, we hereby establish the Witch Clan, taking the primordial land as our foundation, Buzhou Mountain as our clan territory, and using the Pang Hall and the Hongmeng measuring ruler to suppress the fate. The Witch Clan is established. As Dezhang's words resounded, the entire primordial world trembled. Countless vital energies surged forth, malevolent forces rushing toward the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. The pressure from Buzhou Mountain grew ever stronger, coalescing into an ominous gray mist that condensed in the void. Simultaneously, an ethereal river of fate began to emerge slowly in the emptiness, with the fortunes of the ancestor witches and the ordinary witch clan members surging like smoke, converging into the river of fate, rapidly expanding in size. This explosive growth caused the river of fate to quiver, showing signs of instability. Yet in the next moment, the Pango Hall soared up and directly entered the river of fate. Boom! Suddenly, tranquility reigned. Not only that, but even the Hongmeng measuring ruler in Wu Tian's hand transformed into golden light, flying forth to land atop the Pang Hall, continuously showering it with a hue of profound yellow. With the emergence of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the malevolent energies within the river of fate were suddenly suppressed, significantly diminished. At the same time, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of fortune descending upon him, hastily transmitting a message to the ancestor witches, urgently calling out, "Channel all your efforts into the formation. Connect with Buzhou Mountain. Summon the true form of Pangu." Upon hearing this, Dezhang and the others acted without hesitation, while Wu Tian also urged his own Pangu true form powers. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly gods formation trembled as countless malevolent forces from the world collapsed toward the formation, merging with the 12 laws' powers. Under the formation's enhancement, they transformed into a gray silhouette. Pangu's true form. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the primordial realm. Witnessing the immense gray figure and feeling the profound aura of Pangu, the onlookers could not suppress their awe, exclaiming aloud. At that moment, they understood why the Witch Clan was so audacious, disregarding even Hong Jun. It was because they could summon the true form of Pangu. As Pangu's true form manifested, even the usually impassive Hong Jun could not help but furrow his brow. In the next instant, the 12 capital heavenly gods formation continuously expanded, its edges stretching toward Buzhou Mountain, where the Pango aura was instantaneously invoked. It surged forth like a tornado, pouring into the gray figure. Dezhang suddenly exclaimed. Summoning Pangu's true form was not an easy feat for them. Just a moment ago, the ancestor witches felt immense pressure, but with the connection to Buzhou Mountain, the ancestor witches suddenly felt the pressure ease significantly, their bodies becoming lighter. According to Dezhang's estimation, their ability to summon Pangu's true form had doubled in duration, and the backlash was considerably less, undoubtedly due to Buzhou Mountain. Dezhang marveled inwardly, then turned his gaze toward Wu Tian at the center of the formation, wanting to express his delight. Wu Tian, your method is truly ingenious. However, he found no trace of him. Dezhang's heart sank. Before he could voice his concern, he heard Wu Tian's voice, "Brother, I am here." Following the sound, Dezhang looked to find Wu Tian had somehow entered the ethereal silhouette of Pangu's true form, his eyes closed, appearing unconscious. Though Wu Tian had not lost consciousness, He was utterly unable to control his body. The Pangu true form summoned by the 12 capital heavenly gods formation resonated with his own, drawing him in. It was as if the Pangu true form summoned by the ancestor witches had directly infused itself with Wu Tian, coupled with the Pangu aura from Buzhou Mountain. This power was simply overwhelming. Wu Tian found himself unable to exert control. At this moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as the aura of Pangu's true form continuously permeated his body, inscribing the laws upon his soul. A vast will coexisted with his own. Wu Tian clearly understood that this was the residual will of the great god Pangu, summoned by the ancestor witches from Buzhou Mountain and the world. The colossal silhouette raised its arm, lightly pointing toward the newly formed river of fortunes of the witch clan. Instantly, an extraordinarily profound rune flew forth from its fingertip, infused with a potent Pangu aura, descending into the river of fortunes, which the rune resonated within the hearts of the witch clan. In an instant, all the witches comprehended. This was the blessing bestowed by the great god Pangu. As the rune descended, the river of fortunes of the witch clan trembled violently, surging forth once more. Before the ancestor witches could express their gratitude, another beam of white light shot forth from the depths of Buzhou Mountain, resembling jade marrow, and fell directly into the Panga Hall, plunging into the blood pool. The blood pool, nurturing the witch clan, swelled dramatically. Wu Tian suddenly thought, Panga jade marrow? Buzhou Mountain was transformed from Pangu's spine, harboring the essence of the great god Pangu's marrow, vital for the creation of blood. While it could no longer produce Panga blood, its immersion in the blood pool still promised to provide the witch clan with profound depth. This was Panga's second gift, just as everyone awaited a potential third gift. The Pangu true form, spanning the heavens and the earth, suddenly collapsed, plummeting into the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. In an instant, it dissipated. Observing from afar, the myriad beings of the primordial realm could not help but exhale in relief, inwardly sighing. At last, it is over. Wu Tian's figure reappeared, standing within the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. However, he now felt as if both his soul and body were on the verge of exploding, his blood energy surging wildly. The 9 turns vitality technique operating rapidly, yet unable to alleviate this sensation. In that fleeting moment, the Pangu true form summoned by the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, which had resonated with Buzhou Mountain, did not simply dissipate. Rather, it surged into Wu Tian's body. This was Panga's third gift. In the next moment, in the void above, where the powers of the heavenly Tao surged, a space suddenly materialized higher than where Tao ancestor Hongjun sat, with wisps of azure energy appearing. Instantly, Hongjun felt an unparalleled pressure. The swirling laws of the heavenly Tao came to a halt, as if frozen in time. Is the great Tao favoring us? How is that possible? Just because the witch clan called out a few times, the great Tao truly manifested? Not only Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, but all the great powers rose to their feet, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Even when the azure light of the great Tao descended, their expressions remained incredulous. Chapter 48. The Blessing of the Great Tao. The deities of the laws. By what merit? By the fact that Pangu is the child of the great Tao. By the fact that the ancestral shamans are the bloodline of Pangu, and that the witch clan reveres Pangu alone. Summoning the remnants of Pangus will from the primordial heavens through the 12 capital heavenly gods great formation. The great Tao naturally bestows its favor. Thus it manifests at this moment, descending the merits of the great Tao. Upon successfully invoking the great Tao, Wu Tian was overwhelmed with excitement, standing within the 12 capital heavenly gods great formation, gazing up at the descending merits of the great Tao. The barrier of malevolent energy above the formation was extraordinarily thick. It opposed no hindrance to the merits of the great Tao. It seemed to exist in a different dimension. Gracefully, it descended, fragmenting in midair, cascading down upon the heads of the ancestral shamans. The Panga Hall, proclaimed by the ancestral shamans to suppress the fortunes of the witch clan, and even the primordial measuring ruler, each received a share. Wu Tian had no time to ponder further. He hurriedly focused all his attention on the merits of the great Tao. As they fell, he felt as though his primordial spirit was melting, merging once more with his physical form. His divine soul flickered brightly. The indestructible divine light became increasingly resplendent. Originally, the power of the 12 ancestral shaman's laws, which resided upon Wu Tian's divine soul, fused into a phantom of Pangu's true form, surrounded by the imprints of the innate yin-yang and the 5 elements. At this moment, it transformed into a singular entity, becoming a gray imprint, akin to a mass of chaotic energy. A glimmer of light flickered within. Boom! The flickering light was the thunder of the 12 heavens, seemingly a thunderous power inherent to Pangu's true form. With a resounding echo, Wu Tian's body trembled violently. His perception was instantly altered, feeling as though his thoughts had been divided into countless fragments. With the sound of thunder, the flesh and blood of Wu Tian's physical form seemed to be cleaved open, revealing space akin to mustard seeds, with a chaotic imprint directly reflected within. In an instant, every strand of flesh, every drop of blood, bore the deep imprint of gray. It transformed into the visage of Wu Tian's divine soul, as if a deity were seated within. His physical form radiated boundless divine light. Is this rebirth through blood, or? Wu Tian murmured unconsciously. In that instant, he comprehended the transformation occurring within him. Each fragment of his flesh possessed divinity. Even if he were to suffer a grievous injury in the future, as long as a remnant of flesh or a drop of essence blood remained, there would be a chance for rebirth. Marvelous! Wu Tian was instantly filled with immense joy. For someone of his steady disposition, this was tailor-made. The intervention of the great Tao was indeed extraordinary. He resolved in his heart, once the establishment of the clan was concluded, he would promptly conceal a few drops of essence blood within the Panga Hall, Mount Buzhou, and the primordial measuring ruler. In the next moment, countless thoughts withdrew. His primordial spirit reemerged, perfectly harmonizing with the strength of his physical form, each attaining the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal state. He even sensed a thrilling urge to break through. At this juncture, the primordial measuring ruler also descended from the heavens, re-entering the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation, returning to Wu Tian's grasp. A look of delight crossed Wu Tian's face once more. With the prolonged refinement, he had already assimilated 36 of the 49 innate prohibitions within the treasure. Yet to Wu Tian's astonishment, deep within the layers of innate prohibitions, the realm of the great Tao's merits revealed countless runes twisting and coiling. New prohibitions were gestating. Having received the merits of the great Tao, even the primordial measuring ruler was set to ascend. The current primordial measuring ruler was an innate treasure of merit, inclined towards the path of offense, devoid of karmic entanglements. If it were to ascend again, to what level would it rise? Unlike the Panga Hall, which was shared among the ancestral shamans, the primordial measuring ruler belonged solely to Wu Tian. The evolution of the innate prohibitions continued. However, as a treasure of merit, the function of suppressing fortunes within the primordial measuring ruler, bolstered by the merits of the great Tao, soared to new heights. During the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Tian could withstand the probing of Hongjun Daozu. This treasure bore immense influence. Following this growth, it would further obscure Wu Tian's secrets. Now, even if Hongjun were to forcefully pry, he might not be able to discern. In this instance, as the ancestral shamans proclaimed to the heavens and established the witch clan, Wu Tian's role was undeniably paramount. Had it not been for Wu Tian, the ancestral shamans would have stood in opposition to Di Jun when he established the monster clan. Yet even now, Wu Tian had scarcely spoken or revealed himself. The benefits he reaped surpassed those of the ancestral shamans, yet he remained concealed within the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation, entirely vanished. Except for those in the know, the attention of all in the primordial world was fixated on Di Jiang and the other 12 ancestral shamans, their gazes intense. With the return of the primordial measuring ruler, Wu Tian's secrets became even more concealed. Merely sensing the changes within himself and his treasure, Wu Tian had no time to contemplate further. and hurriedly turned his gaze towards the ancestral shamans. At this moment, extraordinary phenomena manifested around them. For instance, Di Jiang and the others did not lack divine souls. Rather, they were unable to cultivate primordial spirits. Their physical forms were excessively powerful, trapping their divine souls firmly within their flesh, rendering them incapable of escape. If the divine soul could not leave the body, how could one cultivate a primordial spirit? However, with the descent of the great Tao's merits, the once unbreakable strength of their physical forms was suddenly shattered. The power of their divine souls withdrew from their flesh. Strands of malevolent energy were stripped away, spiraling upwards, mingling with the ancestral shaman's own laws, spreading throughout the heavens and earth. Witnessing this, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the ancestral shamans are all about to cultivate primordial spirits? Wu Tian shared this anticipation. Yet the power of the great Tao did not disrupt the rules of the ancestral shaman's existence. Rather, it responded to their previous oaths, extracting a wisp of their divine soul's power, infused with their own law imprints, merging into the cosmos. Hongjun Daozu's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the surging power of the heavenly Tao as countless laws and vital energies surged toward the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation. In the next moment, centered around the imprints of the ancestral shamans, 12 towering phantoms materialized, becoming increasingly solid under the infusion of the heavenly Tao's power. They were the true forms of the ancestral shamans. Yet, unlike the ordinary aura of the ancestral shamans, when they revealed their true forms, the malevolent energy surged, thick and heavy. At this moment, however, the power of the laws was profound, imbued with a sense of lightness. While the crowd was bewildered, the foremost figure, Di Jiang, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with a silvery hue, devoid of any emotion, only rationality. In a cold tone, he declared, "I am Di Jiang, the god of space. I command the laws of space, operating the laws to maintain the primordial heavens and earth." As his voice echoed, he gradually dissipated, merging into the primordial realm. Seated above the heavenly Tao, Hongjun Daozu suddenly felt a stirring within, sensing that the power of the heavenly Tao had surged, becoming ever more complete. Yet this power was entirely uncontrollable. Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke. "I am Zhu Jiuyin, the god of time. I command the laws of time, operating the laws to maintain the primordial heavens and earth." Following this, the remaining figures also spoke, each asserting their divine office, merging into the cosmos, instantly stabilizing the primordial realm considerably. In addition to Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, others such as Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, and Xian Ming, in addition to their own laws, also became the deities of the 4 cardinal directions, with the Earth Mother ancestral shaman among them. Due to the vigorous emergence of wood, the fervent blaze of fire, the austere chill of metal, and the piercing cold of the abyss. These 4 deities embodying the spirits of wood, fire, metal, and ice simultaneously ascend to become the gods of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Others, such as Gonggong, are revered as the deities of water. Qiangliang and Shizi are the gods of thunder and lightning. Tianwu reigns as the god of wind, and Shibishi governs the weather. As the ancestral shamans establish the divine laws, the power of the heavenly Tao surges to an unfathomable magnitude, with the sensations of Hongjun Daozu being the most pronounced. However, the omnipotent observers from afar were expressions of grave concern, recalling the earlier words of Hongjun Daozu regarding the sage's manipulation of the laws of the heavenly Tao, leading to a sudden thought. Are the ancestral shamans attempting to seize the authority of the heavenly Tao? No wonder they disregard the presence of Hongjun Daozu. Chapter 49. You think you're the ancestral shaman? In truth, they have misjudged. The ancestral shamans have no such intentions. Within their minds, this primordial universe is the creation of the father god Pangu, belonging to our witch clan. What is there for us to covet? Moreover, the ancestral shamans are averse to complexity. Previously, they even worried, will we need to expend effort and concern for the operation of the laws of this primordial universe? Would that not be tedious and uninteresting? Naturally, it is not so. The laws they embody as deities are entirely distinct from those of the future incense gods. There is no need to respond to the desires of sentient beings, nor is there a requirement for the power of incense offerings. They are simply a part of the universe, operating according to their inherent rules, and there is no necessity for personal emotions to interfere. For instance, in the cycle of the seasons, should the ancestral shamans intervene, it would only add to the karmic burdens. They restore the rules to the universe itself. Thus, the ancestral shamans are at ease, harboring no further concerns, and they readily consented to Wu Tian's proposal. However, Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, is different. He aspires to merge with the Tao, naturally seeking to control the celestial authority of the Tao to a greater extent, thus enhancing his level of attainment in pursuit of a higher realm. As this scene unfolded, an immense fortune materialized from nowhere, infusing into the river of fortune belonging to the Witch clan, causing it to surge dramatically. Yet there was no upheaval. Above in the Panga Hall, the ethereal image of the Hongmeng measuring ruler fluctuated, while the true forms of the 12 ancestral shamans appeared around it, firmly stabilizing the fortune. At this moment, the aura of the Tao quietly dissipated, as if it had never existed, yet all were aware that the preceding spectacle was not a mere illusion. That magnificent and grand aura lingered in their hearts. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, let out a soft sigh of relief, looking towards the place where the Tao had vanished. Envy flickered in his eyes, and he reflected, how generous the Tao is towards Pangu. Even the bloodline of Pangu can receive its blessings. At this juncture, the power of the Tao became lively, surging towards the vicinity of Mount Buzhou over the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Although the ancestral shamans did not extend much courtesy, treating the Tao merely as an observer, their actions nonetheless rendered the universe more complete. Furthermore, given that the Tao had conferred merits, could the Tao not respond at all? That would be contrary to the heavenly order, a slight against the Tao. Therefore, in an instant, another anomaly arose within the heavy auspicious clouds above the 9 heavens, countless golden lights of merit shimmering. As the first sage, Hongjun could not prevent the Tao from bestowing merits, but he could intervene. However, after a fleeting thought, Hongjun imperceptibly shook his head. Out of sight, out of mind. He simply chose to quietly vanish, returning to the Purple Cloud Palace. With a thunderous crash, a colossal pillar of merit descended from the heavens, landing upon the Witch clan. Wu Tian and the ancestral shamans each claimed a substantial share, while the Panga Hall and the Hongmeng measuring ruler also received a considerable amount. Even the ordinary members of the Witch clan were graced with scattered golden lights. Not only that, but even the guests invited by Wu Tian, Jin Yuanzi, Hongyan, and Kuanpeng also received their share. Hongyan sighed, what a pity. Not the Tao's merits. Jin Yuanzi gently tapped him, laughingly reprimanding. Having the Tao's merits is already quite good. You wish for the Tao's merits as well. You are quite ambitious. We should be grateful to our brother Wu Tian for inviting us and allowing us to share in this fortune. Hongyan quickly replied, I was merely expressing my admiration. Simultaneously, he could not help but glance at Kuanpeng. Ever since he learned that Kuanpeng had gifted the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner to Wu Tian, his perception of Kuanpeng had greatly changed. He had not anticipated Kuanpeng to be so generous. Reflecting on his own substantial karmic debt, which he had yet to repay, and now having received a portion of the Tao's merits, a bitter smile crept upon Hongyun's face. After a while, the vast merits of the Tao finally ceased to descend, and the anomalies in the universe gradually subsided. Observing this, the ancestral shamans promptly retracted the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. As the overwhelming malevolent aura dissipated, the river of fortune of the Witch clan also faded. The universe returned to tranquility once more. Yet, the Witch clan was abuzz with activity. While Wu Tian was still collecting his share of the Tao's merits, pondering how to utilize them, Di Jiang had already appeared by his side. Bang! Di Jiang, brimming with excitement, slapped Wu Tian's shoulder heartily, laughing boisterously. Wu Tian, You truly are remarkable. We have indeed received the blessings of the Father God. Even the Tao has manifested. Huh, whatever you say from now on, I shall undoubtedly heed. At this moment, the other ancestral shamans also arrived, surrounding Wu Tian with exuberant shouts, leaving him feeling as though thunder was roaring in his ears. Once their excitement subsided, Di Jiang continued. There is another piece of good news. With the immense fortune of the Witch clan flourishing, bolstered by this luck, I now have the opportunity to break through to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. I expect it will not be long before I succeed. Di Jiang was somewhat taken aback. He had thought that allocating a portion of his soul and authority would affect him, yet it had not impacted him at all. Instead, it had strengthened his mastery over spatial laws. Zhu Jiuyin also nodded with a smile. So do I. Wu Tian was instantly elated. This was undoubtedly great news. The stronger the ancestral shamans became, the more confidence Wu Tian would possess. He promptly looked towards the other ancestral shamans, particularly the vociferous Zhu Rong, only to see Zhu Rong awkwardly scratching his head, then murmuring, I'm still a little short. Just a smidgen. Everyone burst into laughter. Wu Tian, however, did not notice the exchanged glances between Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, which evidently signified a shared resolve. Following this, the group returned to the tribe. Today, as they established their clan, a grand celebration was in order. The Witch clan's youth had already ignited bonfires, preparing countless offerings of beast blood and flesh. Wu Tian welcomed Jin Yuanzi and Han Yan. Kuanpeng retained his usual demeanor, calmly congratulating Wu Tian, before politely declining the feast and departing quietly. In the dojo of Fushi and Yuhua, at this moment, brothers Dijuan and Tai were also present. After Dijuan's ambitious plans had swayed Fushi and Yuhua, the four prepared to join forces to establish the monster clan and forge a path for the monsters. While discussing specific details, they were suddenly stirred by the commotion of the Witch clan's establishment, prompting all four to soar from the dojo and gaze from high above. Observing the Witch clan's establishment, replete with such abundant benefits and immense merits, a peculiar sensation welled up within Dijuan. He felt as though he had been preempted. Once the anomalies had concluded, the four returned to the dojo, each wearing a contemplative expression. As they settled down, Dijuan solemnly declared, This will not do. We must hasten. We must establish the monster clan before the third sermon. The other three nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tai suddenly inquired, Brother, if we were to announce our establishment, as the Witch clan did, do you think we might also attract the Tao's favor and receive its merits? Fushi's lips twitched slightly, yet he restrained himself from speaking, merely glancing at his sister Yuhua. Dijuan was left speechless. With a soft sigh, they remarked with a hint of annoyance, Do you fancy yourself a revered ancestor, capable of summoning the true form of Pangu? Chapter 50. The worth of merits in hand diminishes. Fushi and Dijuan, both endowed with great wisdom, could naturally discern the reasons behind the emergence of the merits of the great Tao. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, apart from the Witch clan, perhaps the three pure ones could summon the residual will of the Pangu great deity, as they were indeed manifestations of Pangu's original spirit, each possessing a third of the heavenly opening seal. Yet, would they dare do so? Clearly, it was impossible. This not only meant that their respective heavenly opening seals needed to unite, but they also had to establish a singular grand doctrine. In the prevailing circumstances, even the three pure ones, upon achieving sanctification, did not choose such a path. Enough, Dijuan declared. Do not indulge in such futile dreams. Quickly gather the remnants of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with others. The more races we incorporate into our demon clan, the better. The third sermon is approaching. The Tao ancestor will elucidate the path to sanctification and the method to attain the mixed element. If we can leverage the fortunes of our clan to achieve quasi-sainthood, we may gain deeper insights. Dijuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Tai promptly stood up, responding hastily, Rest assured, brother, our demon clan is, after all, the opportunity for the myriad races of the primordial world. We offer them protection and guidance along the path of demons. They would be grateful, not reluctant to join us. As he spoke, Tai lightly tapped the chaos bell. Instantly, The profound aura of the chaos bell emanated quietly, causing Fushi and Nuwa to stiffen. At that moment, Tai smiled and added, "Should anyone be obstinate, let them first inquire if my chaos bell consents." Fushi frowned involuntarily. The affairs of the demon clan were predominantly in the hands of Dijuan and Tai, who were attempting to recruit their siblings. However, he could not restrain himself from speaking. "Tai, my friend, gathering the myriad races under the banner of demons is a noble endeavor of merit. I hope you proceed with caution. If there is unwillingness, let be. Forcing them may lead to unforeseen consequences." Tai did not concur. However, before he could retort, Dijuan interjected with a smile. "What Fushi has articulated is indeed profound. Tai, we seek like-minded individuals, not subjugated slaves. What more could Tai say?" He immediately bowed to the three of them. "I understand." He then departed toward the venue. Dijuan, however, remained seated, engaging in discourse with Fushi and Nuwa. Their collective task was to devise a suitable method for the demon clan as cultivation, to serve as their clan as foundational technique. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones, after witnessing the celestial phenomena subside, descended from the clouds, returning to their sanctuary. Each of them was enveloped in myriad thoughts. As true successors of Pangu, they had often viewed the actions of the ancestor witches as reckless and excessively tyrannical, seemingly oblivious to the heavenly principles. However, today, they found themselves profoundly shaken. The Pangu great deity had conferred blessings, the great Tao had cast its favor, and in the end, the heavenly Tao would bestow an abundance of merits. Though the three pure ones possessed strong dispositions, they could not help but feel envious in the face of such circumstances, their hearts unsettled. The primordial supreme being, lost in contemplation, suddenly spoke, "Elder brother, do you think we have a chance to also receive a share of the great Tao's merits?" The supreme pure one paused momentarily before slowly shaking his head, replying to the primordial supreme being, "Do not entertain such thoughts. The great Tao exists because of Pangu. How can we summon Pangu?" He cast a glance at the primordial supreme being and Tian, implying that the three of them, being manifestations of the original spirit, could not simply merge into one for the sake of the Tao's merits. Then, the supreme pure one added softly, "Do not dwell on such matters. With the emergence of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu achieving sainthood, the heavenly Tao is becoming increasingly perfect. Ultimately, it will be the heavenly Tao that governs this primordial realm. We should focus on our cultivation and seek to achieve sainthood after the third sermon. That is the true path." The primordial supreme being nodded slightly at this. Tian, standing beside him, also instinctively agreed, harboring envy for the merits of the great Tao. Yet, at that moment, his thoughts were drawn elsewhere, mulling within, "Where is Wu Tian? The matter of establishing a clan is so crucial, yet he has not made an appearance." Previously, within the Purple Cloud Palace, Tian had already developed a curiosity about Wu Tian, who evidently held a significant position within the witch clan, even garnering a degree of respect from the ancestor witches. Yet he remained enigmatic, lacking the oppressive presence characteristic of the ancestor witches. Such a peculiar existence, absent during the establishment of the clan, naturally left Tian bewildered. However, he was wise enough not to voice his thoughts, especially as the primordial supreme being's dissatisfaction with Wu Tian and the ancestor witches had reached a peak. Subsequently, the three of them began their cultivation. Their conditions were far superior to others. They did not need to struggle as others did, for they inherently possessed the great Tao. Naturally, they would dedicate themselves to their training, striving to enhance their cultivation swiftly and seize the opportunity presented by the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. On Penglai Island, observing the celestial phenomena dissipate, Dong Wang Gong stood in a daze for quite some time before addressing the multitude of beings gathered to listen to the teachings, stating, "Proceed." While the primordial world trembled due to the establishment of clans by the ancestor witches, Dong Wang Gong was emulating Hongjun Daozu, explaining the methods of cultivating the celestial path to numerous beings. He had originally intended to join forces with Shi Wangmu, but she was resolute in her refusal. Consequently, Dong Wanggong could only announce to the practitioners around Penglai and nearby regions, inviting those interested in the celestial path to attend the teachings. At this moment, the methods of cultivation in the primordial world were lacking. Not everyone possessed ancestral bloodlines. Countless beings flocked to him, just as he was passionately delivering his discourse. He was abruptly interrupted. After resuming, Dong Wanggong suppressed his emotions and continued to share the insights he had gleaned regarding the cultivation of the celestial path, revealing numerous wondrous phenomena on Penglai Island. However, upon reaching the realm of profound immortality, Dong Wanggong could no longer contain himself, slowly pausing and addressing the gathered beings. We shall stop here for now. After I conclude my teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, I will expound upon the methods of cultivation beyond the realm of golden immortals. Though the audience felt reluctant, they dared not voice their discontent, promptly expressing their gratitude to Dong Wanggong for his teachings and guidance. Dong Wanggong had become the first individual to deliver teachings upon a primordial land after Hongjun. And with Hongjun Daozu's intention to support him, the power of the heavenly Tao surged forth, nurturing a golden light. A substantial portion of heavenly Tao merits descended. Dong Wanggong collected these merits, his mind suddenly recalling the ancestor witch's announcement to the heavens, the subsequent favor of the great Tao, and the subsequent deluge of merits from the heavenly Tao. As this thought crossed his mind, the merits in his possession suddenly seemed less appealing. Dong Wanggong pondered, an idea surfacing, should I follow suit? He did not desire to establish a clan, but sought to form a faction, gathering numerous practitioners of the celestial path on Penglai Island. With this thought, a sense of fortune enveloped him as he softly muttered, "Celestial Court?" Chapter 51. Utterly unreasonable, while Wu Tian was immersed in the festivities of the Wu clan, he remained blissfully unaware of the monumental impact the clan's establishment had on the myriad beings of the Hongwang realm. The land grew increasingly tranquil and prosperous. Yet beneath this placid surface lay the tide of change, as subtle as the deep currents of still waters. At this moment, Wu Tian contemplated a different matter. Observing the Wu clan joyfully slaughtering fierce beasts for sustenance, he fell into a reverie, pondering the future trajectory of the clan's development. The Wu clan relied heavily on these beasts for nourishment. Presently, as the demon clan had yet to be formed, no one was there to contest this practice. However, once Emperor Jun established the demon clan, they would undoubtedly advocate for the rights of these creatures. Otherwise, the stability of their own clan would be jeopardized. The inevitable conflict between the Wu and demon clans loomed ominously. What could Wu Tian do? Should he encourage the Wu clan to embark on animal husbandry, raising beasts in captivity? Such meticulous endeavors were not suited for the robust and unrefined members of the Wu clan. Moreover, with the vast expanse of the Hongwang realm teeming with beasts, they were unlikely to consider such an undertaking unless driven by hunger. This simply won't do, he mused, needing to devise a solution. Beyond the grand ancestors and great witches, the Wu clan could solely cultivate their power by absorbing the malevolent energies of the world, much like the grand ancestor Di Jiang, who found little use in consuming ordinary beasts, as they were insufficient even for a mere snack compared to the heavy, murky energies of the cosmos. Yet, the weaker members of the Wu clan could hardly afford to go without sustenance. At the time of their establishment, the lingering will of Pangu had bestowed upon them the Pangu jade essence from Mount Buzhou, alleviating the depletion of their blood pool. Consequently, the number of Wu clan members was destined to increase, intensifying future conflicts. In Wu Tian's mind, the foundation of the clan was rooted in the grand ancestors, and its prosperity hinged on strength rather than mere numbers. Perhaps an elite path would serve them better. As Wu Tian pondered these thoughts, a voice broke through his reverie. It was Zhen Yuanzi, who cheerfully remarked, "Brother Wu Tian, I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Having received some merit from the Tao, I feel quite embarrassed." Wu Tian's contemplation was abruptly interrupted. However, matters concerning the overall development of the Wu clan were not something he could resolve in haste. He suppressed his thoughts and turned to Zhen Yuanzi, smiling as he replied, "Brother, you need not say such things. Your visit to witness the Wu clan ceremony is a significant honor for me, and I should be the one expressing gratitude." Zhen Yuanzi chuckled and shook his head. Nevertheless, he mused internally, pondering why Wu Tian had not invited others to such a momentous event, recognizing the esteem in which he held them. With a change of subject, Jin Yuanzi continued, "Previously, while Red Cloud and I were cultivating near the primordial gourd vine, you mentioned seeking suggestions. I may not have a method to hasten the maturation of the vine, but I do have another idea." Wu Tian's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Oh." Then, Jin Yuanzi explained, "The primordial gourd vine embodies the primordial yin and yang, the energies of the 5 elements. It ranks among the finest of the primordial roots. It is truly a rarity. Have you considered unifying the primordial yin, yang, and 5 elements?" Wu Tian's heart raced with excitement. He delved into his consciousness, where he beheld the indomitable spiritual light. And the ethereal image of the primordial gourd vine had transformed into a swirling mass of chaos. "Are you suggesting that the 7 gourds merge into one chaotic gourd?" Wu Tian found the notion peculiar. Merging 7 gourds seemed reminiscent of the tale of the gourd boy. "Should I become the grandfather?" Jin Yuanzi slowly shook his head. "Not at all. Each of the 7 gourds possesses its own unique qualities. Allowing them to vanish would be a great loss. What if we could coax forth another blossom, yielding a second fruit? Would that not be the best of both worlds?" Wu Tian was invigorated by Jin Yuanzi's proposition. If it meant acquiring an additional chaotic gourd, he would gladly embrace the endeavor. But is this truly feasible? He questioned, still harboring doubts. 7 gourds seemed a fixed number. At that moment, Red Cloud erupted into laughter. "Huh, if anyone else were to suggest this, it might not be possible. But have you forgotten my brother, Jin Yuanzi's status? If he says it can be done, then it assuredly can." Jin Yuanzi shot Red Cloud an annoyed glance, thinking, "This chatterbox has revealed too much of our plan." Yet, he smiled and said, "Let's give it a try." While Jin Yuanzi did not provide an absolute assurance, his tone conveyed an unwavering determination. Feeling indebted to Wu Tian and lacking a treasure like the Northern Xian Yuan's water-controlling banner to repay his debt, he resolved to exert every effort. Suddenly, Jin Yuanzi realized why Kunpeng was so financially strained, willing to part with a primordial treasure. Indeed, the feeling of owing a debt was not pleasant. Yet, it must be noted that Jin Yuanzi's sense of obligation stemmed from his inherently kind nature and thin skin. Had it been Jin or Zhuani, they would have experienced no such worries. Wu Tian, unable to contain himself, promptly rose and made his way toward Dijiang and Zhu Juyin, intending to inform them before heading directly to the primordial gourd vine. Dijiang smiled, saying, "Of course, it is no trouble. My brother and I are preparing for seclusion to strive for a breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal realm." He patted Wu Tian on the back, adding, "Once we grow stronger, who would dare bully you? We will confront them directly." At this moment, Zhu Rong interjected, "Elder brother, we have yet to settle the score with Jin and Zhuani for their previous transgressions. Are we to let bygones be bygones?" Dijiang paused, then burst into laughter. "Naturally, we will not let it end like this. Once I finish my seclusion, we shall pay a visit to the Western realm for a bit of fun." Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud exchanged glances, both inwardly gasping with trepidation. They silently questioned, "Do the grand ancestors hold grudges?" It should be noted that in the Zixiao Palace, it was Jin and Zhuanti who truly suffered losses and embarrassment, while the Wu clan had endured none. Yet, recalling that the initial targets of Jin and Zhuanti had been Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, both felt a surge of satisfaction, their smiles brightening considerably. It is true that evildoers must be dealt with by evildoers. Meanwhile, far in the Western realm, Jin and Zhuanti, deeply engrossed in their cultivation, suddenly sensed a wave of trepidation, awakening involuntarily from their meditative state. Though the reason for their unease eluded them, both instinctively attributed it to the Wu clan. As they recalled the Wu clan's imposing demeanor during their establishment and the enmity they had fostered, their worries intensified. After a brief moment, Zhuanti feigned nonchalance and said, "No need to panic. Let us proceed with caution. After all, the earlier events stem from the Wu clan's bullying of us brothers. Had it not been for them, we would not have lost our seats in the Zixiao Palace. With the situation as it is, they cannot possibly continue to hold a grudge, can they?" That would be utterly unreasonable. Chapter 52. Zenuanzi's great investment. The words spoken were indeed poignant. Even Jane could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could these seats belong to us? Had we not failed to acquire them? However, this thought was fleeting. Jane quickly cast it aside, adopting a sorrowful expression as he helplessly urged, "Let us avoid them for now. These ancestral witches hold no reverence for the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor. How can we expect reason from them? They have established their witch clan, blessed by Pangu and favored by the great Tao. Their momentum is undeniably overwhelming. The West is already barren, and we are weak in strength. Provoking them at this moment would be unwise." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ti let out a couple of hums, soon succumbing to a sigh. Alas, how unfavorably the heavens treat us brothers. Not to mention the fortuitous ties with the Sanqing and the ancestral witches. Even our western realm, from which we emerged, lies shattered amidst the battle between Tao and Demon. The two from the west were indeed impoverished. The only treasures they could muster were Jean's precious banner and Zhu Ti's 7 treasures mysterious tree, which was crafted from his own essence after his emergence. As for other trinkets, they were utterly inadequate. At this juncture, Zhu Ti suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration and quickly turned to Jean, exclaiming, "Brother, do you think the Tao ancestor might offer us compensation?" Before the Tao ancestor achieved enlightenment, he battled the demon ancestor Luo Ho, shattering the very roots of the Western realm. Surely, the karma cannot be disregarded. Jean was momentarily taken aback, his mind awash with thoughts. However, he ultimately replied, "Let's not dwell on that for now. We should focus on our cultivation. The Tao ancestor is soon to expound upon the methods of attaining sainthood. It is bound to present great opportunities. Yet, if we lack the requisite strength, how can we seize them?" Zhu Ti nodded in agreement. The two promptly suppressed their myriad distractions, immersing themselves once more in their practice, their surroundings resonating with the essence of the Tao. Meanwhile, Wu Tian did not set off immediately. A minor incident had transpired. Previously, the ancestral witches had, upon Wu Tian's suggestion, sacrificed ferocious beasts to cleanse the malevolent energies of the world, bestowing their merits upon Hutu, enabling her to manifest her primordial spirit earlier than expected. They had naturally developed this habit. Moreover, having recently acquired the merits of the great Tao, they trivialized the merits from the heavenly Tao. Thus, Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, offered a share of merits to Hutu once more. Hutu, however, smiled and declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, brother, but having just established our clan, I'm already endowed with the merits of the great Tao, and my primordial spirit is complete. There is no need for the protection of the heavenly Tao's merits. I can withstand the erosion of my own malevolent energies." Zhu Rong, unbothered, retorted, "I do not cultivate the primordial spirit. The merits of the heavenly Tao would be of no use to me." Hutu then glanced towards Xianming, a playful smile on her face, suggesting, "Why not give it to Xianming?" At this moment, the other ancestral witches also turned their gazes towards Xianming. Before he could refuse, Zhu Jiuyin cheerfully proposed, "How about this? Let us each retain half of our merits, while the other half is bestowed upon Xianming and Sister Hutu. It is indeed a rare opportunity for both of you to cultivate your primordial spirits, and receiving more protection from the heavenly Tao is surely beneficial." After a slight hesitation, he added, "As for the share belonging to my brother and me, we shall keep it for now. It may serve other purposes." He had already planned to ally with Di Jiang, and upon attaining the status of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, he intended to glimpse the future of the Witch Clan. Thus, it was prudent to have additional protection from the heavenly Tao. One could never be too cautious. The ancestral witches did not ponder too deeply. They merely divided their merits, with 4 ancestral witches giving their share to Xianming and the other 4 to Hutu. Xianming and Hutu promptly expressed their gratitude. At this juncture, Zhu Rong turned his gaze, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he observed Xianming and Hutu, then looked at Wu Tian, grinning as he inquired, "Brother, whom do you intend to give your share to?" Xianming and Hutu both looked expectantly at him. The other ancestral witches watched with anticipation, their expressions filled with amusement as they focused their attention on Wu Tian. Wu Tian shot Zhu Rong a fierce glare. "You little rascal, do you still wish to ensnare me?" Without a moment's hesitation, he produced all of his merits from the heavenly Tao, dividing them in two, and presented them before Xianming and Hetu. The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. Xianming, astonished, questioned, "You have given us both your share. What about yourself?" They all understood that Wu Tian had also cultivated a primordial spirit. Surely, possessing merits for protection would be advantageous. Yet Wu Tian merely released the aura of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, which resonated before them, smiling as he remarked, "With this treasure of merit in my possession, is there really any need for concern?" Indeed, the merits of the heavenly Tao were remarkable. Not only were they pure, primordial power, effortlessly refined, but they also served as a standard of value in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. However, what did it matter? In his current situation, whether absorbing the energies of the world or the heavy malevolent forces, he encountered no obstacles. Moreover, he felt a stirring within, prepared to experiment with refining the chaotic energy. Coupled with his lack of desire for sainthood, he had no intention of clinging to the heavenly Tao. The ancestral witches were his true support. Thus, Wu Tian had never considered utilizing the merits of the heavenly Tao for cultivation. Even if he did not bestow any upon Xianming and Hetu, he would simply channel them into the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Seeing this, Di Jiang smiled and nodded. "Very well, let be so." He then called out to Zenyuanzi and Honyun, leading Zhu Jiuyin as they set off first, flying towards the innermost depths of the Panga Hall. Wu Tian, no longer delaying, bid farewell to the ancestral witches and, accompanied by Zenyuanzi and Honyun, made his way towards the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Within the valley, inside the primordial great formation, as Wu Tian and his companions arrived, the primordial gourd vine erupted in joyful exuberance, its tendrils reaching out toward Wu Tian, resembling a child yearning for a hug. Wu Tian exuded a calming aura and then turned to Zenyuanzi, cheerfully inquiring, "Elder Jinyan, what shall we do next? How can we stimulate the growth of new buds, enabling the gourd vine to produce a gourd that harmonizes the primordial yin and yang with the 5 elements?" Zenyuanzi smiled and replied, "There is no rush. Allow me to perform a spell first." With that, his expression turned grave. His gaze fixed intently upon the primordial gourd vine, and an immense aura surged forth, rich in the essence of primordial wood and earth. The branches and leaves of the primordial gourd vine swayed, clearly enamored by this aura, greedily absorbing the emanating energy. Not only that, but Zenyuanzi's most treasured earth book also materialized, the artifact hovering above his head, casting a myriad of earthy golden light. Upon the earth book, wondrous phenomena appeared, depicting an illusory, towering tree taking root within, standing amidst the void, gently swaying its canopy. In the next moment, Zenyuanzi gestured, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth from the earth book, showering over the primordial gourd vine, which instantly basked in divine radiance. Hongyun's eyes widened in astonishment. He internally exclaimed, "What? Elder Jinyuan is truly going all out. This is indeed a significant investment." Chapter 53. The Birth of the Chaotic Gourd as Zhen Yuanzi commenced his actions. The power of the earth book and the essence of the ginseng fruit tree were continuously devoured by the innate gourd vine. Its tendrils and leaves grew increasingly robust and verdant. Due to the location on Mount Buzhou, Zhen Yuanzi found it challenging to mobilize the primal earth veins directly. Thus, he opted to use the earth book as a barrier to channel the spiritual energy from the vast land of the primordial world. After a prolonged effort, the roots of the innate gourd vine thickened noticeably, yet there was no sign of new flowers or fruits appearing. Instead, the gourds above shimmered with radiant light, ripening at an accelerated pace. Observing Wu Tian's curiosity, Zhen Yuanzi elucidated, "It is quite rare for the innate gourd vine to bear 7 gourds. Should it attempt to produce an additional one, it may struggle with its own spiritual capacity. Therefore, it must first strengthen itself and prepare." Upon finishing his explanation, Zhen Yuanzi carefully sensed the surroundings and addressed Wu Tian, "Brother Wu Tian, it is now your turn to take action. The innate gourd vine has acknowledged you as its master. You must directly guide the innate yin-yang 5 elements within the spiritual roots using your soul force and find a way to fuse them. Wu Tian promptly complied, stepping forward towards the innate gourd vine, his aura surging dramatically. With a resounding roar, his energy cascaded upon the gourd vine, while his soul force surged forth, probing into its depths. In an instant, Wu Tian perceived 7 distinct powers being drawn from the cosmos into the main trunk of the innate gourd vine, continuously nourishing the 7 gourds. With a shift in thought, the flow of power within the branches altered. One of the 7 distinct forces immediately bifurcated, following Wu Tian's guidance towards the vine's tips. Contemplating how to achieve the fusion, Wu Tian was suddenly startled as an indelible light flickered within his soul, and a gray mark rapidly burst forth. With a swift motion, it landed upon the branches, inscribing itself upon the innate gourd vine. It resembled a seed or a tiny vortex, voraciously absorbing the incoming innate yin-yang 5 elements, growing rapidly in size. Wu Tian inwardly mused, so that is how it works. However, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun stood in astonishment, transfixed by the branches of the innate gourd vine, where the fusion of the 7 laws transpired, murmuring, "How can this be possible? Is the fusion of laws truly so simple?" Yet, it was not simplicity at play. The mark that had been etched upon Wu Tian's soul had already been integrated during the establishment of the lineage. Its manifestation now acted as a catalyst. As this scene unfolded, the roots of the innate gourd vine fervently siphoned the surrounding spiritual energy, with numerous laws and spiritual insights being consumed with fervor. The lake in the valley, which had previously contained liquid spiritual energy, began to visibly diminish in water level. Zhen Yuanzi was alarmed and swiftly activated the grand formation within the Earth Book, causing a surge of power to erupt instantaneously. After a while, movement finally occurred at the branches. A small gray bud began to blossom, suffused with divine light, slowly expanding. The 3 remained utterly focused. The sound of the flower blooming was subtle, yet it resonated in their ears like thunder as the power of the heavenly Tao surged and circled around Mount Buzhou. This is not good. The 7 gourds were ordained by the heavenly Tao, and the emergence of a new one would disrupt the balance, likely inciting divine punishment. Zhen Yuanzi's expression changed drastically as he urgently called out to Wu Tian. Without hesitation, Wu Tian summoned the primordial measure of heaven, placing it upon the innate gourd vine to suppress its aura. In the grand scheme, the maturation of the 7 gourds was already intolerable to the heavenly Tao, which was why they had not yet ripened when the 3 pure ones encountered them on Mount Buzhou. The innate gourd vine had remained concealed within the primordial formation that obscured the heavenly secrets, shielded by the aura of Mount Buzhou, allowing it to remain relatively safe. However, with the impending birth of the 8th gourd, the heavenly Tao reacted, ready to impose divine retribution to thwart this process. The appearance of the primordial measure of heaven masked the energy of the innate gourd vine as dense calamity clouds began to swirl above, searching for the source of the disrupted fate. Zhen Yuanzi, in a state of urgency, remarked, "Brother Wu Tian, this cannot continue. At this stage, with only the flower blooming, we can still obscure some of its presence. But once the chaotic gourd appears, the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly investigate." Wu Tian shared his worries. Even if the primordial measure of heaven could suppress the aura, he could not remain there indefinitely, continuously activating this treasure. As he pondered, an unexpected change occurred with the innate gourd vine. Its formerly verdant branches suddenly flashed, transforming into chaotic hues and growing wildly, reaching towards Wu Tian like a spear. With a swift motion, the gray light enveloped him, piercing through his formidable body and plunging into the location of his dantian. A thunderous roar resonated in his dantian, creating a void space as the branches of the innate gourd vine delved within, bringing the 8th gray gourd along with it. Wu Tian's 9 turns of Yuan Gong surged into action, and his entire energy spontaneously flowed towards the 8th gourd, cycling back out in harmonious exchange. In this interplay of auras, Wu Tian gained profound insight. The chaotic gourd was being formed. He had not anticipated that the innate gourd vine possessed such cleverness. retreating into his own body as a refuge. What a cunning little spirit. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. As the energies intertwined, the world within his Tian expanded rapidly, while the innate gourd vine continued to absorb the spiritual essence of the cosmos, transporting it to this location. Even the laws began to subtly manifest, and the path of the world that Wu Tian had previously comprehended began to resurface in his mind. Gradually, Wu Tian sat cross-legged, adopting a posture of enlightenment and cultivation. Zhen Yuanzi voiced his confusion. At this moment, the location where the eighth gourd was born still appeared to exist. Yet probing with his divine sense revealed only an illusion. The true chaotic gourd had already nestled within Wu Tian's being. As this event transpired, the surging power of the heavenly Tao surrounding Mount Buzhou began to dissipate slowly, as if it had lost its target. Hong Yun's gaze flickered, shifting between the innate gourd vine and Wu Tian, then glancing up towards the heavens, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly possible to do it this way?" Meanwhile, deep within the heavenly Tao, in the Zixiao Palace, the Grandmaster Hong Jun sat in contemplation, radiant and resplendent, with the chaotic jade butterfly spinning above his head, the myriad Tao rhythms intertwining around him. As the power of the heavenly Tao surged, Grandmaster Hong Jun opened his eyes and gazed towards Mount Buzhou, furrowing his brow. Unable to suppress a murmur, what are the Witch Clan up to now? Chapter 54. The Bait of Entrapment, the Unyielding Mountain. Forcibly designated as the territory of the Witch Clan, the occurrences upon this land are undoubtedly linked to the Witch Clan, requiring no further contemplation. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun promptly commenced his inquiry. However, the strange fluctuations soon dissipated, and the heavenly Tao returned to tranquility, with the amassed forces gradually vanishing. Naturally, Hong Jun discerned nothing. The cosmic secrets had been obscured. Ultimately, Hong Jun abandoned his investigation, casting a profound gaze towards the unyielding mountain, and sighed softly within. Alas, there remains a slight inadequacy. At this moment, the heavenly Tao is incomplete. Hong Jun had yet to merge with the Tao. His grasp over the power of the heavenly Tao far inferior to that of later generations, rendering him incapable of dispelling the obscuring secrets of the primordial measuring ruler. After much contemplation, the thought of merging with the Tao became increasingly resolute and urgent for Hong Jun. Wu Tian had been cultivating for an extended period. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun stood vigil beside him, neither pausing in their efforts. The innate gourd vine required immense energy to nurture the chaotic gourd, prompting Zhen Yuanzi to continually extract power from the earth book. He was thoroughly engrossed. Only when the chaotic gourd finally took shape did the request for the essence of heaven and earth stabilize, allowing Zhen Yuanzi to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, it is accomplished. Zhen Yuanzi felt somewhat drained of magical energy. This endeavor not only required him to extract the essence of the earth's veins, but also demanded a significant portion of the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Without such sacrifices, success would not have been so smooth. Yet Zhen Yuanzi felt a sense of fulfillment. Not only had he witnessed the emergence of the chaotic gourd, but he also felt a lightness within, as his indebtedness to Wu Tian had diminished significantly. People are inherently different. Some, after incurring debt, assume an air of superiority. Others, burdened by their debts, feel as though ants are crawling over them, eager to repay and be free of their obligations. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun belonged to the latter category. At this moment, Wu Tian gradually opened his eyes, awakening from his meditation. After calming his magical energy, he promptly rose and looked towards Zhen Yuanzi. With a discerning eye, he immediately noticed Zhen Yuanzi's weariness and drained state. Quickly clasping his hands and exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Zhen." This time, breaking the predetermined fate and achieving the chaotic gourd was largely due to your assistance. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "Oh, Wu Tian, you flatter me. I merely exerted a bit of brute force. The true achievement of the chaotic gourd rests entirely upon your own efforts." His words were sincere. During the preceding process, the most challenging aspect was the unification of the innate yin, yang, and 5 elemental principles. Originally, Zheng Yuanzi had considered that if Wu Tian could not resolve it himself, he and Hong Yun would need to intervene. To his astonishment, he found that what he believed to be the most difficult step was completed in an instant, as Wu Tian seemed to effortlessly merge the elements. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. How could it be so simple? Nonetheless, Zheng Yuanzi refrained from probing further. Everyone possesses their own secrets, just as he harbors the intricacies of his own origins, which many believe to be merely the transformation of the ginseng fruit tree. Noticing Wu Tian's intention to express gratitude once more, Zheng Yuanzi quickly interjected, "Wu Tian, my friend, with the chaotic gourd now formed, there remains some time before the next discourse. I plan to return to Wu Zhuang to observe." Wu Tian understood that Zheng Yuanzi's stated desire to return was, in truth, a necessity due to the considerable energy expended. He promptly clasped his hands and replied, "That is only fitting. I shall remember your assistance, Elder Zheng, and I will repay you in the future." Zheng Yuanzi could only smile wryly as he waved his hand. He had exerted such effort solely to settle the debt of karma, and should Wu Tian seek to repay him, he would find himself indebted once more. Yet, this is the nature of human interaction, a mutual exchange that deepens bonds and fosters profound connections. Before Zheng Yuanzi departed, he cast a glance at the innate gourd vine, particularly at the chaotic gourd's shadow resting upon its branches, devoid of any discernible aura, and his eyes shimmered with awe. After a moment's reflection, he could not restrain himself. "Wu Tian, my friend, is it truly wise to leave such a treasure as the innate gourd vine here? I understand it is not yet mature and difficult to move, yet if you are willing, Hong Yun and I could remain a while longer. Let us devise a means to relocate it to your witch clan." Hong Yun eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, if it were to be inadvertently discovered by others, it would surely lead to disputes. Although the innate gourd vine has acknowledged you as its master, should other cultivators find it, they would not heed such claims." Wu Tian smiled at the goodwill of Zheng Yuanzi and Hong Yun, understanding their reluctance to entangle themselves in karma. However, was Wu Tian afraid? He welcomed the prospect of others attempting to seize it. With the great witch guarding the area, he had even ordered them to withdraw, instructing Xing Tian to convey that no further guards were necessary. Previously, when Xian Ming acquired the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, Wu Tian had contemplated that if he could gather the innate five directions banners, the ancestral witches could form an intricate formation. However, the other banners resided with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, while the Western Plain Cloud banner was bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West. The remaining Eastern Precious Color Qinglei banner, Southerly Earth Flame banner, and Central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner were to be granted to Zhuan-Ti, Tai-Ching, and Yuan Shi, respectively, during the third discourse. Acquiring those banners from them would require some strategizing, even if it necessitated seizing them. It must be initiated with justification. In the grand scheme, after the third discourse, the three pure ones and Emperor Jun would raid the treasure cliff, encountering the innate gourd vine upon their descent. Wu Tian's intention to leave it here was to serve as bait for entrapment. After all, the innate gourd vine had already recognized him as its master. They could not take it, but should anyone dare harbor ulterior motives, they would be met with the formidable taste of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Without proper compensation, he would not relent. Yet the intricacies of this plan were not for him to divulge to these two kind-hearted souls. He could only respond with a smile. "Ha! Thank you both for your kindness." Noticing their lingering concerns, Wu Tian adopted an air of confidence, proclaiming, "Rest assured, my esteemed friends, in this primordial realm, could there truly be anyone so foolish as to dare seize what belongs to my witch clan?" With Wu Tian's declaration, what more could the two say? Should they persist in their worries, they might inadvertently imply that Wu Tian held their clan in disdain. Thus, they suppressed their concerns and once again clasped their hands in farewell. Chapter 55. I trust sisterhood to the most after bidding farewell to Zheng Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Wu Tian stood amidst the valley, ceaselessly observing his innate gourd vine. He felt a profound sense of affinity emanating from it, which filled his heart with immense comfort. Indeed, Despite becoming part of the Witch clan, the fondness for tilling the land ingrained in his soul could not be easily extinguished. Wu Tian had previously mentioned this to the Witch clan, yet similar to his discussions regarding the breeding of fierce beasts, the conversation led to no fruitful outcome. The Witch clan, being a race of warriors, would hardly be inclined to abandon their ways for agriculture and herding. It would be better to eliminate them altogether. In the vast wilderness of the primordial world, where sustenance was abundant, why toil in the soil? Reflecting on this further, Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head slightly, exclaiming, "Alas!" He then turned his gaze back to the innate gourd vine. With the emergence of the 8th chaotic gourd, the vine underwent significant transformation. It not only grew sturdier, but its leaves turned a deep emerald green, enhancing its ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The previously radiant colors now bore a subtle grayish halo, lending it an air of enigma. Contemplating this, Wu Tian directed a wave of energy towards the gourd vine, causing the chaotic gourd-esque phantom that had lingered on its branches to vanish completely from existence. It was prudent to keep it hidden. The chaotic gourd could serve as a trump card. Although Wu Tian contemplated using the innate gourd for fishing enforcement, he preferred to keep it from prying eyes. As for Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, their characters and integrity earned his trust. After completing these tasks, Wu Tian finally departed, making his way back towards the Panga Hall. Upon entering, he found that neither Emperor Jiang nor Zhu Jiuyin was present. The Panga Hall possessed its own realm, consisting of layers of space. It was clear that these two had retreated to a deeper part to comprehend their own laws, engaging in seclusion to break through to the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian. Wu Tian was not surprised by this and proceeded directly to the blood pool, where he soon noticed significant changes. The so-called blood pool had transformed into a veritable sea of blood. The ancestral witches and ordinary members of the Witch clan were nurtured within this pool, leading to substantial consumption of its essence. Before the establishment of their clan, the water level had already diminished considerably. However, the blood pool was currently surging with vitality, presenting an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy, its once dull hue now vibrant red, teeming with newfound life. Wu Tian quickly realized that this was due to the Panga Jade Marrow. During the clan's establishment, the Father God Pangu had bestowed 3 blessings. Besides inscribing a grand character, which into the river of fortune for the clan, and imbuing Wu Tian with Panga's essence. The 3rd blessing was the gift of Pangu Jade Marrow. This substance was inherently nourishing to the blood. Its integration into the blood pool had drastically improved its condition, not only replenishing its power, but also seemingly endowing it with a sustainable vitality. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tian immersed himself in the blood pool, instantly transported to a crimson space. Countless dense energies of blood began to penetrate his being, prompting the 9 transformations primordial technique to activate spontaneously. His flesh and blood stirred with vigor. However, Wu Tian was not there to cultivate, but rather to conceal a drop of his essence blood within the pool. Suppressing his excitement, he descended to the pool's depths. When the Father God Pangu conferred his blessings, Wu Tian's primordial spirit and physical form united once more, resulting in a monumental transformation. Every fiber of his being, infused with essence blood, bore the imprint of divine laws. Wu Tian acquired a new divine power, blood rebirth. At that moment, he resolved to conceal a drop of his essence blood in several secure locations, ensuring multiple avenues for survival. His first choice was naturally the Panga Hall. The hall obscured celestial secrets, providing assurance against prying eyes. Even amidst the clan's decline, the Panga Hall remained steadfast, having been brought to the underworld by Hutu, becoming the 6 paths of reincarnation hall of Lady Pingxin. What could be more secure than this? Wu Tian selected this place without hesitation. Upon reaching the pool's bottom, he found a concealed spot, unleashed his magical power, and formed a crimson barrier to safeguard a drop of his essence blood within it. A flash of blood light signaled the barrier's disappearance, and the essence blood melded seamlessly with the surroundings, akin to a droplet of water vanishing in the ocean, leaving no trace behind. After completing this, Wu Tian summoned the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. With a gentle vibration, the ruler radiated a profound golden light of virtue, erecting a barrier of deep yellow that expelled the surrounding blood water, revealing an empty space. Wu Tian sat cross-legged at the center, activating his magical power once more, as a drop of essence blood gradually coalesced within his heart. Moments later, the essence blood surged forth from his chest, soaring directly towards the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Under his control, it descended into the depths of the 49 layers of innate restrictions. In the depths of these restrictions, due to the power of virtue, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler was slowly nurturing new barriers. As the essence blood descended, it floated above, radiating with one another in harmony, their energies intertwining. Having completed these tasks, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, a joyful smile gracing his face as he murmured, "The second drop of essence blood is secured. As for the third drop, I shall follow the plan and seek out Sister Hutu. Keeping it with her is a wise choice." He contemplated that she was indeed a most formidable ally, and thus he intended to entrust a drop of essence blood to her. With that thought in mind, Wu Tian wasted no time. Although gathering 2 drops of essence blood in a short span left him somewhat drained, he promptly stored the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler within his body for nurturing and then exited the blood pool. He soared out of the Panga Hall, heading towards the Hutu tribe. At this moment, Hutu was meditating in the central temple of the tribe. Upon seeing Wu Tian's arrival, she slowly opened her eyes and greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "You finally decided to return." Wu Tian felt a bit embarrassed. He and Hutu were partners in governing the Hutu tribe. However, he seldom returned, often found in the Zixiao Palace listening to teachings or secluded within the Panga Hall. But before Wu Tian could explain, Hutu chuckled and remarked, "Aren't you quite fond of the teachings at the Zixiao Palace? We shall soon depart, so you ought to refrain from wandering and focus on your cultivation." Wu Tian nodded eagerly, his face alight with joy as he replied, "Yes, indeed." Thus, he decided to remain in the Hutu tribe, accompanying his sister. Hutu let out a light sigh, casting a playful glance at Wu Tian. "You wouldn't come to find me if you weren't hiding in the Panga Hall, would you? Speak up. Is there something you need me to do?" Wu Tian felt a bit awkward, sensing her piercing gaze, yet he feigned nonchalance, retorting, "Sister Hutu, what do you mean? Can't I simply wish to spend time with you? This Hutu tribe is also my tribe." Hutu remained silent, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism, as if to say, "Oh, keep acting." Wu Tian's smile faltered awkwardly. He had no choice but to obediently state, "Indeed, there is a matter of great importance. Among the entire Wu clan, I hold the utmost trust in Sister Hutu, which is why I sought her assistance." Hutu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Really?" Wu Tian sensed something amiss, and, following Hutu's gaze, discovered that Xianming had emerged from the side, his face devoid of emotion. Chapter 56. What do you think, little brother? Wu Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Sister Hutu, why are you being so treacherous? You should embody the earth's vastness, embracing and nurturing, rather than this." And then there was Xianming. "Why do you constantly leave your tribe to come to Hutu's tribe? What's worse is that you conceal your presence." In that fleeting moment, Wu Tian's mind raced as he made a decision. Offending Hutu would likely earn him her understanding, but crossing Xianming could lead to dire consequences. Very well, he conceded. "I acknowledge that both you and Sister Xianming are among my most trusted allies." After uttering this, Wu Tian resumed his cheerful demeanor, addressing Xianming with a bright smile. "Sister Xianming, your timing is impeccable. I intended to seek your assistance after calling upon Sister Hutu, but you have saved me the trouble." Without waiting for their responses, he eagerly began to share his thoughts and his desire to conceal a drop of essence blood. Now, it had transformed into 1 drop per person. Upon hearing this, the attention of both women was undoubtedly piqued, their eyes shining with interest. Even a usually impassive Xianming exhibited a hint of excitement. "Really? Are you saying that, with the divine powers bestowed by the Father God, a single drop of essence blood can allow one to be reborn, even after death?" The two exchanged glances, disbelief evident on their faces. What was the greatest issue facing the Witch clan? Was it not the unity of spirit and flesh? If one were to perish and return to the heavens, there would be no opportunity for reincarnation and recultivation. Xianming and Hutu were fortunate enough to have cultivated their primordial spirits. Should they encounter misfortune, they could escape with their spirits and begin anew. However, the other ancestral witches were not so privileged. Wu Tian discerned their thoughts and smiled wryly, saying, my situation differs from that of my brothers. Even if I wish to transfer this divine ability to them, it would be utterly impossible. Hutu nodded slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, yet this fleeting sense of disappointment dissipated as quickly as it had come. The ancestral witches hardly believed that they would face a great calamity in the future. They merely lamented the lack of a viable path for the ancestral witches. Soon, both women rejoiced for Wu Tian, with Hutu cheerfully declaring, "The essence blood will be safe with me." Rest assured. Simultaneously, Xianming silently extended her hand, and upon meeting Wu Tian's gaze, she coldly stated, "If anything happens to me, your essence blood will remain unharmed." What more could Wu Tian say? He once again expressed his gratitude to his helpful sisters before settling down in the Hutu shrine, cross-legged, channeling his magical energy to begin condensing the essence blood. Essence blood differs greatly from ordinary blood. The essence blood of the ancestral witches carries the power of laws. This time, as Wu Tian condensed his essence blood, it bore not only the imprint of his own laws, but also the reflection of his divine soul, demanding even greater expenditure of his energy. Having previously condensed 2 drops of essence blood, he had already felt a sense of emptiness. Now, producing another 2 drops at once left him feeling significantly drained. Even with his peak strength at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, the stirring of a potential breakthrough began to stagnate. However, Wu Tian remained unperturbed. He had no intention of rushing a breakthrough. Instead, he planned to wait until after the 3rd lecture to further consolidate his foundation before contemplating a breakthrough. Since he wasn't pursuing sanctification through merit, nor was he severing his 3 corpses to attain the Tao, it was imperative to fortify his foundation, which would provide him the opportunity to validate the Tao through strength. Moreover, the witch clan's fortune was flourishing. Whatever challenges arose, the ancestral witches would endure. After forcing out the 2 drops of essence blood, Wu Tian felt significantly weakened. His vitality diminished to the point of paleness. He then handed them to the 2 women. Xianming received the essence blood with utmost seriousness, pressing it directly to her chest, hiding it within her heart. As she had asserted, in this location, unless she encountered personal trouble, that drop of essence blood would remain secure. What degree of injury would be required to harm Xianming's heart? Additionally, she would nurture it with her own life force. Witnessing Xianming's actions, Hutu was momentarily taken aback. Since Xianming concealed it within her body, adhering to the principle of risk dispersion, she deemed it unwise to do the same. A quick thought crossed her mind, and she decided to place it within her primordial spirit instead. Unable to resist teasing, she remarked, "Sister Xianming, you truly dote on him." Xianming's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she rose to pounce on Hutu. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the Hutu shrine, with the voice of Zhurong being the most prominent, exclaiming, "This Dijuan is utterly shameless. He dares to imitate us and establish the demon clan, and even has the audacity to invite us to witness the ceremony. It's simply outrageous." The noise grew louder, and a throng of ancestral witches burst in. The ancestral witches naturally had no concept of knocking, and besides, the Hutu shrine had no door, so they were unperturbed. In the next moment, the room fell silent, save for Zhurong's booming laughter. "I knew you all would be here." Though Dijuan's intentions to establish the demon clan seemed to have no direct bearing on the witch clan, the ancestral witches sensed something amiss. With the likes of Dijiao and Zhu Juyin in closed-door cultivation, Wu Tian, despite being the youngest, had already gained recognition as the most astute among them. Thus, it was only natural for everyone to seek Wu Tian's counsel. After searching the valley and then the Panga Hall without success, they had collectively made their way to the Hutu tribe, only to find Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu all present. "Ah," Zhurong muttered, his eyes darting between Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Xianming and Hutu blushed, a hint of indignation on their faces. Meanwhile, Wu Tian appeared pale, his vitality waning, resembling someone utterly drained. Even the straightforward ancestral witches couldn't help but speculate under the circumstances. Inside the Hutu shrine, a palpable silence enveloped the ancestral witches as they exchanged glances, while Xianming and Hutu felt an unsettling sense of disarray. At that moment, Zhurong leaned toward Wu Tian and murmured, "Little brother, you seem exceedingly weak. This won't do. Had I known, I would have fetched you some ancestral dragon essence." Unbeknownst to him, Hutu had already procured ancestral dragon essence blood for Wu Tian. Before he could finish, colossal ice spikes erupted within the hall, hurtling toward Zhurong. Bang! Zhurong was sent flying. Xuanming's countenance turned icy as she coldly remarked, "You only know how to babble nonsense. Brother has reprimanded you countless times, yet you remain obstinate." Oomph. She then glanced at the other ancestral witches, who all nodded in agreement, with Gong laughing heartily. Indeed, Xuanming's strike was warranted. This fellow has the loosest tongue. As Xianming shot a glare at Wu Tian, he could only feel exasperated. The crux of the matter was that he couldn't explain himself. He certainly couldn't disclose that he was concealing essence blood. What if the ancestral witches blurted it out? Would that not make it common knowledge? Sensing Xuanming's rising ire, the Zumu ancestral witch quickly intervened. "Let us first address the matter at hand." Then, with piercing eyes, he gazed at Wu Tian and said, "My dear brother, Dijun intends to establish the demon clan. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 57. Go, of course, go. How do I see? Wu Tian murmured to himself, instantly feeling as if he were transforming into Yuanfang. Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased. The fact that the ancestral witches thought to consult him first, rather than confronting him directly, was a significant advancement. It seemed that Wu Tian's subtle influence had been remarkably successful. He then pondered the demon race in the grand scheme of things. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fuxi, and Nu Hua had established the demon race, leading to fierce rivalries among the ancestral witches, culminating in the 12 heavenly gods' grand formation clashing with the celestial realm. This time, due to Wu Tian's influence, the witch clan had established itself earlier. Yet the emergence of the demon race was an unstoppable trend it would inevitably manifest. However, Emperor Jun and his associates lacked the confidence of the witch clan and did not share the same reverence for the primordial god Pangu. Thus, they invited numerous deities to witness their clan's formation, even extending an invitation to the witch clan. Emperor Jun did not wish to provoke the ancestral witches. If they neglected to invite the witch clan, who could predict their reaction? If they deemed the witch clan insignificant, they might come knocking at their door. After deliberating, Emperor Jun, Fuxi, and the others grew increasingly convinced that the ancestral witches were capable of such actions. Hence, they reluctantly issued the invitation, with Fuxi personally delivering it. "Where's Fuxi?" Wu Tian inquired curiously. The ancestral witch Zhu Meng quickly replied. He left after delivering the invitation. She was indeed quite courteous. Yet his brothers, what exactly was this demon race they were establishing? It was evident that they intended to oppose us. Our clan's young men feast on demon beasts, yet the demon race would embrace them and bolster their strength. In truth, Tai Yi's rapid consolidation of sufficient demon clans was indeed aided by the witch clan. They had suffered greatly at the hands of the witch clan and did not wish to be slaughtered or devoured. Thus, they sought refuge in the demon race, yearning for the protection of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Fortunately, the demon race had yet to be formally established. Moreover, due to the overwhelming aura of the ancestral witches, Emperor Jun and his companions were reluctant to ignite conflict at such a critical juncture. Striving to exercise restraint, Wu Tian was still lost in thought when the ancestral witch Zhu Rong, having been flung away by Xianming, returned with a disheveled appearance. Grumbling as she entered the Earth God Temple, "What did I say? Is this how they treat me?" She shot a fierce glare at the ancestral witch Gong. "I knew it among us brothers. You are the most troublesome, relishing in my misfortune." Gong snorted lightly. "How you dare not provoke Sister Xianming? So you've come to vent your frustrations on me? Do you really think you could defeat me?" His expression was infuriating, inciting Zhu Rong's ire even further as she raised her fist, intending to confront Gong Gong and teach him a lesson. Wu Tian's reverie was abruptly interrupted, and he looked helplessly at the two combative figures. Indeed, it was a clash of principles, and they were at it again. The other ancestral witches merely laughed, reveling in the spectacle. In their view, since the ancestral witches were robust and resilient, a few skirmishes were inconsequential, so long as it did not result in death. It was hardly worth mentioning upon noticing Wu Tian's expression. Xianming's gaze shifted, and she coldly declared, "Enough. Were we not to discuss serious matters? If you two continue to bicker, then take it outside. I shall certainly inform our elder brother, and you will have a proper confrontation before him." The heated Zhu Rong and Gong Gong instantly halted, glaring at one another before avoiding eye contact. Wu Tian discreetly extended his thumb towards Xianming, signaling, "Impressive." She truly was formidable. Her usual icy demeanor intimidated even the other ancestral witches, and with her words, the conflict dissipated. Xianming shot him a glance and irritably remarked, "You should speak swiftly. How do we respond to Emperor Jun and the establishment of the demon race?" Zhu Rong interjected again. "If you ask me, we should directly disrupt their formation of the demon race. They clearly wish to oppose us." Turning to Wu Tian, he urged, "Little brother, just say the word, and we shall charge alongside you." Wu Tian could only smile wryly. The ancestral witches were indeed combative. Zhu Rong's sentiments echoed the thoughts of most ancestral witches. However, before Wu Tian could offer a word of counsel, Gong Gong chuckled. "Just be quiet. Did I ask you?" Seeing the two on the verge of clashing again, Xianming's icy demeanor intensified, her malevolent aura filling the Earth God Temple, sending shivers down the spines of the ancestral witches. The two promptly ceased their quarrel. Wu Tian then chuckled softly. "If you ask me, since they have invited us, we should certainly attend. We cannot allow others to say that our witch clan lacked courtesy, can we? As for how the demon race will unfold, what are Emperor Jun's intentions?" Wu Tian smiled broadly at the crowd, posing a rhetorical question to the ancestral witches. "Do you believe our elder brothers would fear them?" The ancestral witches immediately shook their heads. Wu Tian inwardly chuckled. As long as he understood the temperaments of the ancestral witches, managing them would not be difficult. This was precisely what he desired, regardless of their myriad schemes. We remain steadfast as Mount Buzhou. If it truly poses a threat to our witch clan, we shall strike back with thunderous force. The emergence of the demon race is a grand design of the heavenly order. At this juncture, even if we were to create disturbances, what could we achieve? Could we prevent the demon race from appearing? Impossible. Instead, we would only incur karmic retribution. It would be wiser to accept the invitation and attend the ceremony. While gifts are out of the question, the merits of attending and other potential benefits could still be garnered furthermore, if an opportunity arises. Wu Tian hoped to exploit the situation to sway Emperor Jun, seeking to influence the future development of the demon race. He recalled his initial intention. He had never contemplated a head-on confrontation between the witch and demon races. Instead, he envisioned leading the witch clan into the underworld when both races were at their zenith, leaving the demon race to contend with the saints. He was eager to discover, when that day arrives, would Hong Jun Daozu and the heavenly saints personally intervene to slay Emperor Jun and his ilk, obliterating the demon race? As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile appeared on Wu Tian's lips. Upon witnessing this, Xianming and Ho Tu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with curiosity, seemingly pondering, what is Wu Tian thinking? Why does he smile so oddly? At that moment, Wu Tian added with a grin, "However, we cannot all attend this ceremony. Elder brother and second brother are currently in seclusion. If we all go, it would leave them behind, inevitably raising suspicions. Let us do this. We shall send 7 of us, myself, Sister Xianming, and Sister Ho Tu, 3 already accounted for. As for the remaining 4," he glanced at the ancestral witches. Zhu Rong eagerly blinked at Wu Tian, seemingly imploring, "Choose me. Choose me," yet Wu Tian would never select him. He was the first to be dismissed. Wu Tian directly stated, "Brother Zhu Rong, you need not attend. Stay behind to guard the home." Zhu Rong instantly leaped up. Little brother, is this retribution for my earlier remarks? Did I say anything that warranted such treatment? I had intended to assist you. I was preparing to procure some ancestral dragon blood to help replenish your vitality. Chapter 58. Do you also wish to cause trouble? At this moment, Gong scoffed, "Oh, spare me. With that mouth of yours, it would be a wonder if a fight didn't break out. Absolutely not letting you go." The two were on the verge of another quarrel, and Xianming could only wear a look of exasperation. The ancestral witches occasionally heeded her words, but that was merely out of a brother's affection for his sister. Ultimately, Xianming lacked the commanding presence of Di Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin. Wu Tian quickly interjected. Brother Gong is also staying at home. This seemed to pacify Zhu Rong, who instantly brightened, casting a teasing glance at Gong, as if to say he was not all that impressive himself. With these two troublemakers subdued, Wu Tian swiftly convened with the other ancestral witches. Apart from the three who had birthed their primordial spirits, there were also Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chong Liang, and Shi Zi, making a total of 7 individuals set to attend the ceremony. The ancestral witches then dispersed, returning to their tribes to relay instructions and make arrangements with the chief shamans regarding tribal affairs. As Zhu Rong prepared to depart, Wu Tian suddenly grasped his arm. In response to Zhu Rong's surprised expression, he led him outside the hooded shrine and quietly inquired, "Brother Zhu Rong, where can we procure the blood of the ancestor dragon?" The ancestor dragon has returned to the cosmos, its true essence transformed into the spirit of the earth, its body becoming the Yellow River. When the ancestor dragon fell, Hutu forcibly extracted 3 drops of its essence, which Wu Tian had already refined into himself. However, such a precious resource is never too much to possess. Zhu Rong chuckled heartily. "I know what you're implying. Although the ancestor dragon is dead, the dragon clan still exists. I refuse to believe that this old fellow didn't leave something behind for them." He patted Wu Tian's arm reassuringly. "Rest assured, leave this matter to me. If the dragon clan refuses to yield, I shall boil the seas and capture them all for their essence." Wu Tian's expression shifted. Perhaps it would be better to let it go. The dragon clan was steeped in karma, having barely retained a fragment of fortune through the ancestor dragon sacrifice. Why provoke them at this juncture? However, before he could voice his concerns, Zhu Rong laughed. "You need not worry," with an expression of understanding. He patted Wu Tian's shoulder once more and vanished in a blaze of crimson light. Wu Tian was left at a loss for words. Very well. Let the dragon clan suffer a bit. After all, Zhu Rong would bear the brunt of any backlash. And Wu Tian believed that if the dragon clan truly possessed the ancestor dragon's essence, they would not obstinately withhold it. So long as they were sensible, Zhu Rong would likely not take drastic actions against them. Subsequently, he turned back into the Hutu shrine, awaiting the ancestral witches to finalize their arrangements before setting out together. Once everyone had gathered, Xianming and Hutu joined forces, unleashing a formidable force of law, encasing the group within a protective barrier of profound light, propelling them upwards towards the heavens. They soared towards the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky. The location chosen by Dijuan and the others was neither the Sun Star, nor the sanctums of Fuxi and Yuhua, nor was it the Zhuming Mountain, which had been designated as the territory of the Wu clan. Instead, they opted for the vastness of the primordial cosmos. As Wu Tian and the others traversed through the howling winds of the 9 heavens and entered the boundless primordial starry sky, they directed their course towards the Sun Star. Soon, they approached the Sun Star. The nearer they got, the more overwhelming the oppressive aura of the blazing sun became, its scorching true fire making the cold, desolate primordial cosmos feel less dreary. Wu Tian gazed longingly at the Sun Star, his eyes shimmering with light, and even from a distance, he could discern the colossal divine tree of Fusang. In awe, Wu Tian marveled, truly remarkable. As one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the Fusang tree was indeed formidable. Ablaze with the true fire of the sun, where Dijuan and Tai, the 2 golden crows, were being nurtured. From such a distance, its imposing presence was palpable. Clearly, this powerful Fusang tree had yet to take form, leading Wu Tian to ponder. Could it be that its essence was simply too potent? All primordial beings find it increasingly difficult to take form as their physicality strengthens. Just as the North Sea's mysterious tortoise, having had its limbs severed, found its essence unable to endure such a robust body. Surely, the same could be said for the Fusang tree. Then another thought struck Wu Tian. If only he could procure a branch of the Fusang tree, it would be an excellent opportunity to experiment with planting it. As this notion took hold, he could not suppress it any longer, immediately contemplating how he might obtain it from Dijuan. Currently, there was no overt hostility between Dijuan and the Wu clan, and no significant disputes existed. Perhaps there truly was a chance. While he was lost in thought, a brilliant light emerged ahead. A grand golden palace materialized within the primordial cosmos, backed by the Sun Star and upheld by the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Radiating boundless brilliance, countless beings from myriad clans congregated within. Above the golden palace, rich hues of light intertwined, teeming with the essence of the Tao. As numerous great powers took their places in the void, Dijuan, Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua gathered together, positioned directly above the golden palace, where Tai's chaotic seed hung suspended, suppressing the surrounding space. The four of them gauged the passage of time, and just as they felt it was nearly time, they simultaneously turned their gazes forward, their expressions suddenly shifting. Other great powers who had arrived earlier, initially meditating in the void, also opened their eyes, curiosity and astonishment gleaming within. Oh, only Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, upon recognizing the newcomers, displayed instant joy. Hong Yun secretly conveyed, "Haha, Jin Yuan, I told you your worries were unfounded. Look, our brother Wu Tian has indeed arrived." Zhen Yuanzi nodded with a gentle smile. Invited by Dijuan to attend the ceremony, he felt compelled to respond positively. However, he had been concerned about the ancestral witches causing trouble. If that were to happen, he would be at a loss as to how to proceed. Should he stand idly by or assist his brother Wu Tian? With a sigh of relief, Zhen Yuanzi relaxed. Dijuan, however, fell silent, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered inwardly, "They actually came?" When he extended the invitation, he had not anticipated the ancestral witches would attend. He merely wished to avoid giving others a reason to speak ill of them during such a pivotal moment for their clan. To his surprise, the Wu clan truly showed up. Dijuan's eyes took on an increasingly peculiar expression. At that moment, Tai abruptly stood, a grave expression upon his face. Yet before he could speak, a gentle force intervened, and Dijuan's voice echoed in his ear, "Just sit tight." He then turned to Fushi, his face once again calm, devoid of any surprise, and smiled, "Fushi, my friend, now that the Wu clan has come to pay their respects, could you kindly go out to greet them? It would prevent others from saying we lack courtesy." Fushi nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and directly rose to welcome them. Upon flying out, Fushi's smile radiated warmth and kindness as he addressed Wu Tian and the others from afar. "Esteemed friends, your arrival is greatly appreciated. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." He then approached the ancestral witches, while Xianming and He-Tu dissipated the surrounding forces of law, allowing Wu Tian and the others to stand freely in the void. He-Tu chuckled lightly. "Since you have extended an invitation, we of the Wu clan certainly understand the importance of courtesy and will naturally come to pay our respects. No need for formalities. You should return to your own affairs and not delay the proceedings." Fushi quickly offered his heartfelt gratitude. One cannot help but marvel. Indeed, there are virtuous individuals among the witch clan. Take, for instance, the esteemed He-Tu ancestor which before us. Assured that the ancestors have merely come to observe. Fushi felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He exchanged a few more courteous remarks, then hurriedly took his leave. After a brief interval, Emperor Jun and the three others rose in unison, surrounded by the ethereal resonance of their Tao, with the innate spiritual treasures swirling around them. Suddenly, Emperor Jun proclaimed with a resonant voice, "The great Tao stands above. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Let the primordial heavens and earth bear witness." Today, with Emperor Jun, Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua, we reflect upon the sufferings of the myriad races of the primordial world. Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Do they truly aspire to engage with the great Tao? Surely, Emperor Jun and the others are aware of the implications of such an endeavor. Indeed, Emperor Jun is fully cognizant. He even admonished Tai not to harbor foolish dreams. Yet, when the four convened in discussion, they could not help but feel their spirits stir with temptation. After all, the great Tao favors the bold. What if there exists even the slightest chance? It is worth the pursuit. Chapter 59. The establishment of the demon clan and the emergence of the heavenly court. Wu Tian's lips twitched slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the ancestral witches beside him. Even the most amiable among them, Ho Tu, displayed a hint of disdain. As if to say, "Is this all you have?" Wu Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly. He then shifted his gaze to the other powerful beings present and noticed that the three pure ones, among others, were visibly shaken, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. In that moment, Wu Tian realized, if Di Jun and the others succeeded, then in the future, when they had proclamations to announce to the heavens, they too might attract the favor of the Tao. It was no wonder they reacted so fervently. Wu Tian chuckled inwardly. Following the stirring of the Tao above, he discovered another peculiar detail that struck him with sudden clarity. Oh, where's the Tao ancestor? Could it be that the Witch clan was leading the charge again? The absence of the Witch clan was notable. Yet if the Demon clan were to have an additional figure like Hong Jun Daozu, it would certainly make a difference. Moreover, Di Jun was ambitious and inherently proud, clearly unwilling to submit to others. Otherwise, he would not have asked Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace whether only the celestial path could lead to the attainment of the primordial Tao and sanctification. Had he been willing to bow to the celestial path, like Dong Wang Gong, perhaps Di Jun's fate would have been different. However, Wu Tian sighed inwardly, continuing to observe Di Jun and the others. At that moment, Di Jun was still proclaiming their vows. While the presence of the Tao was absent, the force of the heavenly Tao surged forth. Countless strands of essence and laws converged in the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky, illuminating it with radiant brilliance. Clearly, Di Jun was far more eloquent than the Witch clan. After a lengthy discourse about seeking welfare for the myriad beings of the primordial realm and opening the path for all races, Di Jun finally proclaimed, "Thus, today we aim to unify the myriad races and establish the Demon clan, to quell the disputes among the myriad beings of the primordial realm. All sentient beings may become demons, and we shall open the demon path to educate the Demon clan with the river map and Luo book, and the chaos bell to suppress the fortunes of the Demon clan. I, Di Jun, shall be the demon emperor." Tai immediately responded with fervor. Tai shall be the Eastern Emperor of the Demon clan. Following suit, Fuxi and Nuwa also declared, I, Fuxi, shall be the Shi Huang of the Demon clan. I, Nuwa, shall be the Nuwa Empress of the Demon clan. As their voices echoed, the four exchanged glances, their energies coalescing as they surged toward the concentrated essence of the heavenly Tao, shouting in unison, "The Demon clan is established." The assembled demons howled in delight, their faces alight with exhilaration. The power of the heavenly Tao intensified. In the void, an enigmatic rune materialized. Demon. A flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of Di Jun and the others. Up to this point, there were no signs of the Tao emerging, only the reaction of the heavenly Tao, which clearly indicated a failure to resonate with the Tao. Sigh, though he had mentally prepared for this. Di Jun couldn't help but lament, realizing they were indeed lacking compared to the Witch clan. The Witch clan not only enjoyed the favor of the Tao, but also bore the rune Wu, bestowed by the great Pengu himself. Others too felt their spirits dim, their fleeting hopes decisively severed. Some cast envious glances toward Wu Tian and the other ancestral witches. Di Jun quickly regained his composure. After all, it was a matter of hitting or missing. If the Tao did not favor them, so be it. There was still the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Yet, Wu Tian was somewhat taken aback. The heavenly Tao remained unaffected, showing no ire toward the actions of Di Jun and the others. No, it was the heavenly Tao's indifference. It must be that Hong Jun Daozu, the only current sage of the heavenly Tao, had chosen not to interfere. It seemed Hong Jun had grown accustomed to it. Wu Tian mused silently. As the source rune of the demon clan manifested, it scattered into the void, and all demon beings, including Dijun and Tai Yi, felt a sudden flash upon their souls. The rune was imprinted upon them. From that moment forth, these diverse beings would share a common appellation, the demon clan. Subsequently, the fortunes of all demons began to rise, coalescing under the influence of the heavenly Tao into a grand river of fate. Sweeping through the primordial starry sky, it surged onward. Upon its emergence, it rapidly expanded. Concurrently, the river map and Luo book, along with the chaos bell, swiftly materialized, descending upon the ethereal river, casting mysterious light to quell the chaos and turbulence within. In the next moment, a resounding roar echoed throughout the primordial starry sky, akin to the rumbling of thunder. In the area where the power of the heavenly Tao gathered, the golden light became increasingly dense. Just as the onlookers believed the spectacle was concluding and the heavenly Tao was about to bestow merits, they suddenly felt the primordial void tremble, and all gazed in astonishment toward the source of the disturbance. It seemed as if a colossal entity was awakening, breaking through layer upon layer of space, tearing the void as if it would emerge from within. While the crowd was perplexed, Wu Tian had already anticipated this, fixating on the ever-expanding rift in space. Murmuring softly, indeed, the heavenly court is about to manifest. In that instant of upheaval, Dijun first felt astonished, but then an inexplicable stirring arose within him, as if he were resonating with the impending entity. What is happening? Dijun pondered anxiously, his gaze fixed on the shattered void, his brow furrowed. At such a critical juncture, he could not afford any mishaps. Moments later, a corner of the heavenly court burst forth from the void, revealing countless palatial structures and an immensely vast realm before the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, directly targeting Jun's spiritual platform, and in an instant it merged within him. Jun's furrowed brow relaxed, and the astonishment on his face transformed into realization as he murmured, "The heavenly court, the 33 heavens." Once he comprehended the nature and reason for the emergence of the heavenly court, Dijun could no longer contain his elation, laughing heartily. "Ah! The demon clan is established, and the heavenly court has emerged. What the Tao does not favor us. When I, Dijun, established the demon clan, the heavenly court manifested to be under my command. This is indeed an immense blessing." Dijun's eyes blazed with fervor, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Through the messages relayed from the heavenly court, he understood that it was birthed from the heavenly Tao, serving as the nexus of the Tao's operations. His heart swelled with excitement. "It is my destiny. I, Dijun, am indeed destined for greatness." With that, he flickered away, instantly soaring toward the heavenly court, merging within. The next moment, as Dijun began to seize control of the heavenly court, the 33 heavens fully materialized, gradually stabilizing, standing majestically above the 9 skies, seamlessly integrating into the primordial realm. Once the heavenly court was firmly established, Dijun reappeared, returning to the side of Tai Yi, Fushi, and Yuhua, gazing up toward the gathering power of the heavenly Tao with an increasingly confident and spirited smile. Rumbling, at last, the merits of the heavenly Tao descended. As one of the 4 sovereigns of the demon clan, he naturally received the greatest share of the merits, while others in attendance also reaped their own rewards. Gathering their respective portions, they then turned their attention back to Dijun. It was apparent to all that although the 4 sovereigns had collectively established the demon clan, the true authority within the clan resided with Dijun. As the demon emperor, Dijun was destined to reap the greatest rewards. With the descent of the heavenly virtues and under the immense auspices of the demon clan, Emperor Jun's aura surged rapidly. In an instant, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 60. Do not come any closer. A flicker of mysterious light emanated from Emperor Jun, causing his aura to retract instantly. He refrained from hastily breaking through, as he had grand ambitions and desired to thoroughly comprehend the situation rather than rush through it. Once the celestial phenomenon dissipated and the fortune of the demon clan faded, the river chart and Luo book returned to Emperor Jun's being. At this moment, he smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, addressing the assembly. "Thank you, esteemed friends. I'm immensely grateful for your presence today." The crowd nodded in response, some engaging in conversation with Emperor Jun, creating a warm atmosphere. Subsequently, he extended an invitation to host a banquet in honor of his guests, intending to engage in philosophical discourse and celebrate together. However, the gathering was not to take place at the newly emerged Heavenly Court, but rather at the previous Golden Palace. Given that the Heavenly Court had only just manifested, Emperor Jun had yet to fully master it, inviting numerous powerful beings that would only allow them to probe into the true nature of his strength, which was unwise. Those who had initially been intrigued by the Heavenly Court lost interest upon hearing the invitation to return to the palace forged from the essence of the sun. Many began to take their leave. Tai Ching was the first to speak. "With the third sermon of the Tao ancestor approaching, we should return to prepare. We shall have the opportunity to discuss matters with you at another time." With a slight bow, he turned to depart. Yuan Shi followed suit, while Tong Tian's gaze flickered, casting curious glances at Wu Tian as he trailed behind. Noticing this, Wu Tian met Tong Tian's gaze and, seeing no malice in his eyes, responded with a light smile and a nod. Tong Tian, taken aback, reciprocated the gesture. The three figures then vanished, and beams of mysterious light shot forth, scattering across the vast wilderness as the crowd dispersed. At that moment, Zhu Meng, the ancestral witch, inquired, "Shall we return as well, my younger brother?" Before Wu Tian could respond, he began to express his dissatisfaction, muttering, "The audacity of this demon clan is astounding. Anyone with spiritual awareness can be deemed a demon. It seems he intends to ensnare all the tribes of the wilderness." Wu Tian shook his head, replying, "Patience. I will speak with Emperor Jun shortly to uncover the truth. I have matters to discuss with him." Fearing that Zhu Meng and the other ancestral witches might provoke a conflict and jeopardize their future plans, Wu Tian quickly added, "Let us pursue our grand aspirations. Naturally, we should aim for greatness. Otherwise, how can we gain the recognition of the Tao?" He cautioned, "Brothers, please refrain from causing any disturbances. I wish to inquire about some matters with Emperor Jun." Zhu Meng and the others exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the vast wilderness, Dong Wang Gong approached Shi Wang Mu with a beaming smile. Having witnessed the establishment of the demon clan, the overwhelming fortune, immense merit, and the manifestation of the 33 heavens of the heavenly court stirred envy in his heart. The aspiration to establish a celestial court became increasingly difficult to suppress. Despite Shi Wang Mu's evident impatience and annoyance, Dong Wang Gong persevered, edging closer. After all, they were the leaders of the celestial beings, and establishing a celestial court was impossible without Shi Wang Mu's involvement. Approaching her, he urged, "Dear friend, upon witnessing the establishment of the demon clan today, do you not have any thoughts? If we join forces to establish a celestial court, we will undoubtedly amass boundless fortune and immense merit. Our cultivation will also advance significantly." When Shi Wang Mu remained silent, Dong Wang Gong took another step forward, imploring, "We have the bestowed celestial positions from the Tao ancestor. Establishing a celestial court is only natural. What doubts do you harbor, my friend?" Finally, Shi Wang Mu raised her eyes to meet his gaze, revealing a flicker of disdain. Though she had gained many advantages as the foremost female celestial being, the fact that she was entangled with him, forced to cultivate the path of immortality, incited her anger. "Establish a celestial court?" She scoffed. "Do you truly wish to rival the demon clan and recreate the chaos of the Dragon Han calamity?" Dong Wang Gong was taken aback. "How could that be? We are dedicated to promoting the Tao ancestors' teachings and spreading enlightenment. How could we come into conflict with the demon clan? Even if a celestial court were established, they would have to respect the Tao ancestor, would they not?" Shi Wang Mu's conviction solidified. She deemed him a man of grand ambitions, yet limited abilities, and increasingly wished to distance herself from him, especially given their opposing stances against the demon and witch clans. Respect the Tao ancestor? Did they show him any respect when declaring their existence to the heavens? Did they invite him to witness their actions? As Dong Wang Gong continued to press her, extolling the virtues of establishing a celestial court and even invoking the Tao ancestor's name. Xu Wangmu's irritation grew. She realized that even if she rejected his overtures, he would still pursue her to the West Kunlun, disrupting her peace. Casting a glance around, her eyes locked onto Wu Tian's, who was observing the scene with curiosity. An idea sparked in her mind. "I have no interest in the matter of a celestial court," she declared. Seeing Dong Wanggong about to speak again, Xu Wangmu swiftly interjected with a gentle smile. "I have business to discuss with Dao friend Wu Tian. Farewell." With that, she disregarded Dong Wanggong's reaction and flew towards Wu Tian. In her heart, she mused, "As long as I'm not afraid of the Witch clan, let him chase if he dares." Wu Tian, witnessing this exchange, blinked in surprise. "Oh, why is Xu Wangmu coming this way?" He observed the tension between Xu Wangmu and Dong Wanggong, who appeared to be in a heated disagreement. Igniting his curiosity, accidentally locking eyes with Xu Wangmu, he offered a polite smile, only to find her approaching directly. Moreover, Dong Wanggong's resentful and furious gaze made him frown, as if he were a jealous spouse. Before he could speak, the ancestral witches at his side, including Zhu Meng and Ru Shou, sensed the tension and their imposing auras surged towards Dong Wanggong, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. "What are you looking at? Do you dare glare at my brother, Wu Tian?" Dong Wanggong's expression hardened, and he promptly turned to leave. As Zhu Meng and the others prepared to pursue him, Wu Tian quickly intervened. "Enough. Did we not agree to avoid conflict on this outing?" Zhu Meng nodded obediently, halting his advance and retracting his aura with a smile. "Very well. I shall heed your words. For now, let him be. How dare this Dong Wanggong contend with my brother Wu Tian?" However, an unsettling sensation prickled at the back of Wu Tian's mind, as if 4 sharp swords were poised at his back, making him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It is evident that the Queen Mother of the West is weary of the persistent entanglements with the East Prince. Thus, she chooses to approach the most irascible of the ancestral spirits, hoping to compel the East Prince to retreat in the face of adversity. In this, the Queen Mother's objective is indeed fulfilled. However, Wu Tian finds himself in a dire predicament, hastily blinking his eyes to signal, "Please, do not come near." The Queen Mother pauses momentarily, only to reveal a gaze filled with profound sorrow. Wu Tian is left speechless. "Alas," he exclaims, "the Queen Mother has misunderstood me. We have not exchanged a single word and are effectively strangers. Why must she regard me with such eyes? Is this not a perilous predicament?" Chapter 61. Do you wish to eliminate the Eastern Prince? The atmosphere behind him grew increasingly sharp. Wu Tian felt that if it were not for his tough exterior, he would likely be pierced by the gaze aimed at him like a porcupine. However, the ancestral witches, including Zhu Meng, wore expressions filled with mirth. "Haha, who says our witch clan is bothersome? Though the witch clan may be rough around the edges, it is not surprising that one with delicate features could capture the attention of the innate goddesses." At that moment, Ho Tu, with a radiant smile on her face, turned to Wu Tian and said, "Wu Tian, earlier, you were fixated on that person in the Zixiao Palace. Now that they have arrived, why not go greet them promptly?" Wu Tian's body trembled at her words. "Hiss, surely, that must have been sarcasm?" He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This sister Ho Tu, what happened to the principle of benevolence? He had barely any recollection of the events in the Zixiao Palace, yet she still remembered. Meanwhile, in another location, after exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun and Di Jun flew eagerly toward Wu Tian's vicinity. They had barely taken flight when Zhen Yuanzi suddenly halted and grasped Hong Yun's arm, leaving Hong Yun utterly astonished, questioning, "Zhen Yuan, what is the matter? Weren't we supposed to go greet Wu Tian?" Zhen Yuanzi's lips twitched. "Indeed, we were, but have you considered the current situation? It would be wiser to wait until things settle down over there before approaching." Hong Yun's eyes glimmered with understanding. The two stood amidst the vast cosmos of the primordial world, watching Wu Tian's direction with amused expressions, resembling bystanders observing a spectacle. Even Di Jun and the others, initially intending to approach, halted their steps, curiously gazing towards Wu Tian's location, pondering, does the Western Queen Mother have ties with the Witch clan? This is news to me. At that moment, the Western Queen Mother had already arrived, her figure graceful and enchanting, the embodiment of innate energy, truly breathtaking. She clasped her hands in greeting, addressing Wu Tian and the others. Jin Mu greets all fellow Taoists. Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder countless emperors in later generations dreamt of wandering with the Western Queen Mother. She was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, his countenance grew stern, and he furrowed his brows, addressing the Western Queen Mother quite bluntly. Jin Mu, Taoist friend. This is rather unprincipled of you. I assent it, to use me as a shield. The Eastern Prince is likely already harboring animosity towards me, bringing additional karma to my witch clan. How do you intend to explain this? The originally dignified Western Queen Mother instantly paled, a flicker of alarm gracing her features. Her voice softening as she deeply bowed to Wu Tian. Fellow Taoist, forgive my transgression. I was left with no choice. Upon witnessing your selfless assistance to Hong Yuan in the Zixiao Palace, I hastily sought to borrow the Witch Clan's influence. While the Witch Clan's might was uncertain, their ferocity was undeniable. Few would wish to confront the Witch Clan, which explained why the Eastern Prince had turned and left so swiftly. The Western Queen Mother was not speaking falsely. Yet Wu Tian let out a light scoff, his expression still far from pleasant, acting meekly and apologizing. Did she think she could simply gloss over the matter? Did she truly believe the Witch Clan to be a simpleton, easily deceived? He stated directly, "Why should I assist you?" This left the Western Queen Mother momentarily dumbfounded. Previously, when assisting Hong Yuan, she had not inquired about the rationale. She thought the ancestral witches were carefree and would likely overlook such details. But Wu Tian was not conforming to her expectations. The Western Queen Mother pondered deeply. Just then, Wu Tian's expression shifted suddenly, a brilliant smile illuminating his face as he cheerfully declared, "Assisting you is not out of the question. With the Eastern Prince, my witch clan has nothing to fear. However, having unwittingly entangled myself in such substantial karma, surely you must offer some compensation? Perhaps the Western Pure Cloud Banner." The Western Queen Mother froze once again, then, in a fit of anger, began to laugh. "Is this something the Witch Clan would say? I merely sought to leverage your clan as power to free myself from the Eastern Prince. And you audaciously demand my Western Pure Cloud Banner?" In an instant, the Western Queen Mother no longer maintained her humble demeanor. She glared coldly at Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, Xian Ming and Ho Tu exchanged bewildered glances. It turned out he was not merely fixated on the Western Queen Mother, but rather coveting her innate spiritual treasure. They felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing their earlier misjudgment. The other ancestral witches, including Zhu Meng, wore expressions of exasperation, their gazes filled with disappointment as they looked at Wu Tian, seemingly wishing to scold him. "Brother, this is not the time for such antics. We did not drive away the Eastern Prince just for you to seize the Western Queen Mother's treasure. Why can't you comprehend? Once the person is secured, wouldn't the treasure naturally follow?" At that moment, the Western Queen Mother calmly remarked, "This treasure was bestowed by the Tao ancestor. I cannot grant it lightly. I hope you understand, fellow Taoist." She felt a twinge of annoyance. Merely momentarily repelling the Eastern Prince did not resolve her issues. And now he sought the Western Pure Cloud Banner? This was a supreme, innate treasure capable of suppressing fate. Faced with the Western Queen Mother's cold demeanor, Wu Tian remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. He understood that her reasoning was insufficient to persuade her to relinquish the banner. He immediately turned to Xian Ming and Ho Tu and whispered, "Whoosh!" The two ancestral witches acted instantaneously. The force of their laws surged, cleaving a tiny realm in the void, shrouding the heavenly secrets. At this juncture, Wu Tian continued with a smile, "I comprehend. This karma is far from enough to persuade you to part with the Western Pure Cloud Banner. However, what if I were to assist you in completely resolving your troubles?" The Western Queen Mother furrowed her brows, gazing at Wu Tian with astonishment, an inkling of premonition blossoming within her. Indeed, Wu Tian cheerfully proposed, "How about this? You bestow upon me the Western Pure Cloud Banner, and I will eliminate the Eastern Prince for you. Thus, your worries will be resolved once and for all. What say you?" The Western Queen Mother was taken aback, her face a mixture of disbelief as she gazed at Wu Tian. Unable to suppress her exclamation, "He is the highest among the earthly male immortals, appointed by the Tao ancestor." Wu Tian, however, appeared indifferent. And what of it? The Western Queen Mother fell silent. Indeed, the Witch clan was an unruly existence, revering only their Pangu father god, with the Tao ancestor Hong Jun hardly regarded in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the Western Queen Mother ultimately shook her head with a wry smile. "That is not feasible. Although I harbor disdain for the Eastern Prince, I do not wish for his death. Furthermore, if I were to give you the Western pure cloud banner, and the Eastern Prince were to perish in an instant, how could I possibly absolve myself of responsibility?" Chapter 62. Is it possible? Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian let out a soft scoff in his heart. Do you truly not wish to kill the Eastern Prince? If you do not intend to eliminate him, how shall I procure the Western Plain cloud flag from you? Previously, Wu Tian had resolved to acquire the Primordial 5 Directions flags, then hand them over to the ancestors of the Witch clan to form a grand Primordial 5 Elements array, nestled within the 12 Capitals' Heavenly Divine Array, creating a nested formation. For this purpose, he even left the Primordial Calabash vine hidden in the valley, awaiting the future intervention of the 3 Pure Ones, using this as an excuse to seize the flag from them. However, this plan notably lacked the Western Plain cloud flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, he could not simply resort to force. Wu Tian sighed internally. There is no choice. I am too embarrassed to directly confront the Queen Mother of the West. Thus, I can only make use of the Eastern Prince's head. He immediately began to persuade the Queen Mother. With a smile on his face, he adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly stated, "My friend, your words are mistaken. You and the Eastern Prince are manifestations of the primordial yin and yang energies. Otherwise, you would not be influenced by him in the Zhixiao Palace. Moreover, being granted the position of the foremost among the celestial beings by Hong Jun, the intertwining of your fates is profound. If the Eastern Prince does not perish, how can you attain tranquility?" Wu Tian paused slightly. Not to mention, if the Eastern Prince were to establish a celestial court, could you withstand it? If not, could you safeguard your own interests? At that time, even if our Witch clan does not trouble you, the Demon clan surely will not let you off. The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brows, her eyes narrowing suddenly. Then, she abruptly raised her head to meet Wu Tian's gaze, exclaiming, "Celestial court? How do you know that the Eastern Prince intends to establish a celestial court?" Wu Tian merely chuckled. He was naturally aware of the prevailing trends and surmised that the time for the Eastern Prince to establish a celestial court was imminent. Yet upon seeing him smile without speaking, the Queen Mother of the West felt a stirring in her heart, believing that the Eastern Prince, with his loose tongue, had prematurely divulged his intentions, causing even Wu Tian to be informed. Instantly, she felt increasingly speechless. Affairs that are not kept secret cannot succeed. This Eastern Prince is utterly incompetent, a tremendous disappointment. Moreover, she had not yet consented. To announce such matters in the wilderness, could it be a ploy to force her into the fray? Reflecting on her experiences in the Zhixiao Palace, where she was compelled to alter her cultivation path, in the future, she might be dragged into a great calamity. The Queen Mother of the West felt further indignation, genuinely contemplating the demise of the Eastern Prince. Observing the shifting expressions on her face, Wu Tian chuckled softly. Then, with utmost sincerity, he proposed, "Why not consider this? I have a suggestion for you. If the Eastern Prince approaches you again regarding the celestial court, simply agree to his terms. You shall receive the merits and fortune as due. However, once the celestial court is established, you need not concern yourself with it. Just focus on your cultivation in the Western Kunlun. In this manner, I assure you of your safety. After the Eastern Prince's demise, you may then hand me the Western Plain cloud flag. Surely, no one will link the Eastern Prince's death to you, correct?" Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brows tightly, her mind deep in contemplation. Yet Wu Tian did not pause, extending his hand towards her and adding, "By the way, after all this dialogue, shouldn't there be some benefits? Might I request a branch from the primordial rainwater peach tree? I'm most curious about it." The Queen Mother of the West, taken aback, inquired, "What do you need its branch for?" Wu Tian smiled, replying, "I wish to see if I can cultivate it, even if I do not obtain the primordial peaches. It would be splendid to propagate the later heavenly peaches for the youths of my witch clan to savor." The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment, her delicate hand reaching into her sleeve. Within seemed to contain a vast space, and moments later, she truly produced a branch adorned with pink buds. The essence of primordial Rin water was rich. To Wu Tian's surprise, the Queen Mother of the West also retrieved 10 primordial peaches with purple markings, offering them to him. Noticing the astonishment on Wu Tian's face, she smiled and said, "Are you not curious about the primordial peaches? Just so happens, I have a few fruits on hand. Allow me to share them with you." As a token of gratitude for your assistance, Wu Tian accepted the peaches without hesitation. Then, he smiled at the Queen Mother of the West. "Excellent. The deposit has been received. Rest assured, the Eastern Prince is doomed." After saying this, he gestured for Hutu and the others to lift the barrier. Then, he once again cupped his hands towards the Queen Mother of the West, laughing heartily. "Await good news, my friend." Subsequently, he stepped into the void, heading towards Xinyuanzi and Hanyun, who had been watching like idle spectators. Wu Tian had noticed them long ago, once he had walked a considerable distance. The Queen Mother of the West suddenly shook her head, her eyes widening in realization. "Wait, I never intended to kill the Eastern Prince. How did Wu Tian's words lead me to believe that my peace hinges on the Eastern Prince's demise?" Reflecting on Wu Tian's mention of a deposit, she murmured, "The Witch Clan wouldn't truly take action, would they?" Yet, for some reason, her mindset was deeply conflicted. On one hand, she felt this was quite inappropriate, but on the other, there was an undercurrent of satisfaction, resulting in a complex expression on her face. She had initially intended to call out to Wu Tian, but ultimately refrained, standing still, her countenance a tapestry of emotions as she gazed at the retreating figures of Wu Tian and the others. Her heart grew increasingly perplexed. How had such a presence emerged from the Witch Clan? To leave her so bewildered, is this truly the Witch Clan? Moreover, observing how Wu Tian spoke, the other ancestors remained silent, seemingly placing him in a position of authority. What is his status within the Witch Clan? The Queen Mother of the West pondered. If he is an ancestor, then why did he not appear during the establishment of the 12 ancestors? Furthermore, there was no Wu Tian tribe among the 12 tribes of the Witch Clan. After a lengthy contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West ultimately turned and departed. Meanwhile, Xianming quietly transmitted his voice. Realizing that Wu Tian was not after a person, but rather the Western Plain cloud flag held by the Queen Mother, Xianming felt somewhat embarrassed. Sensing he had misunderstood Wu Tian, his tone grew considerably warmer as he communicated with Wu Tian, discreetly inquiring, "When shall we take action? Shall we wait until the Eastern Prince establishes the Celestial Court?" The implication of his words suggested that, upon Wu Tian's command, they would swiftly strike at the Eastern Prince on the Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea, making him taste the iron fist of the Witch Clan. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian abruptly turned around, initially taken aback. He then chuckled and winked. "Take action? What action? In the grand scheme of things, the Eastern Prince is destined to fall to the Demon Clan. Thus, Wu Tian merely needs to wait patiently, and once the event unfolds, he can proceed to the Western Kunlun to claim his treasures." He was also concerned that the ancestors might intervene, potentially disrupting the Eastern Prince's fate. His thoughts shifted, and he immediately transmitted a solemn reminder. "Do not interfere. The Eastern Prince will be dealt with. He is certainly doomed. There is no need for our Witch Clan to expend effort. We shall simply await the treasures." The ancestors were momentarily taken aback. They had no doubt regarding Wu Tian's words, for his predictions about future developments had never been wrong. However, upon further reflection, the ancestors felt something was amiss. The ruddy lips of the Earth Mother parted slightly, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Wu Tian, her eyes flickering with a subtle light, as if to convey, "Is it truly possible? Could this not be likened to a ruse of trickery?" Furthermore, Wu Tian not only secured a deposit from the Western Queen Mother, but she also willingly bestowed an additional 10 primordial peaches upon him. Chapter 63. Such honesty seeing the bewildered expressions of the ancestral shamans. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. He muttered to himself, could it be that the ancestral shamans are too naive, believing that it is inappropriate to deceive the Queen Mother of the West? After all, it was the Queen Mother who first provoked him, intending to use him as a shield to incite the resentment of the East King, thereby complicating the matter. Moreover, her earlier act almost led to his demise at the hands of Xianming and He Tu. Given such behavior, is it not reasonable to ensnare her once? However, to Wu Tian's surprise, the ancestral shamans did not consider this angle at all. After their initial astonishment, Jumin beamed with joy and respectfully declared, Wu Tian, you are truly remarkable. Your intellect is indeed commendable. The other ancestral shamans nodded in agreement. Wu Tian, feeling a surge of emotion and joy, realized that the ancestral shamans would always stand by his side and would never hold him accountable for such trivial matters. At that moment, Xinyuanzi and Han Yun approached Wu Tian, their curiosity evident in their eyes. Han Yun, brimming with inquisitiveness, asked, Wu Tian, my dear brother, what just transpired? Did something happen? Before Wu Tian could respond, his imagination began to run wild. The Queen Mother of the West, the East King, Wu Tian, they had distinctly observed the East King's frustrated departure, his face a mask of anger, which naturally sparked various conjectures in their minds. Thinking along these lines, their smiles grew increasingly peculiar. Wu Tian, understanding their thoughts, shot them an exasperated glance and chuckled. You are overthinking it. There is nothing to it. I merely asked the Queen Mother of the West for a branch of the innate Rinwater peach tree. I plan to take it back to the Witch clan and see if my sons can cultivate it to bear fruit. He chose not to disclose the matter of deceiving the Queen Mother to Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, as it was better kept secret, especially considering their temperaments. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun were taken aback. She really gave it to you? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Wu Tian, however, found it rather unremarkable. Is it just a branch? Why such astonishment? Saying this, he presented the branch, releasing a pure aura of innate Rinwater. At this moment, the innate peach tree was not yet the one that would later divide into 9,000 peach trees, but could be considered the mother tree of innate Rinwater peaches. Its essence and spiritual energy were exceptionally rich, further astonishing the two. Hong Yun's gaze darted back and forth between Wu Tian and the branch, her expression suggesting disbelief. You say it's nothing? Now, I hardly believe you. Seeing Wu Tian still unconvinced, Hong Yun sighed and began to explain, Wu Tian, my dear brother, do you think it is merely a branch from the innate peach tree, insignificant? This branch carries the spiritual essence of the innate peach tree and the power of the innate Rinwater's laws. When Wu Tian remained unconvinced, Hong Yun pondered for a moment and provided an analogy. Let me put it this way. As far as I know, the blood of the ancestral shamans contains their law power. Would the Witch clan allow the ancestral blood to fall into the hands of outsiders? Without hesitation, Jumin interjected. Of course not. Hong Yun spread her hands and gestured towards Wu Tian. Doesn't this clarify things? She is willing to give it to you, which shows your relationship is quite special. With a wink, Hong Yun added, but upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow, deep in thought. If that were the case, then the Queen Mother's earlier feigned ignorance might not have been genuine. It could very well have been a calculated move. Damn, Wu Tian inwardly exclaimed. He almost fell for the Queen Mother's ruse, thinking he possessed the ability to manipulate hearts, when in fact, she was merely flattering him. It seemed even her earlier conflicted and aggrieved demeanor was a deliberate act. What is the greatest enmity of cultivators? Is it not the enmity of obstructing the Tao? After that moment in the Purple Cloud Palace, the Queen Mother could only choose the immortal path, with no chance of escaping its constraints. Although she might be well suited to the immortal path, the East King had robbed her of that choice. Such a cause and effect. How could she not harbor hatred for the East King? Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Aside from Xianming and Sister He Tu, the thoughts of other innate goddesses are far too intricate. The ancestral shamans may be brutish, but at least their hearts are straightforward, free from the worry of deceit. Ah, Wu Tian sighed softly. Regardless of the Queen Mother's thoughts or whether her actions were feigned, he knew he would not suffer losses. No matter how deep her schemes, could they rival his understanding of the grand trend, allowing him to manipulate her without any effort? Wu Tian couldn't help but smile, then addressed Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. I truly did not anticipate this. Alas, if that is the case, it complicates matters a bit. I was intending to approach Dijuan for a branch of the Fusang tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Yun shook her head decisively, stating, that would be quite difficult. Dijuan is not the Queen Mother of the West. How could he allow you to comprehend the laws of the Fusang tree? He might even inadvertently reveal his own celestial secrets. Zhen Yuanzi then curiously inquired, but the Fusang tree cannot bear fruit. What do you need it for? Wu Tian burst into laughter. Isn't it natural to be curious about innate spiritual roots? If given the opportunity, I wish to witness and gather them. Just like the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner. With this northern banner in hand, I found myself irresistibly drawn to collect the remaining 4 banners. And now that I have the innate gourd vine, it seems quite reasonable to seek out the 10 innate spiritual roots. As for the possibility of success, who cares? It's best to try first. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, realizing this was his motivation, and couldn't help but shake their heads. Treasures are valued for their quality, not quantity. Wu Tian, my brother, since you already possess the gourd vine, the other should be of lesser importance to you. Having said this, noticing Wu Tian's unwavering determination, Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly, hesitated slightly in his heart, and reached into his sleeve. Moments later, he produced a vibrant green branch, emanating a rich essence of innate wutu, taken from the ginseng fruit tree, and handed it to Wu Tian with a cheerful smile. As for the Fusang tree, let that be. After all, you and Dijuan. Zhen Yuanzi paused, though he did not finish. Everyone present understood the implications of the newly formed demon clan and the underlying tensions between the 2 factions. In such circumstances, could Dijuan trust him? Zhen Yuanzi bypassed this point and stated, if you desire innate spiritual roots, it would be better to take this. He bore no reservations. Having previously assisted Wu Tian in acquiring the Chaos Gourd, he had already drawn considerable essence from the ginseng fruit tree, so what was a mere branch? Yet, Wu Tian felt deeply moved. This Zhen Yuanzi was truly generous. He truly lived up to the title of the kind-hearted elder of Hongwang, and this also demonstrated his trust in Wu Tian. However, this was indeed too sincere. Zhen Yuanzi even jested, but it's settled. This branch cannot bear the fruit of ginseng. Do not come seeking me when the time arrives. Wu Tian's expression turned awkward. However, he refrained from saying much, merely nodding to Zhen Yuanzi, tucking away the branch of the ginseng fruit tree, and softly uttering, thank you. Meanwhile, he pondered in his heart, how should I repay this kindness? When it comes to someone like the Queen Mother of the West, Wu Tian feels no guilt in taking advantage. Yet with someone like Zhen Yuanzi, he feels a sense of embarrassment in letting him suffer a loss. Alas, why must you all be so sincere? It makes me feel reluctant to act. Although he had obtained the spiritual branch of the ginseng fruit tree, Wu Tian's desire for the branch of the Fusang tree was not easily extinguished. After all, he wasn't asking for it from Dijuan. Moreover, how could he know without at least trying? Therefore, after securing the branch of the innate spiritual root, Wu Tian smiled and expressed, I still wish to give it a try. What if Dijuan grants it? Zhen Yuanzi was not surprised. ISNT, the witch clan known for this very nature? Stubborn and headstrong. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, he had done all he could, hoping that his younger brother Wu Tian would not be too disappointed. At least he had already acquired 2 types. Chapter 64. Offering counsel to Dijuan after speaking, Wu Tian smiled and said, my dear brothers, please wait for me here. I shall go meet Dijuan and return shortly. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They too were curious to see if Wu Tian could indeed procure a branch of the Fusang tree. If any complications arose, they would be ready to intervene. However, Wu Tian did not set off immediately. Instead, He turned to communicate with Hutu through a mental connection, engaging in hushed whispers. Wu Tian offered numerous cautions, and Hutu's eyes flickered before her expression grew increasingly peculiar. Her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if questioning, is this feasible? Ultimately, Hutu nodded in affirmation. As Wu Tian approached Dijuan, he had no intention of stepping forward himself, but rather intended for Hutu to take the lead. Thus, he slowed his pace, allowing Xianming and Hutu to walk ahead, flanked by 4 robust and rugged ancestral witches, resembling iron towers. He concealed his presence, akin to a young follower nestled among them. They then proceeded towards Dijuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dijuan and his companions had gathered early. After bidding farewell to various deities, they gazed from afar towards Wu Tian and his entourage, their minds filled with confusion. What is the matter with the Wu clan? They have not departed. When the West Queen Mother arrived, the 4 suddenly realized that they had assumed the Wu clan was awaiting her, only to find that even after her departure, the ancestral witches remained. Now they were approaching. Tai immediately turned to his elder brother, Dijuan, and inquired softly, "Brother, why are the Wu clan coming towards us?" Initially, they had believed the witches would not attend the ceremony, only to discover they had come. They thought it was merely a formality, yet they had chosen to linger. Dijuan, too, was perplexed, though he maintained a composed demeanor. "It is of no concern. Let us observe their intentions." With that, a faint smile graced his face as he advanced to greet the ancestral witches, followed closely by Tai, Fushi, and Enhua. Even from a distance, Dijuan greeted them with a jovial laugh, saying, "Greetings, esteemed friends. I apologize for not being able to personally welcome you due to prior obligations. I am immensely grateful for your presence at this ceremony." He bowed slightly in respect. Hutu chuckled softly, responding warmly, "There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. We merely arrived a bit late, and besides, did not the Emperor Shi come to greet us?" She nodded gently towards Fushi and also acknowledged Tai and Enhua, ensuring none were overlooked. Dijuan and his companions felt a wave of relief. Hutu's demeanor clearly indicated they were not there to cause trouble. They immediately became more cordial, inviting the group to the Golden Palace for respite. However, Hutu gently declined. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but we initially did not announce our arrival, so we wish to meet you briefly before returning to the Wu clan." She then turned to Dijuan, seemingly curious, and inquired, "I perceive a subtle essence of stellar power about you, Your Majesty. Are you perhaps intending to refine the heavenly bodies of the cosmos? If so, it could indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. The demon race may find fertile grounds for propagation, and you could harness the power of the stars within yourself." Dijuan's eyes flickered momentarily, but his expression remained unperturbed as he responded with a light chuckle. "How did you come to know of this, Ancestor Hutu? I indeed harbor such intentions. I aspire to forge the grand formation of the heavenly bodies. The Wu clan possesses the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Ingenious wields the earthly book formation. I have contemplated this long before establishing the demon race." Hutu sighed internally. Alas, Wu Tian's prior counsel proved ineffective. Initially, Wu Tian had suggested guiding Dijuan in the crafting of the heavenly body formation to cultivate a sense of indebtedness. Regardless of whether he spoke or not, Dijuan would eventually pursue this path. Little did they know, Dijuan had already begun. It seemed Wu Tian's efforts might be in vain. With a fleeting thought, Hutu recalled Wu Tian's earlier admonitions and chuckled lightly. "I was unaware. I merely expressed my thoughts upon observing Your Majesty's inspiration. I did not anticipate that you had already devised a plan." After a brief pause, she continued with a smile, "Given this, might I offer a humble suggestion? Would Your Majesty be open to hearing it?" Dijuan's curiosity piqued. "Oh, please, Ancestor Hutu, do not hesitate." The straightforward nature of the Wu clan did not surprise him, yet he questioned why she would proffer advice. They were not adversaries, but their relationship hardly bordered on amicable. Hutu gathered her thoughts and spoke softly. "The Wu clan bears the sacred duty of dispelling the malevolent energies of the world, thus accumulating great merit. In contrast, if Your Majesty could utilize the grand formation of the heavenly bodies to refine the chaotic energies and enhance the abundance of spiritual essence in the world. It would undoubtedly yield significant merit for the primordial realm. With the teachings from the Purple Cloud Palace, the methods of cultivation in the world have grown increasingly diverse, and more beings have embarked on the path of cultivation. However, apart from the Wu clan, all others rely on innate spiritual essence for their practices, which naturally leads to considerable consumption. At this moment, there were no overt signs, but over time, the depletion would undoubtedly escalate, giving rise to calamities. Wu Tian had long pondered whether the cyclical calamities in the primordial world stemmed from practitioners consuming too much of the world's essence, necessitating a great disaster to cleanse them. Those who perish return to the cosmos, restoring balance once more. Thus, the calamities would be resolved. Hence, he sees the opportunity through Hutu to present such counsel to Dijuan. Should Dijuan successfully utilize the grand formation of the heavenly bodies to refine chaotic energies and replenish the spiritual essence of the primordial world, it is conceivable that the calamities between the Wu and demon races could be significantly alleviated, or at the very least, postponed. Of course, should Dijuan heed this advice, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, accruing immense merit and fortune. Yet, as the instigator of this suggestion, Hutu would also deserve a share. This would greatly benefit her. In the future, as Hutu undergoes reincarnation, her chances of preserving her essence would increase, thereby fortifying Wu Tian's standing. These 2 points alone suffice for Wu Tian to prompt Dijuan. After all, he need not exert himself. The real labor would fall upon Dijuan. Should the endeavor succeed, it would be splendid. Even if it did not, Dijuan would still owe a favor. With such a favor established, when Hutu later broached the matter of the Fusang tree, would Dijuan dare to refuse? The 4 demon sovereigns gazed in astonishment. What is happening? Is this real? The ancestral, which is offering counsel to the demon emperor? At that moment, Hutu casually remarked as descendant of the Father God, "It brings us joy to have someone assist in nurturing this realm, fostering the prosperity of the primordial world." Though the ancestral witches may not have shared this sentiment, Wu Tian compelled her to express it. Yet as she spoke, she found her words increasingly resonant, her tone growing more sincere. The 4 demon sovereigns suddenly grasped the situation. Dijuan could not help but smile ruefully within. Are they truly treating the primordial world as their own? Thus, they offer me counsel. Viewing this realm as a legacy bestowed by the Panga deity, they possess an attitude as if they are the rightful lords. Hence the notion. As these thoughts coursed through Dijuan's mind, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Indeed, they were descendants of Pangu, but, however, upon closer examination, which of the other primordial beings does not bear some connection to the great Pangu? Even Dijuan himself was born from the very eyes of Pangu. Moreover, let's not forget the Sanxing. Such is the case. Yet Dijuan did not outwardly express this. Instead, he began to contemplate the feasibility suggested by Hutu, and as a thought flickered in his mind, the brilliance in his eyes grew ever more resplendent. It seemed, indeed, quite plausible. The more he pondered, the brighter the light in Dijuan's eyes became. Even though Dijuan was remarkably composed, he could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. Chapter 65. I shall teach you a trick in accordance with Dijuan's original intentions. He aspired to link the great array of the heavenly stars, inspired by the Wu clan and Zenyuanzi. If one can bind the vital elements of the primordial realm, be it the veins of the earth or the pillars supporting the heavens, then so too can I. If the celestial bodies of the Zhou Tian are intertwined within oneself, what calamities might befall the shattering of the primordial stars? This would indeed serve as a formidable deterrent. Dijuan had not initially considered using this array to contribute to the primordial realm, to seek merit or fortune. However, upon hearing Hutu's words, a new perspective opened before him. Moreover, he mused, I could harness the power of the celestial stars to nurture the myriad beings of the primordial earth, aiding them in awakening their intellect, even branding them directly with the mark of the demon clan. Yet, as he contemplated this, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the Wu clan harbors similar intentions? If the beings of the primordial earth thrive, would the Wu clan no longer suffer from scarcity? It was no wonder that he found himself lost in thought. Hutu's suggestion was not only intriguing, but also seemingly beneficial, leaving Dijuan in a state of uncertainty. Despite his attempts to rationalize Hutu's proposal, anxiety lingered in his heart. Regardless, he understood that he owed a considerable debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua, after their initial surprise, began to ponder the feasibility of Hutu's suggestion, their expressions growing increasingly intricate. With their strength, they recognized the value of this proposal. Yet, like Dijuan, they were filled with astonishment. How could the ancestral witches suddenly shift their demeanor and offer advice? Initially, Juma and the other ancestral witches felt indifferent to Hutu's remarks, perceiving nothing extraordinary. However, upon witnessing Dijuan's evident joy, they grasped the significance of the moment. They began to think, is this not an attempt to snatch a branch of the Fusang tree from Dijuan? Why is she indeed offering ideas to the demon clan? If such good fortune exists, let our Wu clan claim it. They couldn't help but glance at Wu Tian. Though puzzled, Juma and the others were considerate enough not to voice their confusion outright. Had it been Zhurong, he might have caused an uproar. Wu Tian gestured with his eyes, indicating he would speak to them later, which reassured Juma and the others. At this moment, Wu Tian sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze and noticed Yuhua's bright eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with curiosity and inquiry. What could this mean? Has she discerned something amiss? Wu Tian immediately donned a warm smile, revealing his pearly whites, nodding gently at Yuhua. She, seeming to sense the awkwardness, shyly nodded in return and averted her gaze. Wu Tian's feelings towards Yuhua were quite complex. In the future, she would become the holy mother of humanity, creating the human race. Yet, she would also abandon them, allowing humanity to endure countless tribulations. As the queen of the demon clan and the holy mother of humanity, Yuhua wielded immense fortune and abundant merit, directly achieving sainthood through her virtues, with a protective brother at her side. Such a promising hand was squandered. In the end, humanity was disrespected, the demon clan harbored resentment, and Fushi perished in the great calamity between the witches and demons. Left to languish in the palace of Yuhua, devoid of any control over the cosmic forces. Sigh. Wu Tian lamented inwardly. However, this time was different. The 9 heaven Shirong lay within his grasp, and the innate gourd vine was also under his control. Even the creation of humanity could not occur without his involvement. When the time came, the merit of creating humanity would be shared with him. If humanity could not be managed or was disregarded, then he would take charge, ensuring that they would not suffer as they had before. At that moment, Dijuan solemnly clasped his hands. Thank you, Ancestor Hutu, for your guidance. Dijuan etched this favor in his memory, vowing to repay it in the future. Hutu gently smiled and replied, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Demon Emperor, I seek a spiritual branch from the Fusang tree, if it may be granted. Dijuan and Tai were momentarily taken aback. A branch from the Fusang tree? This tree was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, imbued with an intense essence of solar true fire, and it was the birthplace of the 2 brothers. The thought of offering a branch to an outsider instinctively prompted them to refuse. Yet, Dijuan found himself in a quandary, having just pledged to repay the favor. How could he deny such a request without contradicting himself? Seeing Dijuan in contemplation, Tai quickly interjected, brother. However, before he could finish, Dijuan interrupted him, a bright smile returning to his face. With a grand gesture, he declared, in light of the guidance from the ancestral witch, what is a mere branch from the Fusang tree? Tai, swiftly retrieve one. Tai wished to voice his thoughts, but upon meeting Dijuan's gaze, he swallowed his words and bowed to Hutu and the others. Please wait a moment. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, racing toward the sun star. Shortly thereafter, Tai returned, holding a radiant branch from the Fusang tree, its surface aglow with the intangible flames of the sun, exuding an intense heat. Once he landed and steadied himself, Dijuan reached out to accept it, then handed it to Hutu with a beaming smile, saying, Ancestor Hutu, please accept this. Hutu nodded, summoning a mysterious light to envelop the Fusang branch, drawing it into her being, rendering it invisible. With her goal achieved, Hutu took her leave, but not before smiling and saying, "The demon clan stands newly established. Many perceive the witches and demons as adversaries, yet I believe this primordial realm is vast enough. The demon emperor has gained the favor of the heavenly court and the primordial cosmos, allowing for peaceful coexistence of both clans." Dijun replied cheerfully, "Indeed, Ancestor Hutu speaks wisely. I too share this hope." Tai, who had personally worked to unify numerous demon clans under his rule, had witnessed the tumultuous relations between the witches and demons. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Peaceful coexistence? First, let your clan cease treating the demon clan as mere sustenance." As Hutu and the other ancestral witches gracefully departed, upon returning to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, they needn't even present the branch for examination. The intense aura of the sun's true fire emanating from the Fusang tree was unmistakable. They immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? You truly obtained it." Hongyun grasped Wu Tian's arm eagerly, asking, "Wu Tian, please tell me, how did you manage this? How did you persuade Dijun to willingly part with the Fusang branch?" Wu Tian chuckled. Dijun may not have been entirely willing, but having already made the offer, he couldn't backtrack without losing face. Observing their eager expressions, Wu Tian smiled and said, "It's not complicated. Allow me to share a trick. Before making a request of someone, consider doing them a small favor first, or creating a sense of indebtedness. This way, when you finally ask, they will find it difficult to refuse." Seeing the two of them deep in thought, genuinely absorbing his words, Wu Tian felt a surge of inspiration and quickly added, "Of course. This works only if the other party values their reputation. If they are indifferent to such matters, then this tactic will be in vain, just like that individual from the West." Chapter 66. The worries of Nuwa, Xinyuanzai, and Hongyun exchanged glances, pondering whether such shamelessness truly existed. As they spoke, they descended onto the vast expanse of the primordial earth. Hutu retrieved a branch of the Fusang tree from her embrace and handed it to Wu Tian. At that moment, Jumong could no longer contain his curiosity and finally inquired, "Brother, are you genuinely offering advice to the demon clan? It seems that Dijun is exceedingly pleased. This method must indeed be quite effective." Xinyuanzai and Hongyun were intrigued. After listening, Xinyuanzai, deep in thought, remarked, "If Dijun proceeds as you suggest, he will undoubtedly accrue vast merits and fortunes. It is no wonder he is willing to part with the Fusang branch." Wu Tian could only offer explanations. Naturally, he could not reveal the two thoughts that had crossed his mind regarding the ancestors. He believed that the heavenly Tao's momentum was immutable. Hence, he had always harbored a desire to escape. Consequently, he paid little heed to these matters. In fact, should Wu Tian truly lead the ancestors to flee the underworld, the more fortune Dijun possessed, the more troublesome it would become for Hongjun Daozu and the saints. Wu Tian had to explain patiently in a manner the ancestors could comprehend. "Brothers, consider this. The primordial world was created by our Father God. If Dijun can indeed enhance and perfect this realm, it will be beneficial for us as well. With abundant spiritual energy, there will be an increase in demon beasts. The witch clan need not worry about a scarcity of food, and with more demon beasts, the demon clan would not lament their loss so greatly." After a pause, he continued with a smile, "Moreover, if Dijun's great array of celestial bodies focuses on refining the chaotic energy, wouldn't the offensive capability be diminished? One must prioritize, after all. Perfection is a rare occurrence in this world." Upon hearing this, Jumong and the other ancestors finally appeared enlightened, persuaded by Wu Tian's words, exclaiming, "So it is." As for the witch clan's own endeavors, their practice involved the gathering of malevolent energy through the 12 capital heavenly God's malevolent formation, which was not quite aligned with their expertise. However, Xinyuanzai harbored doubts, sensing that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Meanwhile, after the ancestors departed, Tai could no longer restrain himself and expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. "Brother, have you truly given this advice? Do you genuinely believe the witch and demon clans can coexist peacefully? When I sought to unite the myriad clans, It was far from simple due to the oppression from the witch clan. Can we simply erase the grievances between the demon and witch clans? While the witch clan may be willing, the demons may not share the same sentiment. Thus, discerning minds have long predicted that peace between the witches and demons is unattainable, and the four sovereigns of the demon clan are well aware of this. Dijuan sighed softly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed accepted Hotu's goodwill. Having proclaimed his intention to repay her, it would be ungracious to renege. Regarding your concerns, Dijuan's expression turned contemplative. At the very least, we must maintain peace with the witch clan for now and strive to avoid conflict. Due to the witch clan's premature establishment, our preparations have been somewhat hasty, and the number of subdued demon clans is still limited, not yet at their peak power. Furthermore, the four of us require training. We cannot allow these disputes to hinder our progress. Our foremost priority is to enhance our strength. Dijuan smiled again. Let's not dwell on such matters. With the fortune of the demon clan on the rise and merits from the establishment of their clan, we must seize this opportunity for advancement. Additionally, the third sermon is approaching. We must grasp this chance to attain enlightenment and become saints. At these words, anticipation gleamed in the eyes of all four, eager for the moment of the third sermon to arrive and for the path to sainthood to be revealed. Then, Dijuan looked up towards a newly emerged heavenly court, his joy intensifying as he exclaimed, "Let's go to the heavenly court. Tai, take the multitude of demon clans to the 33 heavens and allocate them suitable places for habitation and cultivation." Fushi and Nuwa exchanged glances. Eventually, Fushi smiled and politely declined. "Demon Emperor, my sister and I shall first return to our cultivation to properly assimilate the merits gained from the establishment of the clan in preparation for the upcoming sermon." Though the four had jointly established the demon clan, it was evident that Dijuan and Tai held the primary influence, with Dijuan being particularly assertive. The heavenly court had only just emerged and had not yet fully refined. Fushi, being perceptive, understood the importance of leaving time for Dijuan to cultivate without sowing seeds of doubt about his intentions. Dijuan paused slightly, then beamed very well. Fushi and Nuwa slightly bowed, bidding farewell to Dijuan and Tai. "Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists." With that, they transformed into ethereal light and departed towards their own domain. On the way, Fushi suddenly inquired, "Sister, what was the matter earlier? I noticed you were fixated on that witch." Wu Tian, appearing quite distracted. Nuwa furrowed her brow, her tone laced with confusion as she replied, "I do not know. I just feel that there is something about Wu Tian that stirs my spirit, as if there is some opportunity tied to him. Yet he is but a witch. What connection could I possibly have with him?" Nuwa was unaware that her future opportunity for enlightenment lay in the creation of humanity, and the essential materials for such 9 heavens resting soil and the primordial gourd vine were in Wu Tian's possession. Thus, her spirit resonated with him, evoking such feelings. Upon hearing this, Fushi was equally perplexed. Despite his exceptional wisdom, he could not fathom the reasoning behind it, ultimately surmising, perhaps there is a treasure he possesses that resonates with you? No rush. After the third sermon, we can seek him out for further inquiry. Nuwa immediately expressed concern. "Brother, do not act recklessly. The ancestors are highly protective, especially regarding Wu Tian." Previously, when Jean and Juni spoke but a few words, the ancestors were ready to confront them. Fushi chuckled, "Fear not. You know my character well. I have no intention of causing him trouble. Merely seeking friendship would suffice. I believe Wu Tian is approachable. If he can forge friendships with Zenyuan Zai and Hong Yun, his character cannot be ill-natured. After all, like attracts like. Now then," Fushi continued, "let's not dwell on these thoughts. We must prioritize digesting what we have gained. The upcoming third sermon is of utmost importance." His expression grew increasingly solemn. "If a significant opportunity arises, I shall risk everything to protect it for you." Yet, the worry in Nuwa's eyes remained unresolved, as she sensed that her prior unique connection with Wu Tian held profound significance. If this were truly the case, he may not be as agreeable as her brother believed. Chapter 67. Kwafu. "Bring his head to me." Unbeknownst to Wu Tian, his standing with Fushi had been significantly elevated. thanks to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Had he been aware, he would have found it rather amusing. At that moment, he had already returned to the great wilderness with the ancestral gods and Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, arriving directly at the Hotu tribe. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had remained. Previously, Jin Yuanzi, after hastening the growth of the Chaos Gourd, had depleted himself somewhat and hastily returned to Wuzhuang Temple. Now, his condition had normalized. Furthermore, as the appointed time drew near, the two decided against returning and instead accompanied Wu Tian, preparing to depart for Zixiao Palace together after Xianming and Ho Tu concluded the affairs of the Wu tribe. Upon arrival, Zhu Meng and the others, feigning matters within their respective tribes, but in reality eager to boast to Gonggong and Zhurong, hastily bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others. Though they had merely observed, Wu Tian's ingenious maneuvers had instilled in them a sense of shared glory, as if their intellects had been amplified. Naturally, they were keen to showcase this. Wu Tian promptly called out, "Don't leave just yet." He had yet to distribute the innate peaches, and surely everyone present deserved a share. Zhu Meng, however, waved his hand with a smile. "Forget it. This item serves little purpose for us. Besides, if you give them to us, wouldn't you have to give them to the other brothers? Best keep them for yourself." Wu Tian wore an expression of astonishment. Was this truly Zhu Meng? To think he would consider such things. Seeing Wu Tian's surprised expression, Zhu Meng couldn't help but burst into laughter, then departed with Ru Shou and the others. Heads held high. Given this, Wu Tian distributed a peach to each of the remaining individuals. Hong Yun accepted the peach floating towards him, chuckled, and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." He promptly took a bite. Instantly, a rich spiritual energy permeated the air, its abundant juice and exquisite flavor, leaving Hong Yun in awe. Hong Yun, mid-chew, mumbled, "Brother Jinyuan, I must say, the spiritual energy of this innate peach may not surpass that of the ginseng fruit, but its flavor far exceeds it. By the way," he continued, "didn't you pluck some ginseng fruits? Hurry up and bring them out." Zhen Yuanzi shook his head with a wry smile. "You glutton, you consumed countless ginseng fruits of mine, and now you claim their flavor is lacking? I dare you to regurgitate them all." As he spoke, he reached into his wide sleeve and retrieved a cluster of spiritual light, revealing 5 ginseng fruits before the group. He then smiled at Wu Tian and said, "Brother Wu Tian, my ginseng fruits are not as plentiful as the innate peaches. Let's each savor one as a sample, and when the next batch matures, I'll invite you to Wuzhuang Temple for a proper tasting." He shot a glare at Hong Yun as he spoke. Were it not for this ravenous fellow, his stock wouldn't be so depleted. Wu Tian was well aware of the disparity between the two. The ginseng fruit tree blossomed once every 3,000 years, bore fruit once every 3,000 years, and matured once every 3,000 years, yielding a maximum of 30 fruits per cycle. The innate peach tree, however, was different. The current state of the innate rainwater peach remained undisclosed by the Queen Mother of the West, so Wu Tian was not entirely certain. However, in the original grand scheme, the innate rainwater peach became the heavenly court's innate spiritual root for suppressing fortune, and was divided into a peach orchard with 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 matured every 3,000 years. The middle 1,200 matured every 6,000 years, and the final 1,200 matured every 9,000 years, with the efficacy of the fruits increasing accordingly. But even in its undivided state, the fruits of the innate rainwater peach tree undoubtedly surpassed the ginseng fruit in quantity, as peach trees were inherently prolific. Therefore, Wu Tian responded with a smile, "Brother Jinyuan, you're too kind. I shall await the next cycle, and I will certainly visit Wuzhuang Temple to engage in discourse with you." With that, they each began to partake. Wu Tian first tasted the innate rainwater peach, finding it melted upon entry exquisitely delicious. Instantly, it transformed into an incomparably pure, innate spiritual energy, dispersing throughout his body, causing every pore to open. The innate rainwater essence directly targeted his kidneys, which governed water, resulting in a sensation of burgeoning vitality. Wu Tian savored it for a moment, then sampled the ginseng fruit. He had been immensely curious about this renowned fruit, and the lifelike appearance of the fruit only heightened his astonishment. prompting him to mutter to himself. A later theory suggests, after Jin Yuanzi attained the title of ancestor of Earth Immortals, the fruits of the ginseng fruit tree became the Tao fruits of the numerous Earth Immortals who cultivated using the Earth Book. That's certainly not the case now. But if we were to follow that logic, doesn't it make Brother Jun, with his thick brows and large eyes, seem a bit sinister? Wu Tian gently shook his head, dispelling these absurd thoughts, and then focused intently on savoring the ginseng fruit. After a single bite, Wu Tian refuted Hong Yun's claim in his mind. They were clearly on par. How could it be more delicious than the peach? But upon further reflection, considering how long this fellow had been squatting in Wuzhuang Temple, consuming countless ginseng fruits, he immediately understood. Even the most delectable of things would taste ordinary after being consumed in excess. However, the spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit was indeed superior, with its innate earth essence directly targeting Wu Tian's spleen. Swish! Wu Tian internally inspected himself, observing the earthy yellow spiritual light flickering within his spleen, becoming increasingly robust. The strength of his physical body also continuously increased under the impetus of this transformation. The 9 revolutions mysterious technique rapidly circulated, constantly converting the power of these 2 innate spiritual fruits into vigorous physical strength. The ginseng fruit lives up to its reputation. Truly wondrous. Wu Tian exclaimed with a light chuckle. Jin Yuanzi replied with a smile. Brother Wu Tian, you flatter me. These innate spiritual fruits are certainly excellent, but for cultivators of our caliber, they are more of a pleasant diversion, merely something to savor. For those of their strength, while they could replenish their own mana and add a trace of innate Ren water energy and a trace of refined earth essence, their effect was indeed minimal. Soon, Wu Tian had completely refined them. The mana of the 9 revolutions mysterious technique had stabilized. After pondering for a moment, Wu Tian directly transmitted a message outside the Ho to Divine Hall, and moments later, several figures arrived. It was none other than the 5 great wizards, including Jiao Feng. Previously, they had exerted great effort in searching for the innate gourd vine, and after finding it, they had diligently guarded it. Wu Tian had intended to reward them at the time, but he had not had anything suitable on hand. Now, with 5 innate peaches remaining, although these innate spiritual fruits were of little use to them, they still made for an excellent reward. After all, one should always offer some compensation for their efforts, shouldn't one? As the 5 great wizards arrived, Wu Tian surveyed them and said with a smile, You have all been diligent in your duties. I don't have much to offer, so I'll give each of you an innate peach. A single peach is insufficient to repay your merits. When I am more prosperous in the future, I shall reward you further. Jiao Feng and the others were immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. What are you saying, ancestral god? Serving the ancestral god is our duty. We are already overjoyed. How can we possibly accept this? Before they could finish speaking, Wu Tian waved his hand and said, Take them. Since when have we, the Wu clan, become so coy? The 5 great Wu, 9 Phoenix, Xing Tian, Ho Yi, Chi Yu, and Kwa Fu, hastened to accept, offering their gratitude once more, their faces flushed with elation. As they departed, Wu Tian added, After consuming the peaches, you may endeavor to plant the pits to ascertain whether peach trees might sprout. Should you succeed in cultivating peach trees, albeit of the acquired variety, our other brethren may also partake. Wu Tian paused briefly, turning his gaze towards Kwa Fu. It was said that upon his demise, Kwa Fu transformed into a peach orchard, suggesting a predestined affinity with peach trees. Forthwith, he presented the remaining peach pits in his possession, remarking with a smile, Kwa Fu, this task is entrusted to you. Observing this, Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and others promptly gifted their peach pits to Kwa Fu, who exclaimed with fervor, Rest assured, ancestral god, should I fail to cultivate peaches, Kwa Fu will offer his head in recompense. Wu Tian was rendered speechless. Instinctively, he glanced towards Xing Tian, relieved that he had not assigned this endeavor to him. Chapter 68. The roots of the 5 organs. Wu Tian hastily waved his hand. All right. It's merely a peach pit. Why make such a fuss and present it as if it were something grave? You should return at once. This is precisely the flaw of the Witch clan. They seem utterly unafraid of death, casually bringing severed heads to meet, as if life and death are of no consequence. Kwafu scratched his head and chuckled. After the great shamans departed, Ho Tu, curious, glanced at Wu Tian, blinking her eyes, and said with a light laugh, "Previously, you sought the spiritual branch of the primordial rainwater peach, and with such fervor. I thought you intended to cultivate and plant it." Originally, Wu Tian did entertain such thoughts. However, was it not the Western Queen Mother who bestowed the primordial peach upon him? Thus, with a smile, Wu Tian replied, "It's a dual approach. It is well known that plants can propagate both through cuttings and through seeds. The peach pit is for Kwa Fu, and I shall keep the spiritual branch for myself." Jin Yuanzi, intrigued, inquired Brother Wu Tian, "Where do you intend to plant this?" The laws governing these three types of primordial roots differ, and so do their environmental needs. If you truly wish to cultivate them all successfully, careful consideration is imperative. Wu Tian chuckled in response, pointing to himself. Zhang Yunzi paused momentarily. Then his expression transformed into one of realization as he murmured, "I see now, having achieved the chaos gourd." The power of the primordial gourd vine had carved out a space within Wu Tian's dantian, where the chaos gourd lay hidden, evading the restraints of heavenly mechanisms. If the primordial gourd vine could reside there, why not the other three roots? Yet, he pondered, could this truly work? Jin Yuanzi too began to harbor doubts. After all, each possessed distinct laws, and the newly created space was still incomplete, shrouded in void. Wu Tian, however, merely smiled and asserted, "Let us give it a try." The realm opened by the primordial gourd vine naturally circulated the primordial forces of yin, yang, and the five elements, providing ample energy for the three roots, perhaps even fostering unforeseen transformations that might hasten the maturation of the chaos gourd. One can never tell. Jin Yuanzi nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian, seemingly eager to witness whether his claims would manifest into reality. Wu Tian acted promptly, producing the spiritual branches derived from the three primordial roots. Instantly, within the Ho Tu temple, the three primordial auras resonated harmoniously. With a swirl of his magical power, he enveloped them and directed them toward the location of his dantian. Whoosh! The luminous energies before him vanished, descending into the realm he had carved within his dantian, where the three branches emitted distinct glows, illuminating the previously dim expanse. Yet at that moment, the chaos gourd suddenly flickered with gray light, radiating an immensely powerful repulsive force, preventing the branches from settling. Oh dear! What was this? Was the chaos gourd truly so domineering? Wu Tian felt speechless, ready to extend his consciousness to reprimand the little fellow, only to witness the chaos gourd unleash three corresponding powers of law, drawing the branches away from the dantian. The spiritual branch of the primordial rainwater peach was guided to the kidney, where the chaotic light shimmered, carving out a small space, allowing the branch to take root and merge within the organ. Instantly, the kidney's power surged dramatically. Furthermore, due to the root of the primordial rainwater peach, an incessant flow of vitality emerged. In the next moment, the branch of the ginseng fruit tree was brought to the spleen, corresponding to the earth element among the five organs, while the branch of the fusang tree was taken to the heart, representing the fire element. The branches of the primordial roots took root in the void, anchoring themselves within the newly opened expanse. Wu Tian had initially feared they would consume his own fleshly power, but surprisingly, they drew upon the corresponding powers of law from the void. Instantly, the three organs radiated with a resplendent glow. A continuous surge of power emerged, and as these three grew stronger, subtle signs of instability began to manifest. Just as Wu Tian felt concerned and was about to channel his 9 revolutions primordial art to refine the excess energy, he noticed that the newly created void spaces connected to his dantian through a gray passage. The surplus power flowed into these spaces, being devoured by the chaos gourd. The small gray gourd sparkled with light, exuding an unmistakable sense of exuberance. resonating with Wu Tian's spirit. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, he had originally intended to nourish these 3 primordial roots with the 5 elements power contained within the primordial gourd vine, fostering their growth, hoping that as the primordial roots flourished, they would continually expand this void, filling it with the powers of law, transforming the void into reality. One day, when Wu Tian attained enlightenment, the primordial roots would surely be perfected. However, he did not anticipate that the chaos gourd would act so dominantly, contrary to his intentions, drawing them into their respective organs to refine the powers of law for their own perfection. Of course, throughout this process, Wu Tian's physical body would grow ever stronger, with the primordial roots nurturing the organs, and the organs in turn sustaining the flesh. As Wu Tian sensed the changes within himself, a thought crossed his mind. If that is the case, I still lack the primordial metal and wood attributes to achieve completeness among the 5 organs. Wu Tian mused quietly. Among the 10 primordial roots, the primordial metal root was naturally the Bodhi tree in the hands of the esteemed Zhuan Ti, which he had refined into the 7 treasures wonderful tree. As for the primordial wood root, it was also familiar to Wu Tian, held by Dong Wang Gong, the Tong Tian Jinmu, belonged to the primordial Jiamu. With this realization, Wu Tian's expression shifted. Previously, when the ancestral shamans mentioned seeking Ji Jie and settling accounts with Zhuan Ti, he had not taken it to heart. However, now faced with this situation, it seemed he had no choice but to intervene. Not only did he need to seize a Bodhi branch, but the Eastern treasure color green lotus flag, also a coveted item for Wu Tian. As for Dong Wang Gong, in Wu Tian's eyes, he was but a dead man. In the grand scheme, he would surely perish at the hands of the demon clan. The primordial energies of yin and yang, being the foremost among all celestial beings, even if Dong Wang Gong did not establish a celestial court, Dijun would undoubtedly seek his demise. The existence of Dong Wang Gong was evidently a ploy to wait for Dijun's death and the downfall of the demon clan, to inherit the heavenly court, thereby placing the central axis of the heavenly Tao under the control of Hong Jun Daozu. Upon realizing this, Dijun would surely be displeased. Even before my death, you are preparing for the next heavenly emperor? Then surely I must eliminate Dong Wang Gong first. With such thoughts, Wu Tian could not help but sigh. He had not originally intended to involve himself in this turmoil, merely preparing to reap the benefits upon Dong Wang Gong's demise. Thus, when the time came, he would need to make an appearance, at the very least to reclaim the Tong Tian Jinmu from the demon clan. Wu Tian opened his eyes, gazing toward Xianming and Ho Tuesday. It's nothing. When the time comes, I shall bring along the 12 ancestral witches and deploy the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Surely, I can reclaim a Tong Tian Jinmu, right? This is precisely how the ancestral witches operate. Chapter 69. I knew there would be ancestral dragon blood. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi, seeing Wu Tian open his eyes, promptly spoke, eagerly inquiring, Brother Wu Tian, how did it go? How'd it go? Given his innate roots, Jin Yuanzi paid particular attention to the various transformations and mysteries of innate spiritual roots. Wu Tian, without reservation, meticulously described everything. For one of the spiritual roots was a gift from Jin Yuanzi himself, and he also sought Jin Yuanzi's counsel. He channeled his mana, displaying the changes within himself before Jin Yuanzi. Behind Wu Tian arose a wondrous phenomenon. Within a hazy, profound light, 3 miniature innate spiritual roots stood, constantly absorbing the power of the laws from the void. Having stabilized, the inherent characteristics of the innate spiritual roots manifested. The diminutive ginseng fruit tree remained as still and steadfast as a mountain. Beneath the peach tree, transformed from a branch of the innate rainwater peach tree, was a vast expanse like an ocean, while upon the nascent fusang tree, the true fire of the sun blazed fiercely. Wu Tian realized that divine powers seemed to be slowly gestating. Upon witnessing this, Jin Yuanzi was immediately stunned, gazing incredulously at the phenomenon emanating from Wu Tian. Such a thing is possible? Jin Yuanzi murmured to himself. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled softly and said, Perhaps this is more suitable for Brother Wu Tian. As a member of the Wu tribe, your physical body is fundamental. By using these 5 elements, spiritual roots, to strengthen yourself, and refining the abilities of the innate spiritual roots into your own divine powers, this shall be Brother Wu Tian's path of cultivation. However, Zhen Yuanzi hesitated, a worried expression on his face. The other 2 innate spiritual roots of the 5 elements might not be so easily obtained, I fear. Zhen Yuanzi knew that the other 2 were respectively held by Junti and Duke Dongwang. Yet each of these 2 had conflicts with Wu Tian. The conflict with Junti, in particular, had arisen because of him and Han Yun. Zhen Yuanzi was immediately concerned. However, Xian Ming and He Tu exchanged glances, showing no concern whatsoever. Their meaning in their eyes, quite aligned. What is there to fear? Would they dare refuse to give them? Meanwhile, after the departure of the 4 ancestral witches, Jumin, they immediately sought out Zhurong and the others. However, upon arriving at Zhurong's tribe, they learned that Zhurong had gone to the East Sea Dragon clan to demand ancestral dragon blood for Wu Tian. That fellow, how impulsively he acts. The ancestral witches grumbled a bit, but they were too lazy to assist. The dragon clan had already declined, and in their eyes, 1 ancestral witch was sufficient. Above the East Sea, Zhurong revealed his true form as an ancestral witch. His body towered millions of feet high, as he looked down upon the few trembling dragons on the sea's surface. The blazing Zhurong divine fire emanating from him nearly caused the entire sea to boil. The azure sea transformed into a sea of fire. Countless sea creatures perished, suffering this undeserved calamity. Zhurong's voice thundered like lightning, echoing, "Hand over the ancestral dragon blood." The 4 leading dragons, who would later become the 4 sea dragon kings, were still quite young at this moment. Forced by Zhurong's aura, they trembled slightly. "Ancestral witch Zhurong, please be understanding." The East Sea Dragon King suppressed his emotions, hastily explaining with great helplessness, "We truly do not possess ancestral dragon blood. If we had the blood essence of the ancestral dragon, we would have refined it ourselves long ago. Would our strength be as it is now?" The other dragons echoed. "That's right. Indeed, back then, the ancestral dragon made an oath to heaven and earth, directly transforming his body into a part of the world. There was simply no opportunity to leave behind blood essence for the dragon clan." But how could Zhurong listen? He believed that if the dragon clan had it, then they certainly did. These few little dragons before him were merely trying to deceive him with their explanations. He immediately said with some vexation, "I don't believe it." The Zhurong divine fire around him grew even more intense. Zhurong said with some impatience, "I am discussing this with you nicely. Don't push your luck. If you don't hand over the ancestral dragon blood, then don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, his eyes grew increasingly tyrannical. The Wu tribe possessed Panga's bloodline and could continuously purify their bloodline through their own cultivation. The dragon clan must be the same. If you're not honest, then I will capture some dragons and refine them myself. Ancestral, which Zhurong threatened. The 4 sea dragon kings exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and their hearts filled with lamentations. Alas, how do we provoke the Wu tribe? We clearly don't have ancestral dragon blood, but ancestral, which Zhurong simply won't listen to us. Just as Zhurong snorted coldly, preparing to take action, a faint sigh suddenly came from the depths of the seabed. A powerful aura rose, blocking the Zhurong divine fire that was constantly spreading on the sea surface. Then the voice said softly, "Ancestral witch Zhurong, please forgive us. These little ones know nothing. The dragon clan's remaining ancestral dragon blood is with me. Please take it all, ancestral witch Zhurong. I hope ancestral witch Zhurong can spare the dragon clan this once." As the voice spoke, a mass of blood-colored light shot out from the depths of the seabed, eventually landing before Zhurong. Zhurong grasped the mass of light, looked towards the depths of the seabed, and snorted coldly, "An elusive fellow." The voice from the seabed explained helplessly, "Ancestral with Zhurong, please forgive me. I am bound by the power of the heavenly Tao and heavily injured. I am truly unable to come out and meet the ancestral witch. Otherwise, I would certainly apologize in person." Zhurong frowned slightly upon hearing this, but he soon dismissed it and instead looked down at the light in his palm. Looking at the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood contained within, he couldn't help but smile, muttering to himself, "I knew there would be ancestral dragon blood. I was right." A look of joy appeared on Zhurong's face. "Oomph, you thought you could deceive me?" Then his tone changed. "Yeah, could there be more?" A look of suspicion appeared in Zhurong's eyes. In his opinion, this dragon clan was very dishonest. When he asked them earlier, they said they didn't have it. But after some threats, they took it out. After putting away the ancestral dragon blood, Zhurong looked towards the aura erupting from the seabed, his eyes flashing with divine light, as if to see who the person speaking was. Zhurong quickly frowned. His gaze was blocked by a cloud of black mist. The existence hiding in the black mist was clearly a Dragon Clan elder left over from the Dragon Han calamity, and was also rendered somewhat helpless by Zhurong, hurriedly saying, "Ancestral Witch Zhurong, I swear to the great god Pangu, the Dragon Clan really has nothing hidden, and there is not a single drop of ancestral dragon blood left now." They had sworn to the great god Pangu. What else could Zhurong disbelieve? Only then did he nod slightly, too lazy to say anything more to the Dragon Clan. He had achieved his purpose here. He immediately put away his ancestral, which formed and disappeared above the East Sea. Then, he hurried back towards the Wu clan. Wu Tian was about to go to Zhixiao Palace again, and Zhurong was worried. If he delayed for too long, wouldn't he be too late? After arriving at the hooded tribe, Zhurong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, as he had already sensed Wu Tian's aura. He strode towards the Huta shrine, laughing loudly as he said, "Ha, brother, look what I brought you." Chapter 70. You almost hooked the Zhurong into a striking mouth upon entering the Huta shrine. Before Wu Tian could fully comprehend the situation, Zhurong, with a beaming smile, produced the blood essence of the ancestral dragon, seeking accolades. Wu Tian and the others turned to observe. Amidst a swirling aura of profound light, a rich crimson hue surged forth, pulsating with formidable energy. It was indeed the blood essence of the ancestral dragon, a substance Wu Tian was well acquainted with. Wu Tian's mouth slightly agape. He pondered in astonishment. What? Such swift action? How could Zhurong have acquired the ancestral dragon's blood essence in such a brief span? Wu Tian had merely visited the demon clan for a ceremonial observance, taking a leisurely stroll, while Zhurong had already retrieved it. Wu Tian discreetly shifted his gaze, exchanging a knowing look with Xian Ming and Hutu. Previously, they had laid in wait for the ancestral dragon, forcibly extracting 3 drops of its essence when its form transformed into the Yellow River. That had already been quite excessive. To Wu Tian's surprise, Zhurong had again taken action, seizing 3 more drops from the Dragon Clan. If the true spirit of the ancestral dragon were aware, it would surely be enraged. Feeling as if it were being plundered, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were equally astonished. Upon observing the expressions of the crowd, particularly Wu Tian's incredulous demeanor, Zhurong felt a surge of satisfaction, his chin slightly elevated as he boisterously declared, "What do you think? Didn't I keep my promise? I said I would procure some ancestral dragon blood essence for your recuperation, and here it is." Wu Tian, realizing his position, promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." At that moment, other ancestral witches arrived, rushing into the Huda shrine, particularly Zhu Meng and others. Eager to converse with Zhurong about their previous insights, could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Zhurong, you truly succeeded." Soon after, one of the ancestral witches inquired curiously, "How did you manage that?" The blood essence of the ancestral dragon is undoubtedly of immense importance to the Dragon Clan. Would they willingly hand it over? To draw a comparison, the blood essence of the ancestral dragon is to the Dragon Clan what the blood essence of Pangu is to the ancestral witches, capable of enhancing the dragon's power and even altering their inherent attributes. Zhurong first presented the ancestral dragon blood essence, urging Wu Tian to store it quickly. Then, brimming with pride, he elaborated, "It was not so simple. When I arrived, several young dragons from the Eastern Sea insisted that they did not possess the blood essence of the ancestral dragon. Did they think they could deceive me?" Zhurong surveyed his audience of ancestral witches, noticing their rapt attention, which only fueled his pride. He continued, "I told them outright. either hand over the ancestral dragon blood essence, or I would capture the entire dragon clan and personally refine the essence using Zhu Rong's divine fire. With that threat, the dragon clan indeed surrendered. Zhu Rong lamented, "The dragon clan is truly untrustworthy. If I hadn't been certain of their possession of the blood essence, I might have fallen for their ruse." The ancestral witches gasped in awe, and some began to praise him. "Zhu Rong, you are impressive. You've gained wisdom." Zhu Rong, devoid of humility, nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Gong Gong and cheerfully remarked, "Of course, if Gong Gong had gone instead, he would have been easily deceived by the dragon clan. However, they may trick him, but they cannot outsmart me, Zhu Rong." Naturally, the two ancestral witches began to bicker once more. Amidst the clamor within the Hotish shrine, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, after marveling at the events, exchanged cautious glances. Although Zhu Rong spoke lightly, they discerned the dragon clan's helplessness and the ancestral witch's brutality. They had no doubt that if the dragon clan had refused to comply, Zhu Rong would have indeed resorted to extracting the blood essence from thousands of dragons. Reflecting on their own situation, they found solace in their alliance with the Witch clan, where they were treated as honored guests. Just then, Xianming interjected, "Is that all? Given the dragon clan's defiance, didn't you teach them a lesson? This doesn't seem like your character." Her cool voice silenced the hall instantly, even halting the ongoing debate between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Zhu Rong hastily replied, "Of course, it was more than that." He proceeded to recount the events surrounding the dragon clan hidden in the deep sea, adding, "I did investigate. A decayed aura surrounded them, reminiscent of karma weighing heavily upon them, a sign of their imminent demise. Moreover, I had sworn an oath to the Father God, and fearing that my younger brother had already set off to preach, I chose not to pursue the matter further." Wu Tian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of confusion. He privately mused, "Is there still high-level combat power remaining among the dragon clan?" He turned towards the ancestral witches, who appeared equally bewildered. Wu Tian then glanced at Jin Yuanzi, seeking his insight. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Yuanzi slowly replied, "That is to be expected. Among the three clans, they are the only ones who survive the great calamity with such a substantial number of their kin and still occupy a portion of the four seas. Surely some old-timers must be supporting them. However, given the many powerful figures surrounding the ancestral dragon, whether it is the Candle Dragon or the Tsang Long hiding in the deep sea, I cannot say for certain." Wu Tian nodded slightly. He then addressed Zhu Rong, saying, "Thank you once again, brother. However, the situation with the dragon clan is rather complex. They carry an overwhelming burden of karma, given the ancestral dragon's emergence, which leaves behind a trace of fortune. It would be wiser not to provoke them." Zhu Rong smiled and nodded. "All right, I shall heed your counsel." Aside from that nearly decayed old fellow, the rest of the dragon kin seem inconsequential and not worth provoking. Moreover, the Witch clan is developing on a vast land, while the dragon clan remains quite low-key. Were it not for the ancestral dragon blood essence, we would have had no reason to cross paths. The dragon clan has truly suffered an undeserved calamity. Zhu Rong, displaying a magnanimous demeanor, waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Let us spare the dragon clan." At that moment, Gong Gong scoffed, retorting sharply, "So this is the extent of the dragon clan's strength. It's no wonder you managed to retrieve the ancestral dragon blood essence." Seeing Zhu Rong's agitation rising, he added with a grin, "If you have the capability, why not go and obtain a few drops of Phoenix essence or a few drops of the Primordial Chilance essence?" At this, Wu Tian's eyes lit up, turning to Zhu Rong with anticipation. Could it truly be possible? Zhu Rong's expression faltered, feeling somewhat awkward under Wu Tian's gaze, and he began to scold Gong Gong angrily. "You just can't stand to see me succeed. If you could find the location of the Primordial Chilin, I would concede to you." Gong Gong chuckled. "But what about the Phoenix? If you cannot locate the Primordial Chilin, surely you can find the immortal volcano. After all, you are the ancestral Witch of Fire." Zhu Rong shot him a fierce glare. "Do you really think I am foolish? If I were to inadvertently cause the immortal volcano to erupt, it would throw the primordial realm into chaos. My elder brother and second brother would surely punish me severely." At that moment, Wu Tian also grasped the situation. Just as he was about to caution Zhu Rong against impulsiveness, he was astounded to hear Zhu Rong articulate such reasoning. He immediately raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Zhu Rong, you possess great wisdom, recognizing the importance of weighing the gains and losses. If our elder brother and second brother were to emerge from their seclusion, they would surely commend you." Zhu Rong felt a rush of pride at this acknowledgement, while others may praise him. This is Wu Tian, the most astute and resourceful among the Witch clan. How could Zhu Rong not feel elated? At that moment, Ho-Tu cast a sharp glare at Wu Tian. Does everyone truly understand Zhu Rong? He cannot be deemed exceptionally wise. At best, he is merely somewhat reliable this time. Ho-Tu's gaze seemed to convey a warning. Do tread carefully. You are on the verge of ensnaring Zhu Rong. If this continues, what if Zhu Rong genuinely believes it? Chapter 71. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan bears, all upon hearing such words from Ho-Tu, Wu Tian quickly grasped the situation. With Zhu Rong's fiery temperament, a little praise would surely ignite a blaze of enthusiasm. Excessive flattery, however, might lead to complications later on. Yet, having uttered those words, Wu Tian felt it unwise to retract them. Moreover, the ongoing friction between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong left him in a delicate position as the least significant party in this dynamic. As Wu Tian hesitated, the perceptive Ho-Tu, understanding the subtleties of the moment, smiled and spoke up. Being the youngest sister with the gentlest disposition, she rarely spoke. But when she did, her brothers paid close attention. Ho-Tu chuckled softly, addressing Zhu Rong. Brother Zhu Rong, your recent actions have indeed shown considerable improvement. However, your impatience could use some refinement for even better outcomes. Zhu Rong nodded vigorously in agreement. Then, Ho-Tu turned her calm gaze toward Gong Gong, whose guilt was palpable, prompting him to shrink back despite his imposing stature. Before Ho-Tu could utter another word, Gong Gong surrendered. Sister, you needn't say anything further. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall refrain from provoking Zhu Rong in the future. I never intended for him to venture into the unquenchable volcano. This matter is settled, is it not? His face bore a rueful smile. Ho-Tu nodded approvingly, satisfied. It is good that you understand. How wonderful it is for us to coexist harmoniously. Why must we squabble incessantly? Though Gong Gong's assurances seemed unreliable, Ho-Tu's ability to elicit such a response was remarkable. Wu Tian marveled internally. Sister Ho-Tu is truly formidable. If it were Dijuan or Zhu Jiuyin, they would have merely exchanged blows. While that might suppress the situation, it would hardly compel Gong Gong to admit his faults. Reflecting on this, Wu Tian sighed once more, alas. It appeared that obtaining the blood essence of the primordial Qilin and the original Phoenix would be a distant prospect. The leaders of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had all proclaimed to the world that they bore the weight of their respective karmic consequences. Yet, the outcomes for each clan diverged significantly. The Phoenix clan had splintered, its members scattered. Wu Tian was aware of the two princes of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian and Da Peng, but their whereabouts were currently unknown to him. Furthermore, he doubted that finding them would guarantee access to the blood essence. As for the Qilin clan, their concealment was even more profound. The primordial Qilin remained eternally bound to the central earth, no longer manifesting in the world. Other Qilin merely served as symbols of auspiciousness, appearing only on rare occasions. In such circumstances, the Dragon Clan, with its substantial population and dominion over the seas, emerged as the most viable option. There is no alternative. Wu Tian mused to himself, how conspicuous your ambitions are. The matter of Zhu Rong's intimidation towards the Dragon Clan was hardly a secret. His immense primordial form had manifested in the Eastern Sea, stirring many to attention. The Demon Clan was naturally aware of this development. In the heavenly court, upon the majestic throne of the Lingxiao Palace, Dijuan sat with an air of authority, his brows furrowing as Tai reported the incident. Are you saying Zhu Rong has taken the blood essence of the ancestral dragon? Tai nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Evidently, he had plans in mind, and after a light exhalation, he remarked, Brother, it seems the Dragon Clan possesses numerous treasures. Should I pay a visit to procure some? If the Witch Clan can acquire them, Why should the demon clan be denied? Should the dragon clan refuse? It would be tantamount to disrespect towards the demon clan's four sovereigns. Dijuan nodded in agreement. The ancestral dragon's blood essence. With Zhurong's recent expedition, the dragon clan might very well be depleted. However, given the dragon clan's historical dominance in the wilderness, their wealth of treasures remains substantial. The newly established demon clan could certainly benefit from such resources. Tai immediately rose, preparing to depart with the chaos bell in hand. Yet, he was halted by Dijuan, who smiled gently, his commanding presence growing ever more formidable as the leader of multitudes of demons. Why must you go in person? A demon deity will suffice. The current state of the dragon clan hardly dares to defy us. After a moment's contemplation, Tai's face brightened with a smile as he exclaimed, "This is even better. While the witch clan requires a primordial witch for such endeavors, we need only dispatch a demon deity. Does this not signify the greater might of our clan?" Although Dijuan understood Tai's desire to surpass the witch clan, he couldn't help but caution, "Tai, temper your disposition. Our newly formed demon clan lacks the strength to confront the witch clan. Let us not invite calamity upon ourselves too soon." Tai nodded, though was uncertain whether he truly absorbed the counsel. After exchanging a few more words with Dijuan, he turned and exited the Lingxiao Palace to summon a demon deity. Issuing his directives, above the Eastern Sea, the dragon clan was engaged in damage control. Although Zhurong had not directly attacked, the searing intensity of his flames had nonetheless resulted in the demise and injury of countless beings. Observing the chaotic aftermath, the four sea dragon kings felt a mix of joy and despair. They rejoiced at the revelation of the dragon clan's resilience and a legacy of powerful beings from the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era. Such an ancestral figure, having survived since those times, provided the dragon clan with a measure of confidence and a source of support. Yet even amidst this, they found themselves compelled to concede to the relentless pressure exerted by the formidable primordial witch Zhurong. It is often said that a withered camel is larger than a horse. Yet the current plight of the dragon clan was nothing short of tragic. Once the sovereigns of the wilderness, they now tread cautiously, fearful of offending anyone. Even those hidden within the depths of the sea remained in hiding after Zhurong's departure, their presence entirely concealed. Alas, the dragon King Aoguang lamented, "We bear the weight of heavenly karma, constraining our power and diminishing our true dragon bloodline, and with a multitude of enemies coveting our downfall. If this continues, the dragon clan may face inevitable decline. What are we to do?" Aoguang contemplated that once order was restored to their ranks and the injured members of the clan were tended to, he would venture into the deep sea to seek out the hidden ancestral dragon for assistance. Before the dragon clan could even begin to restore order, all four sea dragon kings suddenly looked up, their eyes wide with horror. A long arc of flame streaked through the sky, its scorching heat vaporizing the surface of the sea. The four sea dragon kings gasped in alarm. Could it be returning again? Initially, they suspected it might be Zhurong. However, as the figure drew closer, they discerned that the essence of the flames was distinctly different from Zhurong's. When the fiery arc descended, a figure emerged, surrounded by a faint aura of flames that distorted the air around it. Suspended in midair, the figure gazed impudently at the four sea dragon kings and declared, "I am by Fong of the demon clan, sent here on the orders of the Eastern Sovereign. Let us dispense with unnecessary formalities. Our newly established clan is in dire need of suitable weapons and spiritual treasures. We hope the Dragon Clan can extend a helping hand." Bai Fong's piercing crimson gaze locked onto Aoguang. The Dragon Clan had offered the ancestral dragon's blood essence to the Witch Clan, yet the Demon Clan sought no such privilege. A simple request was all they desired. Would the Dragon Clan truly deny them this courtesy? Upon hearing these words, Aoguang's heart sank in despair. Another visit from the Demon Clan? Oh, great ancestor dragon, when will these days come to an end? Although only Bai Fong has arrived. The Dragon Clan is well aware that they are backed by the Demon Clan, specifically the four emperors of the demons. How could we dare to offend them? After lamenting our plight, we nearly had our treasury emptied by Bai Fong. Wu Tian never anticipated that his mere desire for a drop of ancestor dragon's blood would attract the demons to plunder the Dragon Clan as well. In the end, it was the Dragon Clan that bore the brunt of it all. Chapter 72. The Truth About Zhu Meng. In truth, the predicament faced by the Dragon Clan was inevitable. Having once dominated the vast wilderness, they had accumulated countless treasures over the years. In the eyes of the myriad beings of the wilderness, they were akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace. How could it not incite envy? When Bai Fong departed, he once again addressed the Four Seas Dragon Kings, demanding that the Dragon Clan present 49 true dragons to serve the Demon Emperor Dijun. The Four Seas Dragon Kings felt an immense sense of humiliation. This was obviously a means to trample on the former supremacy of the Dragon Clan, showcasing the current might of the Demon Clan. Yet what could they do? They were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Once Bai Fong left, delightfully satisfied, the Four Seas Dragon Kings could no longer contain their frustration and headed toward the depths of the East Sea, feeling a wave of bitterness in their hearts. Ancestors, please show us a clear path. Meanwhile, the Witch Clan, after Hutu had taught Gong Gong and Zhu Rong a lesson, Wu Tian felt considerably relieved and began to ponder. These two were born to clash. No wonder they would later cause great calamities. Gong Gong even collided with Mount Buzhou, bringing endless karma and consequences upon the Witch Clan. Now that Mount Buzhou was integrated into the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, it had changed somewhat compared to before. It remained perilous. Was there any way to avoid this? Having spent so much time with the ancestral witches, Wu Tian had developed deeper feelings for them and naturally wished to alter their fate while preserving their lives. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a wave of spiritual resonance. Wu Tian abruptly looked up towards the direction of the Panga Hall, astonished. The other ancestral witches shared the same sentiment. Only Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun, who were not ancestral witches, lacked the inherent connection to the Panga Hall and thus did not sense anything unusual. However, observing the others' reactions, they quickly caught on. Han Yun hurriedly inquired, Wu Tian, what is happening? Wu Tian swiftly turned back, a smile breaking across his face. Haha, it is good news. Just now, the aura within the Panga Hall surged. It seems my two elder brothers have broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm and are about to conclude their seclusion. He promptly rose with the ancestral witches. Let's go and take a look. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun felt both curious and apprehensive. The Panga Hall was a sacred ground for the Witch Clan, and with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin on the verge of a breakthrough, was it appropriate for them to intrude? Before Wu Tian could respond, Zhu Rong approached, throwing an arm around Han Yun's shoulders, and laughed heartily. What is there to worry about? You have been to the Panga Hall before. Did we not already agree that you are also brothers of the Witch Clan? Why must you stand on ceremony? Han Yun's face flushed with excitement. He felt joy at Zhu Rong's attitude. In the entire wilderness, it was only those two who received such treatment from the Witch Clan. Yet, Zhu Rong's affectionate gesture overwhelmed him. Noticing this, Wu Tian quickly interjected, liberating Han Yun from Zhu Rong's clutches, and everyone hurriedly made their way to the Panga Hall. Upon their arrival, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had already finished their cultivation. Their auras remained fierce yet contained, hinting at depths unknown. Their eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a gentle smile graced their lips as they emerged from the hidden space within the Panga Hall. As Wu Tian and the others entered, the spatial energies shifted, bringing them face to face with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Rong eagerly asked, Elder brother, second brother, have you truly broken through? Since the establishment of the Witch Clan, the other ancestral witches had seen their fortunes grow and their power rise rapidly. However, such advancements were not instantaneous. Di Jiang chuckled and nodded. Indeed, I and your second brother have successfully broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, achieving enlightenment through our own laws. Once this path is perfected, we shall attain the Hunyuan Dao. As he spoke, a flicker of emotion crossed Di Jiang's face. Only by fully committing to this path could one understand the challenges of achieving enlightenment through the laws. The difficulty did not lie in the present, but in the future, how to perfect one's own path and attain the Hunyuan Dao. Yet the ancestral witches had no choice. They inherently wielded the power of the laws and could only tread this singular path, having no opportunity to divert course. and even if they did, they would never choose to do so. The ancestral witches did not perceive Dizhang's thoughts. They were still a step away from the Hunyuan golden immortal realm and had not yet reached this level of understanding. Thus, they could not share the same insights as Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin. They could only express pure joy. Wonderful. This means our witch clan has grown even stronger. Their faces radiated excitement, and they felt an irresistible urge to begin their cultivation immediately. Striving to break through to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, like Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, seeing their enthusiasm, Dijiang inwardly sighed. Then, his gaze turned to Wu Tian, scrutinizing him intently as he mused, perhaps. Wu Tian is the true hope for our witch clan. Only he, gathering the power of 12 laws, can truly inherit the legacy of our Father God. Subsequently, Dijiang smiled again, addressing Wu Tian directly, little brother. I see that your physical body and primordial spirit have nearly reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Do you have any thoughts on how to break through to the Hunyuan golden immortal? Wu Tian replied with a smile. There is no rush. Even at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, I feel that my physical strength can still be further explored. If I were to hastily break through, it may not yield favorable results. Should I regret this decision in the future, I might find it impossible to solidify my foundations again. At this moment, Xianming suddenly spoke up, explaining how Wu Tian had planted the innate 5-element spiritual roots within his internal organs, concluding with a casual remark, Wu Tian still lacks 2 types of spiritual roots. Once these 2 are acquired, his physical strength will naturally increase once more, and then it will not be too late to break through. Dijiang's eyes widened. Still lacking 2 types of spiritual roots? Whose possession are they in? Xianming promptly replied, the innate metal spiritual root is with Zhuanti. The innate wood spiritual root is with Dong Wanggong. At that moment, Zhu Meng suddenly dashed over, whispering something into Dijiang's ear. Dijiang's eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, what audacity does Dong Wanggong possess? How dare he compete with our witch clan for women? With a grand sweep of his hand, he prepared to lead the ancestral witches to Penglai Island. Wu Tian, witnessing this, quickly intervened, casting a bemused glance at Zhu Meng. My brother Zhu Meng, what exactly did you whisper to Big Brother? How did it turn into a matter of women? What is the specific situation? Are you not aware? Wu Tian also realized that the ancestral witches themselves were uninterested in seeking partners, displaying no curiosity about this matter. However, they were exceedingly intrigued by his affairs. He felt an overwhelming urge to declare, I am currently not interested in any innate goddesses. My sole focus is on cultivation, strengthening the witch clan, and altering our fate. Chapter 73. 2 drops of ancestral witch's blood acquired ultimately. Wu Tian remained silent. He felt that the ancestral witches would not believe him. Moreover, he lacked confidence in himself. Wu Tian hastily intercepted Dijiang. Elder brother, please do not rush. The time for the 3rd sermon is approaching, and it is possible that the Eastern King has already ventured into the chaos. If we cannot find him in Penglai, would that not be a futile endeavor? He then cast a fierce glare at Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng chuckled and quickly leaned closer to Dijiang's ear, relaying the earlier incident where Wu Tian had deceived with empty hands. Only then did Dijiang's expression soften. I see. Let's spare the Eastern King for now. Dijiang chose to trust Wu Tian unequivocally. He immediately shifted his focus to the 2 figures in the west. Yet according to Wu Tian, the likes of Jie and Zhuanti might not still be present, thus delaying their plans. Nevertheless, Dijiang was resolute. After the 3rd sermon, he would lead his brothers westward, not solely to seize the primordial spiritual root of the Bodhi tree, but also to teach Jie and Zhuanti a lesson for having previously offended Wu Tian. With his thoughts settled, Dijiang turned his gaze towards Zhu Jiuyin. The 2 exchanged profound glances, both imbued with solemnity. Subsequently, Dijiang spoke to Wu Tian. Little brother, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What could Dijiang possibly want to discuss? It seemed so mysterious. Dijiang then clasped his hands and apologized to Zhen Yuan Zi and the others, instructing the ancestral witches to tend well to Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun. Zhen Yuan Zi quickly responded, no trouble at all. The ancestral witches were welcome to proceed. Di Jiang nodded with a smile, and then his aura shifted, the might of a Hunyuan golden immortal radiating forth. Wu Tian felt the space around him transform instantaneously. When he regained his footing, he found himself in the Panga Hall within a different realm. Both Di Jiang and Zhu Jiu-yin regarded him with grave expressions. Wu Tian hastily inquired, "Elder brothers, what is the matter that seems so secretive?" To his astonishment, he witnessed Di Jiang and Zhu Jiu-yin exchange glances before each striking their chests, causing a surge of bloodlight to erupt. A drop of their vital essence flew forth. The power of the laws contained within surged mightily, far surpassing the ancestral witch's blood Wu Tian had previously acquired. For this was the essence of Hunyuan golden immortals. Naturally, there was a stark difference. Staring at the blood of the ancestral witches, thick with malevolence, Wu Tian was taken aback, his heart filled with bewilderment. Ah, more ancestral witches' blood? Is that necessary? Elder brothers, my 12 laws of power have already merged into one. I merely need to cultivate slowly. There is no need for ancestral witches' blood. Di Jiang shot him a glance. Your thoughts are rather naive. This essence is not intended for your current cultivation. It serves a different purpose. As he spoke, the two began inscribing marks into the blood. After a brief moment, they finally ceased their actions, and Di Jiang let out a quiet sigh of relief. He then offered the blood to Wu Tian, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly, this time, as your elder brother and I ascend to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. We plan to enter the River of Time during the third sermon at Zixiao Palace to probe the destiny of the Witch Clan. Wu Tian's eyes widened in shock. Before he could respond, Di Jiang continued, "This matter has long been decided between us. We are merely awaiting our ascension to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Initially, we intended to keep it secret, but after much thought, I felt it necessary to inform you." Di Jiang sighed softly. "You are different from the other ancestral witches. In fact, our decision to undertake this venture was prompted by your concerns for the future of the Witch Clan. Had it not been for our most astute younger brother's persistent worries, we likely would not have arrived at this conclusion. What weighed heavily on their minds was the repeated proof of Wu Tian's accurate judgment regarding the grand trends. His insights were astoundingly precise. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were naturally concerned. Upon hearing this, a tempest of disbelief surged within Wu Tian's heart as he muttered internally, "How could this be? In the original grand scheme, would Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin take such actions? Or have they discerned the fate of the Witch Clan, yet found themselves unable to act freely due to the looming catastrophe?" Wu Tian was uncertain, yet an unshakable worry arose within him. Though Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin have attained the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, is it truly so simple to uncover the trajectory of the future? Surely, there must be complications. The path of time was the great Tao, the most enigmatic and perilous of all. Additionally, in the original grand scheme, Wu Tian, the 13th ancestral witch, did not exist. Could it be that the future Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin glimpsed bore no trace of Wu Tian? At the same time, Wu Tian felt increasingly moved. For Di Jiang to confide such a pivotal matter to him was a profound testament to their trust and recognition. In a moment of turmoil, he almost blurted out, "You need not trouble yourselves. Whatever knowledge you seek, I can readily provide. Why take such great risks? After all, was the future so easily discernible? However, if he were to say such, how would he explain his understanding? Furthermore, would Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin truly believe him?" Ultimately, Wu Tian made an attempt. "Elder brothers, I possess some insights regarding the development of future trends. There is no need for you to take this risk." Upon witnessing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a light-hearted glance. Their expressions softened, revealing a hint of joy and relief. Di Jiang responded with a smile. "I knew you would say that. However, it is not that we do not trust you, but some matters must be witnessed firsthand." Wu Tian could only nod in understanding. Di Jiang's intention was clear. Had not been for this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin would not have sought him out to share such a significant and secretive matter, considering he was merely the youngest among the ancestral witches. Noticing Wu Tian's continued gravity, Di Jiang chuckled lightly. Do not worry. This plan has been in preparation between your elder brother and me for quite some time. The timing coincides with Hong Jun's sermon, when the power of the heavenly Tao will converge at Zixiao Palace, minimizing interference. And besides, he added, we have the Pango Hall to protect us. Wu Tian, with a myriad of emotions swirling within, nodded. Perhaps, after Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin personally explored the future of the witch and demon calamity, they would be more inclined to heed Wu Tian's counsel in the future. At that moment, Di Jiang spoke again. Take these 2 drops of ancestral witch's blood. Should your elder brother and I find ourselves lost in the river of time, we shall rely on this coordinate to return. He then jested, but you cannot refine it just yet. Even if you do wish to refine it, let it be after our return. Wu Tian hurriedly replied, of course not. No matter how greedy or impatient he might be, he would never attempt to refine the coordinates left by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin at this moment. Accepting the ancestral witch's blood and being entrusted with this matter was an immense show of trust, even greater than what they afforded the other ancestral witches. Wu Tian was determined not to disappoint them. However, did Di Jiang imply that once they returned, this essence would entirely belong to him? Chapter 74. The Ancestor Which Guards the Treasure Divide. Safeguarding the essence of Ancestor Witch's blood after securely concealing the essence of the ancestor which within his being. Wu Tian paused for a moment in contemplation. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and a powerful thought surged within him. With a swift motion, the Hongmeng measuring ruler materialized, radiating an immense golden light of virtue, its innate treasure aura revealing deeper mysteries. Wu Tian presented the treasure forward and spoke earnestly to his brothers. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, take this treasure with you. The Hongmeng measuring ruler has received the blessings of the great Tao and is currently ascending, subtly surpassing the level of innate treasures. If you carry it with you, it will surely provide protection. However, the 2 ancestor witches outright declined. Di Jiang, with unwavering conviction, asserted, how can a brother seize what belongs to his younger sibling? The Zixiao Palace is not entirely safe. Those beings have always harbored disdain for our witch clan, and I suspect that Hong Jun harbors ill intentions towards us. It's best if you keep it for your own defense. While it was uncertain whether Hong Jun truly harbored malicious intent, it was undeniable that he held no affection for the witch clan, a sentiment stemming from their disregard for the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor himself. The only reason he refrained from acting against them was due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao's regulations and the protection bestowed by the Father God Pangu. Wu Tian refrained from voicing his thoughts. The essence of the witch clan is to stand tall. Would they truly allow the ancestor witches to crawl beneath the seat of the Tao ancestor? Seeing Wu Tian attempt to persuade them further, Di Jiang's eyes widened in irritation, and he declared, what? Do you doubt us? Safeguarding our blood essence is the greatest assistance you can provide. Do not concern yourself with anything else. With us brothers around, there is no need for you to worry. With no further argument to make, Wu Tian reluctantly stored away the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Di Jiang waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of their discussion, but at that moment, Zhu Jiuyin interjected with a light chuckle. We are about to head to the Zixiao Palace. Is there anything else you wish to entrust to us, or any tasks you need us to undertake? Zhu Jiuyin was eager to glean more insights, having been astounded by Wu Tian's previous predictions and suggestions. Now, moved by Wu Tian's influence, they sought to delve deeper into the matter at hand. Sensing Zhu Jiuyin's intent, and with the openness shared between them, Wu Tian's previous worries dissipated, and he responded with a smile. Indeed, there is something. After the 3rd sermon concludes, Hong Jun will surely bestow countless treasures, placing them at the treasure divide atop Mount Buzhou. At that time, we shall all set forth from the Zixiao Palace to seize them. Would my brothers be able to take action in advance? It is imperative that we acquire the treasure divide. Had it been earlier, Wu Tian would not have dared to voice such a request. The calamities of the Dragon and Han eras could still be seen as mere reflections of the grand trend. Any other suggestions stemmed from clever insights. However, the actions of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun were too remarkable to predict. Yet, with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin already probing into the future and having shared such candid exchanges, Wu Tian felt no need for further concealment. What secrets could it hold? The ancestor witches would not mind. As long as they were brothers, that sufficed. Both ancestor witches nodded in agreement, and Di Jiang, curious, inquired, "The treasure divide? Is it truly of great significance?" "How to explain?" Wu Tian began. In the original grand scheme, the treasure divide was obtained by Yuan Shi. It is said he merged the treasure divide with a fragment of Mount Buzhou, forging it into the Fanjian seal. As an ancestor witch, it would be somewhat filial to refine treasures from Mount Buzhou, but combining the treasure divide with other materials and then infusing it with Panga's essence to procure the named Fanjian seal would be a worthy endeavor. Having become an ancestor witch, Wu Tian felt it necessary to possess a formidable artifact. He earnestly stated, "I wish to refine treasures using the treasure divide. It would yield a powerful and resilient artifact, ideally suited for the robust physique of our witch clan." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang readily agreed, "No problem. Once you set forth, I will send Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to guard the summit of Mount Buzhou. When the treasure divide appears, we shall summon our other brothers." Wu Tian was taken aback. There's no need to rush. At this moment, Mount Buzhou remained intact, and the aura of the father god Pangu was dense. As one ascended towards the summit, the pressure intensified. The witch clan typically only operated at the mountain's base. To send Zhu Rong and Gong Gong up so early to endure such immense pressure seemed unnecessarily taxing, especially since Zhu Rong had just acquired the essence of the ancestor dragon. Thus, Wu Tian smiled and replied, "There is no need to hurry. We can ascend slightly ahead of the sermon's conclusion." Despite his words, Di Jiang had already resolved to send Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to guard the site, fearing that Hong Jun might act prematurely, which would jeopardize Wu Tian's opportunity to refine treasures. As for the pressure from the father god, it would serve as a trial for them, potentially accelerating their strength and advancing them toward becoming Hunyuan golden immortals. With a smile, Di Jiang said, "All right, we shall take care of this matter. You need not worry. Time is of the essence. We should hasten our departure. You should also join Jinyuan Zi and the others as you head to the Zixiao Palace." He then led Wu Tian into the air. As it traversed through space, Di Jiang continued to offer reminders, emphasizing that regardless of what knowledge could be gleaned from Hongjun, it was paramount that Wu Tian did not face any grievances within the Zixiao Palace. Should they encounter any formidable opponent,